Am I still alive? Levi stood frozen in the middle of an unfamiliar street. Just a moment ago, he was sure he had been lying on a hospital bed. The sound of machines was ringing beside his ears. Doctors in white coats moved around him like blurry shadows. His body had been weak, his breathing painful, and the flame of his life was almost gone. But now, he was standing. His feet pressed against solid gravel. Cold air entered his lungs, clean and sharp. For the first time in a long while, breathing did not hurt. Levi slowly looked around. Tall buildings surrounded him on both sides. Dim lamps glowed through the thick mist, making the entire street look like a dream. The air was damp and cold, but his body felt strangely light. There was no pain. No sickness. No weakness tearing through his chest. Levi could not understand it. Was this heaven? Hell? A dream before death? Or had something impossible happened? He walked toward a nearby window and looked at his reflection. The face was his, but the outfit was completely different. A white shirt. A vest. A long coat. An overcoat. A tall top hat. It looked like something from an old European city, not the modern world he remembered. Levi stared at himself in silence. Did I transmigrate? He had read stories like that before, but he never imagined something like this would happen to him. Then he remembered something. Before waking up here, he had seen a dream. In that dream, he was no longer sick. He was back in front of his computer, streaming like before. He had been playing a new game, creating a character, and choosing from a few random cards. At that moment, Levi suddenly noticed something in his hand. A black rectangular card rested in his palm. It looked like a tarot card. Its back was decorated with a golden skull. Before he could turn it over, the card suddenly burst into flames. It burned away instantly, leaving no ash behind. Then a sharp pain stabbed through Levi's head. A line of text appeared before his eyes. Profession draw complete. Generating character data. Soon, a game-like status panel appeared in front of him. His name was Levi. His profession was detective. His strength was low. His constitution was weak. But his agility, intelligence, willpower, perception, charm, and shooting skill were all surprisingly high. Then Levi saw the most shocking line. Lifespan, 10 days. Only 10 days. Levi's expression darkened. So even after coming to this new world, death had still followed him. Before he could think further, footsteps echoed from the mist. Along with the footsteps came the faint clinking of metal. Batons. Handcuffs. Police. Almost as soon as that thought appeared in Levi's mind, two figures emerged from the fog. One was short and round, with a thick mustache and a calm smile. The other was tall and thin, holding a gas lamp nervously. The young officer immediately reached for his pistol when he saw Levi, but the mustached man stopped him. "Good evening, sir," the mustached officer said. "May I ask what you're doing here so late at night?" Levi's mind began to race. He had no idea where he was, no idea what this world was, and no idea what kind of trouble he was in. A well-dressed man wandering alone at night would definitely look suspicious. So he chose the only identity he had. "My name is Levi," he said calmly. "I am a detective." The mustached officer nodded. "Ah, I see. You're here for the bounty too, detective." "Bounty?" Before Levi could ask, the officer continued. "Still, I'll need to see your identification and citizen number." Almost instinctively, Levi reached into his coat, took out a wallet, and handed over an identification card. The movement felt natural, as if this body had done it many times before. The officer checked it carefully, wrote something in his notebook, and returned it. "It's dangerous to be out alone at this hour. Why don't we escort you?" Levi smiled politely. "That would be my honor." As they walked together, Levi learned their names. The mustached officer was Inspector Lestrade. The young officer was Fletcher. Lestrade liked to talk, and through his complaints, Levi finally learned about the bounty. Recently, a terrifying serial killer had been haunting the city. The victims were all courtesans who worked late at night. Their throats were cut, their bodies opened, and their organs removed. Because of this, the killer had become known as the courtesan killer. The police had no clear suspect. The newspapers were spreading wild stories. The city council had placed a bounty on the killer's head. And now, every brave fool in the city wanted to become a hero. Levi listened quietly. This case reminded him of a similar legend from his old world. But before he could think deeper, a woman's scream suddenly tore through the night. Lestrade and Fletcher reacted instantly. They rushed forward through the fog. Levi followed close behind. Soon, they found a young woman collapsed on the street, trembling in fear. Her face was pale, her clothes shabby, and the smell of cheap perfume surrounded her. She did not speak. She only stared into a dark alley nearby. Lestrade ordered Fletcher to stay with her, then lifted his gas lamp and walked into the alley. Levi hesitated for a second before following. The alley was darker than the street, as if all the shadows in the city had gathered there. The gas lamp's light barely pushed through the darkness. First, they saw the cobblestone ground. Then the blood. A thick pool of it spread across the alley floor. Finally, they saw the body. It was a young woman. Her eyes were wide open. Her mouth was frozen in a silent scream. Her neck had been cut so deeply that her head was barely attached. Her body had been opened with terrifying precision. Lestrade cursed under his breath. Levi, however, remained strangely calm. This was his first time seeing a real corpse, yet he felt no panic. No nausea. No fear. Instead, his mind began to analyze. No sign of struggle. The victim had likely died instantly. The cut was too clean for an ordinary knife. The killer must have been standing directly in front of her. She had seen something terrifying, and before she could react, she was dead. Levi leaned closer without realizing it. Mr. Levi. Lestrade's voice pulled him back. I understand your curiosity as a detective, but please don't damage the scene. Sorry. Levi stepped back. But his eyes remained fixed on the victim's face. What had she seen in her final moment? Lestrade placed the gas lamp near the woman's head and muttered a short prayer. At that moment, Levi noticed something. A black shadow moved across the reflection in the dead woman's eyes. Behind them. Levi spun around. His hand moved to his waist and gripped a pistol he had not even realized was there. The ivory handle felt unfamiliar, yet his movement was smooth and practiced. He raised the gun. A dark figure dropped from above. Levi pulled the trigger. The gunshot exploded through the alley. The shadow paused for half a second. That was enough. Levi slammed into Lestrade, knocking them both to the ground. Something sharp cut through the air where they had been standing. Lestrade quickly drew his own pistol and fired several shots, but the shadow moved too fast. It climbed the wall like a monstrous insect and vanished into the night. Fletcher arrived moments later, breathless. What happened? Lestrade stared at the rooftops, his face grim. We may have just met the courtesan killer. Then he turned to Levi. Mr. Levi, would you mind coming to the police station with us? Levi had no real choice. He nodded. But deep inside, his heart was pounding violently. And strangely, he felt alive. After so many days lying in a hospital bed, unable to move, unable to breathe without pain, Levi had almost forgotten what it meant to truly live. Now, facing danger in a strange world, with death only a step away, he felt more alive than he had in years. At the police station, Lestrade questioned him again. Levi explained what he had seen. When Lestrade had placed the gas lamp near the victim's head, Levi had noticed the killer's shadow reflected in her eyes. The killer must have realized he was spotted and attacked to silence them. Lestrade's expression grew serious, but also excited. For the first time, they had proof. The courtesan killer was not a ghost. Not a curse. Not some divine punishment, as the newspapers claimed. It was real. And it could be shot. Lestrade asked if Levi had noticed anything else. Levi thought for a moment. There was a smell, he said. Blood, of course. But also something else. A strange chemical odor. Lestrade nodded. That may help us narrow the search. After recording Levi's statement, Lestrade thanked him and prepared to let him leave. But just as Levi stood up, another system message appeared before his eyes. Mission activated, Fog City murder case. Objective, investigate and find the courtesan killer, then bring them to justice. Reward, random skill reward and 30 days of lifespan. Levi froze. 30 days of lifespan. His current lifespan was only 10 days. If he solved this case, he could live longer. If he failed, he might die even sooner. Lestrade noticed his reaction. Anything wrong, Mr. Levi? Levi quickly smiled. No. It's just late, and I'm a little tired. Lestrade kindly arranged for Fletcher to drive him home in the police station's old carriage. As the carriage moved through the foggy streets, Levi sat quietly, staring at the mission panel only he could see. The choice before him was clear. He could ignore the mission, enjoy 10 peaceful days, and wait for death again. Or he could chase a terrifying killer through the shadows of this strange city, risking his life for a chance to survive. But Levi already knew his answer. He had spent enough time lying helpless in a hospital bed, waiting for death to arrive. This time, he would not wait. This time, he would fight. And if this new world wanted to give him only 10 days, then he would use those 10 days to steal back more.
Today's story is one you won't want to pause, and if stories like this are how you unwind, you can request the next one I narrate. Your pick, your novel, your audiobook. Try Patreon free for 7 days, then just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's begin.
Life countdown, 9 days 11 hours 23 minutes 39 seconds. When Levi woke up from his sleep, it was already the afternoon of the next day. Phew. That was a great sleep. Levi sat up and stretched comfortably. He could no longer remember the last time he had slept this well. In Levi's memory, ever since being hospitalized, every day had been spent in a groggy haze, with unclear consciousness and a body full of indescribable pain. Even breathing a mouthful of air had felt like torture. The everyday life most people took for granted had long since left him, until now. Sitting up in bed, Levi once again looked around his home. In Levi's world, this would be described as a loft-style apartment. It had 2 levels. The first floor was mainly the living room, dining room, and kitchen. The second floor was the study and bedroom. But in truth, these rooms weren't clearly separated, since there were no walls between them, except for the bathroom and toilet at the far end. The reason was simple: this was actually a clock tower. And Levi lived in the very top of it. The tower was about 10 stories tall, and from here, through the huge glass clock-face skylight that occupied nearly an entire wall, he could overlook most of Mist City. It had to be said, the view here was quite nice. Getting out of bed, Levi began dressing while recalling the background of this world. From the information in his mind, this was not Earth, but a world known as the continent of Cristelia. And at present, Levi was in the Empire, one of the most powerful nations on this continent. The empire of this world was somewhat similar to 19th century Britain in Levi's world. Here too, the Industrial Revolution had occurred, and the appearance of steam engines had completely changed human civilization on this continent. Various steam-powered machines had transformed people's lives and accelerated the progress of civilization. From that perspective, it seemed no different from Levi's original world. But there was one difference. That was the appearance of a machine called the difference engine. The difference engine, what an interesting machine. According to the knowledge Levi had obtained, a difference engine was a device similar to an electronic computer. But unlike in Levi's world, it was not made of transistors or circuit boards. Instead, it was purely mechanical in design, driven by a steam engine to turn gears, using the method of finite differences to calculate polynomial functions and produce results, a magical machine indeed. With the appearance of the difference engine, human civilization had taken another great leap forward. All sorts of mechanical products emerged, some of which were quite familiar to Levi. For example, the phonograph difference machine he had seen in the interrogation room before, essentially no different from a tape recorder, except much larger, and in Levi's opinion, looking more like an automatic typewriter. But speaking of difference engines, one couldn't help but mention another derivative product. Punch cards. Thinking of this, Levi reached into his wallet and took out the identification card he had shown Inspector Lestrade before, examining it with curiosity. It was slightly larger than a business card, made of a material similar to plastic. Along the left edge were several rectangular holes punched through, and the upper right corner was cut off. Looked at this way, it was somewhat like an enlarged SIM card. Yesterday, Levi had seen its marvelous use firsthand. After arriving at the police station, Inspector Lestrade had taken him to a room that housed a huge metal difference engine occupying nearly half the space. Inspector Lestrade inserted Levi's ID into the card reader, and Levi saw countless gears begin to spin, making crisp kata sounds. A moment later, from the other side came a sheet of paper, listing all sorts of Levi's identity information. Well, not as advanced as a computer, but still quite interesting to see. It could be said that with the appearance of the difference engine, humanity in this world had simultaneously entered both the steam age and the information age. They had even developed something like credit cards, though strictly speaking, these two were just a kind of punch card. The reader would read the holes on the card, transmit the data to the bank's difference engine for calculation, storage, and conversion. Not as fast as the modern internet, but still quite convenient. And the feeling this era gave Levi was freedom. Yes, freedom. Dressed, Levi stretched again, walked over to a mechanical fixture by the wall, and pulled a lever. Moments later, a hatch opened, revealing rolls of bundled newspapers before him. The steam age mailbox, really useful. Unlike modern times where newspapers were simply stuffed into a box, this world's mailboxes used pneumatic tube delivery technology. Buildings were linked by thick metal pipes, and newspapers or letters placed in a distributor could be sent to any household by pressurized air through the tubes. In a way, it was almost too advanced. Levi picked up the papers and flipped through them. There were the Daily News, the Voice of Finance, the Herald of Information, and Are you troubled by the loss of a limb? Depressed from being unable to work? Sorrowful for being unable to find solace at night? The Steam Prosthetics Emporium wishes to build you a brand new future, where you will worry no more, suffer no more, and be lonely no more. It seemed that no matter the world, the era, or the civilization, tacky little ads like these could never be avoided. Levi tossed the flyer aside and began reading the newspaper with interest. Normally, with the rise of steam civilization and the difference engine, humanity should have fully embraced a mechanized path of modern science and dismissed other systems. However, the reality was different. Perhaps because this was the first time in human history such power had been mastered, people had instead developed another mindset. If steam technology was a viable path, then might not other paths be possible too? Thus, this era was not as Levi had imagined, abandoning all other ideas for steam technology alone. On the contrary, it had become an age of intellectual explosion. Alchemy, spiritualism, occultism, all the things modern society deemed backward, ignorant, and superstitious, received considerable attention here. The newspapers were full of scholarly discussions on mysterious powers. Seances and astrology were no longer mere street-side amusements but recognized fields of research. It was a vibrant, freely developing age. People believed in science, but they also believed in mystery, legend, and magic. They would analyze curses rigorously, rather than dismiss them as absurd superstition. They would study magical incantations and attempt to recreate their intended power. For Levi, this was truly a fresh and dynamic world. Of course, most newspapers' headlines today were about the courtesan killer. The main content reported that late last night, the courtesan killer had struck again. Unlike before, this time the police, with the cooperation of a certain civilian detective, had found traces of the killer. We can state clearly to everyone, the courtesan killer is no ghost, nor any curse, but a living human. One who can be repelled by gunfire. Although the incident happened suddenly and we failed to capture the culprit smoothly, we assure you, that day is not far away. These were the words of Inspector Lestrade at the press conference. In the writer's view, this is indeed an encouraging piece of news. Levi stared at the newspaper, thinking about what he should do. He had to catch the courtesan killer to complete the task and extend his life. But how to do it, he had no clue yet. Wandering the streets like the police was obviously not an option, yesterday had been pure coincidence. And in Levi's view, now that the killer had been exposed, they would likely lay low for a while. But Levi only had 10 days. He glanced toward the handgun lying on the table, his only weapon. It was a revolver, resting quietly there with a brass frame, ivory grip, and ornate engravings along the barrel, looking more like a work of art than a weapon. Yet Levi had only 12 bullets, one fired yesterday, leaving 11. His only real safety net for now. If this were a detective novel, the detective might choose to investigate clues alone. But for Levi, working with state agencies had always been an option. All the more since Inspector Lestrade seemed to have a decent impression of him. Thus, there was naturally only one thing Levi needed to do. You want to assist in the investigation? Sitting behind his desk, Inspector Lestrade looked at Levi with some surprise. Just as Levi had thought, most detectives were actually not too keen on dealing with the police. After all, this involved the matter of credit. Police officers drew fixed salaries, while detectives earned entirely based on merit. The more you did, the more you earned, the less you did, the less you earned. In such an environment, most detectives had developed the habit of handling matters themselves to be self-sufficient, and unless absolutely necessary, they would never seek out the police. Of course, this time there was a bounty, so there was no need to treat each other as mortal enemies. Still, for detectives, solving matters on their own was standard practice, and committing such a heretical act as asking the police for help was something they would never do. Of course, if the police came to them, that was another matter entirely. But for Levi, there was never anything wrong with building good relations with state agencies. He also didn't understand why detectives in detective novels always seemed to enjoy going against the police. As far as he was concerned, he wasn't about to cause himself trouble for no reason. Naturally, Levi also knew that if he asked the police for help, they would have to share the credit afterward. But wasn't it the same if he asked anyone else? What difference did it make? Still, Levi didn't bother explaining. He had grown up with the habit of not explaining himself too much, because people would always supply their own explanations. As expected of a young man, with this attitude, it'll be hard for you to survive in the circle. Sure enough, Lestrade supplied his own explanation. Apparently, he thought Levi was a newcomer to the field who didn't yet understand the unspoken rules. A detective willing to cooperate with the police was more likely to be looked down upon by fellow colleagues. Others wouldn't want to work with you, since some of a detective's methods might not be entirely legal. But in Levi's eyes, that was exactly why he wanted the official authorities to vouch for him. If everyone was unclean, then the difference between knowing and not knowing was significant. I just want to catch the killer as soon as possible. That was not a lie. Levi didn't care about the so-called detective circle. If he failed to catch the killer, his own life would end in 10 days. Circles, reputations, none of it would matter to him then. Except, perhaps, the funeral industry circle. I understand. Inspector Lestrade nodded. But there's no precedent for this. Right now, this case is receiving a lot of attention, and no one will want outsiders inserting themselves into it without cause. It doesn't comply with regulations, and there's no such provision. So, I can't agree to your request. As he spoke, Inspector Lestrade stood up and nodded to Levi. Sorry, I have to step out for a bit. I'll be back in about half an hour. With that, Inspector Lestrade left the room. Levi stood there motionless. He didn't follow Inspector Lestrade out, because Lestrade had never asked him to come along. He had simply said he was going out for a while and would be back in about half an hour. So Levi reached out and picked up the case file on the desk. It wouldn't take half an hour to finish reading it. When Levi walked out of the police station, 20 minutes had already passed. He carefully read through the case files on the courtesan killer, which contained all the information from the first case up until now, a total of 4 cases. The characteristics of the 4 victims were very similar. They were all young women in their prime, aged roughly between 20 and 25. They were all courtesans, and their bodies were found in deserted alleys rarely visited by anyone. The cause of death was also the same, their throats were slit, and their bodies were cut open. The only difference was that each victim was missing a different internal organ. Up until now, the 4 victims had been missing a heart, a liver, a spleen, and a kidney, respectively. And according to the forensic report, they had been surgically removed, not torn out by any kind of beast. This reminded Levi of a detective novel he once read, in which the murderer killed using this exact method, then removed different internal organs for some kind of astrological black magic. That was going off track. According to the case records, apart from this, there was another common trait among the victims: they had all experienced miscarriages in the past, or at least showed signs of having had one. Although Levi had read some detective novels before, they weren't of much help in completing the task at hand. For now, all he could do was take things one step at a time. Indeed, that mysterious system might have granted him certain abilities, but Levi had also noticed that it did not activate on its own. For example, when Levi wanted to observe someone, if he didn't already have the idea to do so, there was no difference between looking at that person and looking at anyone else. Only when he consciously decided to observe someone in detail would he unconsciously notice things he normally wouldn't, or details that were usually overlooked, just like the shadow last night. If he hadn't been fully focused on examining the corpse at that moment, he would never have caught that distorted reflection in the other person's pupils. In the past, Levi wouldn't have been able to do it either, as he had no interest in such meticulous observation of others. But yesterday was different. Considering his current situation, perhaps it wasn't that surprising. Levi stood on the street, stretched out his hand to clench a fist, and knocked lightly on his chest. To anyone else, this was an easy, casual action. But for Levi, it wasn't. Not to mention doing the action itself, just clenching his fist had once been enough to send an indescribable pain coursing through his entire body. But now, he could do all of it again, without any pain, just like an ordinary person. Whether this was a dream or reality, at least for now, Levi did not wish to wake up. What should he do? Levi summoned the system once more and examined his attributes and skills. Shooting, 90, for you, hitting the target every time, is no exaggeration. Disguise, 55, you must rely on disguise to erase your presence. Investigation, 70, your eyes see in all directions, your ears hear everything. Psychology, 70, for someone skilled at reading expressions, the world holds almost no secrets. Enchantment, 85, before that gentle whisper and striking appearance, few can resist your charm. Among these skills, the highest value was shooting. However, Levi felt that it wouldn't help much in solving the case, unless he could somehow make the bullet find the killer on its own. But just thinking about it was enough to know it was impossible. Next came enchantment and psychology. These were not unfamiliar to Levi. Since he was young, he had often been surrounded by people. Others would naturally gather around him, whether they were boys or girls. Many times, Levi didn't have to do anything, he would simply become the leader among them. He also understood most of the thoughts of those who approached him, though usually they were simple and without deeper motives. In fact, Levi rarely tried to guess what others were thinking, because he found it unnecessary. After all, people were different from one another. Spending so much effort to speculate on the inner thoughts of someone entirely different from oneself was, to him, utterly meaningless. Now, however, Levi felt a slight twinge of regret. Perhaps back then, he should have paid more attention to this sort of thing. But, forget it, it was too late to say that now. In any case, at present he could only rely on these skills to track down the killer. So next. Levi decided on his next target. According to the rules of detective novels, the killer often returned to the scene of the crime. When Levi returned to that alley, it had not changed much compared to last night. The only difference was that the victim's body had already been taken away. A no-entry seal was posted at the alley entrance. This, of course, could not stop Levi. He stepped over the seal and returned to the crime scene. In daylight, everything here was even more shocking than at night. The darkness had hidden the surroundings, but now Levi could clearly see the radial spray patterns of blood. The blood that had flowed across the ground had long since dried, and a rough outline drawn in white chalk marked the victim's last position. Levi stood there, recalling what had happened last night. It had all happened too suddenly, leaving almost no time to react. I was standing here, then I saw that shadow. I turned my head, and it realized I had spotted it. So it attacked. Levi retraced the events in his mind, his eyes falling on the spot ahead. He remembered firing his gun, and even hitting the shadow. Unfortunately, it was useless. This era had no DNA testing, and even with blood traces, nothing useful could be obtained. Then, the shadow had fled. Levi turned his head toward the wall on the other side. It had been too dark last night, and he wasn't sure how the shadow had escaped. Looking now, it seemed it had likely climbed over the wall. After all, the bricks of these old houses were uneven, with windows and ledges to use as footholds. Well then, let's give it a try. Climbing up the wall to the rooftop was more difficult than Levi had imagined. The houses here were roughly 3 stories high, not too tall, but not exactly short either. Still, getting up there was no easy task, as the walls were slick with moss. Using both hands and feet, Levi struggled and strained before finally scrambling onto the roof in a rather sorry state. No matter who that killer is, they're definitely an expert at climbing walls. Levi patted the dirt and dust off himself, muttering as he looked around. The rooftop was covered in dust, which, fortunately, made the footprints there clearly visible. But what the hell is this supposed to be? Frowning, Levi stared at the footprints in front of him. He had originally thought that, by following the prints, he could glean some information. You know, just like in the novels, where detectives could easily deduce the culprit's height, weight, gender, or even occupation from footprints alone. But even if Sherlock Holmes came here, he'd be stumped. Levi muttered under his breath as he studied the prints. The problem was that these prints didn't look like something from a detective novel at all, they were more like something from science fiction. The footprints weren't particularly big or small, just average in size. But the strange part was that, ahead of the toes, there were several sharp claw marks. They looked a bit like cat claws, which was why Levi had said even Holmes would be lost. Because these were definitely not human footprints. Even if someone were extremely unkempt and never trimmed their toenails, human nails would never grow into animal-like hooks. Now Levi understood why that shadow had been so good at climbing walls. And he also knew that this was not going to be some ordinary detective game. Alright then, time to move on. Levi sighed, then reached for the grip of the gun at his waist. He had no idea what he was about to face, but one thing was certain, it was definitely not human, or at least not an ordinary human. Following the prints, Levi dashed across the rooftops, almost like parkour. Luckily, during his time as a streamer, Levi had done similar things. Or rather, his streaming career had been a mixed bag. He had done fake product exposés, shop reviews, cooking shows, gaming, science explainers, parkour, extreme sports, and travel vlogs. He hadn't expected those skills to come in handy now. If possible, Levi would have liked to follow the prints all the way to the killer's lair. Unfortunately, luck wasn't on his side. After crossing the 3rd Street, the footprints dropped back down to the ground and then vanished completely. Ha! Climbing back down from the rooftop, Levi looked at the prints disappearing into the messy, muddy ground with an exasperated expression. Glancing around, he realized he was near the edge of Mist City's urban area, a place of dilapidated buildings, muddy roads, filthy, stinking waterways clogged with all kinds of household waste. From what Levi knew, this should be the lower city, the most rundown and squalid part of Mist City. Still, since he was here anyway. Levi recalled the details in the case files. It just so happened that he had already planned to come here to question a certain witness. Might as well do it now. When Inspector Lestrade returned to his office, it was already empty. I still don't approve of what you did. Officer Fletcher stood beside Inspector Lestrade, complaining in a low voice. Leaking internal police documents without permission is a violation, you know. I didn't leak anything. I simply forgot to file it away. Inspector Lestrade picked up the case file from his desk, put it back into the filing cabinet, and locked it. See? Now there's no problem. I still don't get it. Fletcher looked at Lestrade's almost cheeky attitude with exasperation. Why do you trust that young man? A hunch. Inspector Lestrade leaned back in his chair, narrowing his eyes. From the start, he had felt a certain fondness for Levi. He was polite, and his looks were pleasant. Of course, Fletcher might find him a little hard to stomach, but Lestrade was long past caring about that sort of thing. He still remembered everything from last night. The young man had been remarkably calm and composed. And besides, I think making friends with a noble's descendant isn't such a bad thing, don't you? He's a noble. Not yet. As he spoke, Lestrade recalled the information he had dug up on Levi from the difference engine. According to that data, Levi was born into a very old family, which made sense, especially with his rare black hair and black eyes. If Lestrade's memory was correct, a lineage with such features could be traced back as far as the First Dynasty. Although Lestrade didn't know Levi's exact background, his speech and manners clearly showed he was no ordinary person. And this case was no ordinary case. Perhaps, he might just bring a few surprises. Jessie Chuck. She was the woman who had seen the victim's corpse last night. According to the testimony in the case file, she and the victim were in the same line of work. They had arranged to solicit clients in that area and then return together. When the time came, Jessie, who had not found any customers, went to the agreed meeting place, but did not see the victim. She searched around, and then discovered the victim's body in an alley. There was nothing wrong with that, her account matched what Levi and the others had seen at the time. However, there was one problem. That was, why wasn't she killed? If the killer had already left the scene, then of course it made sense. But at that time, the killer had still been lingering nearby. He might have just taken the victim's internal organs. Since Miss Jessie had arrived, the killer could have easily killed her as well before she discovered the body, without anyone noticing. Yet he hadn't done so. That was very strange. The police file did not reveal much in her testimony, but at present, Levi intended to follow this lead and investigate. Fortunately, the file recorded Miss Jessie's address. No. A 392, White Birch Street, Pink Lady Bar. Like most bars, it did not open during the day. So when Levi arrived, he was unsurprisingly stopped by the doorman. All right, kid, we're not open yet. Standing at the bar's entrance, a burly man built like an orc flexed his 40-inch biceps, the tattoos on them standing out vividly. If you're here for a woman, come back after 1800 hours. I think I made myself clear. Hello. Levi extended his hand, adjusted his hat, and gave the man a polite bow, a courtesy he had acquired from his memories. I am indeed looking for a lady, but it is not to discuss business. As he spoke, Levi continued. I simply have a few questions I'd like to ask her. Questions? The burly man frowned, staring at Levi. That's right, Miss Jessie Chuck. I'm here to ask her about last night's murder case. You a cop? The big man's eyes bulged again, like a guard dog baring its teeth and about to pounce. No, I'm a detective. Levi shook his head, meeting the man's gaze. At that moment, Levi suddenly had a feeling. He sensed that this burly man wasn't as fierce as he appeared. On the contrary, he seemed a bit nervous, even uneasy. He was hesitating. And the reason for that hesitation? I imagine things haven't been easy for you lately, have they? Levi looked him over and spoke, then took out a coin and placed it in the man's hand. The latter took the coin, and his earlier bluster faded as he nodded. Yeah, detective, you can see it yourself. Hardly any customers come here anymore. Fine, I'll go let her know. After saying this, the big man turned and went inside. A moment later, he came back out. Madam Clatty agrees to see you. Much obliged. Levi handed him another coin, gave him another nod, and then stepped inside. The Pink Lady bar had 2 levels, inner and outer. The outer section was a regular bar and performance venue. It was closed at this hour, with almost no one around. The staircase leading to the second floor, hidden behind curtains, was the real passage to heaven and earth. Poor little Jessie is terrified. Contrary to Levi's mental image, Madam Clatty was not the sort to wave a handkerchief at the door calling, "Come in and have some fun, sir." She struck Levi more as a dignified old lady. Her dress was simple yet proper. In Levi's eyes, she seemed more suited to drinking tea at home than running such a business. I can't really blame the girls. Ever since the courtesan killer appeared, our business has dropped sharply. Everyone thinks there's some monster prowling the streets at night. 4 girls dead in a row. They were all good girls, Mr. Levi. You might think I'm making excuses for them, but that's the truth in my heart. Madam Clatty sighed. These days, life's hard for everyone. You know those steam engines. They've taken away many jobs that used to belong to the girls. I can understand. Levi nodded. This was no different from the world he came from. The widespread adoption of steam engines had robbed craftsmen of their livelihoods, with textile workers being the first to suffer. Their social standing was already low, and the only way they could earn a meager living was by doing repetitive labor. But with the advent of steam engines, even those jobs vanished. They had to seek other means to support themselves and their families, and becoming a courtesan was the easiest profession to enter. If they could, they'd prefer a decent job, but they can't manage it. Now, even we old folks can't make sense of those machines. As she spoke, Madam Clatty shook her head in weary resignation. Do you know, Mr. Levi? Why is it that those metal gears just turn with a click-clack, and somehow print out so much information? There are only numbers on them, and I can't understand how they work. It's like some sort of sorcery, magic. Levi felt he could relate. He didn't understand how they worked either, and to be honest, those things seemed just as magical to him. Madam Clatty reminded him of the elderly women who lived in rural areas, slow to adapt to modern technology, unable to comprehend it. The girls were the same. They had little education and simply could not keep pace with such rapid progress. At one door, Madam Clatty stopped and turned to Levi. I know you're a decent gentleman. Please don't hurt that girl, she's already at her breaking point. I'll do my best, Madam Clatty. Levi removed his hat and replied softly. Miss Jessie was a plain-looking woman. Perhaps from the trauma, her cheeks were gaunt, and dark circles hung under her eyes, as if she had not slept well. I've already told the police everything there was to say. Wrapped in a worn shawl, she sat at the edge of the bed, her small frame trembling. She kept her head down, staring at the floor as if flowers were blooming in the rough wooden boards. I understand, Miss Jessie. Levi reached out a hand to reassure her. Actually, I'm not here to ask about what happened last night. I only want to know some things. Well, about your line of work. About our line of work? This unexpected question made Miss Jessie lift her head hesitantly, a trace of doubt in her brown eyes. You can think of me as a reporter, investigating the current state of your profession. Ah, I've seen that kind of interview before. Hearing this, Jessie gave a soft sigh. I still remember when the boss told us he didn't need us anymore, and then threw us out. At that time we were lost and angry. We'd done so much work, working more than 12 hours a day, without insurance, living in rooms only a few square meters in size. Everyone's hands were swollen from soaking, fingernails cracked, but we endured it because we needed wages to survive. But those machines. Jessie's voice suddenly rose sharply. Those damn steam engines. Cold steel. They took everything from us. We have nothing left. That's how it is. Levi said nothing. He had read in history books about the transformations brought by the steam revolution. At the time, it was considered a necessary sacrifice. The development of human civilization inevitably eliminated the outdated and the unadapted. It was seen as natural and unquestionable. It was the same now. In this world, the advance of the steam revolution meant advanced productivity replacing the backward, an unavoidable fact. But that did not mean those left behind would accept it willingly. And as the ones being eliminated, they naturally felt the deepest pain. Later, we joined a movement for a while. We wanted to smash those machines and take back our jobs. Luddism. The word surfaced in Levi's mind. It came from the first worker, named Ludd, who smashed a steam-powered textile machine. After that, Luddism became the representative ideology against machinery, flourishing in the empire for a time. But under the Empire's harsh suppression, it eventually disappeared without a trace. Levi was not surprised. Such people had passion, but that was all. He remembered a similar case in his own world, shortly after the reinstatement of the university entrance exam, in an era when one test determined one's fate. A student, protesting this exam-focused system, handed in a blank paper in fury. It had caused a public stir, and the student was called a blank paper hero who had declared war on the exam system. And afterward? Nothing. Perhaps most people no longer even remembered such a person. Of course, the movement failed. We couldn't get our jobs back, but we still had to live, so I started doing this. Jesse gave a bitter smile, staring at Levi. As a gentleman like you, what is it you want to know? Just a few small questions. I imagine, in your line of work, you would try to avoid having children. Oh, of course. At this topic, Jesse immediately began to speak more freely. I suppose you know we have many ways, such as using things like sheep intestine, all to avoid such awkward situations. But most clients don't like that. They always want to be a little more intimate with us. Some will sweet talk and deceive girls who are new to the trade. This happens often, so we are always careful, but it's no use. No use? Many girls are just foolish. Jesse sighed. You see, women who have been through what I have are not rare here. I'm older now, so I don't have such fantasies. But those just entering the trade often dream that someone will take them away from here, dress them in a white gown, and let them stand in a holy church, becoming the happy princess from a fairy tale. Such girls are easy to deceive. If a client whispers sweet promises of happiness in her ear, she might be swayed and act without thinking. So they get deceived. I haven't yet seen one who hasn't. That was indeed rather miserable. I truly sympathize with their plight. Levi weighed his words. But I suppose you must have ways of dealing with this problem. I understand your hesitation, Miss Jessie. But please believe me, I am a detective, not a police officer. Levi looked at her intently, speaking each word clearly. He understood why she had gone silent, because in this world, in this era, it was a criminal act. If discovered, it meant arrest and sentencing. I'm only looking for clues. I understand. I read the newspapers. Jessie bit her thin lips, staring at Levi. All right, I admit it. We do have ways to deal with the problem. We find a doctor, and he gives us certain medicines, you know. But I believe that man is not the killer. Why? Seeing Jessie's confident look, Levi was somewhat surprised. When such matters arise, we always send another sister to fetch the medicine, so the doctor never knows who actually needs it. And besides. Here Jessie paused. Dr. Doolittle is a kind and morally upright man. He would never commit such a monstrous and evil act. Levi had to admit, he truly had no detective's talent. It was actually a simple deduction, since the victim had signs of abortion before death, and given her profession, someone must have known they did such things. If the killer's target was specifically this, then it was easy to deduce that someone aware of their shared situation was a suspect. But Miss Jessie's answer directly overturned Levi's thinking. Indeed, for courtesans, having a child was a serious mistake. If the manager learned of it, they would be punished or fined. So they would secretly ask a trusted friend to fetch the medicine instead. For example, this time, the victim and Jessie were good friends, and the victim had asked Jessie to fetch the medicine. But Jessie didn't go herself, she asked another sister instead. That meant even if that sister let something slip, the other party would find Jessie, not the victim. Yet in this case, the one found in the end was the victim. That was baffling. And Jessie also said this was basic practice for courtesans, meaning the others could have done the same. But this was only a hypothesis. Levi felt he still needed to investigate. What if he was wrong? However, the result turned out to be nothing like what Levi had expected. Phew. By the time Levi returned to his home in the clock tower, he was utterly exhausted. It wasn't just from climbing more than 10 flights of stairs, the lift was broken, but also from having spent the entire day running around, investigating the lives and connections of the other victims. The answers he received were all similar to Miss Jessie's. Those victims had indeed, for various reasons, made mistakes. And they knew they had made mistakes, so they asked others to help them fetch medicine from Dr. Doolittle. But everyone claimed they had never told Dr. Doolittle who needed the medicine, and he had never asked. It was considered a very good doctor-patient relationship. Levi also could not detect any lies in their words. Even so, the investigation had to continue. For now, it seemed this Dr. Doolittle had no suspicion attached to him. But Levi could only keep investigating through this lead. He lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling, recalling in his mind everything he had learned today about Dr. Doolittle. A good man. A doctor. He had a clinic in Oak District, dedicated to treating the poor. A devout follower of the Holy Church, kind and gentle, compassionate enough to often help those too poor to pay their medical fees. No matter how one looked at it, he seemed like a good person. He had lived in this area for more than 10 years, knew everyone here well, and was no newcomer. His reputation was spotless. Of course, in a detective novel or television drama, the more innocent someone seemed, the more likely they would turn out to be the killer. But that was artistic license. Whether that held true in reality, that was another question. Although Levi had always been interested in detective novels and had even thought about becoming a police officer, it had only been a passing idea. Aside from the novels, films, and games he had experienced, he actually knew little about what a detective's job truly entailed. He didn't even understand why he had drawn such a profession in the first place. Sigh. Levi reached into his pocket, silently pulled out a cigarette, placed it between his lips, and struck a match to light it. Ever since his illness and hospitalization, it had been a long time since he last smoked. Now, with his mind in a jumble, perhaps a cigarette could help clear his head. Just as Levi took his first puff, he noticed in the corner of his vision, like data appearing in a first-person action game, his life countdown, which had been slowly ticking away, suddenly began to plummet. In the time it took to exhale that single mouthful of smoke, his countdown had dropped from 9 days, 3 hours, and 20 minutes to 9 days, 1 hour, and 10 minutes. Levi quietly stubbed out the cigarette, crushed it into a ball, and tossed it into the trash. Smoking really was bad for one's health. Forget it, better get some sleep, and continue the search tomorrow. Dr. Doolittle's clinic was located at No. C921, Pine Street, Oak District. Strictly speaking, it was not a clinic, but a pharmacy. The dusty glass looked like it had not been wiped for a long time, making it impossible to see what was inside. Levi lifted the brim of his hat, then reached out to push open the worn wooden door in front of him. Ding-a-ling. The bell on the door swayed, giving off a crisp sound. Levi stepped into the pharmacy and looked around. To be honest, this was completely different from the pharmacy Levi had imagined. It did not look clean, nor tidy. Instead, it gave Levi the feeling of a wizard's room from a movie. All around were all kinds of strange plants, a thick vine, like a giant python, even stretched out of its pot and lay across the center of the floor. The place was filled with dried plants and animal mummies. Levi glanced around, thinking it would be perfectly normal to find one of those giant cauldrons from Western legends that witches used to cook children. After all, the place did not feel like a pharmacy at all. If someone told him it was an alchemy shop, he might have believed it. And in this era, alchemy was still in vogue, at least, judging from the newspapers Levi had read, there was no shortage of articles on the subject. Welcome. Unfortunately, the one who came out from inside was not a robed witch, but a middle-aged man. He was short and stout, with a square face and a beard that reached his waist, yet the top of his head was bald and even a little shiny. Seeing Levi, the man froze for a moment. "Oh, sir, may I ask what you need?" "Hello." Levi removed his hat and nodded to the man. "I'm looking for Dr. Doolittle. Is he in?" "Oh, that's me." The man nodded, staring at Levi with suspicion, while Levi also studied him. "My name is Levi, a detective. I've come here to discuss something about the courtesan killer with you." "Ah, the courtesan killer." Dr. Doolittle clasped his hands together, then released them, blinking his eyes. "I know, yes, everyone knows. It's been causing a lot of harm lately. But what does it have to do with me, Mr. Levi? Perhaps you should be the one to tell me that." Levi met his gaze without flinching. This idea had come to Levi earlier that morning, after he woke up, had a sandwich with ham and egg, and a cup of coffee at a nearby restaurant. He figured that with the current clues, there was no way to find the real killer. So he decided to bluff Dr. Doolittle, like stirring the grass to startle the snake. First, you had to find out if there was a snake in the grass, then figure out how to deal with it. "I know you're the one who treats those courtesans' illnesses." "I treat the people of this neighborhood, Mr. Levi." Dr. Doolittle calmly corrected him. "Those poor girls are no exception. In fact, they're far more likely to get sick than others. You could say most of the courtesans in this area have taken the medicine and prescriptions I've given them, but what does that matter? I just want to ask you to provide some information." Levi responded calmly to Dr. Doolittle's answer. "As you said, you've treated most people in this district. So if they had any unusual conditions, I think you'd be aware of it." "In truth, I'm not that aware." Dr. Doolittle spread his hands. "They only come to see me when they're feeling unwell. Most of the time, it's minor ailments. I usually just give them some anti-inflammatory medicine, disinfect and dress their wounds. Ah, holy Lord, you have no idea what those children have suffered. You should see the scars on them, like their customers treated them not as ladies, but the way children treat toys. This era is truly depraved. In our day." Soon, Dr. Doolittle began lamenting how depraved the present was, and how idyllic and beautiful the past had been. Yes, just like everyone his age. Back then, every household lived self-sufficiently. The sky was clear, and there wasn't so much steam in the air. Even though chimneys have been improved now, the sky is still hazy. I can't even remember the last time I saw a bright, sunny sky. It was good back then, everyone had work, generations knew each other, neighbors looked after one another. Not like now, where in such a big place, people come and go without even saying hello. Those girls were the same. They could have lived decent lives, married a man they liked, had their own house and land in the countryside. But now, they can only live in this muddy pit, rolling around, struggling desperately to get out. It's so pitiful. What if they have children? Dr. Doolittle instantly stopped his nostalgic rambling, as if a squawking duck had suddenly been grabbed by the throat. "You're a believer of the Holy Lord Church, aren't you?" Levi fixed his gaze on the badge hanging from Dr. Doolittle's chest. It was an eye. The knowledge surfacing in his mind told him it was called the all-seeing eye, the symbol of the Holy Lord Church in this world, representing God's supreme authority and omniscience. From what Levi knew about this world, in this time, terminating a pregnancy was considered a crime. Its root lay in the teachings of the Holy Lord Church, which held that all life was created by the Almighty Holy Lord, even unborn infants were no exception. Thus, in this world, whether deciding to do so or helping to do so, it was a clear violation of both doctrine and law. This was why meetings between courtesans and Dr. Doolittle were conducted like secret dealings with a gang. Because according to the laws of this era, what they were doing was indeed illegal. You are a devout believer of the Holy Lord Church, aren't you? Levi turned, walked to the other side of the counter, and faced away from Dr. Doolittle. He picked up the Holy Scripture of creation lying on the table, casually flipped to a chapter, and began to read aloud. The Holy Lord created all things in this world. All living beings are his miracles, and are our brothers and sisters. Those who take life wantonly shall be punished. That's what it says, right? Levi spoke casually, while quietly watching the reflection on the glass counter before him. From his experience, many people did strange things behind others' backs. For example, Levi often felt that someone was secretly photographing him when he walked down the street. He stared at the foggy, sandpaper-scratched glass and saw Dr. Doolittle's right hand grasp the holy emblem on his chest. After a moment of silence, he sighed. It's a difficult choice. But I want to tell you, Mr. Levi, that I am not only a believer, I am also a doctor. So when my creed and my duty conflict, I can only choose one. And the fact that I am still here, fulfilling my oath, I think that already explains everything. As Dr. Doolittle spoke, he stared at Levi's back. In his small eyes, sunken deep in their sockets, there was a certain complicated emotion. And Levi could sense that his gaze was not truly aimed at him, just as Levi's attention was not really on the book in his hands. Sorry for wasting your time, Dr. Doolittle. Levi turned back and returned the Holy Scripture to him. The latter reached out with his left hand to take the holy book. But just as his thick, powerful fingers closed over its heavy cover, Levi suddenly spoke. By the way, that name on the title page. Who is Amelia? The strength on the book suddenly paused, then it was pulled forcefully from Levi's hands. That was my daughter. Your daughter? Yes, she has passed away. Could it be that your daughter also? She had nothing to do with the courtesan killer. Dr. Doolittle shook his head. She died half a year ago, in an accident. Such a pity, I had hoped she would inherit my profession. But it seems life rarely goes as one wishes. I am very tired now and would like to rest. Then I will take my leave. Levi was no fool, he understood the meaning behind those words. He put on his hat, nodded to Dr. Doolittle, and walked out of the pharmacy. The heavy wooden door closed, cutting off Dr. Doolittle's gaze. Only then did Levi silently breathe a sigh of relief. Dr. Doolittle was not the courtesan killer. Levi could be sure of that. He was short and stout, and his legs did not seem very agile. He was nothing like the man from that night, who could leap across rooftops like a master of Lightfoot martial arts. Of course, if this were a wuxia novel, one couldn't entirely rule out the possibility, but still. Woo, woo. Levi looked up at the overhead railway as a steam-powered train roared past, dragging a chain of carriages behind it. This world couldn't possibly throw in martial arts, could it? He remembered reading somewhere that martial arts had no place in detective fiction, it was an iron rule. But that did not mean he cleared the man of suspicion. Levi clearly remembered that when he questioned Dr. Doolittle, he had intended to probe him through the matter of treating courtesans. Yet the doctor quickly gave a very normal answer, as if he had already prepared it for just such a question. Levi didn't know if it was his intuition or his attributes at work, but in that moment, Dr. Doolittle felt like an actor on stage, saying his lines when it was his turn. And nothing more. Although his attempt to stir the grass had not flushed out the snake, it had at least yielded something. Next. Naturally, he would continue with field investigation. And the location was still the old place. The Pink Lady Bar. Unlike its daytime quiet, by evening the bar had grown lively, with many patrons drinking outside while enjoying song and dance performances. Upstairs, under the glow of pink, was another world, indulgent, enticing, yet irrelevant to Levi. Amelia. Jessie sat beside Levi, curiously studying him. This time, Levi had come not as a detective, but as a customer. Naturally, as a courtesan, Jessie had to work once she was paid. Levi was generous, so in this small room, 3 courtesans, including Jessie, sat close to him. But Levi was clearly not in the mood to enjoy any pink-tinted pleasures, and the reason he had gathered them was not to drink with him. Incidentally, Levi had discovered that a glass of sherry would speed up his lifespan countdown by 30 minutes. So he had decided to quit drinking. Ah, the doctor's daughter. Another courtesan gave a short hum, smoking a cigarette with a look of annoyance. I didn't like her. Why? I thought she was nice. She always greeted us warmly when we visited. The third courtesan, a bit short and plump, still had traces of youthful innocence on her round face. That's because she's not like us, you understand. The smoking woman rolled her eyes. What are we? We're bugs in the mud. She's a noble white swan. She went to Showa Academy, and will become a useful person in the future. To her, we're just a bunch of pitiful creatures, unskilled, illiterate, surviving only by these means. Of course she's kind to us. Does a lion care what a mouse thinks? I think that's a bit much. At least I never felt she looked down on us. Jesse joined in the conversation, while Levi sat quietly beside them, sipping tea and listening. This was exactly why he had chosen several courtesans at once. Experience told him that if more than 2 women were around, they would gossip about other women. In the past, Levi had thought this was just baseless rumor, but after experiencing it firsthand, he found much of it was actually true. One could only say, women behaved very differently before men than they did before other women. You've just been fooled by her appearance. But the smoking woman seemed addicted to gossip. You think she's a good girl? Listens to her father, studies hard, never deals with men. Ha! I bet you didn't know, I once saw her on a date with another man. I'm sure the doctor had no idea. Really? At this, the plump-faced woman and Jesse perked up, proving that gossip was the best stimulant. Of course. One night, I went out to find customers, and on my way back I passed an alley. I heard. Well, you know. I was curious, so I slipped over to see which colleague was working there. And there she was, that proud swan princess, in a man's arms. Oh. Jesse and the other woman gave a well-timed gasp, while Levi sat silently. Who was the man? I don't know. Never saw him in the bar before. But he dressed well, I think he might have been one of her schoolmates or something. The smoking woman blew out a puff of smoke. I even thought about telling Dr. Doolittle. I'm sure he'd have broken the guy's legs, that would have been a sight. But that night I got a big job, and later forgot all about it. About Miss Amelia, Levi took the chance to cut in. Do you know how she died? This. The 3 exchanged glances. Jessie was the first to shake her head. No idea. We just heard she was sick. We even wondered, Dr. Doolittle's medical skills are so good, how could he not cure his own daughter? I did hear something. This time, the plump-faced woman spoke. I heard it was an accident. An accident? Yes. Sometimes Dr. Doolittle performs surgeries in the basement under the pharmacy. He has this terrifying machine. Just a bed with more than a dozen tentacle-like arms holding scalpels. I think it's some new kind of medical device. And then? Dr. Doolittle's getting old, so he had Miss Amelia learn how to operate it. After all, she was smart and talented, and familiar with these new steam machines. Later I heard that something went wrong during a surgery. Or so they said, and Miss Amelia accidentally died. That was, quite an accident. Levi played with his teacup as he listened to their gossip, but his mind was calmly turning things over. He didn't know if this lead was right. After all, in many detective stories, the seemingly innocent one was the real culprit, while the suspicious ones were just red herrings. Still, this case was not unrelated to Dr. Doolittle. Levi still remembered from his initial investigation of the body, the wounds were clean and precise, unlike those made by an ordinary blade. But a scalpel. Wasn't it designed precisely to cut human flesh? And as the plump-faced woman said, Dr. Doolittle had a steam-powered surgical device in his basement. Even with her description, Levi could not imagine what kind of operating table used something like that. One could only say, people in this era had such explosive imagination that even he could barely keep up. Modern imagination had limits of common sense. But here, all bets were off. There was no hospital in this district. It was entirely possible that Dr. Doolittle's underground clinic was the only place with scalpels, meaning he was inevitably tied to the case. But this was not enough. More investigation was needed. Levi took another sip of tea and looked at the women still gossiping. Do you know which school Miss Amelia attended? He asked at last. When Levi walked out of the Pink Lady bar, it was already midnight. Although those courtesans had warmly tried to persuade him to stay overnight, Levi still politely declined. Judging from the hungry, wolf-like eyes with which those courtesans stared at him, Levi seriously suspected that if he stayed, he wasn't sure whether it would be a case of a tiger entering a flock of sheep, or a sheep entering a tiger's den. So, although going out at night was somewhat dangerous, Levi felt that staying at the Pink Lady would be even more dangerous. After all, it wasn't just the courtesans, even Madame Clatty had smiled warmly at him, saying that if he wasn't satisfied, he could pick any courtesan in the Pink Lady, including herself. If he didn't leave now, he might not be able to leave at all. Leaving the dazzling lights of the bar and stepping onto the silent street, Levi finally let out a breath of relief. He had never been fond of lively places. In Levi's experience, whenever he appeared in a crowded setting, there was a high chance he would become the center of attention. Over time, he had developed a preference for quiet places. Of course, in the eyes of ordinary people, the foggy city's nighttime streets were by no means a good place for a stroll. Besides the rumors of the courtesan killer that made people wary, there were also certain individuals who liked to wander around taking advantage of the night. Just like now. Hey, handsome fella, isn't it dangerous for you to be out here alone so late? With a slick and mocking voice, Levi saw a scruffy-looking man walk out from a nearby alley, blocking his path. In his hand was a dagger, which he twirled skillfully. Beside him stood a muscular man, glaring at Levi with a look that said, "This mountain is mine, this tree is mine. What do you want?" Levi stared at the two and asked, while the dagger man chuckled. "Nothing much, just saw you seemed generous, so we thought we'd ask you for a little spending money. If you can give those courtesans so much, surely you can show some kindness and give us a bit too." And what if I don't? Levi stood there, amused, looking at the dagger man. It was his first time encountering a roadside robbery, so it felt somewhat novel. But upon hearing Levi's answer, the dagger man's expression changed abruptly. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. I want to see if you can still smile when I turn that fancy face of yours into an ugly mess. As he spoke, the dagger man lifted the dagger to his mouth, stuck out his long tongue, and licked it, looking smugly at Levi. But before Levi could speak, the big man behind him couldn't help but speak up. Be big brother, that dagger, you just stuck it into a rat earlier, and you haven't washed it yet. Ah. Ugh. Hearing the reminder, the dagger man's expression changed drastically, and he immediately threw the dagger aside, then leaned against the wall, gagging and vomiting. Seeing this scene, Levi was speechless for a moment, but he said nothing and simply walked on. It seemed those two thugs had no time to bother him anymore, but then. Stop. Who told you to leave? Seeing Levi try to walk away, the dagger man straightened up again and shouted at him. Our boss wants to see you. You're coming with us. Your boss. Hearing that, Levi frowned. He wasn't surprised that this area had lively social organizations, but he was surprised they were looking for him. At least for now, Levi didn't think he had any ties to the gangs. Could it be because of the courtesan killer? That did make some sense. After all, these people also controlled the businesses in this territory, and the courtesan killer's presence was clearly hurting their profits. And as the local powers, they might even have some useful information. Thinking of this, Levi nodded. All right. Another reason for his decision was simple. Levi had already noticed that apart from these two unreliable guys, there were several others lurking in the nearby alleys. They had been silently watching him. It was obvious that if these two failed, the others would step in, and things could get messy. Since they were going to talk eventually, they might as well talk now. Seeing Levi comply so readily, the dagger man relaxed and, together with the big guy, led Levi deeper into the alley. The dagger man seemed to be a chatterbox, and Levi hardly had to try before he got the story out of him. The lively social organization managing this area was called the Black Panther, and their boss's nickname was Scar. According to the dagger man, Scar was all-powerful, though Levi could tell it was just bragging. If Scar really had that much ability, he wouldn't be just a local gang leader here. Still, the name, Scar, reminded Levi of an animal villain from a cartoon he had once watched. Now that he thought about it, it was strange. Why would an animal in a cartoon give itself a name like Scar? It's not like they even had knives. While Levi's thoughts wandered, the three of them had already passed through the alley and arrived at a warehouse deep in the district. The dagger man reached out and knocked on the door in a rhythmic pattern. Moments later, the warehouse door opened a crack, and at the same time, Levi noticed the presences that had been following him quietly disperse. They were fairly well organized. Levi pulled his thoughts back, raising his opinion of this Scar. Finding someone brave and ruthless was easy, but finding someone brave, ruthless, and obedient was hard. The fact that Scar could keep his subordinates so disciplined meant he had skill. The orderly arrangements also meant he was a logical person. However, Levi gave the dagger man a puzzled glance. Why send this guy to fetch me? Couldn't they have picked someone more reliable? But Levi's question was soon answered. Boss Scar. The dagger man squeezed through the crack in the door and shouted loudly. We brought you the one you wanted. Cliff. However, to Levi's surprise, the reply wasn't a gruff male voice but a gentle, slightly irritated female voice. How many times have I told you not to call me that? But isn't it cool? Hearing the exchange, Levi blinked in surprise and looked into the warehouse. Then he saw a figure standing in the middle of the empty space, cloaked and masked. She, had a petite, slender build, and judging from her curves and voice, she couldn't be more than 16 or 17. This girl was the boss of the entire gang. What kind of joke was this? Levi's expression didn't change, but inwardly he was extremely surprised. Through his earlier investigation, Levi had noticed that her choice of words was very refined, something an uneducated person could never speak. It was clear this young lady had not only been educated, but had also received a high-level education. Yet here she was, running off to this slum to play the role of some gang boss. Young people in this era really knew how to have fun. The girl seemed to give up on arguing with the dagger man. She looked at Levi again, and at the same time, Levi sensed her draw in a quiet breath. But with the mask covering her face, he couldn't see her expression. Well, he didn't need to. Levi had experienced this sort of thing far too many times. Good evening, detective. The girl spoke again, and her voice became much softer and more elegant. I'm terribly sorry to trouble you. If I have been rude, please forgive me. The reason I asked you here is that I have some questions and hope you might offer me some guidance. Levi glanced around the worn-down warehouse. If he didn't know better, he'd think she was inviting him to dance at a banquet. You want to ask about the courtesan killer? That's right. The girl nodded. I heard you've spoken with the ladies at the Pink Lady. May I ask if you've gathered any clues? I have a few, but... Levi studied the girl, looking her over from head to toe. I'm curious, what do you want with this information? If Scar had been a fierce, burly man, Levi could easily guess, a gang boss would likely want to capture anyone causing trouble on their turf and slice them into pieces. But this young lady didn't seem like that type. Then again, after years of exposure to modern information, Levi knew better than to think appearances told the truth. Maybe she was one of those who looked sweet but was pitch black inside. I only wish to hear your account. My account? Yes. Why are you investigating the courtesan killer? You're not from around here, are you? Were you hired? Or is it for the reward? Levi frowned, not quite sure what she was getting at. But he still told her what he had experienced, there was nothing to hide. The girl simply stood there listening, then sat down on a nearby wooden crate. After Levi finished his account, she was silent for a long while. I see, so, who do you suspect is the courtesan killer? The Black Panther can help you investigate. How would they investigate? Kick down doors and ransack the place? Levi grumbled inwardly but didn't say it aloud. He still preferred the police over gangs, at least the police had laws to follow, procedures, and evidence that could stand scrutiny. Relying on these energetic gang members to smash and grab might solve the case, but it would hardly look good afterward. I have some suspicions, but I haven't confirmed them yet. Levi spoke, watching for the masked girl's reaction. And I don't think it's appropriate for local gangs to get involved. Why? As expected, her voice turned displeased. This is our Black Panther territory. Of course we must protect everyone here. I'm sorry, detective. I didn't mean to accuse you. I just feel uneasy. Uneasy. Hearing that word, Levi didn't react, but the dagger man gave her a surprised glance, though he kept his mouth shut. To bring them to justice, it's best to follow the necessary processes and rules. Levi patiently explained, as though speaking to a young girl. Only then can we bring the criminal to justice. If we use illegal means to punish them, even if the case is solved, it will be hard to justify it. Following the rules is better for everyone, whether it's you, me, or even the criminal. Sounds nice. The girl, who had been polite earlier, now seemed annoyed. Rules, rules, rules. That's all you people ever talk about. But these rules can't get anything done. By the time those useless bureaucrats finish handling the case, I'll be an old granny. Typical youth. Levi used to think the same, that sticking to the rules without flexibility was just making trouble. But after stepping into society, he realized that rules existed to protect both sides. Sure, some people abused them for personal gain, but most of the time, rules were the best way to solve most problems. Still, for young people, it was too early to grasp that. So Levi simply stayed silent, waiting for her to finish venting so he could leave. He had figured it out, this young lady probably just came to hear a story. She wasn't going to give him any useful intel. It was basically a wasted trip. Just as Levi was about to take his leave, the girl suddenly focused on him again. You mean you plan to catch the killer through the rules? That's right. At least through rules the police could accept. Good. The girl nodded. In that case, I'll investigate with you. I want to see exactly how you plan to catch a murderer through the rules. Royal Master Academy. In Levi's world, this would be more like a public school that combined high school and university, funded and governed by the royal family, with no tuition or related expenses. However, in return for such privileges, only the future elite talents of the nation, regardless of social status, could qualify to study here, provided they possessed genuine ability. Of course, as the price for receiving royal assistance, graduates were required to work for the royal family, with no freedom to choose otherwise, which was perfectly normal. Standing at the gates of the Royal Master Academy, Levi savored a rare taste of youth. The atmosphere here felt much like a university, the kind of vibrant energy that young people carried. It was wonderful. Only that. Levi silently looked at the girl beside him. She was none other than the boss from last night, the one who had worn a mask and cloak. Now her outfit was far more normal, just a relatively plain coat, and a baseball cap with her hair tucked underneath, the brim pressed low. She looked just like an inexperienced young student, blending into the school crowd without raising suspicion. Levi had originally not wanted her to come. But she insisted, and he didn't want to create unnecessary trouble, so he simply agreed to bring her along for the investigation. What are we going to do now? The girl's voice was deliberately lowered, yet it brimmed with excitement. Hopefully she wouldn't get in the way. Hold this. Levi handed her his briefcase, signaling for her to take it. Stand right behind me, don't say anything, just follow my lead, understand? All right. Her tone was clearly reluctant, but after glancing at Levi, she obediently nodded. Hopefully she would really behave. Levi gave her a quick glance but said nothing more. Most of the time, whenever he made a request, girls tended to comply. Of course, there were also those who, for reasons he could never quite understand, insisted on doing things he hadn't asked for, often on the verge of tears, saying, I'm doing this for you. Just thinking about it made Levi feel tired. Forget it, better deal with the matter at hand first. Levi shook his head, then looked toward the academy gates. Seeing a group of female students approaching, he smiled slightly and stepped forward. Excuse me, sorry to bother you. I have something I'd like to ask. It didn't take long for Levi to find Amelia's boyfriend. The reason was simple, an elite school like this never had many students to begin with. And from experience, whenever Levi asked for help, even if someone couldn't assist him directly, they would often enthusiastically introduce him to someone who could. Just like now, Levi had asked some students at the gate, who then warmly led him to a senior in the second year. That senior, in turn, kindly called over Amelia's boyfriend. May I help you with something? Sitting across from Levi was a young man with an ordinary face, wearing thick-rimmed glasses, looking rather unremarkable. The look he gave Levi held little friendliness and more than a trace of wariness. Hello, Mr. Edwards, sorry to disturb you. Levi smiled and gave him a polite nod. Actually, I'm an investigator from Atlantic Insurance Company. Insurance company? Yes, Miss Amelia had purchased an accidental death policy from us. Levi casually spun a lie, no one could expose him anyway. Unfortunately, she passed away so soon. So, what do you want from me? The young man frowned, his face showing impatience, while Levi fixed his gaze on him. Because she listed you as her emergency contact on the policy. Huh? Me? Yes, which is why I've come to investigate, regarding Miss Amelia's accidental death. How much do you know? I don't know anything. The man stood up, staring at Levi in astonishment. I had no idea she even did this, honestly, I know nothing about it. If that's your final answer, then there's no problem. Levi closed his notebook, adopting an official, businesslike demeanor. He noticed the young man's hands gripping the edges of his coat tightly, his eyes wide, a flicker of fear in them. But he still insisted firmly that he had nothing to do with the matter. But we suspect this might involve insurance fraud. Huh? I hope you can stand by your testimony in court. With that, Levi turned around, gesturing for the girl to follow him away. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. 4 steps, 5 steps, 6 steps. Wait. Levi stopped and turned to look at the pale-faced young man, smiling faintly. Is there something else? I mean. The young man now looked completely deflated, like an eggplant struck by frost. Levi wasn't surprised. Royal Master Academy students had high social standing, and they cherished their reputations. They would absolutely avoid any connection to court cases. What Levi had just said was only to bluff him and apply pressure. After all, if a Royal Master Academy student were accused of insurance fraud and taken to court, true or not, their days at the school would be numbered. That was truly an accident. Having made up his mind, the young man quickly began telling Levi the truth. I had already warned her it was risky, but Amelia, she. Please start from the beginning. Levi tapped his notebook, keeping up his professional demeanor. This made the young man even more nervous, but he began explaining. Oh, our research group is currently developing a new type of steam-powered surgical device. You see, in the past, surgeries required several people to work together. We are trying to create a fully automated operating table powered by steam, one that works alongside the doctor to perform surgery. That way, a single doctor could conduct a full operation with the help of these mechanical components. Good grief, you people really dare to dream. Hearing the young man's answer, Levi remained outwardly calm, but inside, waves of shock crashed through him. Even in the age of artificial intelligence, no one had dared to create something like this. These people in this era were playing a very dangerous game. But there's a problem. We built the device, but it needs to be tested. Live tests are illegal, and the risks are high. The young man swallowed hard before continuing. I just happened to mention this problem to Amelia in frustration, and she told me she could help with the experiments. Oh. She said, her father was a doctor, and he often performed surgeries for poor people. So she wanted to test the new device there. She said those poor people didn't have much money, so if something went wrong, it wouldn't cause too much trouble. Oh, of course I thought this was wrong. Seeing Levi's gaze fixed on him, the young man hurriedly waved his hands. But she promised she would only use the device for simple surgeries. Nothing that would endanger anyone's life. That's what she told me. We only helped her install the thing. We never used it ourselves. I swear. Dr. Doolittle claimed she died in an accident. Levi's gaze turned cold as he stared at the young man, fully playing the part of a cold, heartless capitalist lackey. Is that true? Or did you collude to falsify it? I really didn't. The young man shouted again, waving his hands frantically. Believe me, when I arrived, Amelia was already dead. Oh. Realizing he had said too much, the young man clamped his mouth shut. But Levi simply kept staring at him at an unhurried pace. I'd like you to explain yourself, sir. Otherwise, why don't you explain to the police instead? No, I'll talk. Half-grown students were the easiest to scare and manipulate. This kind of insurance claim fraud bluff worked best on naive, inexperienced university students who hadn't yet stepped into society. All the more so at Royal Master Academy, a first-rate school in this country, being summoned by the police, or worse, ending up in court, would be no small scandal. From this bespectacled man's behavior, Levi judged that he would never want to be at the center of such headlines. Even though they had only spoken for a few minutes, Levi had already figured him out, smart, but inflexible, bookish, knowledgeable in theory but clueless about the real world. From his clothes, he seemed to come from a family with some money, but far from wealthy, a typical middle-lower-class student. Well-behaved, honest, obedient, the kind who could be tricked into counting money for the scammer. And very soft, just a little scare and he lost his composure entirely. Good thing this world didn't have phone scams yet, or this one would have been cleaned out to the last penny. So what exactly happened? I expect you to tell me clearly what happened at the time, so I can determine whether you were involved. Oh, of course, let me think. The young man's face was ashen. He frowned, thinking for a moment. That was, about half a year ago. I lent the device to Amelia, and she reported the data to me once a week. For the most part, things went smoothly. She also kept to her word, only performing small, localized surgeries on patients. But later, she decided that wasn't enough, she couldn't showcase the machine's full potential that way. So she wanted to perform a proper surgery. Levi prompted, searching his mind for related knowledge. But you were just students. You didn't have a practicing doctor's license, did you? If you don't want to explain to me, then you can explain to the police. I'll tell you. When Levi made to leave again, the young man looked like he was about to drop to his knees and cling to him. I said the same thing back then, those simple stitches, disinfection, and sutures, that was fine because her father was a doctor, so helping him was no problem. But acting as the lead surgeon was a different matter. Of course I opposed it, but she insisted this was the only way to truly demonstrate the machine's value. If even a student like her could perform an operation independently with the machine's assistance, it would prove the worth of our invention. Ah yes, pure, foolish university students. Levi rolled his eyes inwardly. Back in the day, he'd been like that too, though never quite this extreme. And then? I thought it wouldn't work, and even if it had to be done, I thought a licensed doctor should do it. But, she wanted to do it herself. She was one of the top students at the academy, and she really was outstanding in this field. She was also highly skilled in human anatomy and dissection. Go on. Later, we had an argument. But the next day, I still felt uneasy, so I decided to check on her. I went down to the operating room beneath the clinic, and then I walked in and saw. Recalling the scene, the young man's face turned deathly pale. Oh, Lord above, it was horrible. I saw Amelia lying by the operating table, her whole body covered in blood, surgical knives sticking out of her body. Dr. Doolittle was screaming while pulling those instruments out of her. When he saw me, he shouted for me to shut the damned machine off. I was frozen in shock, like a statue. So, you're saying, you didn't know what had happened, or what Amelia was doing? Why, yes. I think she was probably operating on a patient, because I saw someone lying on the operating table at the time. Male or female? Probably female. And then? I shut the machine down and took Amelia down from the table, but by then she had already. God. At this point, the young man covered his face with his hands, fingers digging deep into his messy, nest-like curls, looking utterly pitiful. But Levi remained unmoved, at least outwardly. What do you think caused the accident? That. I'm not sure. Maybe there was a problem with the machine's calibration, or maybe it was just an accident. And the patient? I think she died too. I was frozen with fear. After shutting off the machine, I just stood there watching Dr. Doolittle try to save Amelia, but it was useless. When I finally came to my senses, Dr. Doolittle, his face covered in blood, told me not to tell anyone about this, not to go to the police. Because we had been practicing medicine illegally, and if this got out, we'd all go to prison. So, in other words, Miss Amelia died in an accident due to her own mistake while performing an illegal act. Thank you, sir. Your testimony is very useful. In this situation, the insurance company will not make any payout. Levi played the role of a cold-blooded capitalist vampire perfectly, writing the final stroke in his notebook. Sign here. All right. The bespectacled man hesitated for a moment, then picked up the pen and signed his name at the end of the record. Although reluctant, if it meant avoiding further trouble, then admitting fault was the lesser evil. One last question. What question? From what you've described, that device must have been quite large. As Levi spoke, he recalled the narrow wooden door of the pharmacy. He didn't know what operating tables were like in this era, but he did remember that in his own world, they certainly weren't the kind of folding, collapsible lawn chairs you could just carry around. How was it brought inside? Were there any witnesses? I don't think so. Because we brought it in through the sewer. The sewer? Yes, Dr. Doolittle's underground operating room is connected to the sewer. We transported the device by small boat through the sewer, then carried it into the underground operating room for assembly. The location? The outlet of the 5th Canal in the lower city. May I go now? Please. With Levi's permission, the bespectacled man almost fled in his hurry to leave. Levi watched his back and sank into thought. The sewer. He remembered that the footprints he had once tracked had vanished at the riverside. He recalled that foul-smelling, garbage-filled waterway. Then he looked down at his own crisp, clean suit and sighed silently. You lied. Once they left the school gates, the girl fixed her gaze on Levi and spoke with a serious tone. You're not an insurance agent at all. Of course. But isn't that illegal? If I defrauded him of his money, that would be illegal. Levi spread his hands, smiling slightly at her. But I only hid my identity and asked him a few questions. As long as he doesn't have to testify in court, there's no problem. That's pure sophistry. I won't deny it. Levi didn't respond, just smiled to brush it off. Luckily, the girl soon changed the subject. So, you think Dr. Doolittle is the killer? What do you think? I'm not sure. I've never been to his clinic. The girl shook her head. But I've heard many people talk about him. He's willing to treat patients for free or for a very small fee. He's a good man. I don't think it's him. Besides, he has no reason to kill anyone, right? His daughter's death shouldn't have anything to do with those courtesans. Indeed, it doesn't. Levi nodded. Amelia's death had been an accident, a coincidence, and had nothing to do with the courtesans. Even if, for the sake of argument, the patient Amelia had intended to operate on was a courtesan, Dr. Doolittle could have taken revenge on the spot if he had any grudge. There was no reason for him to keep killing again and again. But it's not entirely unrelated. How so? I once tracked the killer, and their footprints disappeared at the riverside. Levi explained to the girl. And according to this young man's testimony, Dr. Doolittle's underground chamber is connected to the sewer, with its outlet right where the killer vanished. So, it's quite possible the killer escaped into Dr. Doolittle's underground chamber through the sewer, at least, there's that possibility. But, why would Dr. Doolittle do that? Her voice was filled with disbelief. Perhaps when we catch him, we can ask him directly. Levi glanced again at his notes and sighed helplessly. This didn't feel like detective work at all. Industrial development had always come hand in hand with pollution. In this era, without the concept of environmental protection, it was even more so. Even though he had been mentally prepared, when Levi once again came to the riverside and looked at the sticky river water before him, his face still showed clear disgust. Yes, sticky. Being in the downstream area, and right next to the slums of the lower city, the filthiness of this river far exceeded imagination. Not to mention the discharge of industrial and domestic wastewater, all kinds of household garbage floated on the river's surface, forming large patches of nauseating refuse. Frankly, Levi thought that if there was still anything alive in this water, that would truly be a miracle. The river looked like melted chocolate, thick, dark brown, and inside, large amounts of rotting garbage could be seen. Flies danced above in dense swarms, their buzzing loud enough to overpower even the deafening clang of metal from nearby factories. And in the river, something that sometimes floated up and sometimes sank back down, uncertain whether it was human or something else, looked disturbingly like a corpse. Levi stood by the river for less than a minute before making a decision. Give up. Whoever wanted to go into this hellhole could go, he certainly wouldn't. Originally, Levi had thought about playing the role of a detective and entering Dr. Doolittle's underground operating room via the river channel, searching for clues. But this sewage-filled waterway had utterly crushed his determination. Besides, even if he went, he couldn't pick locks, and his current skills didn't include lockpicking. Was he supposed to squat in a stinking sewer, waiting? That was something Levi would never do. The young lady beside him clearly felt the same. Though the brim of her hat was pulled low enough to hide her expression, the way her right hand and body trembled as she kept her mouth and nose covered made it obvious, she could no longer bear this place's environment. Let's leave here first. Levi sighed helplessly and made his decision. The girl nodded vigorously, so hard that her newsboy cap almost flew off. After leaving the foul-smelling riverbank, Levi looked toward the girl again. All right, miss. How long do you plan to keep following me? Until you catch the killer. Don't you have school? And your family? Never mind, forget I asked. Levi quickly dropped the topic because he had once again sensed those hidden gazes from last night. By now, Levi could more or less guess what was going on. Clearly, those observing him in the dark weren't Black Panther gang members but rather this young lady's bodyguards. But for a young woman like you, getting involved in this sort of thing is dangerous. Don't underestimate me. The girl gave a light snort and clenched her little fist, giving Levi a showy punch. I'm very good at fighting. Also, stop calling me you. I have a name. Oh. And what's your name? It was then Levi realized that he didn't actually know what this young lady was called. I'm. You can call me Katie. Well then, Miss Katie, do you really think it's appropriate to rush into danger like this? If you get into trouble, your family will be worried. They won't worry. The girl gave a cold snort, speaking in a tone filled with anger. They'd be glad if I died. It seemed this young lady's family situation was quite problematic. But that made sense. If she were a well-behaved daughter from a happy family, how could she end up in the lower city playing at gang society? And judging from the bodyguards' behavior, they didn't seem intent on stopping her either. That was strange. A family that could afford so many bodyguards must be both wealthy and influential. Never mind the lower city's filth and danger, was it really reasonable to let a well-bred young lady run around in such a cesspool? This place had plenty of things that weren't fit for children, or even for adults. Well, if nothing else worked, he could at least try this. Levi stared at the skill bar for a moment, thinking it over. Decision made, he'd do it. And Levi was never one to delay. He headed back to the police station and found Inspector Lestrade. Report it to the police. Hearing Levi's words, Inspector Lestrade nearly yanked out his own finely groomed little mustache. Even Katie, standing to the side, looked up at him in surprise. That's right, Inspector Lestrade. Levi's face was serious, earnest, and grave. As a subject of Her Majesty the Queen, and as a law-abiding citizen, I believe it is my duty, my obligation, to report illegal activities to you. I have discovered that at No. C 921, Pine Street, Oak District, someone is suspected of practicing medicine illegally and selling contraband drugs. I believe this is a matter that should be addressed by the police. Inspector Lestrade blinked. Then he blinked again, staring at the righteously indignant Levi before him, and at Katie beside him, her newsboy cap failing to hide her bewildered look. This was not the detective he knew. Normally, when a detective found a lead, they would follow it through to the end, and only after confirming the culprit would they contact the police to wrap things up. But this. You found some kind of clue? I have indeed. Understood. Inspector Lestrade and Levi exchanged a glance, instantly grasping each other's meaning. Do you have evidence? I have a testimony. Levi pulled out the earlier record without hesitation, selling out the bespectacled man completely. This testimony proves that, half a year ago, that pharmacy used unapproved surgical instruments, resulting in casualties. This was a very serious medical accident. HM. Inspector Lestrade picked up the record and read it carefully. Then he looked back at Levi, who stood there like a righteous, law-abiding citizen. If this is true, then yes, it is indeed a very serious case. As he spoke, Lestrade stood, reached for his hat, and placed it on his head. Fletcher. Get ready, we're going to investigate. Exactly, that was Levi's plan. Since he didn't have any lock-picking skills, sneaking in to investigate was impossible. But, he could think of a way to get in openly. Why not just call the police? If the police received a report, they would definitely come to investigate. And more importantly, this would bypass the need to apply for a search warrant. In this era, people praised freedom and valued privacy greatly. While it wasn't to the extreme of, the wind and rain may enter, but the king may not, personal residences still enjoyed respect for privacy rights. If the police wanted to search someone's home, they would have to apply for a warrant. That was why Levi reported not Dr. Doolittle's home, but the pharmacy. Because a pharmacy was a commercial premises, it was obligated to submit to searches and investigations. It was like the police checking an internet cafe without needing a warrant. Going into someone's home was another matter entirely. The empire's bureaucracy was deeply entrenched, and the endless procedures were infuriating. Still, where there was policy, there was a workaround. As long as one's determination didn't waver, there were always more solutions than difficulties. Like this time, when Levi came to report to the police, both he and Inspector Lestrade knew it was connected to the courtesan killer. But even knowing that, they could only treat it as an investigation into illegal surgery and contraband drug sales. Of course, if they happened to accidentally run into the courtesan killer during the investigation, well, they couldn't exactly go fill out another form before arresting him. So, the most important thing was to follow procedure. Another reason Levi chose to call the police was that with them present, Miss Katie might restrain herself a bit, and it would be safer. If the killer really was ruthless, seeing police might make him hesitate. If it were just Levi and Katie sneaking in, even if they found something, they might both end up being taken out. Thus, the four of them once again took a carriage to Dr. Doolittle's pharmacy. The ride was silent. Inspector Lestrade didn't ask Levi how he had learned of the pharmacy's connection to the courtesan killer, and Levi, though outwardly calm, was inwardly tense. If he were a competent detective, he would wait until he had evidence, motives, and everything else before contacting the police. But the problem was, the abilities Levi had acquired didn't directly help him achieve that. No matter how high his psychology or charm skills were, he couldn't make a criminal fall to his knees and confess. Right now, Levi merely believed that there had to be clues here, but he could only hope. Otherwise, Inspector Lestrade's trust in him would surely plummet. Then again, if he failed, he only had a few days left to live, so trust didn't matter much. Thinking that, Levi closed his eyes to rest. When Levi arrived at the pharmacy with Inspector Lestrade and Officer Fletcher, he clearly noticed the flicker of annoyance in Dr. Doolittle's gaze toward him. With his high psychology skill, Levi understood the meaning immediately. You're not playing fair. In truth, Dr. Doolittle was indeed furious. He knew Levi was a detective and knew he was being investigated. But at first, Dr. Doolittle wasn't too worried. He didn't believe Levi could dig up anything. And since Levi wasn't a policeman, he had no authority to conduct an official search. As long as Doolittle stayed put, the snooping fellow would find nothing. What he hadn't expected was that Levi would call the police. It was like having a dispute between two children. You don't settle it privately, but go tell the teacher instead. I am Inspector George Lestrade. Inspector Lestrade showed his credentials. We have received a report that this pharmacy is suspected of practicing medicine illegally and selling contraband drugs. There is no such thing, sir. Dr. Doolittle straightened his back and stared at Inspector Lestrade. These are just rumors. I run a legitimate business. Then you won't mind if I take a look. A battle-hardened veteran like Inspector Lestrade wouldn't take Doolittle's word for it. And Doolittle knew he had no right to obstruct law enforcement, so he could only step aside, face dark, teeth clenched. Lestrade and Officer Fletcher entered the pharmacy to begin their inspection. Naturally, Levi and Katie followed. Unlike the two policemen, who focused on the counter and the storeroom, Levi was sizing up the surrounding rooms. He believed that someone as cautious as Dr. Doolittle wouldn't leave any obvious traces here. Thus, he was more interested in the so-called underground operating room. If he could find it, he'd be halfway to success. As he pondered, Levi kept scanning the surroundings. Behind the counter, the layout was simple: a bookcase, a narrow passage ending in the storeroom, and beside it, a small room with only a single bed, a nightstand, and a stove, likely Doolittle's resting place. Levi walked around, appearing to be just looking around. In truth, he was secretly observing Doolittle's reactions. After all, Levi was still a rookie at searching, and in the real world, there weren't glowing items to guide him like in a video game. Finding useful clues among the clutter wasn't easy. So Levi decided to make Doolittle reveal them himself. He entered the small room and casually rummaged around, then checked the drawers behind the counter. Finally, he approached the bookcase, and at that moment, he saw Doolittle's previously calm facial muscles suddenly stiffen and tighten. His hands gripped his coat hem tightly, and his eyes locked onto Levi without moving. This was it. Levi instantly focused, beginning a careful inspection of the bookcase. At first glance, nothing seemed unusual. It stood in a corner of the passage behind the counter, filled with books on alchemy, herbalism, and geography. But soon Levi noticed two problems. First, the passage was so narrow it allowed only one person through at a time, yet someone had placed a bookcase taking up half the space. That was already strange. Second, Levi looked at the books and gave a slight chuckle, glancing toward Inspector Lestrade. "Inspector Lestrade, could you come here for a moment?" Lestrade, who had been inspecting the small room, walked over. Levi pointed to the second shelf of the bookcase. Lestrade narrowed his eyes, peered at it, and then his gaze sharpened. He nodded to Levi. Then Lestrade turned. "Officer Fletcher, restrain Dr. Doolittle." "Ah. Yes, sir." Though unsure of Lestrade's intent, Fletcher obeyed, quickly moving to Doolittle and handcuffing him. "What is the meaning of this, Inspector?" Doolittle was clearly unhappy with this treatment. "I've done nothing. You have no right to arrest me." "Not right now, perhaps, but maybe in a moment." Levi opened the bookcase, reached for the third book from the right on the second shelf, on the compound nature of alchemical drugs, and pulled. Click. With that, a section of the stone wall slid open silently, revealing a pitch-black passage. Doolittle's eyes went wide. "You, how did you know?" "Doctor, we're both men." Levi let go of the book, giving Doolittle a look. "Men can be lazy sometimes, it's normal. I rarely clean the spots at home that can't be seen. But if you want to hide something, you'd better keep the area clean, at least, don't leave such obvious marks in the dust." As he spoke, Levi flicked the dust off his fingers. The answer was simple. Once Levi suspected the bookcase, he had focused on it, and noticed that unlike the surrounding books, the corner of this one had no dust, meaning it had been moved recently. From there, it was easy. Levi glanced at Lestrade, who also drew his gun and picked up the gas lamp. "I'll go first." "All right." Levi silently drew his own gun and followed Lestrade into the hidden passage. This passage was narrow and also quite long. Under the dim light, Inspector Lestrade walked in front, while Levi followed behind him, keeping his footsteps as light as possible. No one knew what was inside, but instinct told them that something dangerous must be hidden here. Finally, the two of them reached the end, where there was a tightly shut iron door. Inspector Lestrade gave Levi a hand signal, then reached out his hand, slowly pushing it open. Next, Inspector Lestrade used the half-open door as cover, cautiously leaning his body out to peer inside. Then, as if judging there was no danger, he pushed the door fully open and walked in. Levi followed behind him into the room ahead. Incidentally, although Levi had told Katie to wait outside, the latter had followed him in, clinging to him like toffee that couldn't be shaken off. From the outside, the place really did feel like a hospital operating room. The surroundings were pure white, with cabinets and tables on both sides lined with various medicines and specimens. In the center of the room, Levi also saw a set of steam-powered surgical equipment. It was composed of a cold rectangular box, and above it hung a bright shadowless lamp. Beside it were mechanical arm-like contraptions spreading outward on both sides, each fitted with surgical knives that reflected a cold, inorganic gleam under the lamp's light. If the operating table was the flower's core, then those mechanical arms and their surgical knives were like layers of overlapping steel petals. Of course, there was nothing romantic about this at all. "This is the mechanical device you were talking about? Why does it look more like torture equipment to me?" Inspector Lestrade eyed the device, muttering in a low voice, and Levi nodded. Rather than calling it a surgical instrument, it was more accurate to call it a torture device. Who in their right mind would make something like this? Levi could easily imagine that anyone lying on it, if those mechanical arms went out of control, the sharp surgical knives would mercilessly mince the unlucky victim into shreds. But the problem now was not the strange machinery, but what was on it. A bright red, eerie-looking magic circle surrounded the operating table. Levi could not tell whether it was drawn in red paint or blood, but judging by common sense, it was likely the latter. What's more, there were 3 glass bottles placed on the table. This time, Levi didn't even need to rely on his powers of observation. Any fool could see that the most important things in this room were that magic circle covering the table and the 3 bottles on top of it. Levi and Lestrade exchanged a silent glance, and the latter gestured. "You first." "I'm surprised, Mr. Lestrade. I thought you wouldn't take things like this seriously." "I'm getting old, lad. I've seen many strange things, and believe me, one more won't hurt." On the other hand, I thought you steam-age youngsters would just dismiss this as superstition. It's always good to be cautious. After all, you only have one life. The two of them exchanged a few quiet words, staring at the table without making a move forward. Although it seemed there were no traps here, the magic circle still gave them a bad feeling, like if they went closer, those mechanical arms would suddenly come to life and chop them into pieces. Even Clatty, normally so stubborn, was hiding off to the side, staying well away from the eerie table. In any case, there's no one here. Should we just call for backup? Levi was leaning toward playing it safe, he hadn't lived enough yet. Haha, call for backup. That's a bit early. We haven't found anything yet. Inspector Lestrade laughed heartily, then lowered his pistol and strode toward the operating table. Levi stayed in place, gripping his gun tightly, eyes fixed ahead, alert for any sudden moves. To their surprise, nothing happened, even as Lestrade reached the table and picked up one of the glass jars. He glanced around again, then, under the shadowless lamp, opened the jar. Ugh, what is this smell? A pungent chemical stench burst forth, making Lestrade wave his hand in front of his nose. Levi froze when he smelled it. He remembered clearly, this was the exact same scent he had smelled earlier on the courtesan killer. Almost at the same moment, Levi's keen perception flared again. Above the shadowless lamp, a mass of darkness was squirming, it was like. Get down. Lestrade's battle experience showed. At Levi's shout, he instantly curled up like a hedgehog, dropping under the table. In the blink of an eye, just as Lestrade ducked, a gleaming surgical knife stabbed down from above. If he'd been even a moment slower, his head would have been skewered. Levi raised his hand, aimed at the shadow above, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot roared in the silent room like muffled thunder. The shadow's body shuddered, letting out a shrill scream before falling from the ceiling and hitting the ground hard. Only then did Levi see what it really was. My God, what the hell is that? Inspector Lestrade's scream summed up both of their feelings, because under the light, that shadow was not human. Or at least, not entirely. Its body was larger than a normal human's, wrapped in a huge, tattered cloak. Its head looked like a human face stretched into a horse's. The arms and legs sticking out from the cloak were skin and bone thin. And in its long, bony fingers, it clutched several surgical knives. Kill it. Levi, being from the modern age, had seen plenty of grotesque monsters in movies and games, so this one wasn't too disturbing for him. But Lestrade was clearly unprepared for such a thing, he was nearly frozen with fright. It wasn't until Levi's voice rang out that he seemed to snap back to reality, raising his gun and shouting as he pulled the trigger. Bang 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 bang. He emptied his gun in one go, but it was useless, the monster was much faster than a human. All his bullets struck only the fluttering cloak, none hitting the target. The monster crawled along the walls like a gecko, easily dodging Lestrade's attacks. But Lestrade's shooting wasn't completely in vain. While the creature was evading, Levi seized the opening. He raised his gun, and in that instant, time seemed to stop, everything slowed, even the monster's agile movements. Levi felt as though his revolver was an extension of his own body. He didn't even need to use the sights to know exactly where the barrel was aimed. Then, he pulled the trigger. Bang! It all happened in a flash. Lestrade was frantically reloading after running out of bullets, while the monster leapt up, clinging to the wall, then sprang at him. As Levi's gunshot rang out, the monster screamed. But its momentum didn't stop, the surgical knife in its hand stabbed into Lestrade's abdomen. Lestrade grunted in pain and fell backward to the floor. It's still not dead. Levi froze for a moment. He had just aimed for its eye and shot it in the head. This thing couldn't be immortal, could it? In any case, a few more shots should be worth a try. From the way it reacted, at least bullets seemed to have some effect. Thinking this, Levi strode forward, aiming the barrel once again at the struggling monster. However, just as the two of them were about to launch a simultaneous attack, a sudden rush of wind swept in from behind. Levi could feel something sharp tearing through the air, lunging toward him. At that moment, Katie's urgent voice rang out. Watch out! With her shout, Levi immediately abandoned his attack and rolled to the side. At the same time, he felt something nearly graze his body as it flew past from behind. Rolling once on the ground, Levi looked up, and when he saw the enemy before him, he felt his blood run cold. What the hell was this thing? Standing before him was a baby, or rather, a baby-sized monster. Its body was in a semi-fluid state, with skin and muscle showing signs of melting. On its palms grew sharp, blade-like claws. Wah, wah. At the same time, several more of the same monsters crawled out from the sides. They positioned themselves in front of the big monster as if to protect it, letting out eerie baby cries. Good grief, this wasn't a detective scene anymore, he'd just walked straight into a horror movie set. Looking at these strange creatures, Levi felt his scalp prickle. But there was no time to complain, because the moment he saw them, they also saw him, and leapt like little dogs, screaming, toward him. Bang! Levi reacted quickly. As the monsters lunged into the air, he raised his pistol and pulled the trigger. With the gunshot, two of the little monsters' heads burst from the bullets. But at the same time, a third lunged in from the side. Levi could even see the rows of tiny, sharp, saw-like teeth in its open mouth. Hey! Just as Levi was about to block with his arm, a sharp shout came from the side. A small figure darted out from the corner. Before Levi could even call out, she had stepped in with a punch, sending the little monster flying. Next, Levi saw Clity standing in front of him, fists clenched, looking excited. They're monsters. They're monsters, right? So the fairy tales weren't lying, there really are man-eating monsters. I can understand your excitement, but why are you looking at them like you just met Santa Claus and your dreams came true? Levi was at a loss for words, staring at the girl standing before him, eyes shining with excitement. Wasn't the usual reaction for girls seeing something like this to go weak in the knees, or even faint outright? Under the lamp's light, Levi noticed that Katie's hands were clad in gleaming metal gloves. She seemed pretty well prepared. You. Katie's sudden appearance quickly drew the little monster's attention. They screeched sharply and turned to rush at her. Most girls would have lost their souls at the mere sight of these creatures. But Clity clearly wasn't like that. She seemed positively thrilled, but her movements were still cautious, dodging the monster's attacks to avoid getting hit and striking back only when they left an opening. What was this young lady's deal? Levi really wanted to figure that out, but now was not the time. Clity, as a competent tank, had firmly drawn the monster's aggro, and as the damage dealer, Levi's role was now very clear. He raised his gun, aiming at the monsters and focusing hard. Once again, the flow of time around him seemed to slow drastically. At the same time, a sharp, stabbing pain spread from deep inside his brain. Ugh. Levi gritted his teeth against the discomfort, aimed at the monsters, and pulled the trigger. Bang 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 bang. With 4 gunshots, the 4 monsters attacking Clity were shot through the head. At the same time, the world in Levi's eyes returned to normal speed. Huff, huff, huff. Levi gripped his gun, breathing heavily. He felt exhausted, as if he'd just run a 10-kilometer marathon. Arg. But the fight wasn't over yet. Seeing the little monsters killed, the big one that had been howling and struggling suddenly let out a piercing scream. It turned and lunged at Levi. Clity stepped in front of him in a blur, her small fists swinging out in quick succession. Levi heard the heavy impact, and in the next moment the monster staggered back again. Clity stood her ground, fists clenched, eyes locked on it. Levi took the chance to catch his breath, then quickly pulled a speed loader from his pocket, dropping 6 bullets into the revolver's cylinder. With a click, he snapped it shut, pulled back the hammer, and aimed at the monster. With Clity as his tank up front, he was confident he could finish it this time. But just then, a voice suddenly rang out from the doorway. Stop right there. Levi gripped his pistol tightly and glanced toward the doorway. Then he saw Officer Fletcher walk in with both hands raised high, and behind him was a short figure. No need to ask, that was Dr. Doolittle. At this moment, Dr. Doolittle was pressing a gun against Fletcher's back. His face was flushed red, his expression ferocious and grim as he stared at them. Levi frowned and did not speak, while Clity was clearly at a loss over this unexpected turn of events. Throw away the gun in your hand, quickly. And then let that monster kill us. Do you take me for a fool? Inspector Lestrade was clutching his wound at this time, gritting his teeth, glaring viciously at Dr. Doolittle. He clearly had no intention of surrendering so easily. Dr. Doolittle bellowed. Then I'll kill him. Then do it. Inspector Lestrade clearly was not frightened by Dr. Doolittle's bluff. He widened his eyes and stared at Dr. Doolittle. We finally managed to track down this monster, there's no way we're letting it escape. You can kill him, but we'll kill this monster too. At least that way, the world will be a little safer. He's a policeman, he knows his duty. For a while, Inspector Lestrade and Dr. Doolittle glared at each other, locked in a stalemate. Obviously, any rash move now would lead to unpredictable consequences. Clity clenched her little fists, glanced at the monster, then at Dr. Doolittle, but in the end she remained in place, watching the monster's movements warily. At this moment, Levi finally spoke. Though I don't want to think this way, this monster, could it be Miss Amelia? Clity gasped in shock at Levi's words, while Dr. Doolittle's face darkened. How did you know? I guessed. Levi looked once more at the monster still wailing on the ground. When we examined the corpses earlier, we found the cuts were all very precise, nothing like an amateur's work. And I also heard Amelia was a top student in the medical department at the Royal Master Academy, very skilled in anatomy and human structure. And then she just so happened to die. As he spoke, Levi glanced at the monster again. Still, her current appearance is truly beyond what I expected. This is only temporary. Dr. Doolittle clenched his jaw. As soon as the ritual is complete, Amelia will be fully resurrected. So you killed those courtesans and took their organs? Levi raised a brow, fixing Dr. Doolittle with his gaze, and the latter nodded. Seems you really do know quite a lot. But that's not surprising. Nonsense, anyone who saw that strange magic circle and those jars full of organs on the operating table would put the pieces together. As someone born in an age of information explosion, Levi had seen plenty of horror films where cultists did exactly this. But why courtesans? At this time, Lestrade spoke up. You could have killed anyone. Why target those poor courtesans? Because they are sinners. This time, Dr. Doolittle's answer was calm. The Holy Lord gave them new life. Those lives that came into this world were their redemption. Yet these sinners killed them for their own selfishness. To kill one's kin is a grave crime. Their sins are unforgivable. They must be punished. As he spoke, Dr. Doolittle began to chant softly. The Holy Lord created all things in this world. Every living being is its miracle, our brothers and sisters. Those who recklessly strip life away will face judgment. Then he lifted his head again, staring at the two of them. The blood of sinners can reverse all things. The flesh of sinners brings new life. As long as I gather enough of the sinner's marks, Amelia can be resurrected. Those courtesans deserve to die. They were foolish, corrupt, and ignored even the teachings of God. They had to be punished. Completely mad. Hearing this, Inspector Lestrade clenched his teeth. But I still don't understand. Levi still looked puzzled. There are so many courtesans. How can you guarantee this monster always kills the right person? I mean, it doesn't exactly look very intelligent. Levi glanced once more at the monster, which was crouched on the ground, glaring at them angrily. But as for its intelligence, Levi wasn't sure. It wasn't like the thing could act like an assassin, carrying a photo around to track victims. And those little monsters, what were they? Of course I had a method. Dr. Doolittle sneered. I ground one of Amelia's finger bones into powder and mixed it into those drugs. That way, as long as those sinners ingested the medicine, Amelia would sense them and kill them. As for the little monsters, they were none other than the children of those courtesans. They were never truly killed. I saved their abandoned lives. Ah! Hearing this, Katie cried out in shock. She looked uneasily at the corpses of the little monsters all around, instinctively stepping back a pace. Good grief, truly good grief. Levi could only sigh silently at this. He had thought this world was quite scientific, but now it seemed maybe not so much. No, wait. From the monster's pattern of movement, yes. The thought struck Levi like lightning. Then, how about we each take a step back? He fixed his eyes on Dr. Doolittle as he spoke. I can let this monster go, but you must also release Officer Fletcher. Hearing Levi's words, Inspector Lestrade froze for a moment, but he did not speak. Katie opened her mouth as if wanting to say something, yet in the end she remained silent. Dr. Doolittle fell into thought, then glanced at Lestrade. But this inspector seems to hold a different opinion. Human life is precious. Every person only has one. Levi sighed. We wish to ensure Officer Fletcher's safety, and you want to take this monster away. I can swear upon the Holy Lord, I will never kill you. For people in this world, swearing carried real weight, especially when someone of status made the vow. As he spoke, Levi lowered his revolver and tossed it onto the ground. Seeing this, Officer Fletcher was horrified. Mr. Levi, you can't do that. Inspector Lestrade is right. We must destroy that monster. Don't worry about me. An inspector. Humph. Inspector Lestrade looked at Levi, who gave him a discreet signal. Reluctantly, Lestrade only snorted coldly and said nothing. Dr. Doolittle, seeing this, smiled. Very well, I can agree. Indeed, the empire is vast, and staying here would be unwise. Now, back away. Hearing this, Levi raised both hands and stepped back. Dr. Doolittle pressed his gun against Officer Fletcher's back, carefully walked to the monster's side, then kicked Fletcher forward. At the same time, he did not forget to keep his gun trained on them. Katie stood by, glaring at him angrily like a little growling dog. But considering the gun in his hand, she dared not act rashly either. Well then, we shall take our leave. Hopefully, we will not meet again. We won't. Levi nodded. But I have one last question. What question? The Holy Lord created all things in this world. Every living being is its miracle, our brothers and sisters. Those who recklessly strip away life will face judgment. Levi stared at Dr. Doolittle, reciting the scripture he had just chanted. Then, as a doctor who schemed to murder those poor women, are you not also a sinner? After all, in the Holy Scripture, only the Holy Lord has the right to judge and punish. Humans have no authority to pass judgment in his name. Do you not fear that your actions are blasphemy? So what if I am a sinner? Dr. Doolittle clearly dismissed this with contempt. I only wish for Amelia, my only daughter, to live. As long as she can survive, then even if I become a sinner, so be it. Pfft. Before Dr. Doolittle could finish, a flash of cold light swept across his throat. Immediately, blood spurted out. His eyes widened as he turned his head, only to see the monster staring at him coldly, without a shred of mercy. Dr. Doolittle opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but it was already too late. In the next moment, the monster's blade pierced into Dr. Doolittle's body. At the same time, Levi picked up the pistol he had dropped earlier and aimed at the monster. The monster had already begun to lower its head and dissect Dr. Doolittle's body. Its thin arms were so agile, like those of a skilled surgeon. Levi glanced at Dr. Doolittle, who was now completely lifeless. I told you, I would never kill you. Levi murmured, then aimed at the monster and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang 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 bang. This time, Levi emptied all 6 bullets straight into the monster's head. The creature let out a howl, collapsed to the ground, and stopped moving. Only then did everyone else finally react, staring in shock at the scene before them. What just happened? Katie blinked, her face full of confusion. Why did the monster attack Dr. Doolittle? Because he was a sinner. Levi holstered his gun, looking at the gutted corpse of Dr. Doolittle. He said it himself. This monster needed the flesh and blood of sinners to be resurrected. Naturally, it would attack sinners, or at least those it deemed to be sinners. But if that's the case, why didn't it act earlier? Perhaps before this, Dr. Doolittle never considered himself a sinner. He may have truly believed he was a righteous agent of divine will. Levi chuckled. That's why I wanted to test it. To see if, once he admitted himself a sinner, the monster would turn on him. Looks like I was right. I have to say, this really is, rather fascinating. Hearing Levi's explanation, Katie and Officer Fletcher were completely dumbfounded. They had never imagined such a solution. Wait. At this moment, Katie suddenly thought of something. What if your plan hadn't worked? Would you really have let them escape? Of course not. Levi looked at Katie. Her fair little face was now covered in grime and blood, leaving only her blue eyes blinking brightly, giving her an oddly cute appearance. I would have shot the gun from Dr. Doolittle's hand first, let you deal with him, and then taken the chance to kill the monster. With your skills, handling an old man with limited mobility wouldn't be a problem, right? Ugh. That may be true, but... Katie's expression was complicated. Clearly, just because she could fight a twisted monster didn't mean she liked the idea of beating down a defenseless old man. In any case, it's all over now. Levi withdrew his gaze, surveying the wreckage before him. Next, we'll leave it to the police to handle. For the residents of Mist City, this was a day worth celebrating. The vicious courtesan killer had been shot dead, and the Knights of Mist City once again returned to peace and tranquility, at least on the surface. Sitting on the sofa, Levi set down the newspaper in his hands and let out a long breath. The news did not mention Amelia. It only said that because Dr. Doolittle's daughter had died in an accident, his extreme faith had twisted into malicious thoughts, and in the end, he murdered those courtesans. But Levi knew that was not the truth. After that, he and Inspector Lestrade searched the entire locked room, and at the same time, Levi had a question. That was, Amelia's accidental death had already happened months ago. Why had Dr. Doolittle chosen to act only now? What was he doing all this time? Dr. Doolittle's diary recorded the whole story. What was sigh-inducing was that Amelia's death was indeed an accident, but also not entirely unexpected. According to the diary, Amelia had wanted to secretly use that machine to conduct an independent surgery without telling her father. But her actions were discovered by Dr. Doolittle. He tried to stop her. During the quarrel, Dr. Doolittle accidentally touched a certain switch on the machine. As a result, the machine suddenly activated and pierced Amelia through the heart. If one called it an accident, it was indeed an accident. After that, Dr. Doolittle sank into deep despair. However, just a few weeks ago, when he went to church for service, he met a fellow believer there. That person expressed great sympathy for his misfortune and gave him a magic book, claiming that it contained a way to resurrect his daughter. At first, Dr. Doolittle dismissed it. After all, as a doctor, he had never heard of such a thing. But his love for his daughter eventually overcame reason. He secretly snuck into the cemetery at night, opened his daughter's grave, carried her corpse back, and performed a ritual on the operating table. The bizarre magic array that Levi and Inspector Lestrade had seen was the result of that moment. The outcome needed no explanation. Amelia transformed into that monster. And according to the book's records, as long as she killed sinners and obtained their hearts, livers, lungs, stomachs, kidneys and other organs for sacrifice, she would be able to resurrect herself. It was like something that could only appear in a B-grade gore horror movie. If it had appeared in a film, it would have been cliché. But when it appeared in reality, Levi could not laugh. He had thought this world was simply an ordinary age, or rather a somewhat interesting age of steam technology explosion. But now, those monster corpses could not be faked. In solving the courtesan killer case, Inspector Lestrade also received commendation. To speak of who was the most unfortunate, it was actually Officer Fletcher. Although he also participated in the entire operation, because of his negligence, everyone nearly failed at the last moment. According to Fletcher, while he was guarding Dr. Doolittle, the latter suddenly appeared to be in great pain, as if he was having an attack. So Fletcher reached into his pockets for his medicine as instructed, only to have Dr. Doolittle take the chance to pull out a gun. Fortunately, everything ended smoothly in the end. Had Dr. Doolittle escaped, Fletcher likely would have lost his uniform. As for how Amelia's corpse and that magic book were dealt with, Levi did not know. But he knew the authorities took this matter very seriously. That was obvious from the reward they gave him. The bounty issued by the city council had stated that anyone who provided intelligence or clues on the courtesan killer, or captured them, would receive a hefty reward. Now Levi finally knew how much money that was. £5,000. At first glance it might not seem like much, but this was already a huge sum. In the Empire, 1 gold pound equals 20 silver shillings, and 1 silver shilling equals 12 copper pennies. In terms of class division, the annual income of an ordinary person was about £15, which was just a few dozen shillings per week. The poor fared worse, with weekly wages of less than 10 pennies. As for the middle class, their annual income ranged from £100. The nobles had the highest incomes. Their minimum annual income was around £700. Hereditary nobles had annual incomes of £8,000, £10,000. The wealth gap was visible at a glance. By the way, in terms of prices, eggs in this world were rather expensive. A single egg cost 1 penny. By comparison, in cheap restaurants serving the poor, a basic meal also cost 1 penny. As for poultry like chicken, duck, and goose, prices ranged between 5–10 shillings. Although the empire seemed similar to a certain country in Levi's original world, there was a big difference. The empire's territory was vast. It was not a small island nation, but instead occupied nearly 1/5 of the continent. Therefore, resources were abundant and prices relatively lower. For example, a coachman's weekly salary was about 20 shillings. To feed his wife and daughters, he had to spend 10 shillings on food each week. For comparison, when Levi dined in a restaurant, a meal he considered passable, tea, fries, a plate of meat, vegetables, dessert, equivalent to a burger combo without the burger, cost 1 shilling 10 pennies. In other words, Levi's one meal equaled an entire day's wage for some people. For Levi, these £5,000 were a fortune, enough to let him live a worry-free middle-class or even upper-class life in this world. Incidentally, Levi had originally planned to split the money with Katie. But she seemed very busy. After leaving the pharmacy, Katie bid farewell to Levi and Inspector Lestrade, then dashed off in a hurry. No one knew where she went. Later, Levi went back to the warehouse to look, but could not find Katie or her 2 lackeys. The girls seemed to have completely vanished. Truly strange. So Levi temporarily stored her share of the money, planning to hand it to her once she reappeared. But compared to the money, what Levi valued more was the current content. Mission Mist City Mystery complete. Time spent, S. Investigation efficiency, S. Influence, S. Overall rating, SSS. So that's how it is. Staring at the evaluation report that appeared before him, Levi raised an eyebrow. Now he understood how the system determined mission ratings, by the time spent on investigation, the efficiency, and the role one played in the mission. That meant, the more proactive he was in investigating and the more firmly he seized the initiative, the higher his rating would be. Conversely, if he was passive, the rating would drop. This time, he had taken only 3 days to identify and expose the culprit. That was clearly considered fast. Of course, high ratings naturally brought high rewards. Reward obtained. Lifespan plus 30, extra reward plus 15. Random skill card unlocked plus 1. Advanced skills plus 2. Additional skill options available, diagnosis/dissection/treatment. These should be the skills of Dr. Doolittle and Amelia. In other words, since he had taken down the culprits, he had a chance to obtain their skills. That was indeed a good choice. In any case, first. Levi reached out his hand and tapped lightly in the void. Soon, 3 cards appeared before him. They looked the same as the ones he had seen before, pitch-black background with golden skulls, appearing particularly eerie. Levi circled around the 3 cards, trying to see if there were any hints on their backs. But, both sides of the cards seemed identical. Alright, no secret to be found here. Then he would just pick one at random. Levi fixed his gaze on the 3 cards, thought for a moment, then reached out and chose the one in the middle. As before, the card burst into fierce flames before him and then vanished completely. At the same time, a line of system prompt appeared before Levi's eyes. Investigation increased to 80, advanced skill unlocked, soul sight/proficiency 0%. Soul sight, when activated, can sense resonating soul fluctuations and traces, consumes lifespan 5 minutes/second. Alright, for a detective, this was a rather useful skill. Muttering a silent complaint, Levi once again looked at the system status bar before him. There was already another prompt. Shooting, 90, advanced skill unlocked, Eye of the Reaper/proficiency 5%. Eye of the Reaper, when aiming at a target, can slow the flow of time, consumes lifespan 10 minutes/second. This really was incredible. Looking at the prompt before him, Levi recalled the scene at that time. Indeed, he had felt as though everything before his eyes had slowed to half speed. But the backlash afterward was also quite strong. When he returned, his head had split in agony, and he had lain in bed for an entire day before recovering. Still, this move was excellent for saving his life. It was just that 1 second of Eye of the Reaper cost 10 minutes of lifespan, somehow it felt like a bit of a loss. Then came the extra reward. As 3 more cards appeared before him, Levi fell into silence. Diagnosis/dissection/treatment. All 3 seemed useful, could he not have them all? In the end, Levi chose diagnosis. The reason was simple, if one did not even know what illness it was, how could one dissect? How could one treat? One could not just cut randomly. Skill acquired, diagnosis 50, your medical skills are average, but you have quite some expertise in gynecology. Seeing this line, Levi blinked speechlessly. I'm such a fool, really. Why didn't I think of that? Wasn't this exactly what Dr. Doolittle had been skilled in? Otherwise, why would he have prescribed medicine for those courtesans? Had I known earlier, I might as well have chosen dissection. Levi felt a little helpless, but he did not dwell on it. He lifted his head and looked around the room. In principle, with this money, Levi could have sold this clock tower and bought a luxurious, comfortable apartment to enjoy life. But he did not do that. Instead, he paid to have this place repaired and also restored the elevator. After all, the view here was quite good, and this kind of building was rather unique in its own right. Muttering a small self-consolation, Levi once again picked up the book in his hands. Since he wanted to be a detective, he naturally had to study knowledge of this world. He could not keep waiting until the last moment to cram, could he? So Levi had bought a pile of books from the bookstore about geography, history, and other subjects of this world, and began to study them diligently. It had to be said, the history of this world was rather interesting. According to the books, this world so far had 3 historical periods: the Age of Gold, the Age of Silver, and the Age of Bronze. The Age of Gold felt like an ancient mythical era. Levi noticed the descriptions were things like Quafu chasing the sun or Nuwa mending the sky, exaggerated myths and legends. Therefore, the Age of Gold was also called the Mythical Age. After all, so far these remained only myths, full of appearances by deities and powerful beings, without any chance for mortals to appear, and no proof that such gods truly existed. Until the Age of Silver, history became less exaggerated and more verifiable. At the end of the Age of Gold, the gods broke out in a war, and all perished. The world collapsed, and mortals finally stepped onto the stage of history. At that time, there was a tribal leader named Arthur. He led his warriors in campaigns north and south, and ultimately unified the continent, founding the Macaron Empire. He was honored as Emperor Arthur, and the founding of the Macaron Empire marked the beginning of the Age of Silver. Like all dynasties, the Macaron Empire experienced glory and decline. After 1,000 years of trials, it completely collapsed. Its core territory became the empire where Levi now lived. The rest became several other nations. With division and disintegration, the empire was gravely weakened, clinging on to survival. By the late Age of Silver, it could barely hold its territory, and even had to guard against the covetous invasions of surrounding nations. This situation lasted until the year 997 of the Age of Silver, when a great inventor named James appeared. He created the steam engine, ushering in the dawn of the steam civilization. With the steam engine's appearance, the empire immediately began a fervent transformation. Countless scientists and inventors plunged headlong into the field, even wanting the steam engine to dominate everything like that steam-powered operating table invention, which to Levi as a modern man was utterly inconceivable, but to the people of this world, such reformative inventions were only natural. Soon after, another invention just as great as the steam engine was born. It was the difference engine, researched and manufactured by Sir Babbage, driven by steam power. For an empire long humiliated, they had enough motivation to push forward with these reforms. Soon, with the dual force of the Industrial Revolution and the Information Revolution, the once tottering empire was completely transformed. From an ancient, backward country, it was reborn with fresh vitality. This marked the beginning of the Age of Bronze. It had to be said, it was indeed quite fascinating. Levi flipped through the history book with great interest. There was an absurd feeling to it. For example, some names here also appeared in his original world. But in Levi's world, there had never been a difference engine. And the Information Revolution had only come much later. But looking at it now, no matter the design, it seemed people used them for nearly the same purposes. Ding dong. Just as Levi was enjoying the pleasure of reading, he heard a soft sound from downstairs, and then the elevator began to operate. This made Levi curiously set down the newspaper and look toward the elevator doors. This time, the courtesan killer case reports had naturally mentioned Levi's name. Could it be that so soon, someone had already come knocking with a commission? Under Levi's expectant gaze, the lift reached the top floor. With a ding, the doors opened. Then Levi saw the pot-bellied Inspector Lestrade walk in. So it was Inspector Lestrade. Who else could it be but me? Hearing Levi's words, Inspector Lestrade froze for a moment, but Levi did not say anything more. I thought there would be a client. Please, have a seat. Your wound has healed. As he spoke, Levi gestured for Inspector Lestrade to sit down while pouring him a cup of tea. Ha ha ha, just a minor injury. For us policemen, these wounds are commonplace. After all, I am now busy with official duties, how could I delay because of such a small matter? Looking at Inspector Lestrade sitting on the sofa with a spring breeze across his face, Levi raised his eyebrows slightly. It was obvious from his appearance that the corpses of those monsters and that magic book not only fetched Levi a good price, but had also clearly brought this inspector considerable political benefit. By the way, this is for you. Inspector Lestrade looked at Levi with a grin and handed him an official document. This is. Do you remember? The first time you came to me, you said you were willing to assist us in solving cases. That did happen. This is the official reply. Inspector Lestrade laughed heartily. As long as you accept, from today onwards, you will be our police station's special consultant. Levi took the document and opened it, carefully reading it through. The contents were simple. The police had hired Levi as a special investigative consultant. The requirement was that whenever the police had a case needing Levi's help, he had to provide assistance. The police station will give you an annual allowance of £25. I think you are not short of such small money, but we can also install a communicator for you, so that it will be convenient for us to stay in contact. Oh. At this, Levi grew somewhat interested. In this era, communicators, similar to telephones, already existed, but they were not widely used. The most common forms of communication were still letters and telegrams. Communicators were still a luxury, just like telephones when they had first appeared, only the wealthy and powerful could install them. Even if ordinary people could pay the money, the gentlemen at the communication bureau would not bother with them. It could be said that unless you had connections, an ordinary person's only chance to use a communicator was at the public communication hall in the post office. Moreover, the cost of 1 penny per second was not something everyone could afford. Is this because of the courtesan killer? Levi was not a fool. The city council had already given him such a large bounty, and now Inspector Lestrade had come to recruit him again. Other than this reason, there was no other possibility. That's right. When it came to business, Inspector Lestrade put away his smile and nodded solemnly. You already know the inside story, so I will be straightforward. We now suspect that cases of this nature are likely not limited to just this one. Therefore, we are currently adding manpower to investigate those unsolved cases, or cases that have been solved but still have suspicious points. Just as expected. Levi was not surprised by this. Strictly speaking, this case had been far too surreal. In Levi's own world, almost no one would take such supernatural nonsense seriously. But this world was different. As mentioned before, with the advent of the steam revolution, humanity had developed a desire for comprehensive advancement. Even spiritualism and black magic could appear openly in newspapers to be researched and interpreted. So it was not strange for the police to treat such matters with special procedures. However, strange was still strange. Levi looked doubtfully at Inspector Lestrade. From his experience, in novels or games, rulers usually had departments specifically in charge of handling supernatural forces. Such matters should have been under their jurisdiction. After all, magic, sacrifices, and the like had existed for far longer than steam technology, which was only a few decades old. Could it be that the royal family had no safeguards against such things? Why let the police take charge? Couldn't you just publish it in the newspapers, warn people of the dangers of such things, and advise them to stay away from this mess? Of course not. Inspector Lestrade shook his head. If we publicly declare that the courtesan killer case was caused by some mysterious evil ritual, it will certainly cause considerable unrest among the public. And at least until now, the popular studies of magic and rituals among the populace have not caused much trouble. People simply regard them as a kind of entertainment or pastime. But if we announce it... All right, I understand. That really would be a headache. Levi understood. At present, they had no effective means of countering such mysterious powers. If they truly published a warning, then in a few days Mist City might erupt everywhere with black magic or cult rituals. But Inspector Lestrade, you did not come here just for this, right? Of course. Hearing Levi's question, Inspector Lestrade nodded, then his expression grew stern. Do you remember Dr. Doolittle's magic book? Yes. What is it? Did you uncover anything from the investigation? That's right. Look at this. Inspector Lestrade took a photo from his pocket and handed it over. Levi reached for it and looked. On the inner page of the magic book in the photo, a bold line of powerful words was written. Steel is a plague, machines are corruption, technology is a curse. This is. Seeing these words, Levi raised an eyebrow and looked at Inspector Lestrade, who nodded gravely. This is the slogan of Luddism. No wonder Inspector Lestrade was so tense. Luddism had gone into hiding after harsh crackdowns, but that did not mean it had disappeared. The authorities already classified Luddites as terrorists, since their goal was to destroy machines, overthrow civilization, and return everything to the idyllic era before steam technology. They regarded this as noble, beautiful, and sacred. But for everyone else, it was another story entirely. If before the authorities had only seen the Luddites as simple terrorists bent on destruction, then the appearance of this magic book instantly raised the severity of the matter by several levels. A group of terrorists who merely smashed and burned things, and a group of terrorists who practiced black magic rituals, those were two entirely different matters. The higher-ups take this case very seriously, so we hope you can investigate as a special consultant. You know, the identity of the police is often not convenient. A detective like you is much more suitable. Earlier we went to that church, wanting to investigate the parishioner who gave Dr. Doolittle the magic book, but they told us that such a person never existed. At this point, Inspector Lestrade was visibly angry. No such person. Did that bizarre magic book fall from the sky into Dr. Doolittle's hands? This case is officially closed on the surface, which is to mislead the mastermind behind it. But because it is closed, we can no longer investigate further. So it is up to you. All right, I understand. I will take this commission. Levi did not hesitate much. After all, his life still depended on the system's tasks. For now, continuing to follow this lead was the most likely way to extend his lifespan. Hearing his answer, Inspector Lestrade let out a sigh of relief and extended his hand. Pleasure working together. Pleasure working together. The two shook hands. Then Inspector Lestrade stood up. I should return now. Fletcher will handle the follow-up matters. Saying this, Inspector Lestrade walked to the lift entrance, then stopped. Oh, by the way, what about Miss Katie? Have you seen her again? No, I am looking for her as well. I do not know where she has gone. Levi shook his head. But he guessed that the young lady had most likely been confined at home. Running around the slums and brawling with monsters at crime scenes were two entirely different levels of danger. Still, that young lady was truly bold, and her fists were truly hard. At least Levi himself did not think he had that ability. Hearing Levi's answer, Inspector Lestrade laughed heartily. I think the two of you make quite a good pair. By the way, Mr. Levi, I suggest you hire a servant to help manage things. Doesn't every household now employ a servant? Thank you for the suggestion. I will consider it. Watching Inspector Lestrade's short and stout figure disappear into the lift, Levi sat down again and looked around. A servant, huh? He really had not thought of it before. But Inspector Lestrade's reminder did make sense. Levi now had plenty of money. Hiring a servant to help tidy up, cook, and do the laundry was reasonable. As for how to hire one, that was easy. In this era, there were specialized servant schools, and newspapers often carried advertisements for talent exchanges of that sort. Incidentally, the demand for maids was much higher than for male servants. The reason was not romantic like in anime, but practical. In the late Age of Silver, the Empire had been in constant disputes and wars with neighboring countries, requiring large numbers of men for the army. Therefore, legislation imposed an extra servant tax on households employing male servants. In contrast, maids required no tax. Because of this, most households chose to hire maids to avoid additional taxes. Yes, it was a very practical reason. However, being a maid was not easy. Just like the courtesans Levi had encountered before, why would they rather be courtesans than maids? The reason was simple. Being a maid was far more exhausting. Becoming a senior maid was indeed comfortable, but it was not easy. Senior maids had to be literate, know all sorts of housework, and even possess extra skills. In this era, only women from well-off families could achieve that. Those who had been laid off from textile mills due to the Industrial Revolution and left to wander the streets did not have such skills. Even if they became maids, they could only do the hardest and dirtiest drudge work. Sometimes they even had to care for entire households' daily needs, making it the very definition of low pay for much work. By comparison, being a courtesan was actually more comfortable. His place did indeed need some managing. Whether he hired a part-timer or a servant, he would see later, it depended on the situation. For Levi, after becoming a special investigation consultant for the police, although he did not receive any pay, there were quite a few hidden benefits. And this was exactly what Levi valued. Civil servants earned fixed salaries, yet why were so many still willing to do the job? Was it not precisely for these invisible perks? Take the telephone machine for example. People in modern society, used to buying SIM cards, probably did not know how difficult it was to have a telephone machine installed. It was not something you could just request at will. Even if you were enormously wealthy, before the Telecommunications Bureau you still had to act humble, and even then, it still depended on their mood whether they would approve your request. In this era, there was no such thing as filing complaints. Even if a wealthy person came forward, a petty clerk at the Telecommunications Bureau could toy with you for an entire year. Ask why, and the answer would always be, your qualifications are not sufficient, your procedures are not up to standard, your forms are not properly filled out. One must never underestimate the bureaucratic institutions of the empire. Levi had only managed to ride on the momentum of the courtesan killer case, plus some arrangements from the city council, for the Telecommunications Bureau to install a telephone machine for him in the shortest possible time. Otherwise, if he had followed the official process, half a year, or even a full year, would not have been impossible. Precisely because installing a telephone machine was difficult, the moment you went out, handed someone a name card, and said, "This is my private telephone number," people would instantly see you in a different light. It was a subtle yet luxurious way of flaunting power, influence, and connections. Even the wealthiest merchant would feel inferior in front of you. If the other party had no telephone machine, they would feel embarrassed to even suggest communication through telegrams or letters. By the way, the Telecommunications Bureau did not actually have much work, but any qualified civil servant would never voluntarily increase their workload. Also, since this was an official telephone machine, all communication expenses would be reimbursed by the police station. Aside from that, another hidden benefit was firearms and ammunition. In this era, firearms were also strictly controlled. Unless one had a firearm usage permit, most people were not allowed to carry guns. Once discovered, they would be detained. So strictly speaking, Levi was also carrying a firearm illegally. If not for the general tendency to turn a blind eye, he would not have been able to go home that very first night he had crossed over, he would have ended up directly in jail instead. But now, with the special consultant badge issued by the police station, Levi no longer had an issue carrying a gun. He could even submit a report at the station to requisition bullets. Fortunately, his revolver used .455 ammunition, which was widely used by both the imperial military and police, making it easy to obtain. In addition, within most imperial departments led by the crown and government, Levi's entry into the system naturally brought him many benefits. In this world's empire, capitalists had not gained dominance through the Industrial Revolution and Information Revolution. In the eyes of the empire, only nobles with land had the motivation to defend their territory and country. Capitalists were not to be trusted. If those capitalists wanted preferential treatment and power, they had only one option, to marry into the nobility, inherit land and titles, and only then would they be qualified to enter parliament and give their opinions and advice on state affairs. Ordinary merchants. They could stay wherever they belonged. Levi agreed with this point, and believed the empire was right. Nobles with land would devote themselves wholeheartedly to protecting their own estates and the empire's soil. But those capitalists, who worshipped money and betrayed loyalty at the sight of profit, why would they care? History had also proven that the empire's choice was correct. It had not crushed the rising capitalists outright but instead provided them with a path upward, binding their interests tightly with those of the nobility. This forced them into serving the empire. Furthermore, those who were quick to marry into noble families and inherit noble status would even help suppress their former capitalist peers to reduce competition. This was why, during the Industrial Revolution, the empire's rule had remained relatively stable, without large-scale revolts. In contrast stood the empire's mortal enemy, the Kingdom of Francis. During the empire's decline, the Kingdom of Francis had risen to become the continent's strongest nation and was immensely proud of its noble system. The empire did not care much about bloodline, but the Kingdom of Francis was obsessed with it, never allowing anyone they considered unworthy or of low birth to join the noble circle. Thus, when the Industrial Revolution brought about the rise of the bourgeoisie, the Kingdom of Francis responded with heavy exploitation and suppression. Eventually, the new bourgeoisie, together with the long-suffering people, overthrew that decayed and degenerate dynasty. The reaction of the imperial nobles to this was, very well. I can drink a cup of tea while using their heads as a stool. After all, as countries with centuries of enmity and entanglement, the empire and the Kingdom of Francis had always been at odds. The restrained silence of imperial nobles was viewed by the Kingdom of Francis as stiffness and dullness. Meanwhile, the pompous and extravagant clothing and etiquette flaunted by Francis nobles, to demonstrate their power, was seen by the empire as flashy, hollow, and pretentious. In fact, when the empire reformed and allowed the new bourgeoisie to join the nobility, the Kingdom of Francis had ridiculed them, saying they had sullied their barely noble bloodline, kneeling to money, losing noble etiquette and refinement, and degenerating into despicable lowborns. To this, the empire responded, well, I am sitting here drinking tea, and you are the one under the guillotine. Who is right and who is wrong is perfectly clear. That was idle talk. Now back to the main topic. Unlike the all-purpose maids in games and anime, maids in this era were highly specialized. Of course, this did not mean the skill requirements were high. On the contrary, since most young women of this time were not very educated, what they could do was very limited. In animations, one often saw scenes of maids cooking delicious meals for their masters. But such scenes were extremely rare in this era. The reason was simple. Those low-status maids rarely ate good food at home, so how could they possibly cook well? And no matter how wealthy the employer was, no one would let them practice with expensive ingredients. Similarly, maintaining leather shoes with oil, washing and drying coats without shrinking or misshaping them, these required skill. It was not as simple as hammering a garment with a mallet as in the countryside. Thus, the maid profession of this era was highly subdivided: dishwashing maids, kitchen maids, laundry maids, nursery maids, distillery maids, housemaids, errand maids, ladies' maids, housekeepers, all sorts, enough to give one a headache. Unlike modern times, where you could hire one maid and leave all household matters to her. Levi did not intend to find someone himself. Instead, he asked Inspector Lestrade to help contact and find a maid that met his requirements. After all, as an inspector, Lestrade's connections were valuable and wide-reaching. Indeed, after Lestrade's arrangements, Levi quickly got in touch with the headmistress of a maid school and decided to hire a maid. And today was the day she would arrive. Levi took out his pocket watch for a look. It was about time. And almost at the same moment, the lift bell rang. Ding dong. Eileen Roberts, carrying a heavy travel bag, looked uneasily at the slowly ascending lift. She had already heard about her employer from her teacher. He was a young, handsome, and capable man. Currently working as a detective, he was also a special investigation consultant for the police station and had even solved the sensational courtesan killer case some days ago. Of course, her teacher also told her that his requirements were a bit demanding. But Eileen believed she should be able to meet them. Still, as the lift steadily rose, the weightless sensation made Eileen all the more uneasy. Could she really handle this job well? What if she was dismissed? How should she greet him later? Should she say, "Good day, sir"? Should she curtsy? As Eileen's heart raced with unease, the lift shook slightly, then stopped. Slowly, the lift doors opened, and Eileen instinctively raised her head to look forward. At once, she held her breath. Before Eileen's eyes was a circular stained-glass window, the clock face of the tower, though it had long since lost its original function. Under the dim sunlight, Eileen could see a large desk placed before the glass. Behind the desk sat a man, silently staring at her. Because of the backlight, Eileen could not see his features clearly, only the vague outline of a shadow. But she still lowered her head quickly and carefully, staring at the floor in front of her. What should I do? How should I speak? At this moment, Eileen's mind was completely blank. Meanwhile, Levi sat leisurely behind the desk, studying the black-clad young girl with brown hair, delicate features, and glasses. Her figure was very slender, and she carried a patched-up old travel bag in her hand. The shoes on her feet had already come apart at the seams, her face was pale, and she looked a little malnourished. It seemed her financial situation was not very good. Eileen Roberts. Levi had, of course, read her file. She came from a merchant family, her parents had run a small shop and belonged to the lower middle class in Mist City. During her time at the maid school, Eileen had performed excellently. According to plan, she should have graduated smoothly, become a maid for high-ranking nobles, and entered upper society, a kind of class leap. Unfortunately, fate changed. Eileen's parents were attacked by pirates during a trade negotiation trip. The couple was killed, and all of their belongings were plundered. Worse, for the sake of that very trade, her parents had borrowed heavily, leaving behind a mountain of debt. As a result, Eileen had to drop out midway and sell off everything the family had left to repay the debts. It was precisely out of pity for Eileen's talent that the headmistress could not bear to see her fall into ruin. So, when Levi had Inspector Lestrade make inquiries, she introduced Eileen to him. After all, not graduating was a stain on Eileen's record. Nobles would never accept such a servant. But Levi, clearly, was different. Of course, that was why the headmistress introduced her to Levi. As for why Levi chose Eileen, it was not simply an act of kindness. After all, he needed a maid who could handle housework, cook meals, brew tea, and who could read and write. In short, he essentially needed a maid to function as a secretary, which required a fairly high level of education. There was no way around it. If Levi was not at home and Inspector Lestrade or someone else left a message over the telephone, how would Eileen record it otherwise? An illiterate person could never do this job. "You are Eileen Roberts?" Levi set aside the file in his hand and looked at the girl, asking. "Yes, sir." Her body trembled as she quickly replied. "Do you know what you are supposed to do?" "Yes." "You won't have much to do, mainly cleaning the rooms, preparing 3 meals, and if someone calls, record their name and request. Is that acceptable?" "Yes, no problem." Eileen kept her head lowered, eyes on the floor as she answered. She had been taught in school that it was extremely rude to look directly at the master without permission. Although this master looked young, who knew if he would be displeased by it? "You are from Mist City?" "Yes." "I heard your situation isn't very good at the moment. Do you have a place to stay?" This. Faced with Levi's question, Eileen didn't know what to say. Indeed, as Levi had pointed out, she had sold both her parents' shop and their home to repay the debt. "I was looking to rent somewhere nearby." "No need to trouble yourself. There's a single room downstairs, you can stay there." Levi was referring to the maintenance room beneath the clock tower. Of course, since the tower had long lost its function, the room was now empty. But it was still suitable for living. After all, it had originally been for the clock tower's maintenance workers, so it came with a bed, a bathroom, and everything necessary. It was just not as comfortable as Levi's penthouse suite. "Thank you, sir." "No need. By the way, I have only one request." "What request?" "No matter how messy my desk is, don't touch it. I know where everything is. If you move things, I won't be able to find them." "Ah, all right, I understand." "Good." Levi nodded in satisfaction. "Your salary will be £1 per month. The trial period is 3 months. If I am satisfied, we'll sign a long-term contract." Levi was calculating based on the wages of a senior housemaid, since their duties were similar to those of a secretary. Their annual salaries generally ranged from £12 to £20. Although most people in this world were paid weekly, Levi was accustomed to paying monthly. And besides, wasn't it easier to calculate that way? £1. She could not help but be surprised at Levi's generosity. After all, she hadn't even graduated. Even with the headmistress's recommendation, she had never imagined she would actually receive a salary of £1 per month. "That's right." Levi finished speaking and picked up the file again. "Now you can go tidy up the room. The stairs are to the left, go down. Once you're done, brew me a pot of tea, thank you." Eileen gripped her travel bag tightly, clenching her teeth. She did not know whether her decision this time was right or wrong. But at least for now, her new life seemed to have begun on a good note. "Yes, sir." For Irene, this job was even easier than she had imagined. As a citizen of the lower middle class, Irene knew very well how people poorer than her lived. To be honest, when she learned that her parents had died and had left behind a large debt, Irene had felt as if the sky was collapsing upon her. She thought of the courtesans standing numbly at the street corners, the children in shabby rental houses who made matches and glued paper flowers with blank expressions, and the beggars curled up under bridges, waiting despairingly for death. Would she also fall to that point? She had once had a bright and beautiful future. Now, was all of that going to vanish into nothingness? Fortunately, the gods still favored her, allowing Irene to obtain a job far better than she had imagined. The repair room was indeed smaller than her previous place, but it was warm, comfortable, and, most importantly, safe. Unlike shared rental houses, she did not have to worry about her neighbors, fear police inspections, or suffer extortion from gangs. For Irene, this slightly cramped but secure space could not have been more suitable. And Levi was also an exceptionally easy master to serve. Basically, Irene's daily task was to prepare breakfast for him. After eating, Levi would leave and not return until the afternoon. During that time, Irene only needed to clean the room, organize documents, and tidy the bed. Afterward, she would go out to buy groceries for lunch and dinner. Levi was also generous in this regard, giving her a full pound as household expenses. Irene did not betray Levi's trust. She carefully recorded every single expense in a notebook, whether it was food, spare clothing, or small miscellaneous items. Of course, for Irene, the greatest benefit of this job was, her master was incredibly handsome. She had met many men before, but she had never seen one as handsome as Levi. The first time she clearly saw him, she had felt as if she had been struck by a petrification spell, standing frozen on the spot. She could not believe that such a man could exist in this world. In her eyes, if Levi were to change into another outfit and ride a white horse, he would definitely be the very image of the prince on a white horse that every young girl dreamed of. However, though she fantasized about it, Irene never dared to hope that love would bloom between her and Levi. Back at maid school, they often secretly passed around romantic tales of noblemen and servants overcoming class barriers to fall in love. But their teachers had repeatedly warned them sternly not to indulge in such foolish dreams. A servant was a servant. Indeed, some masters might get involved with servants, whether out of true affection or simply for amusement. But if a servant thought she could climb to the top through that, it was only a delusion. Once discovered, or if pregnancy occurred, her fate would only be to be kicked out by her master. At that point, everything would be over. Her job, her reputation, her future, everything would be ruined. What awaited her was only the despair of falling from heaven to hell. Of course, Levi's current status was not high enough for such a scenario, but Irene had never thought about it anyway. Her master was simply too attractive. She had no doubt that even the most beautiful young ladies of high society would not be able to resist him. It was such a pity, if he became an actor, he would surely become the most famous star in the entire empire. She truly did not know why he had chosen the profession of detective. And she also had no idea what her master had been doing these past few days. If Levi had known Irene's inner doubts, he would have calmly replied, he had been doing nothing at all. He had only been strolling around the church every day. Yes, that was Levi's recent daily routine. After breakfast, he would go to a nearby church, stay for a while, then wander around, listening for information from others. Of course, he would wear a disguise at such times. Without it, he would draw too much attention. And what Levi had been eavesdropping on was information about Dr. Doolittle. As a well-known doctor in the lower city, Dr. Doolittle held great respect in people's hearts. In fact, Levi had overheard many people saying that Dr. Doolittle could not possibly be the murderer and that the police had only taken him as a scapegoat. Well, in a sense, they were right. But of course, the police could not tell them that the killer had been a resurrected corpse. Still, regardless of what people said, after Doolittle's arrest, the courtesan killer had indeed never appeared again. So now, many also believed that Dr. Doolittle truly was the murderer. Levi had once passed by the pharmacy, which had already been sealed off and forbidden to enter. Its contents had been abandoned, and its fate remained unknown. Most likely, no one would bother with it anymore. After that, Levi went once again to the warehouse where he had last fought, but Clatty had not shown up. Come to think of it, he had never asked for her contact information. Or perhaps she had simply run too fast. After they had defeated those monsters, Levi and Inspector Lestrade had been frantically searching the place, and by the time they came to their senses, Clatty had already disappeared. Even Officer Fletcher had not noticed when she had slipped away. Thinking back to that petite figure shielding him, Levi muttered to himself, having an MT really did feel quite safe. Unfortunately, that MT was unlikely to work for him long-term. Maybe he should just play it like a game and raise a beast to tank for him. Levi knew very well that, in this era, there were no taboos about protecting animals. Quite the opposite, the rarer and more exotic an animal, the higher its price on the market. So as long as he had money, he could buy any animal he wanted. But even if he bought one, it would be useless. This was not a game. He was not a hunter, nor did he have any beast-taming skills. And suitable MT-type beasts were hard to find. They were usually large creatures, like bears. It was impossible to drag something like that down the street. Ah, if only he had drawn a skill like fighting. Levi had never been in a real fight in his past life. The only martial art he knew was throwing random punches. Although his shooting stat was extremely high, and he had the assistance of the Eye of the Reaper, he only had 6 bullets. If more than 6 enemies rushed him, he would be finished. Of course, Levi did not come to the church just to loaf around. He had more important things to do. Creak. Levi pushed open the church doors and stepped inside, only to find the normally empty place filled with people. Raising a curious brow, he walked over to a nearby nun and asked in a low voice. What happened? Why are there so many people here today? The nun hesitated, but seeing that Levi had been coming frequently, she regarded him as a familiar face and quietly replied. The police have returned Dr. Doolittle's body to us. We are preparing to hold a small burial service for him. These people are here for the funeral. They are all people Dr. Doolittle once saved. Facing the statue before her, the nun made a devout gesture. Although we don't know why Dr. Doolittle did such things, he truly saved many lives. May I attend as well? Hearing this, Levi asked calmly, without showing much expression. I was once under his care too. Yes, quite a bit of care, in fact. Of course. The nun nodded. No matter what sins one committed in life, before the Holy Lord after death, all are equal. Then your Holy Lord isn't much use. Levi resisted the urge to complain. If good people and bad people were the same in front of the Holy Lord, why bother being good at all? His own beliefs were far more reliable, at least, after death, your deeds were judged to decide whether you fell into boiling oil or reincarnated into a new life. Still, since this world really had strange rituals and monsters, could gods actually exist? If this holy lord truly existed as the church claimed, then that would be rather dull. Of course, Levi would never show such dissatisfaction in front of a nun. Instead, he pressed down the brim of his hat, gave a slight nod, and joined the others as they left the church for the cemetery behind it. A normal funeral required rites. But since Dr. Doolittle had been a criminal, the law forbade ceremonial blessings. So the burial could only be done directly at the cemetery. The coffin had already been lowered into the grave. Even the flower offering was skipped, people merely looked at it once before the grave was filled. He was a criminal, after all, and a serious one at that. What more could be expected? The people stood before the coffin, removing their hats and staring silently into the grave. The priest of the church stepped forward, raising high the all-seeing eye in his hands. May the Holy Lord bless his soul with peace. May his suffering be ended. Sleep now. Rest now. As the priest spoke, gravekeepers came forward with shovels, throwing dirt to cover the coffin. The crowd bowed their heads in sorrowful silence. Levi stood at the back, imitating their grief, but what he was waiting for was exactly this moment. When no one seemed to be watching, Levi closed his eyes, then suddenly snapped them open. Soul sight. This was one of the upgraded skills he had obtained after completing missions. According to the system, this ability allowed him to see fluctuations and lingering traces of interference at the soul level. That was precisely why he had come here. Clearly, the one who had given Dr. Doolittle the magic book must have interfered with his soul. Now Levi wanted to see if that person was here. The instant he opened his eyes again, the colorful world turned into black and white. It was like watching a black and white television, everything around him had become stark and monotonous. Focusing on Doolittle's coffin, Levi saw only darkness within. Obviously, the man was truly dead, with no soul remaining. And then, Levi noticed a black thread appear from nowhere, connecting the coffin to a person nearby. Clearly, that person was tied to Doolittle's fate. Levi followed the thread and saw where it led. It was a woman. She wore a black dress and a veiled hat, her face hidden. Her attire was perfectly ordinary, standard for someone attending a funeral. Ugh. Levi suddenly felt a sharp headache and quickly shut off his soul sight. In an instant, the dull black and white world vanished, and color returned. Phew. Keeping his expression calm, Levi let out a quiet breath. So that was what the world looked like through the soul's eyes. That was terrifying. Looking once more at the returned scenery before him, Levi deeply appreciated the beauty of life again. Blue skies, white clouds, green grass, leafy shade. Now this was living. Still, this ability was really something else. Glancing at the lifespan he had just lost, Levi silently cursed. It was a vicious cycle. He needed to complete missions from the system to extend his life, but the very skills the system gave him consumed his lifespan whenever he used them. Just now, those 5 seconds of soul sight had cost him 25 minutes of life. Indeed, once lifespan became visible, it really did feel frightening. Soon, the funeral ended and the crowd dispersed. Levi blended in quietly, keeping his eyes on the woman in the black dress. She left the church, got into a hired carriage at the street, and rode away. Levi stood at the roadside, memorizing the carriage's license number. Then he walked to another carriage waiting for passengers nearby. Good day, sir. Where would you like to go? Seeing Levi approach, the driver quickly asked eagerly. Levi thought for a moment, then asked. Do you know the driver of that carriage just now? Of course, sir. The coachman quickly replied. We often work around here. His name is Kent. He's an honest fellow. I'd like to meet him and ask about something. Make the arrangements. As he spoke, Levi pulled out a few coins. The driver's eyes lit up at the sight. No problem. At lunchtime, we all gather at the Golden Fish Tavern nearby. He should head there once he finishes this fare. Good. Levi nodded and climbed into the carriage. Take me there. The Golden Fish Tavern was a somewhat shabby, ordinary tavern, also known as a cheap restaurant. The people here were all from the lower levels of society. If Levi were to make an analogy, the people here were like migrant workers, making a living on a few coins worth of boxed meals. Of course, the boxed meal of this era, its quality. Disguised as a middle-aged man, Levi looked at the coachman before him stirring his bowl with a wooden spoon. What was inside looked like a big pile of heated nasal mucus. It was enough to ruin any appetite. Better go back for a steak instead. Levi fiddled with the broken wooden cup by his hand, waiting silently. Fortunately, he did not wait long before he saw another coachman walk into the Golden Fish Tavern. The man across from Levi happily raised his hand and waved. Hey, Kent. Over here. HM. What is it? The coachman named Kent walked over, curiously looking at his companion, while the latter also looked at him in confusion. Why are you so late? Did you run far? Hey, don't mention it. Speaking of this, the coachman named Kent began pouring out his complaints. I just had a passenger. She made me circle here, then circle there, taking a huge detour. I almost got dizzy before she finally got off. But when I came to my senses, I realized the place was only 2 streets from the church. What a waste of time. Luckily, that kind lady gave me quite a generous fare. Where did she get off? Hearing this, Levi asked, and Kent froze for a moment, then looked at him. Oh, at the Splendor Club on Squirrel Street. Thank you. Levi stood up, placed a few pennies on the table before them, nodded, and turned to leave. With a lead, things would be much easier. Levi also had his own information channels, or rather, the most effective one. Splendor Club. Inspector Lestrade sat behind his desk, carefully grooming his two mustaches in the mirror with a comb while frowning. You're certain? I'm not certain, but that coachman wasn't lying. And as things stand, this is our only clue. No matter what, we have to check it. What kind of place is this Splendor Club? When Levi questioned the coachman named Kent, he had carefully observed him. The man's expression was open, without concealment or signs of lying. That meant the woman had indeed entered the Splendor Club. She might even be a member. The next problem was how to enter for investigation. A private club. You need a recommendation to join. Its reputation is very good, no bad records. That's all I know. For this type of private club, if it doesn't involve illegal matters, our police have no right to investigate or interfere. Inspector Lestrade spread his hands, showing his helplessness. Unlike Dr. Doolittle's pharmacy, this type of club had a private nature. And the people who hosted and participated in them were wealthy, powerful, and influential. Not like Dr. Doolittle, who was dirt poor and could be easily crushed. So even if Levi wanted to repeat his old trick, using a report to get inside for a search, it would not work. Thanks. I'll think of a way myself. That was easier said than done. Levi truly had no clue how to join a private club. He had only been in this world for just over a week. Private clubs were all about connections, and among the people Levi knew, no one could provide him with such access. Leaving the police station, Levi sighed. For him, the best option was to use his skills well, negotiating and observing to lock onto his target. But if he couldn't even get inside, everything would be meaningless. No matter how strong his ability, it was not enough to twist truth into lies. He couldn't just walk up to the door, claim he was a member of the Splendor Club, and expect them to let him in. Thinking of this, Levi recalled a prank he had seen online, someone carrying a ladder, pretending to be a repairman, and entering all kinds of places. Most of the time, they got let in. Of course, such a trick would not work in this era. Still, thinking about it was amusing. While pondering, Levi returned to White Oak Street. The tall clock tower was not far away. Just as he was considering whether to have afternoon tea today, suddenly a pair of hands reached out from behind, covering his eyes. A playful and cheerful voice followed. Guess who I am? Miss Katie. Levi turned his head, and there stood Katie, who had vanished after that day. Her outfit was no different from before, a peaked cap, long sleeves and trousers. Her sapphire blue eyes curved like crescent moons as she grinned mischievously at him. Hee hee, you guessed right. So. Surprised? Unexpected? It really is a little unexpected. Where have you been all this time? I had some business and went home first. Katie pouted. As a result, they locked me at home for several days. I was only just let out. If you ask me, it's strange they even let you out at all. Levi had thought that next time he saw Miss Katie, it would be because she secretly snuck out from home. He hadn't expected her to actually be released. Was her family so carefree? Or did they simply not care whether she lived or died? But thinking again, with this young lady's courage and skill to brawl with monsters, ordinary people probably couldn't do anything to her anyway. Right, about that bounty. Bounty? The bounty for capturing the courtesan killer. The city council issued £5,000. We split it half and half. Your £2,500 are on this punch card. While speaking, Levi took a punch card from his wallet. This was the equivalent of a bank card in this era. The password is 6/8. It's unregistered. You can redeem it at Barron Bank. Katie took the punch card, looked at it curiously, then returned it. I appreciate the thought, but this little money is useless to me. Besides, I don't usually spend much either. You should keep it. My goodness, truly a rich person. Although Levi had long suspected she was from nobility, her unintentional display of extravagance still left him a little breathless. Right. Before Levi could put the card away, Katie leaned forward excitedly. Compared to this trivial matter, have you been investigating any interesting cases lately? Count me in, how about that? Consider it repayment. £2,500, a sum many would never earn in a lifetime, was just a trivial matter to you. Levi put away the punch card. He knew well that people who didn't lack money would never accept it if you forced it on them. And for this young lady, compared to money, she clearly preferred thrill and adventure. Right. I'm still investigating the follow-up to that case. The courtesan killers. Walking down the street together, Levi explained the situation to Katie. As expected, her interest grew immensely. So you're planning to enter that Splendor Club to investigate? See if they're connected to that magic book? Pretty much, but I haven't found a way to infiltrate yet. I might be able to ask someone. You said you've already installed a communicator? Yes. Levi nodded, then took a silver card case from his pocket, pulling out a card and handing it to her. If you need me, you can reach me through this number. All right. Katie took the card, studied it carefully, then waved at Levi. I'll head back first. If there's anything, I'll let you know. With that, she vanished down the street like a gust of wind. Levi watched her figure disappear into the crowd, then smiled and shook his head before turning away. Back home, Levi enjoyed the dinner prepared by Irene: bread, vegetable salad, roast beef, and pea soup. It had to be said, Irene's cooking was quite good. Or perhaps Levi's expectations of food in this era were simply not that high. As long as there was meat and bread, it was fine. Just like a burger meal. Far better than heated nasal mucus soup. After dinner, Levi picked up the newspaper, while Irene quickly cleared the plates and returned to her room downstairs for her own meal. Maids could not dine with their masters, that was the rule. Levi didn't care about this, but Irene insisted on fulfilling her duties as a maid. Still, for Levi, having someone stand behind him watching while he ate felt uncomfortable. Re-eyeing. Just as Levi turned a page of the newspaper, the communicator on the wall beside his desk, about the size of a public phone, rang shrilly. Levi put down the newspaper, lifted the receiver, and as expected, Katie's excited voice came through. Success. Mr. Levi. Tomorrow we're going to the Splendor Club together. He had to admit, that was fast. Katie was clearly full of curiosity and enthusiasm for this matter. The next day at noon, a carriage arrived at Levi's clock tower at the appointed time. Levi opened the door and saw Katie inside. Come on up. Katie proudly beckoned him with a smile, and Levi entered the carriage, sitting across from her. When the carriage started moving again, Levi had time to study the girl before him. Unlike before, Katie now wore a pure white long-sleeve dress, covered by a black cloak trimmed with gold, and a felt hat. The hair she had always hidden under her cap was now free, platinum strands cascading down to her waist, glittering in the sunlight. Though Levi had suspected her to be a noble young lady, no moment confirmed it more than now. Not only was she a noble, her status had to be very high. Only. Remembering that day in the sealed chamber, when this young lady fought a monster with her fists, Levi was speechless. He wondered what kind of upbringing she had received. Forget it, her identity aside, having her as an ally was still a good thing. By the time the carriage reached the Splendor Club, it was already afternoon. This was the best time, as agreed with Katie. To investigate inside, one had to go when there were many people. For such private clubs, the busiest times were in the afternoon and evening. Most members came after work, to drink, chat, and play cards. It was also the best time for new faces to appear. Levi stepped off the carriage and looked toward Katie, extending his hand. She smiled lightly, took his hand, and stepped down. Well then, detective, let's see what interesting things this place holds. Although Levi did not know through what channel Katie managed it, the process of entering the Splendor Club went smoothly. Katie showed a card to the doorman, and she was immediately led into the Splendor Club. In Levi's eyes, this was more like a high-class bar. Or rather, the nature of a club was almost the same. A group of men and women drank wine, smoked, and bragged. It could be considered a kind of social entertainment in an era without television or the internet. Basically, it was no different from chatting with drunkards in taverns in the lower city. At most, they dressed better and boasted in a more sophisticated way. When Levi and Katie passed through the corridor and entered the hall, they saw quite a few men and women chatting. At the same time, a middle-aged man in a flamboyant suit, looking like a playboy, walked over with a smile and nodded to them. Hello, Mr. Levi, Miss Katie, welcome to the Splendor Club. May I ask who you are? Levi looked at the playboy in front of him and asked. The latter twitched the corner of his mouth. I am one of the members of the Splendor Club, Baron Cohen Drex, and also your introducer. If either of you needs anything, feel free to tell me, and I will do my best to satisfy you. Alright, Baron Cohen. Your generosity and hospitality honor us deeply. I believe we will certainly spend a pleasant time here. Well then, I won't disturb you too. Enjoy yourselves. After saying this, Baron Cohen nodded to them, then turned and left. Watching his back as he went upstairs, Levi tilted his head slightly and whispered to Katie. Do you know him? No. Katie shook her head, as if it were only natural. I just said I wanted to join the Splendor Club and asked them to find a way. That's all. Alright, as expected of you. Phew. After walking up to the second floor, Baron Cohen finally reached out his hand, took out a handkerchief, and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Then he turned his head and secretly glanced at the hall. As a baron, Cohen himself did not have much talent. If he was skilled in anything, it was in eating, drinking, and playing. That was why Baron Cohen had joined such a Splendor Club. There were at least 8 to 10,000 such small clubs in Mist City. Normally, Baron Cohen did not think his little place was worth anyone's attention. Yet to his surprise, last night a messenger of an important figure came to him, hoping he could let these two join the club. Baron Cohen was just a minor baron. No matter what, he could not be compared with such figures, let alone that they usually had no dealings. With Baron Cohen's status, there was no way he could ever meet such people. Although he did not know what the other party meant, Baron Cohen certainly would not refuse. Or rather, he had no way to refuse. So he obediently wrote the letter of introduction as asked and did his best to arrange everything securely to avoid accidents. However, this was also a good thing. Baron Cohen smiled proudly. In the past, he had no way of connecting with those high-ranking people. But these two young ones clearly looked like a handsome man and a beautiful lady, perhaps even descendants of a great family, or even betrothed. Maybe they wanted a private place to get intimate, and that was why they chose here. Otherwise, with their status, wouldn't it be easier to join those exclusive noble clubs? Forget it. No matter what, as long as he treated them well, he would surely gain opportunities to get closer to high-ranking figures in the future. Meanwhile, Levi and Katie also greeted most of the club members. In return, they received warm and friendly responses. This was only natural. After all, Levi was devastatingly handsome, and Katie, after dressing carefully, was a noble-looking, beautiful lady. In most people's eyes, they must be a couple who had come to a private club for a secret date. Such things were quite common. After all, in this era, social class was strict. Noble couples could not walk hand in hand through the streets or parks, openly showing their love before commoners. A private setting with a refined social atmosphere was naturally the best choice. Compared to Katie, everyone paid more attention to Levi. Partly because he left such a deep impression, and partly because the courtesan killer case had only just been solved. As a famous detective, his reputation was still high during this period. If Levi were just an ordinary detective, people would not have welcomed him so warmly. It was mainly because of his temperament and appearance. Black hair and black eyes were symbols of ancient noble bloodlines, traceable even back to the first dynasty founded by Emperor Arthur. Moreover, Levi's own manners were elegant, neither humble nor arrogant, with a calm composure. Everyone present was shrewd. They could tell at a glance this was not someone raised in an ordinary household. So their attitude toward Levi was naturally friendly. Levi also exchanged words with some of them. To put it simply, the members of this club did not hold particularly high positions, but they were not low either. There were no great capitalists or high-ranking politicians. On the contrary, many of them were secretaries to capitalists or deputies to politicians. Others were horse-riding instructors, painters, and similar types, connected to the upper class, but not belonging to it themselves. Was this club prepared especially for such people? Then what was its purpose? Hey! As Levi pondered, Katie stretched out her hand and discreetly pinched his arm. Hiss, what is it, Miss Katie? Isn't it inappropriate to reveal your identity so openly? Weren't we here to infiltrate and investigate? We are here to investigate, but not to infiltrate. Levi rubbed his arm. Katie's pinch looked ordinary, but he felt as if his arm had been caught in iron pliers, almost breaking. When he went back and took off his clothes, he would probably find bruises. This young lady looked delicate and frail, but where did all that strength come from? Not infiltration. No. Levi shook his head. If he could, he would have liked to investigate like in detective novels, sneaking in, searching slowly. Unfortunately, what Levi lacked most now was time. After finishing the last mission, Levi gained 45 days of lifespan. Adding what he had left, he had just over 50 days, less than 2 months. How could he waste time here? So Levi had no choice but to take this risky approach. Just like with Dr. Doolittle, he had to appear directly in front of the other party, forcing them to react. Levi could be sure, if that mysterious woman saw him here, she would definitely become alert. Thanks to those newspaper reports, the whole Mist City, even the Empire, and all areas where news circulated, knew about Levi, the famous detective who solved a mysterious case. If she was guilty, she would surely show some reaction out of nervousness. That was exactly what Levi needed. When you did not know if a mouse was in the hole, waiting patiently was one way. But if time was short, poking it with a stick worked too. Only, the woman had not yet appeared. Levi had already greeted several ladies, but none was the one he was looking for. Though at the church, he had not seen her face clearly because of the veil, he still remembered her gait and bearing. The ladies he met earlier were completely different from that memory. So, she had not appeared yet. Time passed, minute by minute. Levi played a few rounds of cards with the gentlemen of the club. Katie, meanwhile, chatted with the ladies about Mist City's popular clothing and cosmetics. As night fell, most people took their leave after dinner. Soon, fewer and fewer remained. Levi and Katie exchanged a glance and finally decided to leave. After all, this was not urgent. If they did not see her today, they could come back tomorrow. After finishing another round of cards, Levi stood up to take his leave. Suddenly, he heard the sound of footsteps behind him, tap, tap, tap. Hearing that, Levi's spirit lifted instantly, because those footsteps belonged to that woman. She finally appeared. Ah, madam. At the same time, the 3 gentlemen who were playing cards with Levi also noticed the source of the footsteps. They quickly stood up. We never thought you would come so late. We thought you wouldn't appear today. Then, a calm, gentle woman's voice sounded. Sorry, I had some matters to handle. Did everyone have a pleasant evening? Of course. Oh, and today we have new members. At that moment, Levi had already turned around and looked at her, then froze. She also froze slightly upon seeing Levi. Levi had truly not expected to see her here, because the one who appeared before him was none other than the mistress of the Pink Lady, Madame Clatty. Looking at this kind, benevolent-looking elderly lady, Levi twitched his mouth. From running the Pink Lady in the lower city to a private club in the upper city? Wasn't that too much of a leap? Madame Clatty's expression also shifted slightly upon seeing Levi. In that instant, Levi's investigation skill immediately detected the fleeting shock, unease, and panic in her eyes. As expected, there was absolutely something wrong with this old woman. Levi narrowed his eyes, showing a gentlemanly smile. He stepped forward and gave Madame Clatty a slight bow. "Good evening, madam. I am Levi, a detective. May I ask how I should address you?" "You may call me Madame Durex." After a moment of silence, Madame Clatty gave an answer that nearly made Levi lose his composure. "All right. Madam." Levi hesitated, but in the end he did not say the name aloud. He suspected that if he did, he might burst out laughing immediately. "This is my friend, Katie." Levi pulled Katie over. The latter, upon seeing Madame Clatty, opened her mouth slightly and widened her eyes like a stunned fish. But Madame Clatty did not seem to recognize Katie. She only restrained her expression and smiled, nodding gently to her. "Hello, Miss Katie. It is my honor to meet you both. I hope you enjoy this place." "Of course. We are very satisfied with it." Katie came back to her senses, smiled, and gave a curtsy. Meanwhile, Levi picked up his top hat and placed it back on his head. "Forgive us, madam. It is late, and we must go. I hope we can meet again." "Of course, Mr. Levi. You are welcome at the Splendor Club anytime." They bid farewell with courtesy. Then Levi took Katie and left the club, returning to their carriage. What on earth is going on? Back in the carriage, Katie immediately showed her astonishment. That was Madame Clatty just now, wasn't it? How could she appear in the Splendor Club? It seems this case is more complicated than we thought. Levi stroked his chin and frowned. Because of Madame Clatty's appearance, Levi suddenly thought of a problem. That was, even if resurrecting Amelia really required the blood and flesh of sinners, why target only courtesans? Even if aborting children was considered a sin, in the lower city, a place filled with crime, weren't there far worse sinners everywhere? Robbers, murderers, thieves, kidnappers. A backstreet doctor like Dr. Doolittle surely treated all kinds of shady people. He could have mixed Amelia's powdered finger into some other medicine, had those people drink it, then killed them afterward. Wouldn't that have worked? If the lower city had anything in abundance, it was sinners. And in this way, there was no need to specifically kill courtesans. Kill a few thugs or gangsters, and no one would even care. The courtesan killer case caused such a stir precisely because all the victims were courtesans, dying violently in the streets. The impact was terrible. Why? Before, Levi had fully accepted Dr. Doolittle's explanation. But now, he began to doubt it. After all, Dr. Doolittle's explanation was also hearsay. As a doctor, how could he understand occult matters? Madame Clatty was the one controlling the Pink Lady. From what Soul Sight showed, it was very likely she was the one who gave Dr. Doolittle that magic book. Even Dr. Doolittle's decision to attack courtesans could very well have been her order. After all, as the owner of the Pink Lady, how could she not know the situation of the girls under her? Even if they wanted to hide things from her, could they really? Or was it simply that she did not care? What exactly was Madame Clatty after? Running the Pink Lady in the lower city, a private club in the upper city, did she have other identities too? What on earth was she trying to achieve? At that moment, a flash of light appeared before Levi's eyes. Then a line of system information appeared. Mission activated, darkness and shadows. Mission objective, investigate Madame Clatty's true purpose. Mission reward, lifespan plus 50, random reward. Seeing this, Levi finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was obvious, this time, he had found the right clue. With that thought, Levi made a quick decision. Stop the carriage. With Levi's command, the carriage immediately stopped, and Levi opened the door. Mr. Levi, where are you going? I'm going back to watch Madame Clatty. She will definitely do something. Levi glanced at the street. After getting into the carriage earlier, in order to avoid arousing Madame Clatty's suspicion, they had left immediately. Luckily, they had only reached the street corner by now. From here, Madame Clatty should not be able to see them. Watch. I want to go too. Dressed like that? Levi glanced at Katie's gown. Although the gown looked neat and crisp, it was obviously unsuitable for climbing around. Katie seemed to realize this as well. She pursed her lips unhappily, stomped her foot lightly, clenched her fists, then finally gave up. All right then, but tomorrow you must tell me if you find anything. Of course. After making the promise, Levi stepped down from the carriage. The door closed again, and the carriage quickly sped away toward the end of the street. Levi watched the carriage's silhouette, then turned his gaze back, walking toward the direction of the Splendor Club. When he arrived again in front of the Splendor Club, all the surrounding buildings had already extinguished their lights. It was night now. The club had closed for business, and it seemed the other guests had also left. But Levi had his own way of confirming. He closed his eyes, then opened them again. Soul Sight. In an instant, the world once again turned black and white. From Levi's perspective, he could clearly see a vivid humanoid soul form on the second floor of the Splendor Club. Obviously, that should be Madame Clatty. Judging from her appearance, she had not gone to sleep yet. Levi quickly deactivated soul sight, and the world returned to normal. This move, used well, could be like a wallhack cheat in a shooting game. Just that it cost lifespan. Levi muttered under his breath, then leapt up. His hands and feet moved nimbly as he silently climbed along the stone bricks and balconies. He wasn't afraid of being discovered. After all, there was no one on the street at this hour. As for whether his clothes would get dirty from the climbing. Forget it, he would deal with that later. Anyway, there was now a maid responsible for laundry. Levi silently reached the second-floor balcony. He activated soul sight again to confirm. That figure was standing in the corner of the room, facing sideways, unaware of Levi's presence. So Levi slowly leaned forward and peeked inside through the balcony window. And then, he saw Madame Clatty. She looked completely different from the dignified elderly lady of before. At this moment, she was draped in a blood-red robe, wearing a strange black mask, holding a candlestick in her hand, staring at a mirror in front of her. Why did all these cultists love dressing up like some half-human half-ghost freaks? Couldn't they be normal? Looking at Madame Clatty's current appearance, Levi grumbled inwardly. In movies and games, one could say it was for artistic effect. But in reality, if you dressed like that, weren't you just begging others to notice you weren't normal? Levi pressed his ear against the window, listening to the faint voice from inside. Everything is proceeding smoothly, my lord. Yes, no problem, Doolittle's sacrifice was within expectations. The long night is coming. Levi had no idea who Madame Clatty was talking to. There was only her in the room, and no communicator. The only thing was that she was facing a mirror. Could it be she was speaking into the mirror? Was that a magic mirror? Levi wanted to listen more, but unfortunately, Madame Clatty's report seemed to be ending. Finally, she hesitated a moment. My lord, that detective, he came to my club, should I? No, my lord. But before she finished her words, she suddenly let out a shrill scream. Levi was startled, quickly peering inside through the window. What he saw shocked him. Madame Clatty was floating in midair. The iron mask she wore fell to the ground, revealing her twisted, hideous expression. Her hands clutched her own throat tightly, as if an invisible hand were strangling her. Then, with a loud crack, her head twisted 180 degrees. Her body collapsed like a lifeless puppet, crashing to the ground, never to move again. She just died. Levi stared dumbfounded at Madame Clatty's corpse, dead beyond doubt. The mastermind was far too cautious. Just because she reported his presence, she was killed. And by some curse-like method, no less. He had only ever seen this kind of remote killing trick in movies. He never thought such a thing could exist in this world. This was insane. But it wasn't over. The candle that had fallen from Madame Clatty's hand suddenly erupted with bright flames. In an instant, it set the entire carpet ablaze. They were going to destroy the corpse. What, not even giving him a chance to investigate? Levi was stunned. He hadn't expected the mastermind to be this cautious. Just because Madame Clatty reported that he had come to the club, the mastermind not only killed her, but also wanted to burn the entire place down. What to do? He couldn't let the evidence burn away. Levi's eyes swept the room quickly. Then he gritted his teeth and made a decision. He crossed his arms before his chest and charged headlong into the room. Crash. The glass shattered instantly. Levi rolled inside, but he didn't rush toward the fire. Instead, he pressed himself against the wall, moving to the side of the mirror. He reached out and shoved it over, turning it face down against the floor. After all, Levi had watched too many horror films and played too many supernatural games. The other side might be controlling the mirror. If he was reflected in it, who knew what might happen? These thoughts flashed through Levi's mind. Then he hurried to Madame Clatty's corpse and lifted it onto his back. Thankfully, the old lady wasn't too heavy, or Levi would have been crushed flat. After all, he wasn't exactly built for physical labor. By now, flames had already spread across the carpet, engulfing almost the entire room. If Levi didn't get out, he would roast along with her. So he just took a quick glance, then bolted, carrying Madame Clatty's body. He dashed across the rooftop into the neighboring building. Only then did he set her down, exhaling heavily. Next step, he needed to contact Inspector Lestrade. For Levi, this wasn't difficult. Upon receiving his report, Inspector Lestrade immediately arrived at the scene. He directed the firefighting while secretly having Levi and Madame Clatty's body brought back to the police station. Back at the station, Levi recounted everything he had seen. If I hadn't experienced strange things with you before, if her throat wasn't marked only with her own handprints, I'd think you were just drunk and hallucinating. Behind his desk, Inspector Lestrade's expression was grim. So it seems, the case of Dr. Doolittle really does involve a very dangerous conspiracy. Lestrade was a professional. If you set aside the curse-like mysterious elements, the case boiled down to this. A criminal group suspected exposure, so they decisively silenced their subordinate who might leave traces. That alone showed the enemy was extremely cautious. Which meant, what they sought must be enormous. Too bad you don't know what they're plotting. I'm a detective, not a fortune teller. Levi shook his head. The system hadn't given him any divination skills. Any clues from the things I brought back? So far, nothing unusual. Inspector Lestrade shook his head, pressing the bell. Soon, Officer Fletcher entered carrying a metal tray. On it lay various items. These were found on Madame Clatty's body. See if you notice anything. Levi approached the desk, inspecting the items, a necklace, rings, a wallet, a set of keys, several punched cards. The last were nothing strange in this world, just like people commonly carried licenses, passports, or ID. Do we have Madame Clatty's identity information? Levi examined the objects while asking. The good thing about this world was the difference engine. Anyone with a citizen number had their information stored. Of course. Inspector Lestrade nodded, picking up a file. Gray Durex. Original name, Gray Karlst. Later married Butler Durex, changed to Gray Durex. Why are you laughing? No, nothing. It's just. Fine, that name is a little odd. Levi barely stifled a laugh. But the thought of there being a Durex family in this world nearly broke his composure. Really? I don't find it strange. Inspector Lestrade, not understanding the joke, continued. She had 2 sons. Husband died of illness. One son died in an accident, the other in war. No criminal record. A devout believer of the Holy Lord Church. Any relatives? Or now that she's dead, any heirs to her estate? That depends on whether she left a will. A lawyer will notify us. But based on current records, she had no other relatives. Any findings from the autopsy? Nothing significant. Officer Fletcher shook his head. The forensic doctor's official report isn't out yet. But based on the initial check, there's nothing unusual. No tattoos, or strange marks. Levi asked based on the movies and games he had seen. After all, cultists loved such bizarre symbols. This. I'll check more carefully later. Fletcher clearly hadn't thought of that, but gave the answer after a pause. At that, Levi suddenly had an idea. He looked toward Inspector Lestrade. What will happen to Madame Clatty's body after this? Normally, it would be stored until her family claims it for burial. But to prevent the mastermind from discovering that you carried her out of the fire, we will secretly cremate her and hand over the ashes instead. Good. A faint smile appeared on Levi's lips. I have a request. What is it? After cremating Madame Clatty, please give me part of her ashes. Both Inspector Lestrade and Officer Fletcher looked stunned. What do you want that for? I might be able to use it to find the killer. Levi's eyes glinted. He had just remembered. He had located Madame Clatty earlier through Soul Sight because she was linked to Dr. Doolittle's death. Now, Madame Clatty was clearly killed by the mastermind. That meant, on the soul level, there was a connection between them. So maybe, through Soul Sight, he could find the mastermind. But that wasn't urgent for now. Because by the time Levi returned home, dawn had already broken. Ding dong. The lift reached the top floor and opened. Levi stepped inside, seeing Irene in a maid's dress dozing on the sofa, a lamp lit beside her. When the lift door opened, she started awake, quickly standing up. Ah, sir, you're back. From now on, you don't need to wait for me so late. Levi yawned, taking off his coat. Irene hurried over, taking it from him. She noticed the dirt on it, looking slightly surprised. Sir, did something happen? A detective's work always involves some rough and tumble. Levi waved it off. Go to bed. We'll handle the rest tomorrow. Understood. Since Levi said so, Irene didn't press further. She nodded, walked to the lift, shut the gate, then went downstairs to her room. Levi stretched, returned to his bed, and let out a long breath. What a mess. He closed his eyes, thinking back. Though he hadn't heard Madame Clatty's words in full, it was clear she intended to get rid of him. That was normal, after all, she realized he might investigate her because of Dr. Doolittle, so her first instinct was to eliminate him. But obviously, her superior thought otherwise. They didn't even bother to test him, simply abandoned her, cutting the line entirely. Of course, maybe Madame Clatty no longer had much value. And now, Levi was a well-known detective. If they tried to kill him, it might draw even more attention and investigation. Compared to that, killing Madame Clatty was more cost-effective. Levi recalled the old lady again. She had seemed sincere, not like a villain. But who knew? Villains didn't wear labels on their foreheads. Forget it, the rest could wait for tomorrow. For now, he needed sleep. With that thought, Levi closed his eyes and sank into deep dreams. Levi slept until noon the next day before getting up. Although his lifespan was limited, it was precisely because of this that Levi would never wrong himself. He slept when he needed to, ate when he needed to, only in this way could he ensure he was not wasting the enjoyment of each day. His experiences before crossing over had already taught him, never think about suffering now in order to enjoy later. Because the more you thought that way, the more likely you were to end up suffering now without being able to enjoy later. When Levi changed his clothes and went downstairs, Irene had already placed a steaming breakfast on the table, including milk, white bread, tomato salad, ham, and fried eggs. Levi ate while casually picking up the newspaper and flipping it open. As expected, the fire at Splendor Club had become the top news report. Of course, the content reported was no different from what Levi had imagined. It basically just reported that Splendor Club had caught fire, the club's owner Madame Durex had died in the fire, and the police were investigating whether there was suspicion of arson, etc. Levi skimmed through it. It only briefly mentioned Madame Clatty's life, and that the police investigation was ongoing. For now, it seemed Madame Clatty had likely fallen ill suddenly while preparing to sleep, collapsed on the ground, and the candle in her hand ignited the carpet, causing the fire. At least from the news report, there was nothing worth. Just as Levi intended to ignore this piece of news, he suddenly noticed the following line written afterward. However, according to the reporter's investigation, on the day of the fire at Splendor Club, 2 newcomers joined the club. Among them was none other than the famous detective Mr. Levi, who previously solved the courtesan killer case. Could he be connected to this matter? Our reporter will continue to investigate for you. Levi stared at the newspaper, suddenly feeling as though the ham in his mouth had lost its taste. These damned gossip reporters. Where had they dug up this information? But it was not surprising. He simply disliked his affairs being splashed across the newspaper like this. Forget it, it was no real harm anyway. That the reporters had uncovered his visit to that club was no surprise to Levi. Since Splendor Club caught fire, those reporters would surely snoop around like detectives themselves, naturally finding its members. And Levi and Katie's appearance had clearly left the deepest impression. It would have been stranger if they had not reported it. Still, he had not come away empty-handed. At that thought, Levi touched the cigarette case in his hand. Inside was not tobacco, but some of Madame Clatty's ashes. Perhaps, in the eyes of the mastermind behind the scenes, killing Madame Clatty would sever Levi's trail completely. But in fact, for Levi, doing so had instead given him the opportunity to lock onto the culprit. If you had not killed Madame Clatty and instead obstructed my actions step by step, perhaps I truly would have had no way to deal with you. But now, as long as I used soul sight to find who was connected to Madame Clatty's death, then locked onto them, that would be enough. The only pity was that this ability still had a range limit. From Levi's experiments so far, it was about 100 meters in radius. And since it consumed his lifespan, he could not keep it on all the time. Otherwise, he might not wake up the next day. So unless Levi had a suspect in mind, he would not use it on just anyone. Ding dong. The sound of the elevator bell rang. Levi looked up and saw the elevator door open, followed by a figure in a peaked cap bouncing energetically inside. Mr. Levi. Did you see the newspaper? What on earth is going on? The newcomer was none other than Katie. Levi raised a hand, gesturing for Katie to calm down, then finished his breakfast. Irene also served Katie a cup of tea before excusing herself with the tray. Katie sat down on the chair, and only when Irene had left did she hurry to the desk. What's going on? The news says Splendor Club caught fire, and Madame Clatty died. That wasn't you, was it? If it had really been me, that would have been better. Levi sighed, then recounted to Katie what had happened the previous night. When she heard Levi say Madame Clatty had twisted her own neck, Katie's face turned pale in fright. My God, isn't that the kind of black magic? Or some kind of curse? Possibly. I'm not sure either. In short, they certainly possessed some extraordinary power. So what do we do now? Katie frowned slightly, looking quite troubled. It's not as though we're entirely without clues. Levi explained to Katie his thoughts from the carriage last night, along with the report he had overheard from Madame Clatty. She told the mirror everything was going smoothly, that Doolittle's sacrifice was within expectations. MHM. Katie nodded repeatedly while listening, then suddenly reacted. Wait, we clearly stopped Dr. Doolittle's plan. Amelia wasn't resurrected. How could that be considered a success? It was obviously a failure. That's the problem. Levi snapped his fingers. Just as I suspected before, Madame Clatty lied to Dr. Doolittle. Maybe needing a sinner's organs was true, but it didn't necessarily have to be a courtesan. There were plenty of sinners in the lower city. Compared to them, courtesans were the least harmful. At least they were laborers earning money through work. That's true. I know a few scoundrels, but there are far worse ones. Therefore, I suspect, for Madame Clatty, whether Dr. Doolittle succeeded or not didn't matter. What mattered was whether he carried out the ritual at all. Katie stared at Levi in confusion, completely baffled. It's just a thought I have. I can't really explain it clearly. Levi shook his head. He had grasped a vague idea, but he was no expert in mysticism. It was just a feeling he had, comparing it to the movies, animations, novels, and games he had seen before. As for the exact truth, that was still unclear. By the way, last night Madame Clatty didn't seem to recognize you. Of course not. At this, Katie proudly raised her chest and lifted her chin. My disguise was flawless. Besides, I rarely met Madame Clatty face to face. Most of the time I only helped those ladies. What did you help them with? Running errands, buying things they wanted but couldn't get, or driving away troublesome clients. Katie's expression dimmed slightly. I always felt sorry for them, but there wasn't much I could do. Every little bit helps. Levi sighed, then stood up. Since you're so worried, let's go check on their situation now. All right. The news in the papers had not caused any commotion among the Pink Lady girls. Or rather, they still did not know that the Madame Durex mentioned in the newspaper was their boss. So when Levi and Katie returned to the Pink Lady, the place looked as calm as ever. The doorman was still the same young strong man. Levi greeted him, then used a penny to gain entry. Perhaps the man thought Levi had come to see a courtesan again. But this time was different. What are we here for today? We're going to check Madame Clatty's room. Levi answered Katie in a low voice. Some things she likely wouldn't have kept at Splendor Club, but here instead. You mean her office? Can you pick locks? I don't need to pick locks. Levi sighed inwardly. I have the key. As a detective, not having a lock-picking skill was really unqualified. Perhaps because most people were resting off duty, the Pink Lady was quiet inside. Using the key taken from Madame Clatty, Levi easily opened the office door, and the two of them slipped inside. Ooh. How exciting. Carefully stepping in, Katie's eyes sparkled. It feels just like we're thieves. We're not here to steal. We're here to investigate. Levi corrected her, then began rummaging through the room. Katie too looked around eagerly, like a player entering an NPC's house hoping to loot everything. What are we looking for? Anything useful. You can check the desk, drawers, or behind paintings. Maybe there's a safe. Before he even finished, Levi saw Katie reach up and pull down a painting from the wall, revealing a hidden safe. There's a safe here, Mr. Levi. Levi was momentarily speechless. He walked to the safe and examined it carefully. To his disappointment, it was a combination safe, one that required a code rather than a key. And he did not have the code. What's wrong, Mr. Levi? Seeing Levi stand silently before the safe, Katie asked curiously. Levi nodded. I'm thinking about how to open it. You can't open it. Let me try. As she spoke, Katie flexed her arms and reached for the safe's handle. Seeing this, Levi quickly rushed to stop her. Wait, let me try first. I remember there's a way. Levi recalled seeing somewhere that thieves opened such safes by placing a stethoscope against it and listening while turning the dial. Though he lacked a stethoscope, his investigation and perception skills could serve. So Levi leaned close to the safe, stretched out his hand, and slowly turned the dial. Sure enough, he caught the faint click sounds from within the heavy safe door. Phew. Thankfully, safes of this era were not too complicated. Otherwise, he would have been helpless, and he dared not let Katie try to force it open. Though Levi felt that with Katie's strength, breaking it open would be easy, he did not want anyone knowing they had done so. Leaving no trace was best. After several turns, the safe finally opened. Katie's eyes widened in astonishment. Mr. Levi, you're amazing. Just a little trick, nothing impressive. Levi waved it off, then looked into the safe. Inside was a money pouch, several punched cards, and a black notebook. Levi took the notebook and flipped it open. Inside were records of accounts, the Pink Lady's income and expenses, and notes of smuggling and other crimes. Normally, this would have been valuable evidence. But now that Madame Clatty was dead, her shady dealings no longer mattered. Just as Levi was about to put the notebook back, he froze. Something felt wrong. This was not some kind of reasoning, but more like intuition. Levi instinctively felt, this was not quite normal. The reason was very simple, it was all too smooth. They came here to search, and then easily found a safe, and then found the notebook. If they had not known Madame Clatty's true identity, and had only come to investigate, they might have been misled by this answer, that Madame Clatty, just like others in the lower city, had many secrets and was involved in some illegal dealings. But that was nothing unusual in the lower city, and would have seemed normal. However, that was not the case. Levi and the others came looking for clues knowing Madame Clatty's true identity. So this answer, in Levi's eyes, was very unqualified. Could this be some kind of smokescreen? Something to hide Madame Clatty's real identity? Levi thought, glancing at the excited Katie beside him. Indeed, for most people, the first thing they would think upon seeing a safe was that it must contain important secret information, or at least the most valuable possessions. And since this safe was so easy to find, if others discovered it, they would naturally ignore searching elsewhere. Levi carefully inspected the safe, then closed it. Keep looking. Nothing inside. It might just be a smokescreen. Seeing Katie's slightly surprised face, Levi explained it to her in a low voice. The girl quickly caught on, and immediately grew annoyed. Never thought Madame Clatty would be this cunning. But my mother did tell me before, that things easily obtained are often not what we truly want. In any case, we still have to keep looking. Levi shifted his gaze away from the safe, and the two of them began searching through Madame Clatty's office once more. But the office itself did not hold much. Clearly Madame Clatty had not intended to live here permanently. Aside from some documents, money, jewelry, and medicine, there was hardly anything useful here. Seriously, why can't we find anything at all? Katie plopped down on the bed beside her, muttering in complaint. Levi too was somewhat disappointed. They did not have much time to waste here, but now it seemed, Levi suddenly noticed something. He walked over to Katie and closely observed the corner of the bed. There are traces of movement here. Hearing Levi's words, Katie curiously leaned over the bed and peered underneath. On the floor, there was a faint scrape mark, obviously something that had formed over long periods of time. This bed can actually move. The bed Madame Clatty had here was a heavy single bed, looking quite luxurious, and not at all like something that could be easily shifted. Whether Katie could move it, Levi certainly could not. Search around, there should be some mechanism nearby. Excited by the clue, Katie hurriedly began feeling around the bed. When her right hand reached the side pressed against the wall, her expression suddenly shifted. There's a pull ring here. A pull ring? That's right, watch this. As she spoke, Katie lifted her arm upward. The tail end of the bed gave a faint sound and slowly slid aside, revealing a hidden door beneath it. It was an ordinary-looking wooden door. Levi reached out to open it and a flight of stairs appeared before him, stretching downward into the darkness. What's inside? Katie crowded up beside him, eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed into the pitch-black passage. Sometimes Levi truly envied her innocent energy. He, at this moment, already wanted to close the door. After all, in movies, places like this usually never contained anything good. Only piles of bad things. Unfortunately, for now there was not enough evidence, and Levi could not bring others here to investigate. I don't know either. As he spoke, Levi took a gas lamp from the table and lit it, then drew the revolver from his chest. But we'll know soon enough. The dim yellow light illuminated the darkness. Levi held the gun in his right hand and raised the lamp high in his left as he walked ahead, with Katie following behind, looking about curiously. Together they stepped down the cold, dark stairs one step at a time. The air was chilling. The walls were covered in cold dew and slippery moss. The stone steps stretched downward under the dim glow of the lamp, seemingly endless. Strange. Levi stared at the steps before him, filled with doubts. It was clear these stone stairs had existed for a very long time. Though Levi could not determine their exact age, his perception and investigation faintly told him they had been here for at least several hundred years. Which meant, unless the Pink Lady had been in business for centuries, these steps could not have been built by Madame Clatty. If that was the case, then it was truly odd. Finally, after about a quarter of an hour, the narrow stairway ended. A heavy stone door blocked their way. What do we do now? Katie blinked in surprise at the thick stone door and looked at Levi. Levi, however, took out the keys he had found earlier on Madame Clatty. What else? Try them one by one. Levi's luck was not bad. On the third key, a low hum echoed from within the stone door. Then, with a rumbling sound, the massive door slowly opened to either side. Seeing this, Katie instinctively clenched her fists and stepped forward. Levi too tightened his grip on his gun, watching the darkness with wary eyes. Then, light flared. Who? The opening of the stone door seemed to trigger some mechanism. The next moment, flames sprang to life one by one, lighting up the surroundings. Wah! Katie's eyes shone in excitement. This is just like the adventure stories I've read. Adventure stories? I love adventure stories most. Brave knights enter underground labyrinths, slay monsters, solve mechanisms, defeat demon kings, seize treasure. Maybe down here, some legendary demon king is sealed away. Let's just hope no real demon king appears. In any case, we'll know once we go in. Levi muttered inwardly and made his decision. Honestly, Levi was very reluctant to enter. According to horror movie logic, in places like this, once someone goes inside, the big door always slams shut with a boom. And then, no matter how much they scream, no one can save them, and all that awaits is despair and death. If possible, Levi would much rather not go in. But unfortunately, there was no if. Though his lifespan had increased to over a month, he still needed missions to extend it further. And now that this mission had been triggered, whether he wanted to or not, he had to enter. So Levi could only grit his teeth and step forward. The only fortunate thing was that he persuaded the eager Katie to wait outside. In Levi's mind, if he really got trapped inside, at least Katie could run out to call for help. Of course, Katie was very displeased with this, but after Levi promised to call her in as soon as he confirmed it was safe, she reluctantly agreed. Inside, the space was much larger than outside. By the light of the flames on the walls, Levi could see this was something like a church. Well, that was not outside of his expectations. Cultists, if they did not perform sacrifices, how could they call themselves cultists? But unlike many depictions in games and films, there were no blood, bones, or flesh scattered about. It was actually very clean. At least on the surface, it looked like a perfectly ordinary hall. Aside from the altar in the center, there was nothing strange. Which meant the problem clearly lay with the altar. Levi turned his head to look at it, and then froze in shock. On the altar, a woman wrapped head to toe in a black robe sat with her head lowered, gazing down upon him like a monarch. She sat there, high above, her silver-white eyes glimmering faintly, like a ruler looking upon her subjects. Levi shivered all over and hastily raised his gun. But when he focused again, the altar was completely empty, only a stone bench stood there. An illusion? Or some kind of omen? Levi frowned, staring fixedly at the bench, unmoving. But after a long while, nothing unusual happened. Only when Katie's voice called from afar did he finally withdraw his gaze. "Detective sir, is everything all right? Can I come in?" Katie's voice rang out again. Levi warily scanned the hall once more before replying. "Seems there's no danger. You can come in." At his words, Katie ran in like a freed puppy. But her expression quickly shifted from excitement to disappointment. No treasure. What did you expect to find here? Piles of gold coins, treasure chests, and endless riches. Confirmed. This young lady had definitely read too many adventure novels. But this is still pretty interesting. Katie clasped her hands behind her back, curiously gazing at the altar. What is this? Why would it be down here? I'd like to know that too. Unfortunately, perhaps only Madame Clatty truly knew. Katie circled around the altar, looking puzzled. Feels like I've seen something like this somewhere before. Ah, right. Suddenly she clapped her hands. A sanctuary. That's it, this looks like a sanctuary's layout, just smaller. Sanctuary? You mean the Holy Lord Church's chapel? Levi blinked, looking again at the hall before him. But no matter how he looked, it did not resemble one. He had been to church before, and the arrangement there was no different from his world, pulpit at the front, rows of seats after. Nowhere like this. Not a chapel, a sanctuary. Katie shook her head. Every year, the New Year's sermon is held in the Holy Lord Church's sanctuary. At that time, the Pope personally ascends the high platform and prays in the name of the Holy Lord before the throne, bestowing blessings. Katie giggled. Every time I see it, I think, such an old man like His Holiness the Pope, trembling as he walks. If he tripped down the steps before everyone's eyes, that would be hilarious. Oh, come to think of it, yes, that ceremony does exist. With Katie's reminder, knowledge resurfaced in Levi's mind, the Holy Lord Church's New Year prayer. However, according to what he knew, only the nobility and high-ranking elites of nations could attend it. This young lady was indeed of extraordinary status. And then he sits on the chair to pray? Of course not, he kneels before it. Katie shook her head again. That is the throne of God. Ordinary people are never allowed to sit there. Only God may sit upon it. That is why the throne is placed atop a high altar. Even the Pope may only kneel at the third step below the chair and beg the Holy Lord's blessing. Why the third step? That I don't know. As for why the Holy Lord Church did not simply build an idol, Levi did not need to ask. For in this world, the Holy Lord Church also upheld the commandment of no making or worshipping idols. Thus even the omniscient and omnipotent God was only worshipped in the form of the symbol of the all-seeing eye, not as a statue. And that throne has the all-seeing eye carved upon it. Well, that's interesting. Levi muttered, turning again to the tall altar and the throne atop it. He was not sure whether what he had just seen was an illusion or something else. But if this was the cultist's place of sacrifice, then the throne should have borne the symbol of an evil god instead. Thinking this, Levi drew a deep breath and stepped up onto the altar, climbing toward its peak like a pyramid. Nothing happened along the way. He soon reached the top and stood before the throne, silently staring at it. Detective sir, anything discovered? Nothing. Levi sighed quietly at Katie's curious question. The mark upon it is the all-seeing eye. So, once again, he had guessed wrong. If the carvings on this chair had been some unknown symbol Levi did not recognize, then he could have accepted it. After all, based on Levi's experience, that was exactly how it went in movies, novels, and games, resurrecting some hidden, long-forgotten evil god that had disappeared from the world, wasn't that the usual plot? But the carvings on this chair turned out to be the all-seeing eye as well. There was no way Levi could mistake that thing, since it was carved on every church door across the city. One more didn't make a difference. After this, Levi found nothing else, so he had no choice but to leave the Pink Lady with Katie. Of course, before leaving, Levi once again approached the brawny doorman and asked about the origins of the Pink Lady. The doorman told him that the building had been abandoned for a long time until Madame Clatty came and converted it into the Pink Lady. This confirmed Levi's suspicions. It was clear that Madame Clatty had not chosen to open the Pink Lady here by coincidence. Just looking at that mysterious underground chapel proved that she had discovered that hidden underground space first, and only then chosen this location. Unfortunately, Levi had no idea what that small chapel represented, nor why Madame Clatty chose this place. For now, he could only guess that the chapel was closely related to her conspiracy. Otherwise, Madame Clatty would never have gone through the trouble of building the Pink Lady on top of it. Therefore, it could be seen that her choice of location was very likely because of that underground chapel. As for the reason, at the moment, it was still unclear. In the end, Levi decided to go back and read books. After parting with Katie, Levi returned to the clock tower and once again opened his history book. This time, he focused on the records of the Age of Gold. Because Levi still remembered the phantom he had seen earlier. He didn't know what it was, but considering everything was connected to religion, then investigating myths and legends first was obviously the fastest way. While rereading and carefully examining the records of the Age of Gold, Levi discovered some interesting things. According to the text, during the Age of Gold, there were countless gods, each ruling over different powers, such as sky, earth, day, night, storm, waves, and so on. And none of these gods acknowledged the others. Each wanted to prove that they were the strongest and the true ruler of the world. Thus, the gods waged a divine war. Among them was one God. He had no great power, nor outstanding wisdom, but he possessed a merciful heart. When he saw innocent living beings destroyed after being dragged into the divine war, he was filled with sorrow. So he made a choice. He would protect this world and safeguard all the countless beings within it. Thus, he resolutely joined the divine war. Although he was neither strong nor intelligent, he had courage. He first challenged the god of fire, and while the opponent was arrogant, he exploited his weakness and destroyed him. Then he challenged the god of water. In short, after a long process of reckless battles, unstoppable charges, and cunning schemes, he finally defeated the other gods and won the divine war. Afterward, he made a wish, hoping that all living beings ravaged by the war would be resurrected, and that the land ruined by the greed of the gods would be reborn. Immediately, the gods' flesh and blood transformed into rivers and fertile soil. His bones became mountain ranges. His eyes turned into the sun and the moon. In the end, in this world made of the gods' blood and flesh, life was revived once again. The age of gods ended, and the age of heroes began. This was also why the Holy Lord Church ultimately chose to recognize Emperor Arthur. Because he had unified the chaotic continent, and his feet mirrored the god who sacrificed himself to save the world, the all-seeing God. So they declared Emperor Arthur to be the envoy of God, the hero king who would guide mankind into the future. At first, Levi really did treat this as nothing but a fairy tale. The reason was simple. If all this had truly happened, then how could mortals know about it, let alone record it? The book clearly stated that at the end of the divine war, the entire world was on the verge of destruction. All life had perished. So who could have written it all down? Only the all-seeing God himself. But hadn't he dissolved his body completely, transforming into the world? So, either someone had communed with the God of creation and learned everything from his memory, then recorded it. Or someone had taken too many drugs and wrote down their hallucinations as if they were real. Or the God of creation hadn't actually died, and wrote it himself just to brag, see, I'm this powerful, this mighty. It was like an urban legend, neither provable nor disprovable. Like those stories, I have a friend who provoked an evil spirit and was killed. They always described them in vivid detail, even including how the friend was tempted by a female ghost at home alone. But how would you know? Were you that friend? Or were you the evil spirit? Still, after the bizarre incident he had just experienced, Levi decided not to dwell on how these myths were recorded. Instead, he would treat them as real, and try to find clues from them. And indeed, he found one. That was the duel between the god who served as the protagonist of the Age of Gold and a goddess. That goddess had hair dark as night. Her cloak covered the heavens and brought endless night. Her eyes radiated bright moonlight, illuminating the world under the dark veil. Between the strands of her hair twinkled specks of light, like stars. She was the goddess of night. Reading this passage in the book, Levi frowned, closed his eyes, and carefully recalled that vision. To be honest, because it had happened so suddenly, Levi hadn't seen clearly. The only thing that had left a deep impression on him was that the figure seemed to be wrapped entirely in a black cloak, with eyes glowing brightly, gazing down at him like an emperor. As for whether there had been starlight glimmering in her hair, Levi had no impression at all. Of course, that might just have been artistic embellishment. After all, the book said her eyes were as pure as the full moon, but to Levi, they had only looked like two glowing LED bulbs. Surely the goddess didn't have dandruff, with the so-called stars in her hair actually being. Not polite, better not think that. Unfortunately, the book did not explain in detail how the god of creation defeated the goddess of night. It only stated, after a fierce battle, the great god of creation defeated the goddess of night and seized her authority. Well, that left plenty of room for imagination. If it had been in Levi's entertainment-obsessed era, just that one sentence could have spawned an entire defeat flashback episode. With Levi's rich experience, he could easily come up with countless theories, like the goddess of night stealing the creator's authority to resurrect the defeated gods. But the problem was, none of that mattered. Any speculation required evidence, and currently Levi had no solid evidence to support his theories. Perhaps he could start with property records and investigate how Madame Clatty had purchased the place. But real estate transactions in the lower city were notoriously chaotic. For all he knew, that location might not even be registered in the official difference engine. By midnight, Levi still had no good ideas. He could only set the investigation aside for now and go to bed. Tomorrow would be another day. Dong, dong, dong. The harsh toll of a bell rang out. What the hell, couldn't they let people sleep? Levi opened his eyes groggily, ready to complain, but then suddenly realized something was wrong. The bell of the clock tower had been broken long ago. Where was this bell sound coming from? At that thought, Levi's body trembled, and he hurriedly opened his eyes wide. When he saw the scene before him, he was dumbfounded. He was standing on a dim, foggy street. In the distance, he could only see the endless night, a crimson moon, and the clock tower illuminated under its glow. This was so similar to when he had just crossed over that Levi even wondered if he had time-traveled again. What on earth is? Levi blinked, looked down at his clothes, and was utterly confused. What was going on? He looked around. The entire street was empty except for himself. But what unnerved Levi was the windows. Though he couldn't see clearly, he could make out silhouettes of people standing behind them, watching him. This was deeply unsettling, and Levi had no idea what it meant. Kaya. Suddenly, a sharp scream tore through the night sky. Hearing it, Levi's expression hardened, and he immediately ran toward the sound. Even though he had no idea what was happening, hearing someone scream in terror, he could not just stand by. As Levi crossed the street and reached the nearby corner, he saw a young girl running out, panting, her face full of fear. And behind her floated a strange monster-like man. Yes, a monster. The figure was wrapped entirely in a black cloak, wearing a black top hat and a pale mask. Blood had been painted on the mask, forming a clown-like smile. At the same time, he raised both hands, clutching sharp daggers, and glided through the air like a bat, swooping down at the girl. He also let out an eerie, high-pitched laugh. Ha ha ha. Scream. Run. No one will come to save you. I will cut you open and turn you into a pitiful corpse. What the hell was this? Staring at the bat-like floating monster, Levi was stunned, not knowing how to react. Were criminals in this world all this flamboyant? Was this guy mentally stable? Either way, he could not just stand by and watch the girl be killed by this deranged freak. Levi immediately raised his pistol and aimed at the enemy. At that moment, time slowed down. Eye of the Reaper. Bang 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 bang. Levi fired 4 shots. 2 bullets hit the daggers in the monster's hands, while the other 2 struck his head and chest. In an instant, the daggers shattered. The mask and body were also struck, but to Levi's surprise, there was no blood or flesh. Instead, both mask and body seemed to be made of a puppet, shattered into fragments by his bullets. Crack. The next moment, the monster burst apart like a broken mirror, disintegrating into fragments that vanished into the air. This was way too supernatural. What the hell was that? Levi stared at the spot where the monster had disappeared, completely bewildered. The previous monsters at least followed physical logic somewhat. But this one wasn't even trying anymore. At that moment, Levi felt a weight in his arms. Looking down, he saw the young girl had thrown herself against him, trembling and sobbing. Miss, it's all right. That thing has already been destroyed by me. Levi spoke softly to reassure her. Hearing his voice, the girl gradually calmed down. Then she lifted her head, looking up at Levi with grateful eyes. Really? Mr. Levi? That monster has truly been destroyed? Of course. I can assure you, you are safe now. Levi smiled slightly as he answered. Thank you, Mr. Levi. Hearing his reply, the girl seemed to relax. She leaned against Levi's chest again and closed her eyes. I knew it. You would definitely come to save me. Wait, miss, who are you? Levi was completely baffled. The girl was cute, yes, but he had no idea who she was. And what was with that, I knew you would save me. Miss. Just as Levi was about to ask who she was, his expression changed. Because he realized, the girl who had just been in his arms had vanished. Almost simultaneously, a blinding light pierced the darkness, dyeing everything in his vision pure white. Levi opened his eyes. Morning sunlight streamed through the giant stained glass window, shining on him. He sat up, stretched, and yawned. Then he recalled everything that had just happened, his expression growing complicated. So, had that all been a dream? What kind of dream was that? The blonde girl walked through the gates of the Royal Master Academy, looking a little excited. Right after, a brown-haired girl with freckles on her face appeared behind her with a grin and patted her shoulder. Betty. Yua. Maggie. You really scared me. Startled, the blonde girl turned her head and saw her friend, letting out a breath of relief. Good morning. Good morning. Maggie looked at Betty with a grin and walked to her side. You look good today. Did something good happen? Did the professor praise your thesis? No, it's just. I had a dream last night. Betty's cheeks flushed slightly as she said this, and seeing her like that, Maggie's eyes immediately lit up. What dream? Don't tell me you dreamed of your Prince Charming. What did you two do? As Maggie spoke, she leaned closer to Betty's ear, smiling mischievously. Although they were both the proud daughters of the Royal Master Academy, at the end of the day, they were still 16, or 17-year-old girls. Whispering secrets to each other was only natural. You could say it was a Prince Charming. Betty hesitated before speaking. Last night I had a nightmare. I dreamed I was in Mist City, and the whole place was eerily silent, with not a single person on the streets. I kept walking, then suddenly a terrifying stranger appeared. He had a dagger and wanted to kill me. I realized the danger and ran as fast as I could, then. And then what? Hearing this, Maggie grew curious and asked. Then I met someone. He defeated the monster chasing me, and I threw myself into his arms. The more Betty spoke, the redder her face became, until she nearly buried her head into her chest. Oh. A Prince Charming saving the princess from danger. Who was it? Harry from the literature department? Or Klein from the law department? Seeing Betty blushing furiously only made Maggie more excited, but Betty hesitated, then shook her head. It was. That detective gentleman. Detective? Hearing Betty's reply, Maggie froze for a moment, then quickly came to her senses. You mean Mr. Levi, the detective who solved the courtesan killer case? Although the courtesan killer had only killed 3 victims, because of the unusual circumstances and the developed media in this world, almost no one in Mist City was unaware of the case. Naturally, once the case was solved, Levi's name had become widely known. And on the other hand, he really was very handsome. Maggie recalled the half-length portrait published in the newspapers. Wearing a well-tailored suit, his smooth black hair, his handsome face, and his confident, gentlemanly smile. No doubt, in recent times, he had indeed become the Prince Charming in the hearts of many girls. So that's the type of boy you like. Maggie, don't you like him? Of course I do. Handsome, intelligent, a young detective who can solve cases. If I could go on a thrilling adventure with him, it would be perfect. But unfortunately. At this point, Maggie sighed. We don't actually know him. That's true. As they spoke, the two had already arrived at the teaching building of the Royal Master Academy. At that moment, suddenly, a black shadow fell from above, landing right in front of them with a loud thud. Faced with the sudden scene, the 2 girls froze, then lowered their heads to look at their feet. Immediately after, an ear-piercing scream shattered the quiet of the campus. By the time Levi arrived at the scene by carriage, half an hour had already passed. After breakfast, Levi had originally planned to go to the police station to request an audit of Madame Clatty's financial accounts. This was not yet an era where personal privacy was valued. Nobles naturally had legal protection, but for someone like Madame Clatty, whose status was not so high, filing an official request usually meant approval. But while Levi was waiting for the result, Inspector Lestrade caught him and said that a murder had occurred at the Royal Master Academy. As the police's special investigation consultant, well, Levi naturally had to earn his stipend. So Levi came to investigate the crime scene. Incidentally, Katie had not come along today. She had already agreed with Levi that if she couldn't come, she would notify him in advance via communicator. That morning, while Levi was having breakfast, Katie had contacted him, saying she had to attend class and couldn't get away, but reminded him not to forget to tell her later if he ran into anything interesting. This case was certainly interesting enough. Looking at the mangled remains before him, Levi silently muttered in his heart. That's right, remains. The man had jumped from the rooftop and smashed onto the ground, like a block of tofu hitting the floor. Everyone knew what that would look like. And the corpse before him was just like that. However, the reason Inspector Lestrade had called Levi in to investigate was for 2 reasons. The first reason was that Levi knew the victim. Levi stared at the barely recognizable face at his feet, and at the broken thick glasses lying nearby, and managed to recognize the victim. It was none other than Edwards, the ex-boyfriend of Amelia, whom he had questioned in an earlier investigation. As for the second reason, Levi looked silently at the ground before him. By logic, a fall like this would have sent blood and flesh flying everywhere. Yet, around Edwards's corpse, not a single drop of blood could be found. Not even on his body was there a trace of blood. Levi crouched beside the corpse and carefully examined it. The skin was pale with no marks. Even in the wounds, no red could be seen, as if all the blood in his body had been drained away. Could it be? Levi frowned, placed his hand on the victim's neck, tilted it slightly, and at once noticed 2 small punctures standing out against the pale skin. Seeing this, a word immediately came to Levi's mind. Vampire. What was going on, first a ripper and now vampires? Couldn't he ever run into a normal case? Levi grumbled inwardly, sighed helplessly, then stood up and gestured to the officer beside him. Take it for examination. Hearing Levi's order, the officer nodded, and soon men came forward, handling the body with practiced motions and carrying it away. Nothing unusual had been found nearby. The entrance of the academy had already been sealed off. Students stood at a distance, or peered curiously from windows, whispering among themselves. Levi scanned the surroundings, then his eyes sharpened. Soul sight. In an instant, the world turned black and white. Levi swept his gaze around, but found no soul traces connected to the corpse. It seemed not every culprit would return to the crime scene. Thinking this, Levi closed soul sight and withdrew his gaze. Take me to see the eyewitnesses. When Levi entered the infirmary of the Royal Master Academy, he saw 2 female students sitting on a bed. Wrapped in blankets, pale-faced, and trembling as they held cups of coffee. Only when the door opened and Levi stepped in did they instinctively raise their heads toward him. At the same time, Levi got a clear look at them, which made him pause for a moment. The reason was simple, he had seen one of these girls before. In that dream not long ago. But Levi quickly masked his expression, keeping calm, then looked at the 2 girls with a gentle smile. Seeing his smile, the girls' pale cheeks flushed slightly, and their tense, anxious expressions eased. Levi was familiar with this reaction. Whenever he wanted to calm people down, all it took was a smile, and they would relax. At this moment, Betty and Maggie stared wide-eyed at the gentleman approaching them, their hearts pounding wildly. To them, he was the very picture of elegance, his expression warm as sunshine. The fear that had coiled around their hearts now began to melt away. Good day, young ladies. My apologies for disturbing you. Levi removed his top hat and bowed politely, and the 2 girls quickly stood, flustered, gathering their skirts to return the courtesy. Hello, detective sir. If possible, may I ask you a few questions? Oh, of course. The two glanced at each other, then, at Levi's gesture, sat back down. I'd like to know what happened at that time. What do you remember? Hearing Levi's question, Maggie's expression grew uneasy again. After all, they were just ordinary girls, who had never seen such things before. To describe it now filled her with fear. But when she saw Levi's smile, that deep unease melted away like the first snow. Almost instinctively, she began recalling the events as he asked. At that time, I was chatting with Betty, then suddenly something fell from above. Yes, that's right. Betty nodded repeatedly, agreeing with her friend's account. We looked down and saw someone lying on the ground. We screamed in fright, then a teacher took us away. I see. Did you know him? Maggie hesitated for a moment, then shook her head, while Betty only gave her a glance and said nothing. All right, I understand. Thank you for your cooperation. Levi nodded slightly to them, then asked. By the way, did you see anything unusual at that time? Even if it was only a hallucination, that's fine. The two girls frowned, thought for a moment, then shook their heads. No leads. Levi sighed inwardly, then smiled again at them. Thank you. You may leave now. Of course, this must have been very difficult for you, so I suggest you go home and get some rest. Leave the rest to me. I believe in you, detective sir. But before Levi could finish speaking, Betty clenched her fists, her eyes fixed unwaveringly on him. I believe you will catch the culprit. Looking at the innocent young girl before him, what else could Levi say? He could only smile. Thank you, miss. For Levi, this case could be described as quite troublesome. According to the interviews with the victim's classmates and teachers, Levi learned that the victim had been in a very good mood recently. Especially after the courtesan killer case was solved, his mood had improved a lot. Maybe this guy had been afraid that Amelia would crawl out of the grave to seek revenge on him. After all, that surgical instrument had been provided by him. Moreover, Edwards was currently writing his graduation thesis, and had even already decided on his career path after graduation. In this situation, he naturally had no reason or motive to commit suicide. Then came the cause of death. It could be almost confirmed that Edwards had died of exsanguination. After all, during the autopsy, his corpse was found to contain almost not a single drop of blood. In the words of the coroner responsible for the dissection, it's simply like a pig that had been washed completely clean. So the question was, where had Edwards' blood gone? This was not a matter of simply making a wound and letting the blood flow out by itself. That was absolutely impossible. Therefore, there were two possibilities. First, a real vampire had attacked the victim and sucked the blood dry from his body. Second, someone had used some kind of invented device to drain the blood from the victim's body. Don't say this was impossible. After the courtesan killer incident, Levi felt that the people of this world had practically no limits when it came to their mania for technological inventions. What was worse was that, in this era, moral standards were not particularly high. At least, if you dragged a death row inmate to conduct experiments on, no one would oppose it. It would not cause national outrage, nor shock allied nations, nor cause people to cry about human rights violations and so on. Like today's newspaper that Levi read, which even published on the front page the latest scientific method for curing those violent mental patients, cut out their frontal lobes, turn them into obedient and docile good people, and even displayed experimental results, 2 patients who had undergone the frontal lobe surgery and become obedient. In such a world, if you spoke about scientific ethics, the result was, hard to say. Who knew what else this group of taboo-free, mad scientists might come up with? However, Levi did not believe that this was just an ordinary case. Setting aside the strange phenomenon of the victim's blood vanishing, there were several aspects that felt very familiar to Levi, giving him the same impression as the courtesan killer case. Both of these cases shared one thing in common: the perpetrator seemed to very much want others to see what they had done. Whether it was killing courtesans, or killing Edwards, this trait was displayed. The perpetrator could have killed secretly, silently, without anyone knowing, and then hidden the body. In this world without surveillance cameras or particularly advanced technology, one could hide a corpse for a year or more without anyone discovering it. Or simply toss it into the river, where the thick, filthy waters would swallow it like a bottomless swamp. No one would be willing to dive in and retrieve it. Therefore, in Levi's view, the commonality between these two cases looked more like a display. If Levi guessed correctly, then before long, another similar vampire-like case would very likely appear. He was somewhat certain that this case should be related to the organization behind Madame Clatty. The reason was simple: up until now, Levi had not received any mission from the system concerning this case. Either he had not yet found a useful clue, or, this case itself was part of the mission. After all, the mission's goal was to investigate Madame Clatty's true purpose. Although she was already dead, and Levi did not know necromancy, so it was impossible to pull the dead up for questioning. But considering the commonalities between this case and the courtesan killer case, he somewhat suspected that Madame Clatty's true purpose might be related to this. And then there was that girl, truly strange. After thinking through the case, Levi recalled the girl named Betty. She looked exactly the same as the girl he had seen in his dream. And after waking from the dream, he had immediately encountered her in reality. What exactly was this situation? That dream itself had also been very strange. Unfortunately, Levi could not find Freud here to interpret it for him. It seemed the trouble was still ahead. Knock knock. The sound of knocking on the door rang out. Levi looked up and saw Officer Fletcher walk in carrying a stack of documents. This is what you wanted, detailed information about Madame Durex's accounts. Thank you. Levi pulled back his thoughts and opened the file to look through it. At the same time, he sighed that having a difference engine was indeed wonderful, allowing this era of the Industrial Revolution to enjoy the conveniences of the information age. He had previously submitted a report to investigate Madame Clatty's accounts and real estate information. Although Levi was not sure whether she would have records in this area, where a goose passes, it always leaves traces. He did not believe that he could find nothing at all. The account transactions recorded above were all very clear, thanks to the fact that the difference engine had been widely used throughout the Empire many years ago. Levi started from the beginning, flipped toward the back, and then discovered some issues. That was, after both of her sons had died, Madame Clatty's account showed several large fluctuations. According to the records, these were used by Madame Clatty for investments, purchasing several properties. And one of them was the Pink Lady. Of course, at that time it had not yet been the Pink Lady, but rather property no. A 392, White Birch Street. In addition, Madame Clatty had purchased several other properties. Levi glanced through roughly, there were warehouses, factories, and even an apartment building. He did not know whether these were meant as misdirection, or whether those places had problems too. He planned to investigate each of them in the coming days, observe the situation, and then decide what to do. But for now, it was better to focus first on this vampire case. Levi set aside the supernatural elements of the case and considered the normal factors. Whether it was a vampire or a murder, one would at least have to approach the victim to achieve it. So he first visited the victim's classmates and friends, asking about the victim's recent situation. Edward's situation. Faced with Levi's inquiry, a man who had been in the same research group as Edwards frowned and began thinking. He didn't show any unusual behavior recently. Graduation is near, and he was busy writing his thesis. Actually, all of us were about the same. After all, this directly relates to our career prospects after graduation, so everyone was busy. The Royal Master Academy was a place that provided elite talents for the government. Although many tuition and other expenses were waived here, the price was that after graduation, one could only accept the Academy's job assignments. And the graduation evaluation was closely tied to the department one would work in. If the evaluation was high, one would be sent to an important and promising department. If the evaluation was low, one would be dispatched to poor and remote regions. As a side note, because of the contract, even if one was dispatched, resignation was not allowed. Otherwise, the only option was prison. Have you seen anyone around him recently? If you ask that, yes. There was a very beautiful young lady, probably his classmate. When it came to this topic, the man could not help but show an expression full of envy, jealousy, and resentment. Really don't know what was so great about that guy. There were always beautiful young ladies around him, sigh. Oh. Very beautiful. That's right, that young lady was as beautiful and charming as an angel in a painting. Can you describe her appearance in detail? For example, her hair color. Of course I can. At this point, the man paused, showing a puzzled expression. I can't remember. Didn't you say she was very beautiful? Faced with Levi's question, the man looked equally surprised. Very strange. I clearly remember she was beautiful, but when it comes to describing her in detail, I just can't recall what she really looked like. Sorry, maybe it's because I've been busy with my thesis lately, mentally a bit exhausted. But you can ask Edward's other classmates. I think such a beautiful young lady wouldn't be completely unnoticed. Levi stared at him, silent for a moment, before asking another question. Then, do you remember roughly when this young lady first appeared by Edward's side? Let me think. It should have been not long after the courtesan killer case was solved. Because I remember that after that case was solved, Edwards relaxed a lot. Before that he had looked somewhat fearful and uneasy, maybe worrying about some courtesan lover. Oh, all right. Levi nodded, closed his notebook, and stood up. Thank you for your cooperation. After that, Levi went to Edward's class and asked his classmates. Edward's situation. He was busy writing his thesis recently, running around every day. Basically he was either in the library or in the laboratory. We rarely saw him. But speaking of which. At this point, the classmate showed a thoughtful expression. I remember a few times when I went to the library, there was a very beautiful young lady sitting with him, appearing very close. Maybe she was his research group partner. That guy sure was lucky. A beautiful young lady. Levi calmly glanced at him and asked again. Very beautiful. Can you describe what she looked like? For example, her hair color. Of course, she. The classmate opened his mouth, then after a while scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry, I only have the impression that she was very beautiful. Maybe because I didn't interact with her, I don't really have any memory of her. But such a beautiful young lady should be rare in the research group. Levi looked down at his notes, then stood up. Thank you for your cooperation. Now it seemed, the problem had been found. Now, Levi was almost certain that the so-called pretty lady must have been the key figure behind Edward's death. Or rather, to put it bluntly, she was the murderer. The entry restrictions of the Royal Master Academy were not very strict. Although not just anyone could come and go, as long as there was a reasonable request, most people could. Last time, when Levi came here to find Edwards and investigate Amelia's situation, he only had to register briefly at the gate. However, based on his investigation into Edwards' teachers, classmates, and research group colleagues, Levi learned that Edwards lived a very regular life. It was basically a cycle of classroom, library, and laboratory. If outsiders approached him, it would be very easy to notice. So, the killer was most likely a member of the Royal Master Academy itself. If Levi could stake out here long-term, he might even discover some clues. Unfortunately, this was the Royal Master Academy. It was not a place he could casually stay. But coming here every day would also be quite troublesome. Just as Levi was considering what to do next, he stepped out of the academy's gates. And there, at the entrance, he saw a young girl who was looking toward him with nervousness and unease. The moment she saw Levi, the girl broke into an excited smile, quickly straightened up, and hurried toward him. "Hello, Mr. Detective." "Ah, hello, Miss Betty." Looking at the blonde, blue-eyed, lovely girl before him, Levi pressed the brim of his hat and nodded slightly in greeting. In the days following the incident, Betty and her friend had not attended school. They had stayed home on leave to rest. This did not surprise Levi. Anyone who experienced something like that would want a few days to recover their spirit. Now it seemed Miss Betty had recovered quite well. "Are you still investigating the case? Have you made progress?" "Ah. I'm sorry, that's not a question I should ask." Betty was clearly a bit excited. She spoke a whole string of words to Levi before realizing it, then lowered her head in embarrassment. As Levi looked at Betty, however, an idea came to him. Perhaps this was also a way. "I'm still investigating. I do have some clues, but not enough. By the way, I have a question." "A question?" "Yes. I heard that in the Royal Master Academy, there is a pretty lady. Do you know who she is?" "A pretty lady? How pretty?" "That I don't know. I only heard others mention it, so I wanted to ask." "I see." Betty thought for a moment after hearing Levi's answer. Miss Eliza of the Literature Department, and Miss Clast of the Physics Department, are both women who are quite admired and welcomed by men." "I see. I was just asking casually." At this, Levi paused for a moment in thought. "If possible, I'd like to ask you for a favor, Miss Betty. Would you be willing? Ask me for a favor?" Hearing Levi's words, Betty instantly looked up in surprise, staring at him. "Oh, of course, I'd be glad to. May I ask what you would like me to do?" "Nothing especially dangerous." Levi waved his hand, signaling for her to calm down. "I'd like you to help record some things that happen in the academy." "Some things?" "Yes. I can't come to the academy every day to investigate. That would also interfere with the teaching schedule. So I hope someone can help me keep a record. For example, what happened today in the academy, or what rumors are going around. For the sake of your own safety, I don't recommend you actively snooping around. You just need to attend classes as usual, listen to what happens at school each day, and then write it down." "I see. In that case, I don't have a problem." Hearing this, Betty let out a sigh of relief. She had been afraid Levi might assign her a difficult task, and she would fail and embarrass herself. But now, it really didn't seem strange at all. She already wrote a diary every night about what happened that day. Now it was just making an extra copy. Whether or not anything happens, you must write a letter every day. That way I'll not only know what's going on here, but also whether you are safe. "Oh, okay, Mr. Detective." Hearing Levi's words, Betty felt her heart pounding fiercely again. This famous detective was so handsome, gentle, and gentlemanly, he was exactly the white horse prince from her dreams. "You only need to send it by courier at the post office, to this address." As he spoke, Levi handed her a card. He had already subscribed to a year's worth of courier service from the post office. Because of the pressurized tube transmission system, mail delivery within Mist City was actually quite fast. Ordinary mail was usually next-day delivery. Courier, however, was same-day delivery. Simply put, when Betty sent her letter at the post office, the staff would see the address and put it on the courier list. Then the post office staff would take the letter into the distribution box deep inside the post office, transmit it through the pipeline to the branch near Levi's Street, and then through a second transmission, the letter would be delivered straight to Levi's home. Of course, this service was expensive. But for Levi, in detective work, information and time were life. Ordinary mail might be cheap, but if by the time the letter arrived the person was already dead, what was the point? Remember, don't go out of your way to investigate. Just tell me what happens in school every day. Even if something strange occurs, absolutely do not try to investigate, understand? Levi gave her one more warning. From his experience, if he didn't say this, the other party would most likely go and do exactly what they shouldn't. This is a very serious and dangerous matter, not a game. "Oh, okay, Mr. Detective." When Levi's warm, gentle smile disappeared and turned into a serious and stern expression, Betty's heart skipped a beat. She quickly nodded, took the card carefully, and tucked it into her purse. "Good." Seeing Betty nod obediently, Levi gave a faint smile. "This is a secret between just the two of us. Don't tell anyone else." "Oh, okay." With Betty's reply, Levi gave her a small bow, then turned and left. Betty just stood there, staring at his back for a long time without speaking. After a day of investigation, Levi returned to the clock tower. As expected, Katie was there. So he told Katie about the results of today's investigation at the Royal Master Academy. When she heard his detailed description of the woman suspected of being the killer, Katie's eyes instantly lit up. A pretty lady? How pretty? Betty had asked the same. Women, ah. I don't know. The people I asked couldn't describe her either. They couldn't even say her hair color or her clothing. All they could say was that she was a pretty lady. That is indeed strange. So, the killer is a vampire? The legend is real. The people she bites also become vampires. Who knows? Levi sighed again. After all, those were just myths and legends. Who knew if they matched reality? Jing-a-ling-ling. At that moment, the communicator rang. Levi set down his teacup, walked over, and picked up the receiver. Then, the panicked voice of Officer Fletcher came through. Is this Mr. Levi? Yes, it's me. What's wrong? There's a bit of trouble. Edward's body is missing. Huh. Hearing this, Levi frowned. On the other end, Officer Fletcher quickly explained. We were planning to return Edward's body to his relatives tomorrow, so tonight we did the final examination. Everything was fine. But right after we finished checking and went to get the coffin to place him inside, we came back and discovered the body was gone. I understand. I'll be right there. Levi hung up the phone and glanced at Katie, who was nibbling on snacks. Noticing his gaze, she tilted her head slightly. What is it? You guessed it. The body disappeared. Levi gestured for Irene to bring his coat, then strode toward the lift. Eh? Then did he turn into a vampire? Katie jumped up in excitement. I don't know. But we'll find out once we get there. When Levi and Katie took the carriage to the police station, it was already late at night. Inside, only a few staff were on duty. Judging by their calm expressions, they didn't seem to know anything was wrong. Levi nodded to the guard at the door, then entered with Katie. There, he saw Officer Fletcher pacing anxiously in the hall. Seeing Levi arrive, Officer Fletcher finally let out a sigh of relief. He hurried over to them, gestured, and said, Come with me. As he spoke, he quickly led them across the hall to another lift. He pressed the button for the third basement level. When the lift doors closed, Officer Fletcher finally spoke nervously. It's really strange. We have no idea why the body disappeared. Logically speaking, this should have been impossible. Who else is down there? Dr. Corrin, the coroner. Ding. While they spoke, the lift stopped. With a loud clatter, the chain gate opened. A wave of icy cold air rushed in, making Katie shiver. Under the pale light, the hallway was completely empty. Only a long trail of blood led deeper inside. Seeing this, Officer Fletcher's face turned deathly pale. Levi, however, reached out and gripped his pistol tightly. The morgue underground was completely silent. There was not a single sound, enough to make one's heart race. Why didn't you bring him up with us? Levi glanced at Officer Fletcher. The latter was clearly panicked as well and hurried to explain. He refused to leave, saying he had to watch over the other bodies to prevent anyone from disturbing them. Is there another exit here? There's an emergency passage, over there. Officer Fletcher stretched out his hand and pointed to the side. Levi looked over and sure enough saw a large door resembling a fire door. It was bound tightly with heavy chains and locked fast with a huge iron padlock. From the frost and dust covering it, this door had clearly not been opened in a very long time. This doesn't comply with fire safety codes. Levi silently sighed inwardly, then walked forward. Katie followed by his side, cautiously scanning their surroundings. The place felt very much like a hospital, but compared to a hospital, it was crude and brutal. Both sides of the corridor were lined with morgue chambers, each filled with bodies. Most were covered with white sheets. One could only faintly see the human outlines beneath, which only made the sight more unsettling. It felt as if at any moment, those corpses would climb up from the beds and lunge straight at them. You don't seem especially afraid. Levi looked at Katie and noticed that although she was being careful, she was not scared at all. In contrast, Officer Fletcher's face had already gone deathly pale, looking little different from the dead themselves. Of course not, what's there to fear from corpses? Katie waved her little fist proudly. I'm not afraid of things that can be solved with a punch. Me neither. Levi nodded silently, gripping the revolver in his hand. He was actually grateful that the monsters in this world were still Western style, at worst disgusting to look at. If it had been those Asian-style curses, vengeful spirits, or ghost women, he would have run as far as possible. That was why Levi disliked horror escape games. In his eyes, they only forced players to run away. If he had a weapon, he would show them who really ought to be running. Even if he couldn't escape, he'd at least take one with him for even trade, two for profit. Thinking of this, Levi collected his thoughts. He closed his eyes, then opened them again, sweeping his gaze around. His eyes briefly tightened before returning to normal. He turned his head toward the two, shaking his gun barrel slightly. Stay alert. Watch your surroundings. Hearing Levi's words, Officer Fletcher quickly nodded. Katie froze for a moment, then also signaled that she understood. Tap, tap, tap. The three had already tried to soften their steps as much as possible, yet even the faintest sound of footsteps echoed clearly in the deathly silence. The trail of blood dragging across the floor under the pale lights only heightened the suffocating tension. The long corridor stretched on. On both sides were rooms filled with bodies covered in white cloth. The freezing chill in the air and the bloodstains on the floor made the atmosphere unbearable. There was nothing here that could put one at ease. Up ahead was a corner. The blood trail bent along with it. Levi slowed his steps and peeked around the wall. After confirming nothing was waiting, he turned back and continued following the blood. They passed into another corridor, eventually reaching a room at the far end. On it was written dissection room. The bloodstains ended right at the door. At the same time, faint sounds came from inside, like chewing, like tearing. Levi glanced at Katie. Unlike people of this era, he could already guess what kind of scene lay inside. Let's hope there's no classic death turnaround here. He had no desire for a horror cliché. Praying inwardly, Levi tightened his grip on the gun and pushed open the door. Creak. The door of the dissection room opened with a toothacheing screech. Then Levi, Katie, and Officer Fletcher saw the scene inside. The once white floor tiles were now a sea of blood. An old man in a white coat lay on the ground, eyes wide, mouth agape, his face twisted in terror. But the emptiness in his cloudy eyes showed that he had been dead for some time. Beside him crouched a figure with its back turned toward them. It had its head lowered, occupied with something. From the unmistakable sounds of chewing and tearing, it was not hard to guess what it was doing. It knelt by the corpse, its head darting side to side like a wild dog. It tore and yanked at the body, shaking it along with its movements. The wet splatter of blood filled the air, dominating the silence. You. Katie instinctively clamped a hand over her mouth, her eyes widening as her small body trembled. At that moment, the figure noticed their presence and slowly began to stand, turning its head toward them. Levi, who had already braced himself, didn't hesitate and pulled the trigger. Bang! A bullet shot from his gun straight at the target. Splurt! The bullet struck the figure's head dead on. But instead of falling, it whipped its head around and lunged forward with raised arms. Levi instinctively stepped back. At that instant, Katie flashed in front of him. With a sharp cry, her silver-gloved fist punched forward, slamming into the figure's body. Boom! The figure flew back and crashed into the wall with a heavy thud. Damn! That was brutal, young lady. Levi couldn't help but glance sideways in shock. The zombie was nearly 1.70 meters, no small man, while Katie was only 160, appearing delicate. Yet she had just sent it flying with a single punch. It reminded Levi of when she faced off against Amelia's transformed corpse in the underground chamber. Now it seemed that if even that monster hadn't been knocked away, it was truly tough, or maybe Katie herself was simply terrifying. The thought flickered in Levi's mind and vanished. It didn't stop him from acting. Though the headshot had landed, it wasn't enough. The creature roared like a beast and lunged forward again. If it had been anyone else of this era, they would have been helpless. Like Officer Fletcher, who shakily fumbled for his gun with panic written all over his face. He had clearly never seen a gutted corpse running around, unfazed by bullets. Fortunately, Levi came from a time when people loved discussing everything online. He had already read countless debates about how to deal with zombies if an outbreak really happened. So he decisively lowered his aim toward its knees. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out. Both knees burst apart in sprays of blood, and the zombie collapsed. But even then, it continued howling, dragging itself forward. Levi repeated the process, breaking its arms as well. At last, deprived of limbs, the zombie could only writhe like a maggot. Its bulging eyes stared at them, moaning in low anguish. Only then did everyone breathe out in relief. Katie stared at the twisting zombie, then looked at Levi. Detective, what do we do now? There's no other way. Levi thought for a moment and made a decision. Contact Inspector Lestrade immediately. He glanced at Katie while he spoke. Better let the right people know about this. In most horror films, the protagonists killed the monsters, sparing the world's ignorance. But Levi chose differently. He wanted others to share the misfortune. Just like now. The morgue that had been as silent as a graveyard was suddenly crowded. Well, not lively exactly, but at least more populated. One of them was Inspector Lestrade, whose grim face was fixed on the zombie writhing on the ground with its limbs broken. He remained silent. Another was an old man in a black suit who looked like a noble's butler. He stood politely to the side, watching the zombie with complex thoughts flickering in his eyes. Levi didn't know who he was. Katie had gone out to make a call, and then this man appeared, bringing with him. Levi quietly turned his head toward the group of soldiers. They wore black coats and masks, clearly not a regular unit. Some sort of secret force. The old man did not speak. He simply raised his hand. The soldiers lifted their rifles in unison. Then the old man waved his hand downward. Bang 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 bang. A volley of gunfire riddled the zombie. But even then, it still writhed and roared like a beast. The soldiers, who had been calm until now, showed unease. Levi noticed some of their bodies stiffen in confusion. The old man noticed as well. He cast a glance their way, and the soldiers quickly straightened to attention. Then the old man turned back, walking over to Levi. What's your view? How should one deal with such a monster? My personal suggestion, fire. Levi didn't know why the man asked him, but since he asked, he answered. The old man nodded slightly, then gestured. A soldier stepped forward, pulled a bottle from his belt, and hurled it at the creature. The bottle shattered against its body. Hum. Flames instantly ignited, spreading across the monster. It trembled and screamed, but with no limbs left, it could only burn helplessly until it turned to ash. The old man watched calmly until nothing remained but char. He signaled again, and a soldier stepped up with a bayonet, poking at the blackened remains. Yes, completely charred. Only then did the old man turn back to Levi. You're investigating this case? Yes. Levi nodded. Good. Finish it. The old man stared at Levi. Find the culprit behind this tragedy and erase it from this world completely. Levi raised an eyebrow. Not capture it. The old man shook his head. Then, like a butler giving a perfect bow, he bent slightly toward Levi. Please take care of the young lady. With that, he turned and left. Interesting. Watching the old man leave, Levi smiled slightly, a trace of contemplation appearing in his eyes. The reason Levi did this was very simple, he wanted to see the Empire's high-level attitude toward these supernatural creations. The reason he had this thought also came from discussions Levi had seen before on the forum. In quite a few games there was such a plot, the player, as the protagonist, joined a secret squad dedicated to eliminating supernatural threats. However, these squads always had one principle, that was not to let rulers or the high-ranking authorities know about these supernatural secrets. The NPC's explanation for this was that once those in high positions learned about these secrets, they would attempt to exploit them, gain powerful strength, and then dominate the country or even the world. Of course, in such games, by the end it usually turned out like that, those high-ranking officials led armies, attempting to seize the mysteries hidden by the protagonists, to satisfy their ambitions. Most players felt this was reasonable and had no issue. Yet some players scoffed at it, saying this was nothing but the poor man's delusion, the Emperor's golden spade, utterly illogical. A few players with identities they could not easily disclose said this. At the high level, what they needed first was stability, not violent change. Indeed, mysterious traits looked good, beautiful, fantastical, but they had one huge problem. The unknown. In high-level interactions, what mattered was balance, similar to nuclear deterrence. I knew what you were doing, you knew what I was doing, you knew what consequences my actions would bring, and I knew what consequences yours would. Precisely because of this, everyone could sit down to negotiate, trade, and maintain stability and balance. But these mysterious things were different. For example, it was like one country acquiring a UFO. If no one knew, fine. But once others found out, the balance would be broken. Especially between great powers, I didn't know what you might get from it, didn't know what you might do, and didn't even know what that thing was. Would I obediently let you succeed? Of course not. Either hand it over for everyone to share, or, no one gets it. And unlike what ordinary people thought, most of those in power leaned toward the latter. For ordinary people, or those excluded and marginalized, the changes brought by such things might grant them greater benefits. Put bluntly, they had nothing to lose, they were already at the bottom, how much worse could it get? With some change, perhaps they might turn their fate around. But for those holding power, already at the top, what good would changing the status quo bring them? Indeed, the mysterious was powerful, perhaps it might let them rule the world, gain immortality, control everything, but that was only a possibility. Anyone who climbed to the top was no gambler. No one would willingly stake all of their own, their families, their factions' possessions on something they themselves did not even know what it was. Of course, they would not. But those desperate, cornered people, perhaps they might take the gamble. And so, those players gave their answer. That was, upon encountering such a thing, destroy it directly. I don't know what it is, I don't want to know what it is, and I certainly don't want it to fall into the hands of desperate people who might overturn the order. Therefore, immediate destruction was the best choice. Of course, those players' remarks did not gain the approval of most others, who believed they were just whitewashing themselves. Yet those players responded, they had no need to whitewash. After all, even without superpowers, they could still eat well, drink well, and sleep with women. Unlike those losers who couldn't even get a girlfriend without fantasizing about mysterious powers, they had no common ground. When things were said to that extent, what followed naturally was only personal attacks. Levi did not exactly agree with those players' points, but through the Empire's high-level actions, he could at least glean some of their intentions. Levi had already guessed that Katie's true identity was surely some noble daughter of the Empire's high ranks. Moreover, seeing how she happily ran around playing all over Mist City, her family's influence must not be small, definitely not one in decline or marginalized. Knowing this meant that Katie's family's stance represented the Empire's high-level stance. And their stance had just been made very clear. Find the culprit behind this case, and destroy it. Good, that was what I wanted too. If their demand had been to find the culprit and capture it, then Levi would have immediately taken the first chance to run far away. After all, this world did not only have this one country. Also, from the old man's words it could be known that they were indeed aware Clatty had been following him everywhere, but, why didn't they intervene? Levi still had some doubts about this. Even if it could be explained by family indulgence, today they had seen those zombies that could only be killed with fire, and they knew what they were tracking was definitely no easy opponent. Did they not worry that one day Clatty might also turn into a zombie? Moreover, judging from those soldiers' reactions just now, they did not seem to be a unit specialized for dealing with such special monsters. Otherwise, they would not have panicked at the sight of an unkillable zombie. But what was going on? Could it be that in this world, there really was no official organization like a dragon squad to deal with the mysterious? Of course, if Levi were to speculate, from the novels he had read, he could also find a similar template. That was the so-called spiritual energy revival of urban novels. It was said that once upon a time, spiritual energy was abundant. Later, spiritual energy declined, and so exorcism, feng shui, and the like lost effect. Then in modern times, spiritual energy revived, and the protagonist gained wondrous powers, etc. Could this world also follow that trope? So the reason there hadn't been such things before was because of the exhaustion of spiritual energy, and all monsters disappeared. But now that spiritual energy revived, all monsters came back. If so, it would not be unreasonable. But then, what was spiritual energy in this world? It couldn't possibly be steam. Oh, and Clatty. Levi did not know Clatty's true identity, and he had never asked. Though he believed if he did, Clatty would definitely tell him. But that would not be delightful. At present, Levi and the power behind Clatty had reached a tacit understanding. I didn't know who you were, and I didn't need to know who you were. We were merely brought together through Clatty, doing some like-minded things, nothing more. Once that tacit understanding disappeared, it would no longer be fun. Like an emperor traveling incognito, you only needed to know he was of noble status, but not that he was the emperor himself, otherwise it would be hard to get along for either side. Of course, Clatty could not be the queen. Levi knew that the empire's queen was already over 50, there was no way she could pretend to be a teenage girl. She wasn't the old granny of Heavenly Mountain. But regardless, Levi now held an official, imperial edict sword, at least making his actions much easier. Since it was already late, by the time everything was done it was midnight. Levi also bade farewell to Inspector Lestrade and went home to sleep. The reason he called Lestrade here was more as a witness. After all, this was Inspector Lestrade's jurisdiction, he could not keep everything from him. And facing such a monster, Inspector Lestrade was helpless as well, likely he too would not sleep well tonight. As for Clatty, she had long since left with that old butler. After returning home, Irene had already gone back to her own room to rest, just as Levi had instructed. Levi casually shut off the elevator, yawned, and flopped onto the bed, intending to have a comfortable sleep. Whatever the matter, tomorrow then. That was what Levi thought, but... again. When he awoke the next morning, Levi only felt exhausted and speechless. The reason was simple, he had that dream again. Still the full moon, still the clock tower, still the deserted mist city, the girl screaming and running in the streets, and chasing her, the masked lunatic with blade in hand. Now Levi didn't even need to run. As soon as he heard the screams, he would be instantly transferred to the girl's side, then kill that strange lunatic. The process was much like with Betty that time, but there was one problem. That was, the dream was not just once. Every time Levi killed the monster, screams from another place would sound, and then he would be instantly transported there, encountering another girl being hunted, and another masked monster. What made Levi even more speechless was that he did not know any of these girls. Some looked of noble birth, some very ordinary, even impoverished. And their ages varied greatly, the youngest only 7 or 8, the oldest appeared in her 20s. And Levi could guarantee, he had never seen them before. Yet now he kept appearing in their dreams, helping them deal with the masked fiend. What on earth was that thing? Though Levi had thought about trying to communicate, the masked monster was more like a hard-coded NPC, only repeating a few lines. And even if Levi tried to ask the girls, before he could speak, he would be dragged away by another scream from elsewhere. The result was that after a night of this, Levi felt even more tired than during the day's investigations. It was as if he had run a marathon. What was going on? Levi was completely puzzled. If it had been just one dream, fine. But this had gone on for several days in a row, always the same dream, and each night more troublesome than the last. At first, Levi only had to help Betty, but now he had lost count of how many hundreds of girls he had saved. Though Levi had considered standing by to see what would happen if the girls were killed by the fiend, he still couldn't bring himself to just ignore it. After all, the terror of those girls' desperate screams was genuine, and as a human being, he found it unconscionable to just watch. Levi also suspected whether it was that underground temple they had visited that caused this, since it was afterward that he began having these strange dreams. But what puzzled Levi was, if that was so, then Clatty had gone there too, why didn't she have these dreams? Levi had probed indirectly, but Clatty said she was perfectly healthy, eating well, sleeping soundly, and had never had any strange dreams. He had even gone back to the small chapel beneath the Pink Lady, but still found nothing. Out of curiosity, he even sat in the chair, nothing happened. Truly strange. With such back-to-back exhaustion from both reality and dreams, Levi was quite fatigued. Even at breakfast, he was listless. "Sir, have you been very tired recently?" Seeing Levi's state, Irene asked uneasily. After all, she was a maid, and needed to watch over her master's health. "Should we go see a doctor?" "No need." Levi waved his hand. "I've just been a bit tired from dreaming lately." "Tired from dreaming?" "That's right." As Levi ate bread, he glanced at Irene, suddenly thought of something, and asked. "By the way, Irene, have you ever heard the story of a masked monster who chases girls in the streets at night?" Since all in his dreams were young girls, Levi thought perhaps Irene might know some clue. "Eh?" Hearing Levi's question, Irene was taken aback. Then she looked at Levi and said. "Isn't that the courtesan killer?" When Levi heard Irene's answer, his first reaction was, "What the hell? How did that lunatic become the courtesan killer?" The courtesan killer was killed by his own hand, so how could he not know she looked like that? If Amelia knew that in other people's minds she had such an image, she would probably be angered to death without even needing to take action herself. "What do you mean?" Levi looked curiously at Irene, who hesitated for a moment before speaking. When the courtesan killer case first spread, quite a few people said this. They said the courtesan killer was a terrifying and vicious madman. He wore a mask, draped in a black cloak, holding a dagger with a lining as red as blood. Like a ghost, he drifted through the night streets of Mist City, hunting lone girls, tearing out their organs alive and eating them, leaving them to die in agony. If not for the fact that the courtesan killer's corpse had already been cremated, Levi really wanted to ask Amelia how she felt right now. But the newspaper already reported that the courtesan killer was Dr. Doolittle, right? But I didn't know him. Right. Hearing Irene's doubtful answer, Levi suddenly came to a realization, discovering that he had fallen into a self-assumed trap. He had personally killed Amelia, and he knew very well what kind of person Dr. Doolittle was and what he had done. But Levi had overlooked one point, that for most people, they neither knew nor cared about the difference between the courtesan killer and Dr. Doolittle. In their impression, the courtesan killer was that black-cloaked, masked lunatic. Now it was just that lunatic who had been given the name Dr. Doolittle. At the time, the news had not published Dr. Doolittle's photo, because most people had no idea what he looked like. Which meant that for most people, the equation of Dr. Doolittle equals courtesan killer equals cloaked, masked pervert was valid. Previously, Levi had thought that dream was inexplicable. But after listening to Irene's description, he immediately felt that this dream might actually hold deep significance. That was to say, was he, in fact, killing the courtesan killer over and over again in his dreams? If so, then those cries for help made sense. After all, Levi's most famous detective achievement was solving that very case. So when those girls encountered the courtesan killer, of course the first person they would think of was him. It was like a math problem, when asked 2 + 2 equals, you instantly and without hesitation chose 4. Similarly, who should one find when encountering the courtesan killer? Naturally, Detective Levi, the one who shot him dead. Alright, one problem was solved, but a new one appeared. If the courtesan killer were still alive, then these dreams would be explainable. But the problem was that the courtesan killer was already dead, the matter had already been closed in most people's minds, so how could people still dream of him? And so frequently. Moreover, from Levi's own feeling before, this didn't seem as simple as ordinary dreaming. As for why Katie wasn't sharing the same dream with him, Levi more or less guessed the reason. It was because Katie was fast, and her identity seemed to have a certain confidentiality, so most people didn't even know that Levi had such a detective assistant. Naturally, she wouldn't be summoned into the dream. This matter was becoming stranger and stranger. Levi kept a calm expression as he ate his breakfast, while his mind turned over various thoughts. The already dead courtesan killer was jumping around in dreams, while he had to rush in like a firefighter wherever the dream was happening, passively putting out the flames. He didn't recall ever having such an ability, and the system had never shown him possessing one either. So what exactly was this dream? And how was he supposed to solve the trouble before him? Up until now, the system still hadn't popped up with a new mission. Was it because he hadn't found enough clues, or had the system simply classified all these incidents under the mission of uncovering Madame Clatty's true purpose? Judging by difficulty alone, this mission was far tougher than the previous ones. Levi pondered for a moment and decided to first investigate the vampire case. As for the courtesan killer, since the other party could only bounce around in dreams now, he wouldn't last much longer anyway. But vampires were a different matter. After all. Levi looked at the newspaper before him. On the front page headline, Vampire Reappears. A shocking mystery at the Royal Master Academy. According to this reporter's investigation, this case has already been assigned to Detective Levi, special consultant of the police station. He once assisted the police in solving the widely known courtesan killer case. This time, will this detective be able to use his extraordinary brain and wisdom to crack this terrifying case full of horror and uncover the real culprit? This was why he said journalists were truly annoying. Luckily, they didn't know that the victim had turned into a zombie in the morgue and attacked others. Otherwise, Levi didn't dare imagine what today's newspaper would look like. Levi finished reading the newspaper, ate his breakfast, then got up and left. This time, he planned to visit Edwards's home. Perhaps he might find some clues. Edwards's home was at No. 23, Chestnut Street, in an apartment building. It was a very ordinary 3-story building, a rental apartment, mostly renting rooms to people who weren't particularly wealthy but not extremely poor either. Levi stood at the entrance of the apartment, his expression complicated. When he had first seen this address, Levi had only felt it looked a bit familiar. But when he arrived and saw the words Durex on the apartment's nameplate, he finally remembered. He had seen this address before when investigating Madame Clatty's property purchases. Aside from the Pink Lady, she had also bought a factory, a warehouse, and an apartment. And the apartment was precisely this one. Was this a coincidence? No, it couldn't be a coincidence. Levi stared at the building, sinking into thought. He realized he had underestimated Madame Clatty somewhat. Because that mastermind had killed her without hesitation, Levi had been left with the impression that Madame Clatty was just a pawn that could be discarded easily. But in truth, whether she was really only an expendable pawn was not something Levi could confirm. In fact, although Madame Clatty was dead, all the clues he had uncovered so far were still connected to her. Including this very apartment before him. Forget it, he'd go in and take a look first. Just as Levi reached out to push open the door, suddenly the apartment door opened and a young girl stepped out. Seeing Levi, she froze in surprise. Detective? Miss Betty? Why are you here? Looking at the blonde, blue-eyed girl with a trace of baby fat, Levi was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Betty to also be here at this apartment. Me? I came to find Maggie to go have afternoon tea together. Ah, Maggie is my friend, you've met her before. Oh. Levi immediately recalled the girl with brown curls and freckles on her face. She lives here. Yes. Betty nodded, looking curiously at Levi. Detective, why are you here? I came to investigate the unlucky victim. He also lived here. I see. Betty was clearly a little surprised, while Levi gave her another glance. Why are you alone? Where's Miss Maggie? She's not at home. Betty revealed a disappointed expression. We had made an appointment beforehand, but when I came, she wasn't home. In this era, one couldn't just suddenly think of dropping by to play. Since most households didn't have telephones, visiting someone usually required making an appointment beforehand. Otherwise, one might end up in the awkward situation of eagerly going over but finding no one home. Conversely, making an appointment but then standing someone up was considered very impolite. Then, I'll be leaving. I wish you success in your investigation, detective. Betty gave Levi a polite bow, then left the building. Levi watched her figure in silence for a moment, then entered the apartment. As before, Levi didn't pick the lock but used the key he had obtained from Edwards's body to open the door. As a detective, not knowing how to pick locks really was a bit unprofessional. After all, he couldn't always be taking keys off corpses. What kind of person would that make him? With a silent sigh, Levi opened the door and stepped into Edwards's room. The room looked very ordinary, like that of any college student. The desk was cluttered with various instruments, and piles of books with unreadable titles were scattered everywhere. Levi even found Edwards's unfinished thesis, its title reading, on the feasibility of brain transplant research. This guy really was better off dead. Then, Levi found Edwards's diary. After arriving in this world, Levi finally understood why so many people liked writing diaries. The reason was simple, life was just too boring. This world had no television, no radio, and very little nightlife. Especially for the educated, they couldn't go clubbing, or to internet cafes, or to cinemas like modern people. And due to their social status, they couldn't often frequent places like the Pink Lady either. So, writing a diary became one of the rare pastimes for those with some education when night fell. Moreover, it was also a way to vent emotions. Since there was no internet or platforms to post on, even if one encountered something in life, there was no way to vent with a post or essay. Thus, writing a diary was an excellent outlet for emotions. Even Levi himself sometimes felt an urge at night to write a diary out of boredom. But considering how many people had exposed their secrets through diaries, he suppressed the urge. He liked reading other people's diaries, but he didn't like others reading his own. Levi pulled back his thoughts and picked up the diary to read. Levi only skimmed through Edward's earlier diaries, focusing on his relationship with Amelia and some academic matters. Of course, they also recorded the things Edwards had confessed during the courtesan killer case, which basically matched what he had said before. After that, for a long time, Edwards had been plagued by nightmares. But it wasn't because he feared Amelia would crawl out of her grave to seek revenge, it was because he worried that Dr. Doolittle would cause him trouble, or even sue him. After all, strictly speaking, that instrument had not been legitimate, so providing it to Amelia was indeed an illegal act. Although Dr. Doolittle had asked him at the time not to tell anyone about it, Edward still feared betrayal. For a while, he even dreamed of policemen knocking on his door to haul him off to prison. Very much in line with a young man of his age. All the more so since Edwards was a top student of the Royal Master Academy. If this matter were ever exposed, even if he didn't go to jail, it would certainly affect his graduation assignment. He might well have been sent off to some remote region in the mountains and countryside. It wasn't until after the courtesan killer case was solved that he finally breathed a little easier. Clearly, the dead could not file a complaint. And since the police had never come looking for him, it meant he had successfully dodged disaster. Edwards then shifted his focus and began putting most of his energy into his graduation thesis. Only, after just a few days, the diary shifted from academic writing into something resembling a romance novel. I truly never thought, in such circumstances, that I could still meet her. She is so beautiful, so gentle, so intelligent. It is as though the Holy Lord prepared an angel just for me. Not even when facing Amelia did I ever feel my heart beat like this. I could even give up everything, surrender all I have, even my life. I confessed everything to her, the sins I once committed, but she accepted me. My God, I never imagined there would be a day when my soul could be redeemed. This is the greatest blessing of my life. Her heart is as beautiful as her appearance. What virtue or merit do I have, to deserve such a partner? The following entries were much the same, filled with Edward's adoration for his lover. Yet whether because he was a blockhead man lacking artistic sensibility, or for some other special reason, Levi noticed that nowhere in the diary was there any description of the woman's features. Her hair color, eye color, place of origin, none of these were mentioned. From Edward's diary, the only impression one could piece together was that she was a beautiful, gentle, and kind woman, the ideal partner any man could dream of. Edwards even wrote about the life he longed for after graduation. Never have I been so full of hope for life. I have already decided, I will strive to secure a good job, to earn money. Then, I will buy that ring, propose to her, and build a family of our own. She loves that ring. A beautiful dream, but one with no chance of ever being realized. After finishing the diary in his hand, Levi sighed, then opened it again. Although at first glance Edward's diary seemed to hold no clues, Levi caught onto one detail. That ring. She loves it. Which meant that Edwards had once gone out shopping with that woman, and even visited a jewelry store. In Mist City, there were only a handful of jewelry shops. Too expensive or too far, and Edward surely would not have gone. Narrowing it down like that made things much easier. He could ask around at the jewelry stores, see if he could find any leads. With that thought, Levi made his decision. After carefully checking the room once more to make sure there were no clues left, he opened the door and left. As he stepped out of Edward's room and headed toward the stairs, footsteps sounded from below. A young girl with curly brown hair and freckles on her face came up the staircase. She walked to the door of one of the rooms, took out a key, and unlocked it. It was none other than Maggie. Maggie opened her door, and at once noticed a note lying on the floor before it. She bent down, picked it up, and read what was written. I came to have tea with you, but you weren't home. Were you out on an errand? You haven't been well lately, and I'm a bit worried, Betty. Reading the note, Maggie's expression turned somewhat downcast. She put it away and sighed. I'm sorry, Betty. Muttering this, Maggie closed her door. Click. The slightly worn wooden door let out a creak as it shut. Only then did Levi descend from the third floor, gazing thoughtfully at that door. He had already been suspicious back when he met Betty here. Now Maggie's reaction only confirmed his guess. She had lied. Betty might not have known Edwards, but Maggie definitely did. They lived in the same building, even as neighbors. This was not some future concrete jungle where people barely knew who lived across the hall. In this era, everyone in the same building was at least somewhat familiar, and neighbors often visited each other. For Maggie to say she didn't know Edwards, she was absolutely lying. And Edward's body falling just as she was entering school was probably no coincidence either. If not for the fact that Maggie didn't fit the description of that beautiful woman, Levi might have suspected her to be the mysterious woman herself. It wasn't that Maggie was ugly, just plain. If Levi had to put it in numbers, with 100 points as perfection, then Katie all dressed up for the Splendor Club party might score around 80, while Betty, with her babyish roundness, blonde hair, and blue eyes making her quite endearing, was around 60 to 70. Maggie, on the other hand, was about 50. Not especially pretty, not particularly cute, ordinary figure, just a very average girl. In any case, she was nothing like the kind of woman who could enchant a man so utterly that all he remembered was the word beautiful. Even with Katie, Levi could at least describe her features, her hair, eyes, height, and build. So Levi judged that the mysterious woman was likely not Maggie, and very possibly, not even human. Should he speak with Maggie now? Levi stared at the door, thought for a moment, then decided against disturbing her for the time being. After all, the Madame Clatty incident had made him cautious. If Maggie was involved in any of this, then perhaps after he questioned her, she might turn up dead the very next day. In short, better to stick to the original plan. Levi left the apartment and went to the only jewelry store in the district. He chose it because he knew Edwards couldn't afford the very expensive places, he would have gone to the cheaper ones. Jewelry shops were still rare in this era, luxury that only existed in middle to upper-class neighborhoods. Of course, if one opened a jewelry shop in the lower city, it would probably be smashed to rubble the next day. Levi pushed the door open and stepped inside. Ding-ling. Welcome. At the sound of the bell, the clerk behind the counter quickly straightened up, smiling warmly at the customer. Then she saw a tall, handsome gentleman enter. With a smile, he removed his top hat and nodded politely to her. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, sir, welcome to Moonlight Jewelry. The clerk was nearly 30, already a mother of two, but even so, under the gaze of this handsome gentleman, her heart pounded, her face flushed red, and she felt like a young girl in love for the first time. She forced herself to suppress the fluttering in her chest and stepped forward warmly. May I help you? Are you looking to purchase a token of lifelong commitment for your beloved? As she said this, a faint pang of regret stirred inside her. No, madam. Levi shook his head, then produced his credentials and opened them before her. I have a few questions to ask. May I take a bit of your time? The clerk blinked at the credentials, then quickly nodded. Of course, please sit. I'll prepare some tea and refreshments right away. No need for the trouble. I just need to ask a few questions. Seeing her fuss, Levi quickly stopped her, then took out a photograph of Edwards and handed it to her. Has this man ever been here? The clerk picked up the photo and examined it carefully. Ah, yes, I remember him. He came several times, and seemed very taken with one particular ring. But he appeared rather short on funds, he even asked if he could pay in installments. Did he come alone? Of course. She nodded. No gentleman would let his beloved see him in such a sorry state. I imagine he was no different. And the first time? Do you recall the circumstances of his first visit? Had anyone else asked, she might have brushed it off with, I can't remember. But faced with Levi, she closed her eyes, trying hard to recall. After a moment, she opened them. Ah, yes, now I remember. The first time, that gentleman was indeed accompanied by a young lady. They seemed to just be passing by and decided to come in. He looked so blissfully happy then, it was obvious they were in love. It made one envious. And then? What did they do? Levi's gaze urged her to continue. They looked at the rings, and that young lady seemed very interested in the Crimson Temptation. Crimson Temptation? Yes. She nodded, went to the counter, and took out a small box containing a ring, something she normally would never show casually. Normally. This one. Please have a look. She handed Levi a magnifying glass with great respect. Levi peered through the glass at the ring. It was set with a ruby, and under the light it seemed less like a solid gem than like flowing blood trapped within stone. It reminded Levi of certain artworks from his own time. But clearly, such craftsmanship should not have existed in this era. As Levi stared at the ring, his vision suddenly blurred. The jewelry clerk vanished. His surroundings changed. Cold, damp air pressed against him. He stood on a cobblestone street. A scarlet full moon hung above, the streets deserted, the night pitch black. He lifted his gaze. Under the moonlight stood a tall clock tower. Then the bells tolled. Dong, dong, dong. The next moment, everything vanished. Reality returned. Levi lowered the magnifying glass and looked at the clerk. Does this ring have any history? I'm not sure. It has been here a long time, never sold. She too looked puzzled. That's why I remembered those two customers so clearly. Normally, no one even notices this ring. And the young lady, do you recall what she looked like? This. The clerk hesitated, then shook her head. Sorry, I only remember she was very beautiful and refined. The details of her face, I honestly can't recall. Levi gazed at the ring in silence, then put it back into the box. Thank you for your help. That night, Levi dreamed again. It was still the same as always, mist city, nightfall, strange figures, blood moon. He was still running about like a dead dog saving people everywhere. By now, Levi was quite wary, because the situation was too bizarre. He really did not want to fail once, only to wake up the next morning and find someone gutted open. Could this be the mastermind's plan? To exhaust me to death? Of course, Levi also knew that was impossible. Because in the dream he was practically invincible. In fact, more than once, in order to protect those girls, Levi had stood in front of the monsters. The latter's knives slashed at Levi's body yet could not even break through his defenses, letting Levi indulge himself in a good taste of being a superhuman. Of course, if this happened in reality, he would be on the floor after just one slash. Fortunately, even though he had been busy the whole night, when he woke up the next morning, Levi merely felt a little fatigued, like having run a marathon in a dream, and after a short while, he recovered. When Levi finished changing and entered the dining room, Irene had already set out breakfast and also brought in today's newspaper. Only, Irene's expression was somewhat uneasy. Sir. What is it, Irene? Seeing her expression, Levi was a little surprised. Irene hesitated for a moment, then handed him the newspaper. Please look. Levi took the paper, and immediately saw the headline on the front page of the Daily Mail. Vampire appears again. Second victim. Just as Levi stared at the paper in silence, the wall-mounted communicator suddenly screeched hoarsely. No need to guess, Levi already knew who was calling. An hour later, riding a carriage, Levi arrived at the crime scene. I really didn't expect that now reporters run faster than the police. At this rate, I don't even need to come to the scene anymore, I can just read the paper. No sooner had he stepped out of the carriage than Levi started complaining to Inspector Lestrade, who himself looked helpless. I can't help it, Mr. Levi. This case wasn't in my jurisdiction. The police here reacted slowly. By the time it was reported upward, it was already transferred to me. Forget it. It doesn't matter. Levi sighed silently. I've already read the newspaper for the details. Is there any discrepancy? Basically consistent. Inspector Lestrade also looked helpless. To think that the police had to rely on the newspaper for case information, they weren't politicians, but this was still quite the embarrassment. Levi stopped complaining and instead turned to stare at the house before him, his expression grim. The details, Levi had already seen in the newspaper. The victim's name was Rogers Blanco, a not very famous painter. To put it nicely, that was his title. Bluntly, he was a good-for-nothing rich second generation who played women under the guise of an artist. He lived with his parents. Early this morning, the servant called him to get up, but received no response. When the servant opened the door, she found Rogers dead in bed, stark naked, his whole body pale. They first reported it to the local district police. The latter sent men to investigate, but quickly realized the case was complicated, so they escalated it upward. By that time, Inspector Lestrade had only just learned of the case, while the freshly printed morning papers had already spread it across every household. Looking at the crowd behind the police cordon and the reporters with cameras, Levi twitched his mouth but said nothing, striding forward with Inspector Lestrade. Upon seeing Levi's arrival, the reporters surged forward like sharks scenting blood. "Mr. Levi, is it still the vampire committing crimes this time? When will you be able to catch this brutal criminal? Have you already found clues? The public is deeply unsettled by these rumors. What do you have to say about it? I'm not the mayor. What do I have to say?" Levi silently rolled his eyes inwardly. He said nothing, only keeping a stern expression as he followed Inspector Lestrade through the crowd and into the small house. Inside, Levi saw a middle-aged couple. The wife was sitting on the sofa weeping while the husband comforted her. Two servants, a man and a woman, stood pale-faced nearby. Police officers were already investigating and collecting evidence. Seeing Inspector Lestrade arrive, they stepped forward and saluted. "Report. What's the situation?" "Yes, sir, the specific situation is." The officer's account differed little from the newspaper. After listening, Levi nodded, then looked toward the two servants. "Who was it that went to wake Mr. Rogers?" "It was me." An elderly woman, nearly 60, stepped out and spoke softly. "I never thought the young master would die so miserably. Can you tell me what happened this morning? I want to verify further." Levi stepped closer, asking in a low voice while gazing at her kindly. Under his gaze, the old woman gradually calmed down. After a moment of silence, she spoke. "It was nothing unusual, the same as always. My husband." Here she glanced at the old man standing nearby. "We woke up together. I went to prepare breakfast while my husband tended the garden. Once breakfast was ready, I went to wake the master and mistress, then went to wake the young master. I knocked on his door, but he didn't respond. I thought he had drunk too much and was still asleep. So I opened the door to check, and then... Oh, heavens!" The old woman covered her face, trembling. He was lying there, so pitifully, on the bed. Almighty Holy Lord, it was terrifying. Levi said nothing, just stood beside her, softly soothing her for a moment. Only then did she continue. Then I screamed. Hearing me, the master came up and was shocked as well. He hurriedly told me to find someone to report it. I ran to the door, and happened to see the postman, so I asked him for help. No wonder the case leaked so quickly. I thought there was a mole in the police. Levi muttered inwardly. But he knew it hardly mattered, since in this era the newspapers had offices inside the police stations, practically living and eating together. Once the police had a case, the reporters had it as well. Still, Mist City was huge, with millions of people. Of course there wasn't only one police station. Information wasn't as convenient as in later generations, so such situations weren't impossible. After all, reporters only had to publish, but police had to consider much more. Had Mr. Rogers shown any unusual behavior recently? The young master showed no abnormalities. Then what did he do yesterday? The old woman thought for a moment. The young master went out all day yesterday and came back in the evening. He was very excited, saying he had met a peerless beauty and wanted to paint a masterpiece of her. He was drunk and smelled of wine. Did he come back alone? He came back alone. Do you know which tavern he usually drinks at? The Gold Coin and Elephant Tavern. Thank you. Levi asked a few more questions before finishing. Then he went upstairs to the room for investigation. He had to admit, an artist's room was indeed different. Canvases and oil paintings were scattered everywhere, along with a large bed and an easel set up not far opposite the bed. Isn't this just the same trick as modern photographers? Levi wasn't surprised. Weren't cosplay photographers like this nowadays? Taking pictures until somehow the model ended up on the bed. This rich second generation was probably the same, painting until somehow his subject ended up on the bed. One only had to look at the surrounding canvases to tell. Wasn't it the same in films? In My Lady, Are You Well, wasn't Jack a poor painter sketching Rose, and before long they ended up in the car? Still, though he was a spoiled rich kid, at least he had some skill. Levi glanced at the paintings. He wasn't much of an art appreciator, but even he could tell the technique was decent. After all, without some skill, how could he charm girls? Retracting his gaze, Levi finally looked at the corpse lying on the bed. Compared to Edward's mangled body, since he had fallen from above, this corpse was quite different. Honestly, at first glance Levi thought it was a wax figure. Naked, lying on the bed, limbs spread wide, mouth curved upward in a smile of bliss and intoxication. Only, when such a smile appeared on a dead man, it became eerie. Levi stepped forward, put on gloves, and turned his head slightly. Sure enough, there were 2 small punctures on the neck. Other than that, the bed yielded no clues, not even bloodstains. Any findings? Levi asked the officer in charge of investigation. The latter shook his head. None. We found nothing unusual. The hair and footprints all belong to the victim. No one else's. Levi circled the room once. Just as the officer said, there was nothing especially noteworthy. No choice but to continue the investigation later. Afterward, Levi went to the tavern to inquire. The answer, Rogers had not gone home alone last night, but left with a woman. But regarding that woman, neither the tavern staff nor his drinking buddies could say clearly. Only that, she was very beautiful. Tricky indeed. After a whole day of work, Levi returned home with furrowed brows, puzzled. He had deliberately investigated the painter's connections, but this useless rich second generation had no relation to the Royal Master Academy or to Edwards. They weren't from the same circle, and didn't know each other. The only thing in common was that both had been accompanied by a very beautiful woman. Sir, this is your letter. As soon as Levi stepped out of the elevator, Irene came to greet him, taking his coat and handing him a letter. Levi glanced at it. The sender was none other than Betty. As he had said before, every day after school Betty wrote him a letter, reporting the day's events. This one was no exception. Levi tore open the envelope, drew out the paper, and began reading. Today at school I heard of another case, and there's a rumor spreading that both of these incidents were committed by a female vampire. She roams at night, using her beauty to lure handsome men, then drains their blood. I don't know where this rumor came from, but everyone is gossiping about it with great interest. Please be careful, detective sir. At this, Levi narrowed his eyes. A female vampire? Draining handsome men's blood? Is this aimed at me? Late at night. Inside the morgue, there was a deathly silence. Under the pale light, the corpse covered with a white sheet lay quietly on the bed. There was no movement at all. However, at this moment, the sheet suddenly trembled. Then, accompanied by a low growl, the sheet was lifted, and Roger's corpse sat up, then jumped down from the bed. His eyes were blood-red as he glanced around before stumbling toward the outside. Creak. Rogers crashed the door open and looked ahead. Then, he stopped in his tracks. In the corridor, several soldiers in black uniforms and masks stood holding weapons. Behind them stood Levi, Katie, Inspector Lestrade, and the old butler. About 15 hours. Levi took out his pocket watch and glanced at it. The autopsy report showed that Mr. Rogers' time of death was 3 a.m. yesterday. In other words, it takes more than half a day for a victim attacked by a vampire to complete the transformation. Of course, it's also possible that it must be nighttime for it to succeed. But earlier, we dragged this gentleman's body out into the sun for half a day, and nothing happened. Katie tilted her head in confusion. Don't legends say vampires turn to ash under the sun? Maybe at that time he hadn't become a vampire yet. Or maybe vampires simply aren't afraid of the sun. Levi shrugged, then pulled out an all-seeing eye amulet and waved it in front of Rogers. The latter had no reaction at all. Look, legends also say vampires will be destroyed by holy light upon seeing an all-seeing eye amulet. Or is your amulet fake? This was blessed by the Archbishop himself. Katie argued back, puffing up her cheeks, clearly dissatisfied. Inspector Lestrade, however, paid no attention to their chatter. He cautiously watched the man in front of him. Mr. Rogers. I am Inspector Lestrade. Can you hear me? You. Hearing Inspector Lestrade's voice, Rogers tilted his head slightly toward him. Then, suddenly, he spread his arms wide and lunged at Inspector Lestrade like a wild beast. Bang 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 bang. At once, the masked soldiers raised their guns and pulled the triggers. With the gunfire ringing, Rogers' body trembled violently as bullets struck him. Yet, even so, he still charged forward, as though nothing mattered more to him than the prey before his eyes. The old butler, seeing this, made a gesture. Soon, a soldier stepped forward, pulled out a bag of blood, and tossed it toward Rogers. But Rogers ignored the blood completely, continuing his advance. Another soldier threw a chicken, but Rogers also ignored it, only glaring at them viciously. It seems Mr. Rogers prefers human flesh over chicken. Levi nodded at the sight. Eliminate him. Another soldier stepped forward, carrying a massive iron tank on his back and holding a flamethrower. He aimed at Rogers and pulled the trigger hard. Whoosh! In an instant, scorching flames engulfed Rogers, and moments later, he was reduced to a pile of charred remains. The old butler withdrew his gaze and looked at Levi. Mr. Levi, has your investigation made any progress? A few conjectures, but not much. Levi did not elaborate. Should we issue a curfew? Inspector Lestrade sounded deeply worried. Not even during the courtesan killer case had he been this uneasy. After all, those killed by the courtesan killer stayed dead, they didn't crawl back to life. But now, Mr. Rogers was simply sleeping at home, yet he still couldn't escape. I don't think a curfew would help. It would only spark unnecessary panic. Levi gave a negative opinion. If you ask me, you'd do better to control the flow of information, let the newspapers publish less of that vampire nonsense. Hearing Levi's complaint, Inspector Lestrade cast him a helpless glance. That is beyond my authority. The media has freedom of news and freedom of reporting. And also the freedom to exaggerate and spread rumors. Forget it, journalism majors are always like this anyway. Levi didn't say more, only changing the subject. If you require it, we are willing to provide all assistance. The old butler bowed slightly as he spoke, his expression solemn. If necessary, I will. Levi nodded back at the old butler. After that, Katie and the old butler departed. The soldiers went to deal with the charred corpse, and Levi left the police station. In fact, Levi already had certain thoughts about this case. But for now, he wasn't ready to tell anyone, because it was just a hypothesis, and not necessarily correct. From the clues Irene had provided regarding the courtesan killer, and from Betty's letter, Levi had pieced together a pattern. It seemed to be some kind of ritual. For example, the courtesan killer case reminded Levi of Jack the Ripper in his own world. That case, never solved, fascinated the public precisely because the real culprit was never found. It was retold endlessly, even adapted into films multiple times. And in those tales, Jack the Ripper's identity ranged from an abandoned child to a vengeful spirit, and countless more. This fascination with the unknown, with mystery, was what the public loved most. But what they sought was not truth, it was thrill. The Bermuda Triangle, the Loch Ness Monster, similar tales were the same. The rumors surrounding the courtesan killer and the vampire incidents were no exception. Levi noticed that both rumors shared a common feature, or rather, a sequence. That was filling in the blanks. According to Irene, at the very start of the courtesan killer case, people only knew that someone wandered the streets at night, killing lone women. As the second and third cases emerged, the description of the courtesan killer grew more detailed. He wore a mask, draped himself in a black cloak, and wielded a dagger for killing and dismembering, and from rumor, a complete image was born. And the vampire rumor was the same. At first, people only knew that someone had died, with not a single drop of blood left in the body, and with small puncture marks on the neck resembling bite marks, as if a vampire had drained them. This was the idea the public formed after the first case. Then came the second case, that unlucky second-generation rich painter. This time, the description of the vampire was no longer vague, but more specific. First, she was a female vampire. Second, she moved at night. Finally, she only drank the blood of handsome men. Edwards and Rogers could both be considered above average in appearance. Through analysis, Levi found that these rumors all carried a kind of reasonableness, making them very easy for people to believe. Take the courtesan killer, for instance. He wore a black cloak, so he was difficult to spot at night. He wore a mask, so no one knew what he looked like. He carried 2 daggers, used for killing and dismembering. Of course, Levi knew it was all nonsense. After Amelia transformed into a monster in reality, she probably hadn't retained much intelligence. Her choice of the scalpel was likely nothing more than habit. But that wasn't important, because the police could never announce to the public that the true courtesan killer was a mutated monster resurrected from the grave by a mysterious ritual. So for most people, the courtesan killer was simply that masked maniac. Then, could this grant him some kind of mysterious power? The courtesan killer was already dead, and Levi couldn't get answers from a corpse. But it wasn't without parallels. For instance, this current case might well confirm Levi's suspicions. In fact, Levi strongly suspected that the targeting handsome men setting was deliberately aimed at himself. After all, he had sabotaged Madame Clatty's plan with some mysterious figure, even forcing the other party to kill Madame Clatty just to prevent Levi from digging further. It was perfectly understandable if the other party wanted to kill him to eliminate future troubles. And since they had been willing to kill Madame Clatty to cover their tracks, Levi didn't think they would spare him. So the question was, how would they kill him? Ordinary methods weren't impossible. In fact, Levi had already prepared himself for the possibility that, when leaving home one day, he might be cornered in some alley by thugs or gangsters. Then they'd pull out guns and, like in The Godfather, go rat-tat-tat-tat and turn him into a sieve. But clearly, the other party didn't intend to use such methods. That made sense. If Levi survived, he could trace the killers back to them. Given their caution, the best method was to make Levi die silently in a mysterious incident. Thus, they had fabricated this rumor specifically targeting Levi, a female vampire who drank the blood of handsome men, moving through the night. Walls, windows, and locked doors could not stop her. She came and went without a trace. Levi could already guess that tomorrow morning's newspapers would make a sensational report of this, telling the whole Mist City that a third-rate painter had been drained of blood in his room, inside a locked chamber. This was a trick performed by distorting reality, Levi realized, through lies, twisted information, and carefully pieced together horror stories. Yet, every story, at its core, required an original prototype. The prototype of the courtesan killer was Amelia. Then, who would be the prototype of this vampire? Sitting inside a private box in the theater, watching the performance on stage, Levi yawned in boredom. He had no interest whatsoever in this so-called art. If he had the time, Levi would much rather read a few more books. Unfortunately, in Mist City at night, this was one of the few forms of entertainment available. And if the vampire was indeed targeting Levi, then fighting outside would naturally be preferable to having his own house wrecked. Levi wasn't about to let his home be destroyed. On stage, the actors shouted hoarsely, depicting the final struggles of a king at the end of his dynasty. Levi, however, had no interest at all. He yawned again, leaned back in his chair, and half closed his eyes. Just then, a voice sounded beside his ear. "Sir, you seem rather bored." Levi turned his head. Sitting in the adjacent box was a woman, smiling at him. She wore an exquisite gown adorned with jewels, looking elegant and composed. There was a kind of captivating charm about her, like a bright pearl shining dazzlingly in the darkness. "My apologies, miss, for disturbing your enjoyment." Levi nodded slightly to her in greeting. "I have no complaints about this play. It's just that I've been somewhat tired lately, and my spirits aren't at their best." "I can understand." The woman smiled faintly, her smile so radiant it seemed to melt away all one's troubles. "Actually, I also find it a bit boring. Why don't we go for a walk instead?" Levi did not refuse the suggestion. She took his hand, and together they left the box. The theater corridor was utterly silent, not a soul in sight. The faint singing from behind the walls only deepened the impression, as if they had been cut off from the world and stepped into another realm entirely. Like stepping from a bustling street into a dark, deserted alleyway, it carried a strange sense of separation from the ordinary world. Yet Levi did not mind, nor did the woman. She held his hand as they walked down the corridor and entered a side room. Before Levi could see what kind of place it was, the woman pulled him inside. Then the two embraced tightly. It was a heat that felt like it could melt everything, yet also an icy cold that froze all things. A mixture of languidness and comfort, like lying in a warm bed in early winter, eyes closed, savoring peace and warmth. His once clear mind began to blur, even his thoughts grew indistinct. He lowered his hand, reaching for his pocket. The woman chuckled softly, her slender, supple fingers slipping like snakes to grasp his hand. Levi didn't mind at all. He simply held her hand, as though holding that of a beloved, and guided it into his pocket. In the next moment, the woman let out a silent, piercing scream. At the same time, Levi felt a scorching heat and pain erupt from his pocket, like a branding iron. Then Levi opened his eyes. The soaring singing on stage had reached its climax. The actor playing the villain was already screaming and struggling. The audience rose to their feet, clapping thunderously, the applause shaking the theater. Levi turned his head to the side. The seat next to him was empty. "Interesting." Levi chuckled softly and stood. He reached into his pocket and drew out a badge, the all-seeing eye he had previously taken from Clatty, which she claimed had been blessed by the Archbishop. Levi flicked his fingers, sending it flying into the air before catching it again. At the same time, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Then he put on his hat and left the box to the sound of the audience's applause. The young girl suddenly opened her eyes wide, letting out a silent scream. She curled up, trembling uncontrollably, clutching her right hand tightly. It took quite a while before her convulsions stopped. When she finally loosened her palm, she saw within her fair hand a scorched mark, as if burned, clearly imprinted there. He actually wasn't bewitched. Why? The girl was utterly baffled. She couldn't understand why he hadn't fallen for her. All the men before had been the same, no matter how talented, handsome, dashing, or charming they were, once they laid eyes on her, they lost their souls, completely surrendering at her feet. But he didn't. Thinking of that handsome, refined face that always carried a gentle smile, the girl's heart thumped wildly. In the past, she would never have imagined she could get close to such an outstanding, attractive gentleman. But things were different now. She had been reborn. She possessed a charm that could captivate the world. No man could ignore her, they would treat her like a queen, bowing and scraping to please her. Yet, why was this man different? At that moment, she had clearly seen the intoxication and fascination in his eyes, and she was certain he had fallen for her like all the others. But why? Ah! A searing pain shot through her palm. The girl looked down, and what she saw horrified her. The fair skin of her hand was beginning to wither, the once delicate flesh collapsing, transforming into something grotesque, like the bark of an ancient tree. No, 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 not like this, it can't be like this. The girl scrambled up from her bed in panic and dashed out of her room. She hadn't even put on shoes, still in her nightdress as she fled her house, wandering the dark, dimly lit streets. She could feel the thirst burning in her throat. The searing heat from her right palm spread through her whole body, making her crave an icy drink to quench the heat. But she knew it wasn't cold water she needed now. It was blood. Warm blood. When it flowed into her mouth, she could even feel the pulse of the heart and the vigor of life within it. Only that could soothe her thirst and restore her strength. Soon, she saw a figure walking toward her in the distance. Without hesitation, she ran forward. She believed that as a frail, pitiful young woman, she could easily win a gentleman's sympathy. "Sir, kind sir, please save me." She rushed forward, yet suddenly froze, staring in shock at the figure. He stepped out of the shadows and into the moonlight. What a marvelous night. Under the bright moon, with the ceaseless rumble of steam engines in the distance sounding like background music for a protagonist's entrance, and the mist like a stage curtain being drawn back, Levi emerged. He removed his top hat and bowed to the girl. "Good evening, Miss Maggie." Maggie stared blankly at Levi, her face deathly pale, unsure if it was from fear or something else. "Why? You want to ask why I knew it was you?" Levi twirled his hat slightly. To be honest, I don't know. My guess is you possess some kind of strange power, one that makes men see you as a peerless beauty. But I'm sorry, in my eyes, you've always just been you, Miss Maggie. From beginning to end, nothing has changed. Then that means. Maggie's body trembled as she heard his reply. That's right. I watched you invite me in, lead me to your room, and try to seduce me. Levi stared straight at Maggie. Perhaps because he had spent so many nights in dreams running about putting out fires, the moment he saw her, he knew he was dreaming. That was when he finally saw Maggie's true face, for before, she had only been a blurry image in his eyes, like someone with severe nearsightedness seeing without glasses, only the outline, never the details. This is impossible. Maggie shook her head desperately, trying to deny Levi's words. At this moment, she looked like someone caught red-handed, shivering in fear. That time, you clearly fell in love with me. You looked at me so deeply. You were no different from the others. It's not just women who can act, Miss Maggie. Levi toyed with his hat, speaking nonchalantly. Many times, men can act too. Perhaps you overlooked that. Or perhaps you were simply too confident in your ability. He chuckled softly. Besides, I'm quite familiar with dreams. He was referring, of course, to the all-seeing eye badge. Back when they faced Rogers, they had already tested it, it didn't actually have that kind of power. It wasn't like in movies or novels, where a crucifix shone holy light that reduced vampires to ash. But in dreams, it was different. Because everyone believed the all-seeing eye could purify vampires, it naturally worked that way in dreams. The truth didn't matter, what mattered was collective belief. Just as if everyone believed the courtesan killer was a masked pervert, then it was a masked pervert. Similarly, as long as everyone believed Levi could defeat the courtesan killer, then he could defeat the courtesan killer. After all, dreams could hold anything. I didn't do anything wrong. Maggie cried out again, as if shouting could make his words false. I only wanted others to notice me, to be like Betty. We were best friends, yet every man, every single one, only cared about Betty. Even Edwards wasn't an exception. They were always concerned about her, and never once looked at me. As if I were just her accessory, a mere attachment. I only wanted to change that. I wanted to be admired like her. There's nothing wrong with that. Levi nodded, putting his hat back on. As long as you don't hurt others. I. Levi's words pierced her heart like an invisible blade. Her face turned ashen, her body trembling. I didn't mean to. I really didn't. When Mr. Edwards turned his eyes toward me, I was so happy. I was no longer just some unnoticed little woman in his view, I truly had his favor. But. Maggie clutched her arm tightly. My thirst kept growing stronger, and stronger. That person told me, it was the price I had to pay. I had to drink blood to maintain my power. And Mr. Edwards agreed. He told me himself, he was willing to give me even his soul. It wasn't me forcing him. He offered it to me of his own will. Who was that person? At Levi's question, Maggie froze. I don't know. No, I do. I don't know. I remember. That person was my. Her eyes suddenly widened in terror, her lips trembling. And just then, a shadow swooped down from above, stabbing straight at her back. Maggie didn't react at all, but Levi snapped his head up and pulled the trigger. Bang! With the gunshot, the shadow shattered completely. At the same time, a sweet voice sounded. Oh dear, Maggie, I told you to be more careful, to be more cautious. Levi raised his revolver, aiming at a street lamp not far away. As the mist dispersed with the flow of steam, a petite figure appeared upon it. She had golden hair and cheeks with a touch of baby fat, her cuteness carrying an innocent charm. The only difference was that her eyes were no longer blue, they were now a vivid red. Betty. Maggie stared at the figure on the street lamp, trembling. Betty, as always, smiled at her with pure, innocent sweetness. You see, Maggie, I told you, you're not good enough. I gave you power, but in the end, you still couldn't become me. Poor Maggie. Useless Maggie. Cowardly Maggie. In the end, the ugly duckling will never become a swan. Ah. At her best friend's cruel mockery, Maggie clutched her head and curled up on the ground, trembling violently. Whatever memories it stirred, they were clearly painful from her anguished cries. But Betty paid no attention to her friend. She merely glanced at her before turning her eyes to Levi. You don't seem surprised, Mr. Levi. Did you already guess my true identity? More or less. Levi tightened his grip on the revolver, locking eyes with Betty. In truth, he had suspected her from the very beginning. After all, it was all too coincidental. Especially that first dream, Betty, the courtesan killer, and himself. And the very next day after that dream, he met Betty in real life. It might sound romantic to call it fate, but Levi didn't believe in fate. The moment he saw Betty, his suspicion began. After that, he never let his guard down. The reason he invited her to act as his school investigator was to see if she would seize the chance to make a move. He hadn't expected her to be the mastermind behind the string of cases. But he had long suspected Maggie wasn't the true culprit, she was far too simple and direct to commit such flawless murders. This is rather disappointing. Betty sighed. You know, Mr. Levi, I actually thought being the great detective's assistant was a fine title. I wanted to continue like that, solving thrilling cases together, growing closer, maybe even taking our relationship further. Not just detective and assistant. Isn't that a wonderful development? But your distrust ruined everything. Sorry, I'm not the romantic type. Levi said, aiming at Betty and slowly pulling back the hammer. Ah. Just as he was about to fire, Maggie suddenly let out a scream and hurled herself at Levi. At the same time, Betty leapt from the street lamp like a diving hawk, shooting straight toward Levi. Betty's speed was extremely fast. Levi only felt a blur before his eyes, and the pitch-black figure had already covered his vision. If it had been anyone else, at this moment they would likely only have been able to close their eyes and wait for death. Fortunately, Levi had long been prepared for this. He fixed his gaze on the shadow, and a glint of cold light flashed across his eyes. Eye of the Reaper. In that instant, the passage of time became incomparably slow. Levi raised the muzzle of his gun, aimed at the girl before him, and pulled the trigger. Bang bang. The gunshots rang out. Betty and Maggie's heads jerked backward as if they had been punched squarely in the face. Taking advantage of the gap, Levi's figure flickered as he dashed into a nearby alley. The pitch-black alley was almost devoid of light. On both sides of the brick walls were various kinds of metal pipes. Even in the silence of this deep night, they still emitted wailing sounds from time to time, spewing bursts of scorching steam. The surroundings were damp everywhere. With his head lowered, one hand pressing down the brim of his hat, Levi sprinted through the alley at full speed. He could hear from behind him beast-like roars, the sound of wind being torn apart, and pounding footsteps. But Levi did not turn back to fire. Instead, he pressed onward, darting through one alley after another, weaving between thick steam pipes. Finally, he came to a stop. Because ahead of him was a dead end. Really now, Mr. Levi, this won't do. Betty's voice rang out once more. Levi turned his head and saw the girl, as if a ghost, stepping lightly upon the steam pipes, descending swiftly from above, landing gracefully before him. Immediately after, a shadowy figure crawled out from a gap in the alley on all fours like a beast, crouching by Betty's side. Without even looking clearly, Levi already knew who that shadow was. To be honest, I really don't understand. Levi sighed. What exactly is it that you want? Miss Betty? Whether it's you, or Madame Clatty, what is it that you are truly trying to do? What we want to do? Betty chuckled softly. I think you have misunderstood, detective. You may believe all of this is our doing, that we are playing tricks, dabbling in bizarre and evil rituals, like those cultists, isn't that so? Isn't it? Of course not. Betty shook her head. Detective, this is not about what we want to do. History itself is like this. The world itself is like this. It is you all who have turned the world into what it is today. And we are merely going along with the tide. Like seagulls that ride the waves to fly, yet they themselves did not create the waves, so your accusations against us are wrong. We merely realized the existence of the waves earlier than you did, and spread our wings to welcome their arrival. An interesting way to put it. Levi stared at Betty, who stood unmoving, blocking his only retreat. Could you give me a more detailed explanation then? You see, I'm about to die anyway, at least let me die understanding, don't you think? I would be happy to grant your request, detective. Betty let out another soft laugh. But unfortunately, even for me, these words are nothing more than parroted phrases. That lord did not tell me much more. We only know that the tide which once receded is about to return. And we shall once again witness past glory, becoming beings transcendent and extraordinary. Though Betty's answer was peculiar, Levi, who had read countless web novels, films, and animations, and played innumerable games, needed only this much to lock onto the true intention behind it. You mean? You all want to become gods? Faced with Levi's question, Betty fell silent. But in the next moment, her voice became cheerful and gleeful. That's right, detective. As expected of a famous detective. I never imagined you could guess it so quickly. As she spoke, Betty extended her hand. Indeed, you are exactly as I thought, clever, handsome, and gentlemanly. Now, killing you would truly be a waste. I shall instead transform you into my retainer, not like Maggie, such worthless trash. You will be like me, a ruler of the night. Together, we can rule this dark and beautiful world. We shall drive those mortals, and they shall willingly devote their lives to us. Levi said nothing to Betty's words. His eyes glanced ahead briefly before pulling back. For at this moment, a mission completion prompt had appeared before his eyes. As expected, just like a detective, the culprit had to personally admit the truth for the mission to count as complete. Simply guessing by himself was not enough. That was reasonable. Otherwise, if another case arose, he could just brute force guess until one stuck, right? Unfortunately, the situation was too tense now for Levi to check what reward the system had given him. He quietly pushed it aside, then took a deep breath and looked back at Betty. It sounds beautiful, but I refuse. You will not refuse. Very soon, you will become my loyal servant. As she spoke, Betty snapped her fingers. At once, Maggie, crouched by her side like a dog, let out a beast-like roar and lunged at Levi. Rah! But at the same time Maggie charged forth, from the shadow of the steam pipes nearby, a small figure suddenly leapt out. Clatty clenched her small, silver-gloved fist and punched Maggie, sending her flying. Immediately after, several dazzling beams of light flared from the rooftops, illuminating the entire alley. What is? The sudden brightness startled Betty. She swiftly retreated, trying to vanish into the alley's darkness. But just as she turned to flee, a flash of fire burst forth, erupting into blazing flames that filled the alley. With a scream, Betty retreated ghost-like from the flames, returning to where she had stood moments before. In the glare of the searchlights, her clothes had been burned to tatters, her whole body blackened and charred. Were she an ordinary human, she would already be writhing on the ground. But Betty only turned her head, glaring venomously at Levi. Meanwhile, Maggie, who had been knocked flying, also scrambled up with a wail. She looked less and less human now. Her long face resembled that of a dog, her mouth splitting all the way to her ears, revealing sharp fangs within. You. I'm no fool either, Miss Betty. Levi raised his gun and aimed at Betty. He would never be so foolish as to face trouble alone. The moment he realized at the theater that he had been ambushed, Levi had contacted Clatty and arranged a place for an ambush. His seemingly panicked flight earlier had actually been a way of luring Betty and Maggie into the predetermined location. Now, it was perfect. This was a dead end. Outside were soldiers with flamethrowers sealing it off. On the surrounding rooftops, soldiers already had their weapons aimed, enclosing them in a tight net. Levi was certain, even if Betty could fly, she would not escape. She had no path but death. My personal advice? You'd best surrender quietly. Surrender? Betty was clearly furious. She stared at Levi, her eyes cold and brimming with icy hatred. Never. I will not surrender. That lord will come to save me. He won't save you. On the contrary, he is more likely to kill you. Levi let out a soft laugh. Do you know how Madame Clatty died? I went to her club to investigate, and she discovered me. She reported everything to your so-called supreme existence through the mirror. And the moment she finished her report, she died. I saw it with my own eyes. Care to guess who killed her? This is impossible. Hearing Levi's reply, Betty was visibly shaken. Detective, it was you, because you wanted to investigate our secrets, that you killed Madame Clatty. Don't you find your own words contradictory? Levi arched an eyebrow. I wanted to investigate your secrets, so why would I kill Madame Clatty? I can't communicate with the dead. Keeping her alive would have been far more useful. Because Madame Clatty would rather die than submit, so. Hearing Levi's answer, Betty's body suddenly trembled. The girl seemed to awaken from a dream, shaking violently, her wide eyes filled with terror. Yes, that's it, that's exactly it. She rocked back and forth, clutching her head, muttering in a trembling whisper. Teacher, he said, ah. A piercing, eerie scream burst from Betty's mouth. Levi felt his heart seize violently, his blood as though pulled by some invisible force, about to leave his body. At the same time, his mind grew hazy, his body unable to keep its balance. Not far away, Clatty fared no better. Clutching her ears tightly, she staggered as if drunk. But the most terrifying change came from Betty herself. Her body began to dissolve and tear apart, like a wax statue melting under high heat. Her solid skin, muscles, and bones fused together, transforming into something like a viscous liquid. At the same time, Maggie, who had been struck away by Clatty, was undergoing the same change. The two masses of slime gradually merged, forming into something bizarre and monstrous. It looked like an enormous bat, as tall as a man. But its body bore no fur, under the blinding searchlights one could clearly see its pale muscles and the blood vessels beneath its thin membranes. Then, with a shriek, the bat monster lunged straight at Levi. Good grief, so now it shifted from a horror film into a monster flick, huh? Seeing that bat monster, easily as big as a small car, charging straight toward him, Levi couldn't help but complain inwardly. He staggered to the side, threw himself down, and grabbed the equally wobbly Clatty, who looked like she had drunk too much. The two of them tumbled messily across the ground, narrowly avoiding the monster's attack. The giant bat crashed into the wall behind Levi, letting out a furious roar. Open fire, open fire. The soldiers stationed on the rooftops around them finally snapped out of their daze at the bat monster's piercing scream. They hastily raised their weapons and pulled the triggers, aiming down at the beast. Da-da-da-da-da. A barrage of gunfire rang out, bullets pouring down like torrential rain, engulfing the bat monster. Blood splattered from its body again and again. Yet, its flesh seemed unbelievably tough. Though bleeding profusely, its bones and sinews appeared unscathed. The creature spread its wings and opened its mouth, aiming at the soldiers above. An invisible shockwave burst forth. Levi felt his brain buzzing violently, as though some kind of high-pitched frequency drilled into his skull, boiling his brain matter. The gunfire stopped abruptly, the soldiers clearly suffered the same torment. Ugh, this sound, it's unbearable. Clatty groaned as she shook her head and slapped at her ears. Levi understood well, his own ears still rang with that relentless buzzing, driving him to discomfort. But this was no time to dwell on it. With the interference cleared, the bat monster scrambled onto the side of a nearby building, climbing rapidly with both claws and legs. Clearly, it intended to escape. Levi aimed his gun and fired. His bullets hit, but did not slow the beast. It clawed desperately at the windows, dragging itself higher. The soldiers on the rooftops had all gone silent, whether dead or unconscious, Levi could not tell. Damn it, at this rate, it'll get away. Levi clenched his teeth and scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He rushed over to Katie. 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 Ugh, my head's buzzing, what? Throw that, next to the monster's head, hurry. He pointed toward the alleyway exit, where several soldiers lay unconscious. They carried flamethrowers and fuel tanks, originally meant to seal off the area. But under the creature's sonic assault, they had collapsed. Luckily, the alleyway was so narrow that only one person could fit through. Otherwise, the monster might have already fled. Katie blinked at Levi, then glanced at the fuel tanks and back at the climbing monster. Realization dawned instantly. Leave it to me. She staggered forward, like someone stumbling across the deck of a storm-tossed ship. She tore a fuel tank free from an unconscious flamethrower soldier's back, hugged it tightly, and glared up at the monster. Then, like pitching a softball, she hurled it upward. Whoosh! The fuel tank, filled with flammable liquid, whistled through the air and slammed against the bat monster's head. The impact barely harmed the creature, it had shrugged off machine gun fire, after all. Besides, Katie's dizzy condition kept her from throwing with full strength. But for Levi, it was enough. At the instant the fuel tank struck, Levi squeezed the trigger. Bang! The tank exploded violently, erupting into a storm of flames that engulfed the monster's head. The bat screeched in agony, flailing wildly as it clawed at the burning fire. Losing its grip on the windows, it tumbled from the rooftop, its enormous body crashing into the ground with a thunderous impact. Again. Levi canceled the eye of the Reaper and shouted. His own head throbbed terribly, the creature's sonic wave left him feeling as though his skull would split apart. Only when he activated the eye of the Reaper could the pain subside momentarily. Katie, panting heavily, grabbed another fuel tank and aimed for the monster. The creature, however, was rolling on the ground, clawing desperately at its flaming head. She narrowed her eyes, waited for her chance, and hurled the tank with all her strength. The spinning tank arced through the air. In Levi's eyes, time slowed once again. He watched it tumble in slow motion, slip past the monster's swinging claws, and smash into its furry belly. Now. Levi fired. The bullet hit, and fire burst forth. The explosion tore through the bat's seemingly vulnerable stomach. The shockwave and shrapnel ripped across its body. The monster shrieked again, thrashing, flapping its wings in a last, desperate attempt to take flight. But it only rose a few centimeters before crashing back to the ground. Its wails weakened, then faded to silence. Ha! Levi collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. His head spun, his stomach churned. He saw the monster's body melting, fueling the flames, as though its very flesh were made of combustible matter. But none of that mattered now. Levi closed his eyes and listened to the distant wailing of sirens. At least tonight's nightmare was over. If he could, Levi wished for a few days of rest in the hospital. But he had no such luxury. Though Betty was dead, she had left behind a clue. Before dying, she had uttered the word teacher. Investigating literally, that could only point to one person, her teacher. Betty had never hired a tutor, so it had to be someone at the Shoah Academy. The police quickly identified a suspect. Franz Rebecca. A visiting professor at the Royal Master Academy, specializing in psychology and folklore. But the speed of suspicion wasn't due to evidence. Rather, Professor Franz had disappeared. Yes, the next day, when the police came to the academy under the pretext of Betty's death, they learned the professor was missing. Searching his quarters, they discovered he had run a private occult study group, with Betty among its members. Part of the group's funding even came from Madame Clatty's secret sponsorship. Yet when the police arrived, his quarters were completely emptied, everything gone. The academy, of course, claimed to know nothing. It was clear, Professor Franz Rebecca was the likely mastermind behind the recent chain of events. The police issued a warrant, declaring him the orchestrator of the vampire incidents, painting him as a mad scientist. They claimed both victims had been carefully selected for his wicked experiments. Naturally so, after all, they couldn't announce that 2 young women had turned into vampires. That wasn't some marketplace gossip. As for the explosions and fire in the alleyway, the official explanation was a gas leak causing an explosion. A very convenient excuse. During all this, Levi busied himself writing the case report, detailing the investigation, his deductions, and theories. Katie would deliver it to the old butler, who would then decide whom to give it to. Of course, Katie had the privilege of reading it first. Ugh. I don't really get it, Mr. Levi. You're saying the enemy controlled things through invading dreams? That's just my guess, but I think it's highly likely. Levi continued typing on his typewriter as he explained. When I was attacked in the theater, I knew I was dreaming. The rules there weren't of reality, but of the dream. Remember, your badge didn't work against Mr. Rogers when he turned into a monster. But in the dream, it burned Maggie's hand, even seriously injuring her. Why? Simple, like you said, everyone believes the all-seeing eye can purify vampires. So in the dream, it could. So detective, you mean, if everyone believes a god exists, then it does? Isn't that the essence of gods? Levi glanced at Katie. People yearn for the sun, worship the moon, fear the dark, long for the light. Those feelings and desires condensed into the concept of gods. Of course, I'm no expert, so I'd suggest involving psychologists or historians. Oh, and mystics too. He looked back at the typewriter, pulling the paper back into place. But it seems you've become famous again. Katie giggled, waving a newspaper in front of him. The hero who destroyed the evil nightmare. The detective who guards the citizens. Newspapers always exaggerate. Levi didn't even lift his head, his eyes fixed on the keys as he sighed quietly. With this reputation spreading, his future troubles would only grow. It turned out that once a case was solved, the public's curiosity quickly dissipated. Within a few days, the newspapers had stopped reporting on the vampire killings, instead turning their attention to the city council's resolution to phase out horse-drawn carriages on a large scale and promote steam cars, along with the related debates. After eliminating Betty, Levi also stopped dreaming about the courtesan killer. Well, for him, that was naturally a good thing. Since that night, Levi had been busy. First came the treatment. Fortunately, according to the doctor's diagnosis, Levi had only suffered a mild concussion with no lasting aftereffects. This secretly relieved him. Of course, he also used his own diagnosis skill to check himself, and the conclusion was the same. Then came the task of writing the investigation report, then submitting it. After finishing all that, Levi finally had time to check the rewards for completing his mission. Mission, Darkness and Shadows, complete. Time spent, S. Investigation efficiency, A. Impact, S. Overall evaluation, SS. Compared to before, his investigation efficiency rating had dropped this time. Levi guessed it was probably because the opponent had committed crimes twice in succession. In other words, the more times the culprit committed crimes, the lower his investigation efficiency rating. Fine, that was understandable. Reward obtained, lifespan plus 50, bonus plus 10. Because the overall evaluation had dropped by 1 grade, the bonus reward was also lower. Still, an extra 2 months of life was nothing to complain about. Special ability obtained, mystery resistance plus 15%. Mystery resistance, huh? Seeing this, Levi recalled the sonic attack from that bat monster, something he truly couldn't defend against. He wondered if this mystery resistance could help him block that kind of strange, nonsensical power. Levi still remembered that mysterious figure who could kill enemies directly through mirrors. To him, that was far deadlier than any bullets. Agility increased to 75. Optional advanced skill plus 1. Shadow movement bloodthirst sonic attack. Obviously, these were things the system had taken from Betty. Levi glanced over the 3 skills. Shadow movement was somewhat similar to teleportation, except the limitation was that one could only move through shadows, with the distance increasing along with proficiency. Now Levi understood why Betty hadn't been able to use this move while escaping. At that time, the searchlights had illuminated the entire alley brightly, leaving her with no shadows to escape into. Bloodthirst, in Levi's view, was closer to a berserk state. Simply put, it consumed a portion of blood in exchange for a temporary boost in physical attributes. Levi gave it up after only 1 look. With his constitution, bleeding himself would likely put him on a slab after just 1 or 2 uses. As for sonic attack, Levi didn't even need to read the description, he had personally experienced it. It was a true area of effect killing weapon. Even at the lowest proficiency, it could at least be used as a kind of stun grenade. Unfortunately, just like before, he could only choose one of the 3. Levi hesitated between shadow movement and sonic attack, but in the end, he chose shadow movement. The reason was simple, shadow movement allowed short-range teleportation using shadows as a medium, ignoring obstacles. That was what made Levi decide, because up to now he had never drawn the lockpicking skill. Being able to phase through walls with shadow movement was a very good alternative. Levi was very clear about his own definition of himself. He had no intention of being some kind of hero who fought head-on. Just like with Betty before, Levi preferred to position himself as a detective, someone who collected, investigated, summarized information, conducted reasoning, found clues, locked onto the target, and then called the police. Fighting on the front lines was the responsibility of soldiers and officers. Levi felt he didn't need to take that risk, especially since he cherished his hard-won second life very much. Shadow movement was extremely useful whether for phasing through walls or for escaping. And there was another reason Levi abandoned sonic attack. Since those soldiers and Katie had all suffered from the monster's sonic assault, they naturally knew what it looked like. If he displayed the same ability in front of them, without being able to explain the system inside him, it would inevitably cause suspicion. So, for the sake of safety, Levi gave up sonic attack and chose shadow movement. Escaping was more important than fighting. After making his choice, Levi picked up the floating card before him. It quickly vanished, and then he saw the skill shadow movement appear next to the agility attribute. So that was how it worked. Levi realized that every ability corresponded to exactly one attribute or skill. For example, Eye of the Reaper was an advanced skill under shooting, while Soul Sight was an advanced skill under investigation, and Shadow Movement was an advanced skill under agility. By that logic, Bloodthirst was probably an advanced skill under Constitution. Shadow Movement, the ability to freely travel through interconnected shadows. Maximum range, 10 meters. Proficiency, 0%. Lifespan consumption, 15 minutes per second. The amount of lifespan consumed probably depended on the importance of the skill. Levi remembered that Soul Sight cost 5 minutes of lifespan per second, Eye of the Reaper cost 10, while Shadow Movement cost 15. But thinking about it, Shadow Movement was indeed an extremely valuable skill, it could even let Levi escape through shadows while being sprayed with gunfire. Thinking of it this way, the high cost was understandable. Of course, although the vampire murder case had been solved, things did not end there. Franz Rebecca was still at large. Yet according to police investigations, they couldn't even pin down the suspect's features. Some claimed he was a stern, serious old man who always smoked a pipe. Others insisted she was a smiling, kindly old lady. Neither Franz's former students nor colleagues could clearly describe his appearance. They couldn't even tell whether Franz was male or female. It was as if every person saw an entirely different image of Franz Rebecca. Levi really wanted to ask, in that case, did this person use the men's room or the women's? In the end, the police could only issue a wanted notice using the written records left at the school. As for its effectiveness, trying to catch someone whose gender and age were completely unknown was chasing ghosts. But that had nothing to do with Levi. That was one of the perks of being a detective compared to a policeman. Detectives only had to identify the culprit. Arresting them was the police's job. No one would accuse a detective of dereliction for failing to catch a criminal, but people would definitely scold the police as useless if they failed. Clearly, catching this person would not be easy. And through this case, the authorities seemed to finally be taking action seriously. Inspector Lestrade later told Levi that because of the back-to-back incidents of the courtesan killer and the vampire murders, the authorities had concluded that these were not ordinary crimes. They suspected it was part of a conspiracy aimed at sabotaging or even overthrowing the empire. Therefore, the authorities had decided to establish an intelligence organization called MI7. This agency was under the royal family and directly answered to Her Majesty the Queen. Its main task was to investigate and track down strange and mysterious cases and intelligence. Inspector Lestrade would serve as the police liaison for this agency. Once the police discovered another such mysterious case, he would screen it out and hand it over to MI7 for handling. MI7 had extremely broad powers. Once they identified a case or person related to the mysterious, they were authorized to mobilize local police or even the military to deal with it. From this, Levi could see that the royal family was clearly taking the matter very seriously. A department that, even in its infancy, already wielded such great power and answered directly to the crown. Inevitably gave Levi a few uneasy associations. But in a sense, this was necessary, after all. Who knew what kind of tricks these mystics might come up with next? Now that there were even bat monsters, Levi felt it wouldn't surprise him at all if he someday saw Leviathan out at sea. But he still had many things to do. For example, reporting to MI7. To be honest, Levi was a little excited about this. He still remembered how in those old 007 movies, the secret bases looked. You walked into a company, greeted a blonde, blue-eyed beauty at the desk, exchanged a code word, and she would smile slightly before pressing a button. Then the bookshelf behind her would slowly open, revealing a hidden door. The protagonist would step forward, recite a password, match voiceprint and retina, and then the secret door would open, revealing a corridor full of futuristic atmosphere. Wasn't that cool? Secret bases were a man's romance. However, when Levi stepped off the carriage and arrived at his destination, the slightly run-down Victorian-style building before his eyes left him utterly dumbfounded. "Welcome, Mr. Levi." If not for the old butler waiting at the door, Levi would have thought he had gone to the wrong place. "Good day, sir." Seeing the old butler, Levi walked forward, lifted his hat, and gave a polite bow. Today, the old butler was not wearing his usual tailcoat, but instead a well-fitted business suit, making him look more like a successful capitalist. "To be honest, I thought we would be meeting somewhere more discreet. That's exactly why we came here." The old butler chuckled and made a gesture toward Levi. "Please follow me." Entering the slightly shabby building, the old butler led Levi into the lift, pressed a button, and soon the elevator gave a harsh screeching sound as it carried them upward. Meanwhile, the old butler spoke softly to Levi. "The royal family has already read your report, and after a series of studies, we finalized this plan. However, our identity requires some changes." Ding dong. The elevator stopped at the 5th floor. The gate creaked open, and Levi stepped out. Before him was a massive office, filled with busy clerks. They wore plain uniforms, some flipping through files, others typing away. Outside the office hung a sign reading Exploration and Mystery Editorial Department. Levi cast a questioning look at the old butler. The latter only smiled faintly, saying nothing, and instead led Levi into the editorial department, and into the editor-in-chief's office. With the heavy door closing behind them, shutting out the noise and leaving complete silence, the old butler poured Levi a cup of tea. "Please enjoy." "Thank you." "So, what's going on here?" "Exactly as you see." The old butler smiled faintly, sitting down behind the editor's desk, upon which the nameplate read, "Crawford Babylon." "We carefully studied your report, consulted experts from various fields, and discovered. The key to all this lies in controlling and filtering rumors. But this is no easy task." Levi certainly knew that rumors and gossip were not so easily controlled. Exactly. The old butler spread his hands. Thus, welcome to the Exploration and Mystery Editorial Department. This will be a newspaper formally published in Mist City. Unlike other papers, it will focus on local oddities, all kinds of mysterious rumors and events. Anyone can write letters describing the mysterious, strange, and unexplainable things happening in their region and send them here. And then, we will dispatch a special guest investigator. At this point, the old butler chuckled and pointed at Levi. Mr. Detective Levi himself, who will investigate and reveal the truth. Levi had to admit, upon hearing this explanation, he was quite surprised. So you mean, you intend to publish a newspaper dedicated to mysterious and strange events? Exactly. Good heavens, that was indeed something. Levi was both surprised and impressed. He had to admit, this was a brilliant move. The biggest problem with rumors was that they were uncontrollable, unregulated, and spread easily across wide ranges. However, humans were naturally inclined toward authority. Perhaps people in the internet age wouldn't understand, but in the past, the phrase, "it's written in a book," was practically equal to truth. Similarly, even if it was just rumor, once it was printed in black and white, it carried more authority than mere word of mouth. And it was easier to gain public acceptance. In this way, if two people had similar rumors, and one of them could pull out a newspaper to back it up, that version would clearly carry more credibility than the other. For the one who preferred hiding among the masses, spreading all sorts of gossip and horror stories, this was nothing less than a heavy blow. After all, when faced with official authority versus hearsay, people subconsciously leaned toward authority. Of course, this was something only the government could do. If Levi tried it, it clearly wouldn't have the same effect. It seemed the Empire's government in this world was still somewhat reliable. Thinking this, Levi felt a bit more at ease. Then he saw the old butler reach out and press the bell on the desk. Next, I will introduce you to several key figures in this department. A moment later came a knock at the door. Then Levi saw 3 people enter, 2 men and 1 woman. They all looked rather distinguished, and from their dress, they were clearly from wealthy backgrounds. Upon seeing Levi, the 3 paused in surprise. The middle-aged lady's eyes even lit up brightly, while Levi hurriedly stood, nodded, and bowed politely. At this time, the old butler spoke again. "This is Mr. Benjamin Thompson." He pointed first to the tall man in front, a gentleman with a goatee, looking scholarly and refined. He is an excellent scientist, specializing in military inventions. In this department, he is chiefly responsible for modifying weapons so that they can be more effective against monsters. Then he pointed to the short and stout man beside him, round like a beer barrel. "This is Mr. Richard Scott, whose expertise lies in history and folklore. He will provide you with sufficient intelligence and analysis." The short, stout man chuckled and nodded at Levi in greeting. "This lady is Windsor Herson, a psychologist. She is mainly responsible for conducting psychological assessments and evaluations. Of course, her field of research, the subconscious, should also be of great help to you." "Much obliged." Levi bowed to Ms. Windsor, and she returned the gesture with a slight bow. Of course, their work is not limited to that. After finishing the introductions, the old butler smiled again. "Once you solve these mysterious cases, Mr. Levi, they will be responsible for reframing the process from a professional perspective, transforming it into a form the public can understand and publishing it." Levi nodded. That was understandable. This way, when he resolved future mysterious incidents, these experts could reinterpret them as some kind of scientific or psychological phenomenon. At that thought, Levi froze for a moment. Wasn't this basically approaching science? For this plan, Levi was in complete agreement. After all, many rumors and gossip, unless they resulted in deaths or caused major consequences, would never attract the attention of the authorities. And local residents would never go to the police just because of a ghost story or an utterly ridiculous rumor. On the contrary, turning these rumors into stories and sending them to the editorial office carried no risk. Levi and his team could also filter these letters to detect early signs of certain mysterious incidents. Of course, such investigations could not possibly be handled by Levi alone. According to the old butler, the authorities planned to make Levi their figurehead, placing him under the spotlight. Everyone knew that the more attention the leading actor drew, the more effectively the extras could conceal themselves. In this way, even if Levi did not personally go to a location for investigation, they would still dispatch other investigation squads. Perhaps the other side, seeing Levi absent, would lower their guard and end up caught by surprise. According to the old butler, the department had currently organized several investigation squads, mainly responsible for surveying the surrounding regions. Levi welcomed this wholeheartedly. It was impossible for him to run all over Mist City by himself, in a metropolis of several million people. Was that a joke? He would run himself to death. As for payment, it was given according to the cases solved by Levi. Of course, the fixed salary was not much, but all expenses incurred during Levi's investigations would be reimbursed. Reimbursement, what a pleasant word. After this, Levi finally had his wish fulfilled. He arrived at the secret base hidden deep within the editorial office, of course, not nearly as covert as 007's. Basically, several people would step into the elevator, insert a special punched card, and the elevator would take them to the basement of the building where the secret base was located. Unlike the editorial office, upon stepping out of the elevator, the first thing Levi saw was a massive door as thick as a bank vault, guarded outside by fully armed soldiers. "Here is our command center." The old butler remained upstairs. This time, the one responsible for introducing everything to Levi was Mr. Benjamin Thompson. He led Levi through the heavy metal door, and Levi then saw the narrow room inside, bustling with busy people. "This is the Communications Processing Center. Any communication, whether telegraph or telephone, will be recorded for future reference." Benjamin pointed at the busy workers nearby, then walked toward the center of the basement. "And here lies its heart, Mr. Levi. Come and witness our difference engine number 13, contemplation." Levi stepped forward beside Benjamin, lifting his gaze to the colossal machine before him. It stood nearly 2 stories high, shaped like a rectangle. From a distance, it resembled a beast forged entirely from metal, its levers its bones, its rotating gears its joints. The constantly turning bearings pulled and shifted rows of gears, producing the sound of clack-clack, as dense as raindrops striking the ground. Around it, several researchers walked back and forth, checking the data spewed out from its printer before classifying and storing it. Levi did not understand such a contraption, but he had to admit that witnessing such a magnificent human creation firsthand, it was difficult not to feel awe and reverence for the power of machinery. After all, this was something created by human hands. Magnificent. Levi sighed, and Benjamin burst out laughing. "This one is considered small. If you ever have the chance, you must visit the City of Steel. The difference engines there are truly grand and majestic. But enough of that, follow me. I have much more to show you." At this moment, Benjamin had completely lost his earlier sternness. He was excited, like a child eager to show off his treasured collection, leading Levi to a room marked with the sign laboratory. Upon entering, Levi was greatly astonished. The walls of the room were lined with all sorts of weapons, from heavy machine guns to pistols, every kind of firearm and launcher imaginable. The place felt far more like an armory than a laboratory. "I read your report. Those monsters are indeed difficult to handle. With current weapons, it is very hard to deal them serious damage." Benjamin tried hard to keep his tone serious, but Levi's investigation easily caught the excitement and glee in his voice, as though a madman had finally found the perfect excuse to destroy everything. "Therefore, I've prepared entirely new ammunition for your weapon. May I see your gun?" Levi drew his revolver and handed it over. Benjamin received it carefully with both hands, examining it closely. "Ah, excellent, a standard .455 caliber. She's a true beauty. Does she have a name?" "Not yet. I suggest you give her a name. She will be your closest partner, your comrade in life and death. She will never abandon you, never dishearten or betray you, never make you weep, never bid you farewell, never wound you with lies. In some sense, a gun is the most reliable lover for a man, unlike women." "That's a good idea." Levi nodded. Indeed, this revolver had saved him multiple times. Perhaps it did deserve a name. Levi stared at the weapon for a moment in silence. "Let's call her the Persuader." Levi believed that at the sight of this gun, very few would fail to be persuaded. "Good name." Benjamin praised, then bent down to retrieve several wooden boxes, opening them to reveal rows of bullets. "These are new types of ammunition I developed based on your earlier reports. Of course, I also drew some inspiration from folk legends." "Oh." Levi stepped closer, just as Benjamin took out a few red-colored bullets. "First, this one, I call it Hellfire. It uses a chemical substance known as phosphorus. Once fired, upon striking the target, it explodes automatically, releasing phosphorus that clings to the body. It then ignites spontaneously, and even water can hardly extinguish it." As he explained, Benjamin walked to the wall and pressed a button. The wall rose, revealing a firing range on the other side. Handing Levi one of the bullets, Benjamin watched him eagerly. "Go on, try it. You'll be satisfied." Levi silently examined the bullet, then loaded it into his revolver. He raised the gun, aimed at the human-shaped target on the range, and pulled the trigger. Bang! With the gunshot, the distant target was instantly engulfed in roaring flames. "Yes. That's it." Benjamin pumped his fist in excitement. "Next time you encounter such monsters, this will surely do the trick. Ah, by the way, these bullets require special storage. I'm sure you wouldn't want them exploding in your pocket." "Naturally not." Staring at the burning target, Levi's expression was complicated. On the one hand, he admitted its tremendous power, but on the other, wasn't this power a bit excessive? "Now, look at this one." Benjamin eagerly presented another creation, a gray bullet. "The Curse of Ash. I filled the tip with mercury. Once the bullet enters the body, the mercury sprays out, seeping quickly into every organ. Though outwardly, there will be no sign. You may shoot the target, and they might not even realize until they die." Benjamin demonstrated before setting it aside. "Perhaps I should get you a dog to try it on." Better not." "Yes, I tried before. Once dead, you can't eat it, such a waste." Muttering, Benjamin pushed those bullets aside and took out a batch of silver-white rounds. "These. Well, these are silver bullets." "Silver bullets?" "That's right, bullets made of silver. Even Benjamin could not hide his helplessness and puzzlement. I told you, I drew from folk legends. Many say monsters, ghosts, and spirits fear silver weapons. Aren't vampires and werewolves slain by silver swords? So I thought of making silver bullets to test their effectiveness. Unfortunately, I couldn't test them, I couldn't find any ghosts, vampires, or werewolves. But I can guarantee that against ordinary humans, they work no differently than regular bullets. I'll experiment with them. Hopefully they'll be effective. Levi was not sure either, but better to have them than not. Then I'll leave it to you. I look forward to your user feedback. Benjamin's expectant smile gave Levi the feeling he was about to say, please give me a 5-star rating. In addition, I've prepared a little gift for you. Benjamin walked over, picking up an object and handing it to Levi. Curious, Levi accepted it. It was a silver cane, ornate and artistic in design. This is no mere cane. As expected, Benjamin was not giving Levi an art piece. Taking it back, he proudly twisted a mechanism. With a hiss of compressed air, the cane split open, a trigger popped out from the handle, the casing below forming a support. At the same time, the rear of the weapon lifted, revealing a sniper scope. I thought you'd need a long-range reconnaissance tool, so I prepared this just for you. It's bolt-action, with a range of around 800 meters, chambered for 7.7 by 56 mm rounds. I even outfitted it with armor-piercing bullets. But that's not all. As he spoke, Benjamin pressed a hidden switch on the handle. With a sharp swish, a short bayonet extended below the muzzle, gleaming coldly. You can also detach it and use it as a dagger. I think this suits you perfectly. Quite good indeed. Looking at the peculiar cane in his hands, Levi twitched the corner of his mouth. In the end, he still smiled and nodded to Benjamin. Thank you very much for the gift. I like it. After bidding farewell to Benjamin, Levi went to the other side of the intelligence research department, and as soon as he opened the door, he heard the sound of an argument coming from inside. Levi peeked in and saw Mr. Richard and Ms. Windsor facing each other in heated debate. Only when they saw Levi did they stop quarreling. Looks like I came at the wrong time. No, you came just in time, Mr. Levi. Mr. Richard shifted his bucket-like body, stood up, and waved to Levi. Actually, Ms. Windsor and I were having an academic discussion about your report. Perhaps you could give us some insight. All right. Levi entered the room and sat down across from the two of them. What were you discussing? We read your report. Based on your description, these people are trying to use a certain method to gain power. Ms. Windsor stretched out her hand, adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, and spoke with a stern expression. Seeing her like this, Levi couldn't help but think of his elementary school homeroom teacher who taught Chinese, serious, strict, and full of oppressive presence. They create incidents, spread rumors related to them, and try to draw power from it, thereby strengthening themselves. That's only a guess. Levi answered cautiously. Thank goodness, so far we haven't seen the completed form of such a plan. My report was based on what the other party described, as well as my own experience. It doesn't necessarily mean it's fact. That's understandable. Rigorous investigation and research are indispensable. Ms. Windsor nodded. And just now, Mr. Richard proposed such a plan. He thinks that since the other side can use this method, then so can we. Let me explain. Under Levi's puzzled gaze, Richard rubbed his hands together with a grin. If they're trying to gain power through the consensus of the human subconscious, then of course we can do the same. For example, we could have someone perform an act befitting a hero from history or legend, or we could connect our opponent with such a hero through this method, thereby gaining that hero's power. But that's extremely dangerous. Ms. Windsor immediately objected. I believe our enemies can't possibly be so foolish as to miss something even you were able to discover, yet they still chose this method. Why? Because the images of historical and mythological figures are deeply rooted in the public's consciousness. Even if your method succeeded, merging the experimenter with a hero figure, the question remains, who would stand before us then? The experimenter? The hero? Or merely the hero as imagined by the public's consciousness? That isn't a problem for us. Mr. Richard clearly felt confident. We are subjects of the Empire. Of course we can summon heroes who once guarded the Empire. We are not the vermin hiding in shadows. We have a proud and glorious duty, and I believe those heroes would also lend us their strength to defend the Empire. Good idea, but Mr. Richard, I think you overlooked one thing. Levi, having understood the crux of their dispute, joined in. Let's assume your theory is correct, and we really did obtain a superhuman hero. Then how do we restrict his actions? Or do you think the Empire should disarm and rely solely on a handful of superhumans to dominate the world? That. I'm not sure. At least as far as I'm concerned, I'd never want some unknown guy with superpowers standing by my side. Who knows what he might do? Levi made his stance clear, siding with Ms. Windsor, while Mr. Richard only mumbled a few words and scratched his head. All right, I admit, that was an oversight. But I think, it won't be long before we actually encounter such individuals. What do you mean? Simple. Mr. Richard chuckled. Since those people spread rumors and whispers through humanity's subconscious, and then anchor them to reality to draw power. If this theory is correct, then soon enough, as Mr. Levi said, we'll be seeing a completed form. Why? Do you know the enemy's next plan? I'm no fortune teller. But have you forgotten? Richard patted the books beside him. If it's just this process, then no ringleader is needed. Fairy tales, poems, the legends passed down in wilderness, forests, and seas. Fairies, mermaids, unicorns. If humanity's subconscious could really affect reality, then even without guidance, these might appear in our world. Hearing this, Levi's heart suddenly sank. Indeed, as Richard said, the process didn't seem to require any special ritual. From what he had seen, the enemy merely committed crimes in reality to align themselves with those rumors, drawing closer, perhaps eventually merging. Other than that, Levi hadn't seen any mysterious cult rites or strange incantations. If that were true, it meant that mutations in this world weren't limited to humans. As Richard said, take mermaids for example, mermaids had prototypes, and most sailors firmly believed in their legend. If mermaids really appeared because of that, it wouldn't be impossible. Likewise, fairies, unicorns, pixies. Those might still be acceptable. But what if it was witches, warlocks, ghosts? What would this world become? Levi silently shifted the topic. What do you think about what Miss Betty said? At Levi's question, the two glanced at each other and shook their heads. We are not occultists, nor do we have any mysterious powers. If you're asking about theoretical knowledge, all I can say is I don't feel this era is any different from before. But the Luddites don't think so. Richard snorted. They insist that humanity's use of machinery, the Industrial Revolution, destroyed nature's balance. They claim humanity should be a part of nature, not above it. They say our actions blaspheme God and this world, and we will surely be punished. Levi sneered, clearly dismissing it. In his eyes, these Luddites were no different from the crazy green terrorists of his own era. They dreamed of the kind of beautiful life seen in fairy tale films, green meadows, wooden houses, farming and hunting, everyone living in pastoral bliss. Only, in Levi's era, those lunatics were just delusional, like people who saw influencer travel videos, went on trips, and imagined themselves enjoying the same breathtaking scenery. Then got swarmed by mosquitoes and couldn't sleep all night. Modern city folk only saw nature's beauty, ignoring its dangers. The Luddites of this era weren't quite so stupid. They were more fearful, after all, this was the first industrial revolution. Steel and steam power shattered long-held human common sense. Many people didn't want to, or couldn't, accept such incomprehensible concepts, preferring to return to the lives they understood. That wasn't entirely unreasonable. The Luddites also had their logic. They argued that natural creatures required less human oversight. For example, our cows can birth calves on their own. Can trains do that? No, they can't. Well, of course they can't. If Levi ever saw two trains mating on the tracks and giving birth, then he'd know he was drunk. But clearly, with the advance of the Industrial Revolution, the Luddites were being forced into a corner. Just look at the recently passed laws. The council had decided to clean up the horse-drawn carriages of Mist City. The stench and pollution of horse manure had to be curbed. Thus, they had already begun replacing public carriages with steam-powered omnibuses. Road expansion, carriage taxes, and more were part of the plan. Levi even saw that they intended to build aerial railways for city transport. This era truly was insane. From the viewpoint of someone from the future, Levi thought the Empire's actions made sense. But from the perspective of the people of this era, he could understand the Luddite stance. If, in Levi's time, people suddenly abandoned reinforced concrete and steel technology and turned to a purely natural way of life, he too would think they were mad. After that, Levi spoke with the two for quite some time, receiving many suggestions and opinions. They were scholars, pure and simple, and could not fight on the front lines with Levi. All they could do was share their theories, leaving Levi to test them one by one. As far as Levi was concerned, he hoped they remained mere theories. Still, Richard's guess troubled him. If Richard's inference was right, then in the future his opponents might not just be humans. Well, such troublesome matters could wait until they actually happened. Or rather, he hoped they never happened. Oh, by the way, Mr. Levi. Just as Levi was about to leave, Richard called out to him. There's another matter, regarding Professor Franz's wanted notice. We need more details. Details? I'm no fortune teller, I don't even know what the guy looks like. Wait. At that moment, inspiration struck Levi. He picked up a pen and began scribbling rapidly in his notebook. Moments later, he handed them the paper. All right, publish it like this. The two curiously took the paper, and Richard read it aloud in confusion. Height, 1 m. Left foot impaired. Skin dark brown. Biologically male, but personally believes himself to be female, often disguises as a woman to seduce young men. Suffers from syphilis, prostate disease, and kidney stones. At this point, Richard looked at Levi in puzzlement. How do you know Franz is like this? I don't. Levi shook his head, then smiled. But we can make him so. You mean? Right now, we can't pinpoint him. So why not try this trick? Levi chuckled. Since this fellow likes spreading rumors so much, let's see how he enjoys being the target of one. One had to admit, Levi's method of fighting poison with poison was indeed ruthless. In this era, people's values were still very conservative. A physiological male who identified as a woman, indiscriminate when it came to food or partners, was the kind of person who, in this time, could be directly sentenced to the gallows by the court. Levi wanted to see for himself, if this man's concept of self was truly polluted by him, then what would he turn into? That would surely be very interesting. Both Richard and Miss Windsor were greatly shocked by Levi's move. They had never expected this detective, who seemed so genteel and refined, to have such a venomous side. Once this wanted notice was issued, whether Franz himself lived or died, he was already socially dead. Although I know that man is a heinous criminal, at this moment, I really can't help but feel sympathy for him. Miss Windsor shook her head helplessly and sighed. Levi, however, only smiled faintly. Well then, I'll take my leave. After saying this, Levi nodded politely to the two, then turned and departed. Phew. It was only when the door closed again that Richard finally exhaled in relief, uneasily twisting his barrel-shaped body on the sofa. Never thought. Mr. Levi, though so young, could be so terrifying. For the people of this world, even same-sex romance was already considered taboo, let alone a man with distorted self-gender recognition who dressed as a woman to approach other men. Richard couldn't even imagine how Levi had come up with this. Well, if they knew about the world Levi came from, where all kinds of grotesque beings could appear in broad daylight, they would surely sigh that the morals of the age were declining, society was corrupt, and everything had already fallen into hell. Facts proved that the royal family's speed and efficiency were indeed swift. In just a few days, Exploration newspaper appeared on the streets, and it quickly became a favorite among many citizens. Most newspapers of this era had clear professional focuses, finance, politics, or livelihood. To Levi, Exploration newspaper was less of a newspaper and more like a semi-monthly or monthly magazine. It wasn't issued daily, but weekly. Its content included folk myths and legends with historical revelations behind them, reader letters, and various announcements of weddings, funerals, births, and such. And its trump card feature was Detective Levi's case records. Indeed, this was essentially Levi's case files artistically adapted, with most of the truths unsuitable for the public omitted, and reimagined into detective stories. People loved this sort of thing, and were more than happy to read such entertaining stories tinged with mystery. Levi had read the drafts and concluded that the gap between them and reality was greater than that between Romance of the Three Kingdoms and Records of the Three Kingdoms. It was hard not to pity the author for trying so hard to cover things up, or perhaps what he had been given were already false files. Levi suspected the latter. The first issue was a huge success. For Mist City's residents, they were tired of reading daily reports on politics, economy, and the boring affairs of foreign countries. By contrast, this kind of paper, fun, a little thrilling, reporting mysterious incidents, even containing detective novels adapted from Levi's solved cases, naturally became their preferred leisure reading. Very soon, countless letters from readers poured into the editorial office like snowflakes. Naturally, many of these described strange happenings around them, rumors, or mysterious events they had heard of. These letters were sorted into categories, then assigned downwards for investigation. As for exactly how this system operated, Levi was not clear. But facts proved that a mature bureaucratic institution could always move quickly and produce results. Of course, these results were not always the ones Levi wanted. For example, now. I thought I'd at least get a few more days of rest. Sitting inside the carriage, Levi looked weary. After destroying the bat monster, he had enjoyed several peaceful days. Each day he slept until he woke naturally, had breakfast while listening to records and reading newspapers, strolled in the park, dined in nearby restaurants, researched in the Empire Library of Mist City, read books and journals, then returned home for dinner, admired the night view, and went to bed. Simple, plain, and tranquil. Unfortunately, these good days didn't last long. The shrill ringing of the telephone shattered it all. I've been looking forward to this, actually. Seated across from Levi was, of course, Katie. She had once again donned her usual newsboy cap and worker's garb, fists clenched excitedly, punching the air. This time things might be troublesome. Are you sure you want to come along? Levi glanced at Katie. He knew it was useless, but he still reminded her. Indeed, under normal procedure, no matter how effective this system was, results shouldn't have appeared so quickly. After all, ordinary people found it hard to distinguish between genuine mysterious events and mere superstition. Even Levi himself couldn't tell the difference without witnessing them firsthand. But this time, the situation was clearly unusual. According to the old butler's report, one of the investigation teams had gone to look into a certain rumor. They were supposed to send in a report the following day. This was MI7's regulation. During missions, every day at a fixed time, they had to check in with the editorial office. If they missed it even once, it meant they had met with trouble. And indeed, this team had failed to report, nor had they returned home. Their families said they had left but never came back. Thus, the task of investigating this case naturally fell upon Levi's shoulders. Being a public figure was not so easy. Of course I'll come. They're good people, I can't just sit by and watch them die. I hope they're still alive. Well, it's your decision. Levi didn't push Katie too hard. After all, she was already in the carriage. And with her family's influence, if they truly didn't want her coming, they certainly had the means to stop her. Seeing how excited she was now, it didn't seem like she had sneaked out. In any case, it wasn't really his concern. Levi withdrew his thoughts, pulled out the file, and began reviewing the investigation target. The target was a house in the Night District of Mist City. It had once belonged to a fallen noble. Later, the noble had died without heirs, and the property was quickly sold to others. So far, everything was normal. The abnormality came afterward. That house had gone through 3 owners since, all of whom, without exception, died violently. Some from sudden illness, some from suicide, and others who disappeared. After that, the house earned the name House of Death and was abandoned. Yet even so, nearby residents sometimes saw lights shining from its windows at night, heard music, even the noise of what seemed like banquets. No one knew why, nor dared to find out. Everyone stayed far away from that house. They wrote what happened into a letter and sent it to the Exploration and Mystery editorial office. Seeing that it fit the criteria of a mysterious incident, the old butler dispatched an investigation team. And then, they disappeared. Well then, from suspected mysterious incident, it had now become a confirmed mysterious incident. The old butler had assured Levi that those investigators were elite professionals, not neglectful policemen or mercenaries only chasing money. They were loyal, reliable, and willing to sacrifice for their cause. But this had all happened far too quickly. They shouldn't have gone in directly. Levi frowned as he read the report. If it had been him, he would first have obtained the details of the former owners from Inspector Lestrade, then interviewed neighbors to learn what exactly they had seen or heard, maybe even staked out overnight before deciding whether to enter. But clearly, the team hadn't treated their task seriously. Perhaps they had thought it was just a boring investigation. Levi could understand, most people wouldn't believe in such things until they saw them. He didn't know what they had thought, but it was obvious they had been careless. And, many times, the price of carelessness was grim. The so-called House of Death stood at the edge of the Night District. Originally, the area was to be redeveloped. But because of the house's notorious reputation, no one wanted to live nearby. After all, who wanted a haunted house for a neighbor? The Night District was home to nobles of status, and of course they had no wish to be linked to street gossip or ghost stories. So, what's our next step? Katie was both excited and troubled. Do you plan to question the residents? That won't be easy, most nobles don't like repeating hearsay. It's considered uncouth. Should we start with the letter writer instead? The letter was anonymous. Since they chose anonymity, it'll be hard to find them. Levi nodded. But I wasn't counting on getting clues from the lords and ladies here anyway. I have a better target. Katie tilted her head curiously, puzzled by his words. Levi stretched out his hand and tapped the carriage window. Please take us to a nearby tavern. Then he spoke aloud. The Night District, being a high-class residential area, had excellent security and environment. Places like the Pink Lady in the lower city naturally would not appear here. However, Levi had not been idle. Through his long period of research, he already had a general understanding of the geography and circumstances of Mist City. These high-end residential districts were relatively enclosed in design, ensuring that the residents could live peacefully. Unlike ordinary residential districts, there were no shops, taverns, or restaurants. In Levi's view, this was more like a modern garden villa community. Yet, even nobles needed to eat. Their servants naturally had to purchase food and various supplies. Where there was demand, there was supply. Since so many nobles lived here, it was only natural that a marketplace serving them would appear near the Night District. Yes, much like a farmer's market near a luxury neighborhood. This way, the servants could conveniently purchase goods. And naturally, near such a market, there would be taverns. Now I get it. Stepping down from the carriage and looking at the tavern before them, Katie was quite excited. In adventure novels, it's always like this too. You can gather all kinds of information and news in taverns, right? More or less. Then, should we disguise ourselves? Or maybe use some kind of secret code or password? There's no need for that. We're not doing anything shady. Anyway, just follow me. Hearing Katie's question, Levi sighed helplessly, then reached out to push the door open and stepped into the tavern. By this time, it was already evening. Most people had finished their day's work and were drinking and chatting inside the tavern. But when Levi appeared inside, the once lively noise clearly quieted down. The reason was simple. Levi was still dressed in his three-piece suit, holding a silver cane in hand, wearing his top hat. Behind him stood Katie, who looked like a servant. Anyone who wasn't blind could tell that Levi had a noble status. Moreover, since the nearby market mainly served nobles, the people here were far more aware of such distinctions. Thus, when Levi walked into the tavern, the raucous noise quickly gave way to whispers. Levi, however, was unconcerned. He walked straight to the counter, raised his hand, and knocked. "Boss, a drink for everyone here, on me." As he spoke, Levi placed several shillings on the counter. The tavern keeper froze for a moment, then grinned broadly, collected the coins, cleared his throat loudly, and turned toward the patrons. "Hey, lads, a big shot's buying today. Drink your fill." Woo! Even if they didn't yet know why Levi was here, free alcohol was not to be wasted. The crowd naturally cheered excitedly. Only then did Levi turn, remove his top hat, and bow slightly to them. "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Levi, and I am a detective. Ah, I know you. Hearing Levi's words, a worker quickly raised his glass and shouted. You're that famous detective everyone's been talking about lately. Yeah, the courtesan killer case, right? And that vampire one too. When it came to political gossip, perhaps the common folk didn't care much. But stories with a touch of legend, those were their favorites. I only did what I was supposed to do. Levi responded with a smile. This time, I came here to investigate the rumors about the House of Death. I wonder if any of you could provide me with some information or clues. At that, the crowd froze for a moment. Then the tavern suddenly boomed with an eruption of noise like a volcano. I know something. I know too. Sir, this rumor is really famous. Get out of the way, I've got the most reliable info around here. Watching the patrons rush over each other in their eagerness to tell Levi everything, Katie was taken aback, not understanding why they had suddenly become so enthusiastic. Normally, such matters would be discussed in hushed tones, right? Please, everyone, calm down. Levi gestured with his hand, and immediately the drinkers fell silent, staring at him. I will listen to your accounts. But please, one at a time. You first, sir. He pointed to a red-nosed man sitting nearby at a table. The man startled, then stood up awkwardly. Me? Heh. Actually, I don't know much. Just tell us what you do know. Well, all right. I heard it from my wife. From there, the tavern turned into a ghost story gathering. People told of the nobles who had lived in that mansion, how they died miserably, and how the house became haunted. The more they spoke, the more excited they grew, as if it were a banquet. Levi, meanwhile, only smiled silently, paying the bills and letting Katie record everything they said. By the time the tavern closed for the night, the patrons left reluctantly. Katie, however, was exhausted, drenched in sweat, her hand nearly too sore to lift. I've never written so much in one day. Then your grades in school must be quite good. Levi glanced at the notes in Katie's hand and commented. How did you know that? If you weren't good at it, you'd have suffered long before now. Katie tilted her head in confusion, not quite understanding his words, but quickly shifted the topic. But these stories are really scary. Are they true? Were they all telling the truth? Whether it's true or not doesn't matter. You've forgotten. What matters is not the truth, but what people believe. That's true, I guess. But surely there's some truth to it. Sometimes truth hides among them. What we need to do is figure out. Levi suddenly stopped and turned toward the tavern's entrance. A laundress had just walked in, quickly approaching Levi with a flushed face. Good evening, detective, sir. Good evening, miss. What is it? WL. The laundress was clearly nervous and uneasy speaking before such a handsome and gentle gentleman. She twisted her hands around the hem of her dress. My grandmother once worked in that house, back when it was first built. I thought you might want to talk to her. Of course. Levi said as he pulled a shilling from his pocket and handed it over. Please, lead the way. Why yes, of course. Taking the coin, the laundress nodded excitedly and led Levi and Katie out of the tavern. They followed her to an apartment not far from the market. She opened the door and welcomed them inside. The room was narrow and damp, filled with soap and steam. Bed sheets and quilts hung from ropes, resembling layers of curtains. The three of them went to the back of the room, where a candle burned, its flickering flame casting a silhouette on a white sheet. Grandmother. The laundress walked forward to the bedside hidden by the cloth. I've brought the detective, just as you asked. Ah. Good evening. Detective. A frail, elderly voice soon came from behind the sheet. Forgive me for meeting you this way. I can't stand this dampness. Even with curtains blocking it, I feel as though my lungs are drowning. I hope you don't mind. Of course not. The laundress brought over 2 stools. Levi and Katie sat down. Though the light was dim, it was still tolerable for them. I heard you once worked for the first owner of that house. Levi quickly entered investigation mode and asked. What greeted him first, however, was a fit of violent coughing. Oh yes, detective. I worked there. Perhaps I am one of the few still alive who knows what really happened there. You've surely heard the rumors, about the curse and the deaths. Of course. Levi nodded. The tavern patrons had given him much information. For example, the second owner had died by suicide, the third killed his wife and child before killing himself, and the fourth vanished along with his servants and family. Yet when the house was searched, aside from bloodstains, not a single corpse was found. Unfortunately, all of this concerned only later residents of the mansion. Pitiful as they were, Levi's concern now was its earliest history. But as so much time had passed, almost no one knew of its first owner. The closest clue Levi had previously was from an old coachman, who had driven for the second owner. According to him, the couple who first moved in had seemed happy, a model pair. But later, quarrels arose. The husband suspected the wife of infidelity, while she denied it and accused him instead. Their arguments grew more heated, until one stormy night when the wife left with her bag, demanding the coachman drive her back to her family. The next day, the coachman learned that the husband had hanged himself that very night. After that, one owner after another died or vanished in the house. To the people here, it was truly the house of death. I will tell you my story. The old woman's voice was hoarse, broken by short breaths. I once thought I would carry these secrets to the grave. But knowing of your existence, detective, I feel this may be my chance. Do you understand? Perhaps now, I can depart this world without regret. I only seek to uncover the truth of that house. Levi's voice was calm and steady. Hearing this, the old woman chuckled. Then let us begin. I was 16 years old when I went to the Black Spruce Mansion. Ah. Black Spruce Mansion is what is now called the House of Death. Since it was surrounded by black spruce trees, that was how it got its name. At that time, the ones who moved there were Lord Stephen Lancaster, his wife, and their child. Normally speaking, nobles like them would never easily hire outsiders. They usually had servants who served their families for generations. But Lord Stephen was different. I only learned later that Lord Stephen was a frenzied gambler. Because of gambling, he nearly squandered all of his family's property, even losing their lands. Because of this, he had to dismiss the other servants and come here. This house seemed to be the only property Lord Stephen's family had left. To be honest, that time was not a pleasant memory. The reason they hired us was because our wages were very low. Yet even so, that family still carried themselves as if they were members of high society. Though they had lost everything, they still wanted to put on grand banquets and invite guests, as if in this way they could prove to their friends and relatives that their lives were still going well. But I knew it was all a facade. Because after every banquet, that family would spend the next while eating bland and tasteless food. Of course, their attitude towards us servants was never pleasant either. At first, we really did fear Lord Stephen. After all, he was a noble. For people like us, serving at the side of a noble was itself an honor. And back then, we didn't know much about their circumstances. Oh. Where was I? Right, that house. At the time, living in that house were Lord Stephen's family of 3, and us servants. Including myself, the cook, and the lady's maid, altogether about 10 people. Lord Stephen had a bad temper, and his wife also looked at us with disdain, as if seeing toads crawling in the mud. But all that was tolerable. The strangest thing was still their child. The old woman's voice grew tense, uneasy. At that time, the young master was 14 or 15. Normally, he should have been attending school. But instead, he shut himself in his room every day and never came out. He wouldn't allow anyone to clean his room either. Except for meals, he almost never left. No one knew what he was doing inside. Sometimes, while I was hanging clothes outside, would see the young master standing at the window, staring at me with a gaze that chilled me to the bone. Fortunately, I was the laundress, so I had little contact with him. But Annie. Oh, she was the lady's personal maid, she wasn't so fortunate. She secretly told me several times that the young master would stare at her and laugh strangely. It wasn't the smile of a man looking at a woman, but a strange, unsettling laugh that made one's heart freeze. And in his room, he kept many dolls. He seemed to be very fond of them. I was frightened too, because I also thought that young master wasn't normal. In private, we even suspected he might be mentally ill, which was why he didn't attend school. After all, dolls were usually for girls. It was rare to see a boy playing with them. During that time, all of us were uneasy. We even thought of quitting. After all, that family treated us poorly, and the wages were low. At first, we had come because of the noble family's reputation. But soon we realized our labor didn't match the pay. I had to wash the clothes and sheets of the whole household every day, yet each week I only earned a little more than 10 shillings. If I worked outside as a laundress, I would earn much more. It was the same for the others. We once asked Madam for a raise, but she told us that lowly people like us should consider it the greatest honor to serve the Lancaster family, and we ought not to harbor such presumptuous thoughts. You ask about Mr. Stephen. He rarely managed affairs. Every evening he went out, returning drunk. Sometimes he even came back bruised and battered, and there were times the police brought him home after some brawl. At that time, everyone was restless, thinking we might as well quit. And then, things began to worsen. It started with Annie. One day, she suddenly vanished. Madam flew into a rage, thinking she had run away. She even reported to the police that Annie had stolen from the house, demanding they arrest her and bring her back. But I didn't think it was that simple. The day before, Annie had told me the young master had asked her to his room, and she was terrified. I comforted her, telling her if anything happened, she should shout, since I was always outside. Then, Annie disappeared. I suspected the young master had done something to her, perhaps even killed her. But the police seemed to think it was simply a servant's escape, so they didn't take it seriously. I spoke to Mr. Darren, the coachman, and the pillar among us servants. I told him about this. He was shocked, but he also told me that he had noticed his carriage had been taken out at night, because every evening after work he always cleaned the carriage thoroughly, yet on the day Annie vanished, he found mud on the wheels, though he hadn't gone anywhere like that. So Mr. Darren suspected someone had secretly taken the carriage while he slept. He promised me he would investigate, and tell me what was truly happening. After that, Mr. Darren disappeared too. No, I can't say he disappeared, because we still saw his carriage going in and out every day. But we never saw him again. Before, Mr. Darren would always sit in the back garden to rest and smoke when he returned. But afterwards, he never appeared there again. Yet I knew Mr. Darren was still around. Because one day, during a heavy storm, I saw him from the window. He was driving the carriage, stopped at the gate. His body sat upright, unmoving, even as the rain and wind lashed him. And then I saw Madam step into the carriage and leave. Then things became more and more strange. Madam vanished. Sir vanished. It seemed as though everyone vanished. Each morning when I awoke, there would be one fewer person. The cook no longer appeared in the kitchen, yet there was always a steaming breakfast on the table. Madam no longer showed herself, yet I could still hear her hysterical screams and furious shouts. Sir never appeared again either, yet from his room I still heard the drunken groans, just as before. But I felt as though I were the only one left in the house. No, there was still the young master. Every day when I hung clothes, he stood at the window, staring at me. That day was no different. I was hanging clothes, and I felt that terrible gaze. I turned, and saw the young master at the window, staring at me. As before, with that eerie smile. But not only that, I saw standing behind him the others. Sir, Madam, Annie, Mr. Darren. They were all behind him, watching me. Suddenly, I felt that I too would disappear, that I would become one of them. So I ran. Yes, I ran without looking back, out of that house, and I never returned. As for what happened to that family afterward, I don't know. I only heard that they all disappeared. That is all I know. I don't know what has become of them, or what truly happened, but I know that in the end, I still cannot escape from all of this. The old woman's voice gradually faded. By now, Katie's entire body was trembling with cold, hugging herself tightly. Though the old woman's story was dry and plain, not like a storyteller weaving conflict and flair, in fact, even a bit muddled, the thought of that scene sent chills down Katie's spine. Old granny, what do you mean? Did you discover something? Katie asked uneasily, but the old woman still said nothing. At that moment, Levi stood up, reached out, and pulled open the curtain. And then they saw it, a doll shaped like an old woman, leaning against the bed under the quilt. Its entire body was made of wood, and its cloudy glass-ball eyes were staring out the window. Eek! At this sight, Katie nearly jumped out of her chair in fright. She clenched her small fists, staring at the doll before her. What is going on here? Well, now this is interesting. Levi examined the doll carefully, then glanced around. All right, the story is over. We should leave. Ah. Katie nodded, clinging close behind Levi as they turned to leave the room. But just before leaving, Katie glanced back once more. Detective. What is it? The doll is gone. That is indeed interesting. Levi didn't look back, only replied casually. Let's go. Ah, Katie nodded, sticking close to Levi. But now the girl was deeply uneasy, even afraid. Just as Katie had said, she wasn't afraid of monsters that could be fought with fists. Those, aside from looking odd, didn't seem all that dangerous to her. But someone who had just been speaking to them, telling them a story, suddenly turned into a doll. And then the doll disappeared. That was another matter altogether. When the two of them left the damp room and reached the doorway, they saw the laundress sitting on a stool by the wall, as if she had fallen asleep. Miss. Katie hesitated, not knowing how to speak. Should she tell her that her grandmother had turned into a doll and vanished? But just as Katie approached to speak, she froze stiff, because sitting on that stool was not a living person, but another doll. It sat like one of those displays in a doll gallery, hands laid flat on its knees, with a few shillings resting on its palms. At that moment, every hair on Katie's body stood on end. Detective. What do we do now? She clutched Levi's coat tightly, staring at him with unease, terrified that if he turned around, she would see a doll's face instead. Thankfully, Levi was still Levi. At Katie's question, Levi thought for a moment. My personal opinion. Why not just set fire to the whole house and burn it down? Levi had often seen this kind of scene in movies and games. A group of people knew that there was a ghost inside the house, yet they still insisted on going in to search for it. After a pile of them died, the surviving protagonist finally decided to burn down the house and completely destroy it. Whenever he saw such a plot, Levi always had one thought: couldn't they just skip all those boring middle steps and go straight to burning the house down in one go? Unfortunately, we can't do that. The old butler looked at Levi, his face full of exasperation. Why not? That house is unowned now, right? Besides, we already have enough evidence to prove its danger. Can't we just set a fire and burn it down, then say it was an accidental fire and be done with it? Levi sipped his tea calmly as he spoke. By the way, Katie had gone home to rest. Tonight's experience had clearly been a serious blow to the young lady's spirit. Well, Levi could understand. In his opinion, if she had crossed into the world of Resident Evil, she might have been able to spar with a tyrant. But if she had been sent into Sadako's world, she'd probably be shivering in front of the television. To be honest, Levi also felt a little uneasy inside. Like Katie, he wasn't bothered by problems that could be solved physically. But those that couldn't be solved physically, that was another matter. So things like murderers or vampires, Levi wasn't afraid of them at all. But curses, ghosts, and the like, Levi thought that in such matters, it was only right to follow one's heart. After all, he wasn't some lone dog without support, he had the state at his back, a position, and an organization. Why should he solve problems like he was grinding mobs in the wild? At present, that house still belongs to a certain family. They simply don't plan to live there anymore. From the perspective of authority, we could indeed do this, and we also have reason to do it, but clearly, we cannot. The old butler spoke in circles, but Levi still understood what he meant. In short, it wasn't allowed. Then I hope you can dispatch a team to act with me. Since he had an organization now, Levi naturally intended to follow the principle of, better them than me. Anyway, he wasn't going in alone. With more people, there would be more hope of survival, right? If it were just gathering intelligence, Levi preferred to act alone or with Clatty. But this was no longer mere investigation, it was like entering a dungeon to fight a boss. So what Levi had to do was pull people together for a team. No problem. And also, I think the operating procedures for these investigation teams should be standardized. Standardized? That's right. Through this investigation, Levi had realized that this newly founded department had many problems. For example, nobody knew exactly what they were supposed to do, so they just acted based on personal experience, however they pleased. If their opponents had merely been gangs or foreign spies, granting some autonomy might have been fine. But clearly, the enemies they faced now were not ones that could be solved by guns alone. So Levi had been thinking. On the way here, he had adjusted the process once. Now he took out his notebook and handed it to the old butler, who carefully began reading it. First, gather rumors, determine the target's value, then submit a report. The core department assesses the target's danger level, then an action is carried out. Exactly. Levi nodded. From what we've seen so far, the existence of these mysterious events seems strongly related to people's inner impressions of them. That means, by collecting local rumors about mysterious incidents, we can roughly grade the danger level of our targets. If there are no deaths, just some pranks, then the danger is low. But if there is enough evidence proving that not only have people died, but many people have died, then we should consider sending reinforcements, or handing it to a higher-level investigation team. So, the more deaths, the greater the danger. From what we've seen so far, yes, that's the conclusion. That's why I think this incident might actually be more dangerous than the courtesan killer or the vampire. After all, those two cases didn't claim many lives. But regarding the House of Death, just the officially recorded deaths are already in double digits, not even counting the missing. Indeed. The old butler's expression became serious. He carefully went through the official records, his face tense. Yes. Because too much time has passed, it wasn't taken seriously. But if we limit it to this particular house, it really does seem problematic. So, can we burn it down directly? No, Mr. Levi. Levi smiled again as he made the request, and the old butler smiled again as he refused. All of this is still your speculation and deduction, without concrete evidence. That's why you need to go personally to investigate, and preferably bring back some proof. That will help us later persuade other departments to assist us in carrying out some, large-scale destructive actions. Alright, though I already guessed you'd say that. Even though the old butler had rejected his request again, Levi wasn't particularly discouraged. He knew the old butler wasn't making things difficult for him. Bureaucracy simply worked that way. Especially for MI7, a newly established organization with authority far beyond the norm. As the old butler said, they had to bring back some, solid evidence, to make sure other departments truly had the will to cooperate with them. Of course, issuing orders directly by authority wasn't impossible either, but... well, perfunctory compliance or deliberate foot-dragging were also common symptoms of bureaucracy. If you wanted people beneath you to work wholeheartedly, rank alone wasn't enough. I understand. The old butler thought for a moment, then nodded. Give me 2 days. Of course, no problem. Levi was happy to have another 2 days to slack off. It was like a final exam, the later it came, the better. Even a single day's delay was good. However, the final exam would come sooner or later. So 2 days later, Levi once again came to MI7 to meet the old butler. This time, however, there were more people with him. Clatty. Well, Levi already knew her, no need to mention. When she saw him, her eyes lit up, and she waved in greeting. It seemed that the psychological shadow from that night had already vanished, or perhaps she simply had a big heart. Hello, Mr. Levi. Next to greet Levi was a young man with blonde hair and blue eyes, who looked a little younger than him. He was dressed in a flashy, fashionable way, and his looks weren't bad, though, compared to Levi, still inferior. I've long heard of you. I'm Anthony Blunt. This time I'll also be joining you in this investigation. Hello, Mr. Anthony. Levi shook hands with the young man before him, who smiled slightly and stepped aside. Next, a burly, broad-shouldered middle-aged man in military uniform stepped forward. Hello, I'm Henry Cast, of the Royal Marines. A true soldier. I'm glad to have you with us, Mr. Henry. Levi was quite satisfied with Henry, he needed this kind of big, tanky man who could draw aggro. And the last one. Greetings, sir. A woman in a nun's robe quietly stepped forward, holding the all-seeing eye and bowing politely to Levi. I'm Elizabeth Delaney. From the Puritan sect. Hello, Miss Elizabeth. Hearing her introduction, Levi froze for a moment. Since arriving in this world, he had read many books about the Empire and knew its history well. That naturally included religious history. This world's mainstream faith was the Holy Lord Church. Yet, as time went on, like in any religion, various divisions had appeared. The Puritan sect was one of them. And it all had to be traced back to the Holy Lord Church itself. At first, this world followed the divine right of kings system. Just like the old legend of salvation, every king's coronation had to be recognized by the Pope of the Holy Lord Church. But as mentioned before, the empire had gone through a long decline, while the Francis kingdom had risen. And the Holy Lord Church had played its own part in that. The church's headquarters was in an independent territory, a neutral nation. Every time an emperor or queen of the empire ascended, the Pope would personally attend the coronation ceremony. But during the empire's decline, the Pope skipped several ceremonies, citing ill health, and only sent an archbishop instead, while personally attending coronations in the Francis kingdom. Naturally, this made people feel that the empire had been abandoned by God, while the Francis kingdom was the true chosen nation. Later, the empire's lands fractured. It was hard to say this wasn't part of the cause. To say the empire held no grudge against the Holy Lord Church, impossible. Especially now, with the steam engine and difference engine fueling the Industrial Revolution, the empire was fiercely trying to reclaim its former status. Revenge was inevitable. So the empire chose to strike the Holy Lord Church from within. They chose the Puritan sect. Strictly speaking, the Puritan sect was more of an ascetic sect. They believed that since the Holy Lord had created the world with his own flesh and blood, then each of us was his child, spiritually connected to him. There was no need for the church to meddle, no need for bishops to impersonate divine will. Thus, the Puritan sect advocated abolishing the bishop system, reducing religious festivals, and held that everyone could pray freely. There was no need to go to church at all. As the saying goes, taking away one's wealth is like killing one's parents. Naturally, the Puritan sect's doctrine enraged the Holy Lord Church. If no one went to church, then who would they collect money from? Where would their authority lie? Originally, under suppression from the Holy Lord Church, the Puritan sect had nearly disappeared. But just then, the empire intervened to support it. Now, the empire had become the Puritan sect's stronghold. Nearly two-thirds of its citizens were believers. The reason was simple: people didn't need to waste time going to church, they could just pray at home to the all-seeing eye. And the Puritan sect's arguments were reasonable and convincing, giving people the sense that not going to church really didn't matter. So now in the empire, churches were rare. Only a few places kept them symbolically. In some large cities, churches had even been converted into train stations or other public spaces. This infuriated the Holy Lord Church, but they could do nothing about it. The current queen of the empire was no soft-hearted girl who liked dolls, but an iron-blooded ruler. The Holy Lord Church had tried to incite believers to resist this heresy, but the bishops either disappeared or died unexpectedly, and their protests failed in the end. The queen's title of iron-blooded was thus proven not to be an exaggeration. Now that this nun appeared here, it meant. Forget it, what did it have to do with him anyway? Levi silently pushed such thoughts aside. Life was short, enjoy it while it lasted. Matters like this were for Her Majesty and the bigwigs to worry about. As a detective, all he needed to do was his job. At that moment, Levi also understood why the old butler had needed 2 days. This was going to be a joint operation, a big production. For the old butler to act this way, Levi was not surprised. In fact, back when the old butler had told him everything must follow procedure, Levi had already guessed it. After all, no matter what evidence existed, it could never compare to the various departments sending their representatives in person. It was just that, the chosen representatives sent by these departments. The forces behind Clatty were unclear, but without a doubt, they must have been from the highest level. The fellow dressed like a playboy was probably a representative of the nobility faction. Henry represented the army. Elizabeth was from the religion faction supported by the empire. But up until now, Levi still did not know their official positions or identities. After all, judging from appearances, aside from Henry, the others looked about the same age as Levi. Logically speaking, their rank within their own factions should not have been that high, but who could say for sure? By the time the group once again boarded the carriage heading for the House of Death, it was already noon. Because there were more people, this time they rode in a 6-wheeled carriage drawn by 4 horses. Its interior design was somewhat similar to a recreational carriage, with very luxurious decorations. Incidentally, it had been the playboy Anthony who had arranged for this carriage. From his demeanor, it was obvious he was very proud of himself. Before we carry out the mission, there are some things I'd like to discuss with everyone. Looking at the people seated around him, Levi thought it best to clarify things first. You all must have read the report, correct? Everyone nodded. What are your thoughts on these reports? An interesting story. Anthony raised his wine glass and swirled the liquor inside. I'll use them as conversation topics when chatting with beautiful ladies. Watching them scream and throw themselves into my arms will surely be amusing. Utterly boring. Henry shook his head and let out a cold snort. There are no such things as monsters in this world. Vampires? Nonsense. Elizabeth the nun lowered her praying hands and calmly gazed at Levi. In the archives of the Holy Lord Church, there are hundreds of records of exorcisms and monster hunts. But according to investigations carried out by priests and bishops dispatched by the church, most of them turned out to be fraudsters scamming money, or simply tricks to deceive the eye. None of these so-called demonic events or miracles have ever been formally recognized by the church. Well, completely within expectations. Clearly, those sent were all dissenters within their respective departments. That was normal. Levi was not surprised. If supporters had been sent, there would have been no need for investigation at all, just wine and dinner, and the matter would be settled. Do any of you have other arrangements? I have dispatched 2 squads of soldiers to blockade that house. Henry, ever the soldier, spoke bluntly. 1 squad will enter with us to conduct the search. I trust you have no objections. Of course not. To Levi, the more people there were, the lower his own chances of dying. He would certainly be more than happy if Henry brought extra men along. Even if Henry wanted to march an entire infantry regiment inside, Levi would have had no complaints. Although Levi had to approach danger to extend his life, that did not mean he would willingly seek death. Before coming to this world, his experience of lying bedridden with a terminal illness, waiting to die, was already etched deeply into his memory. Now, at the very least, he could extend his limited life through the system's missions. To Levi, this was naturally a worthwhile bargain. But approaching danger did not mean actively seeking death. Levi would not drag ordinary civilians into such peril. As for soldiers and police, well, wasn't this their duty? After all, he was just an ordinary man. A detective was not a profession that required sacrificing oneself unto death. This hard-won second life was not meant to be wasted. I must make things clear beforehand. Levi thought it best to say this outright. Truthfully, I am no different from any of you. Had I not personally experienced 2 cases beforehand, I too would have believed this to be mere urban legends or horror stories. In this sense, I am the same as you. Regarding everything happening now, how it happens, why it happens, we have no clue. All we possess are speculations and guesses. Levi did not hide anything. He did not know what the old butler had told the other departments, but facing these people who were about to share life and death with him, Levi thought it best to be honest. This is the very reason MI7 was established. We do not know what this is, but it is clear the Empire faces an entirely new threat, one never seen before. That is why we are here. Therefore, I must warn you in advance, if we encounter anything that defies reason, or completely exceeds your expectations. Be mentally prepared. No one spoke. The 3 fell into silence. What they thought was no concern of Levi's. After a while, the carriage arrived and stopped in front of the house of death. It was already afternoon, the sun blazing overhead. Most nearby residents were indoors resting, paying no attention to this side of the street. Over the years, with no one tending it, the area surrounding the house of death had grown wild with thick trees and weeds. They resembled massive hands reaching up from the ground, casting shadows across the road. Even as Levi stepped down from the carriage, he felt a chill, despite the heat of the afternoon sun. Even the horses sensed unease. They pawed the ground, snorted anxiously, and glanced about with alert, nervous eyes. It was as if at any moment, some beast might leap out of the shadowy underbrush. Then Levi spotted a squad of fully armed soldiers standing nearby. Wait, 1 squad. Levi looked at Henry with doubt. Henry's face immediately darkened as he strode forward. What's going on, Corporal? Where is the 2nd squad? Yes, sir, I was just about to report. The leading soldier quickly saluted. They've disappeared. Disappeared? Yes. After we arrived, as ordered, we kept watch around the area. Then Carter spotted a little girl slipping into the house while we weren't paying attention, so he went to bring her back. And then? Then they went inside to search for the little girl. But they haven't come out since. No one spoke. Everyone lifted their heads to stare at the house before them. Its red brick walls were thickly covered in ivy, even the windows completely obscured. The double doors stood tightly shut, as though refusing anyone's approach. Tricks and nonsense. Ridiculous. Henry gave a cold snort and strode forward. The others hurried to follow. Seeing this, Levi quickly stepped up to block him. Please wait a moment, Mr. Henry. What is it? Isn't this exactly what you wanted to see? I would rather nothing had happened here. I would rather we go in safely, and come out safely. Levi spoke with sincerity. He was not afraid of monsters, but matters involving curses or hauntings, even for him, this was the first time. Right now, apart from praying that his mysterious resistance plus 15% from the system would work, he had no other plan. In hindsight, maybe he should have brought a peachwood sword or something. Did such things even exist in this world? If you don't mind, may I give your men a few instructions? Go ahead. Though angry, Henry fortunately still knew the importance of caution. He stopped. Levi turned to face the squad's leader. The young soldier's face was pale, his breathing rapid. He seemed filled with fear and nervousness, whether from Henry's temper or from the eerie events earlier was unclear. I want you to wait until sunset. If by then we haven't come out, burn the house down. Levi still had plenty of savings. One house, he could afford to pay for. Especially compared to his life. And no matter what you see, do not believe it. Treat everything as an illusion. Just like that little girl. Think carefully, in this kind of weather, what child would wander alone into such a remote, desolate place? It takes 10 minutes even by carriage to reach the nearest estate. You mean, that little girl wasn't actually? It's too soon to say. But you are a soldier. Follow orders. Do you understand? The corporal swallowed hard and looked at Henry. Though his face was grim, Henry gave a slight nod. Yes, sir. I'll do as you say. Good. Levi patted his shoulder, then returned to Henry's side and made a gesture. With a cold snort, Henry drew his pistol and strode toward the doors. Levi, Katie, Anthony, and Elizabeth followed behind. The group climbed the steps. Henry reached for the handle and shoved the doors wide open. Clang. The doors had not been locked. They swung open under Henry's force, revealing the darkened foyer and corridor inside. Dover. Where are you? Come out now. Henry bellowed as he strode inside. Levi and Katie exchanged a glance. I don't want to go in, detective. Katie's hesitation was understandable. Originally, the house had good lighting. But with ivy covering nearly every window, despite it being afternoon, the inside was as dark as night. The blazing sunlight outside only made the shadows within seem heavier. Nor do I. How about we go back? Levi meant it sincerely, but unfortunately, the choice was no longer his to make. Katie felt the same. So, after only a brief exchange, the two followed behind Henry. Anthony came next, then Elizabeth. The glaring sunlight outside barely lit a small patch of the foyer floor. Beyond that, only Henry's shouting and their footsteps echoed. Come out. That's an order. Henry shouted again, trying to call out the missing soldiers. But clearly, there was no response. Could this be how the previous squad had disappeared too? To be honest, I have a bad feeling. Levi whispered to Katie. A bad feeling? Yes. In my experience, whenever things reach this point. But before Levi could finish, the wide-open doors suddenly slammed shut with a resounding bang. The next moment, the entire corridor was swallowed in utter darkness, so black one could not see their hand before their face. Darkness devoured everything. Silence filled the air. Levi heard nothing, not even signs of panic from the others. Then, the lights flickered on. Levi turned his head. The place was completely empty. See? This is exactly what I meant. Levi let out a quiet sigh. The thing he hated most had finally arrived. Actually, after discovering that this world seemed to harbor supernatural creatures, what Levi worried about the most was not fighting vampires, maniacs, or werewolves. What truly troubled him were curses, ghosts. Things that were simply too difficult to even figure out what they were, let alone how to deal with them. At the very least, they were not things that could be destroyed with ordinary weapons. Levi touched the magazine in his pocket. This time, he had prepared silver bullets and incendiary rounds, but he had not brought mercury bullets. His plan was simple: if he really could not handle it, then he would simply burn this haunted place down. As for the silver bullets, he could only pray that maybe, perhaps, possibly, they might prove useful. Even Levi's system could not help him much in this regard. The only thing Levi could rely on now was the fact that he had seen a few thousand more horror movies, novels, and games, both Eastern and Western, than the people of this world. The experience from those works, maybe, perhaps, possibly, should be able to provide some help for his current investigation. Otherwise, what else could he do? Hold the all-seeing eye and shout, "Holy Lord bless me." That was something that Nun Lady might very well actually do. As for what Katie would do, Levi had no idea. The others. Well, leave it to fate. Welcome, guest. Suddenly, a voice rang by Levi's ear. He almost instantly spun around, raised his gun, and aimed in the direction the sound came from. Then, Levi saw a maid standing quietly by the door, watching him. The banquet has already begun. Banquet? Levi frowned slightly. He glanced toward the nearby room door. Sure enough, he could hear music, conversation, and the clinking of cutlery from inside. However, these sounds were like the noisy background ambience in a game. He could only make out the overlapping murmurs of conversation, but could not clearly distinguish any words. The host of the banquet is. Levi withdrew his gaze and looked back toward the maid. But now, he saw that standing before him was only a puppet dressed in a maid's outfit. Good thing I'm a veteran of many battles. I've seen plenty. Levi's cheek twitched slightly, but quickly returned to normal. Thanks to the convenience of the information age, every possible form of fear that humanity could imagine had already been thoroughly depicted in movies, games, and novels. So Levi was actually quite calm at this moment. If it were Katie, she might very well have screamed and punched straight at it. Retracting his gaze once more, Levi looked at the large door before him. After hesitating for a moment, he reached out and pushed it open. The noise instantly disappeared. Only a phonograph was still playing music. As Levi stepped into the room, he saw several puppets dressed as guests sitting in chairs at a long dining table. Some held knives and forks, some held wine glasses. Yet at this moment, every puppet had turned its head toward the doorway, staring as though they were not puppets but living people, gazing at this uninvited guest. If this were made into an escape room, it'd actually be pretty fun. Levi quipped, calming himself once again. Yes, to him, it was as though he had stepped into a real-life escape room. At least so far, he had not been attacked by any monsters, but to be honest, Levi would rather something come at him to deal with, instead of playing this creepy staring contest with wooden dummies. Pardon the interruption. Levi removed his hat and nodded to the puppets. When he raised his head again, the puppets at the dining table, who had just been staring at him, had now turned their heads back, once again facing the food before them. Ah, I know this one. If it were someone else, they would probably already be terrified out of their wits. But Levi was not so afraid. He had long grown tired of such scenes in horror films. It was always the same, when you looked away, the puppets would start moving, when you looked at them again, they stopped. Just like playing red light, green light. So, would they actually try to kill him? Levi wasn't sure. So he turned his head and began observing his surroundings. The entire room looked very clean and tidy, not like an abandoned house at all. Quite a few oil paintings hung on the walls. Levi knew that in such places, they were usually portraits of the most important family members, the heads of the family over generations. Of course, with the advent of the steam era and the appearance of the camera, black and white photographs gradually replaced oil paintings as the new way of keeping records. But this family seemed to still follow the old tradition. Both sides of the hall were decorated with oil portraits of each generation's head of the household. Levi walked as he compared what he saw here with the intel he had obtained before. It was obvious this was not the original family, but more likely the last one that had gone missing. Suddenly, Levi felt his wrist being grabbed. He turned his head and saw that a boy puppet sitting on a nearby chair had turned to stare at him, while somehow its hand had grabbed his wrist. All part of the script. Stay calm, stay calm. Levi let out a silent sigh, pulling his hand free from the puppet's grip. At the same time, a thought flashed through his mind. If this were a horror game, this would be the point where a cutscene gets triggered. Could it mean there was a clue nearby? With that thought, Levi stopped and carefully examined his surroundings. Then, his eyes narrowed. Once he focused his attention, Levi quickly discovered something. It was an oil painting. From its placement, the subject was clearly the current family head. A stern-looking man Levi had never seen before. That didn't matter, though. What mattered was that Levi immediately noticed what he was looking for in the painting. The man in the painting had his right hand placed on his chest, and on his right index finger was a ring. A vivid crimson ring. But whether it was intentional on the artist's part or not, the ring did not have the solid texture of a gemstone. Instead, it seemed to flow, as if it were congealed, yet moving blood. And Levi had seen this ring before. At that very moment, the system prompt finally appeared before his eyes. Activate special mission, Haunted House Phantom. Mission objective, find the source of evil in this house. Mission reward, lifespan plus 80, ownership permit of Crimson Temptation, random reward. This can even be linked. Staring at the ring in the painting, Levi's expression grew serious and grave. Back when he had investigated the vampire, he had gone to that jewelry store and had also seen that ring. According to the diary and what the shop assistant had said, that vampire had clearly been very interested in this ring. Levi also remembered that when he examined the ring back then, he had seen some kind of illusion. Wait, no, something's off. Looking at the mission prompt again, Levi suddenly realized the problem. Because the mission reward was actually ownership of that ring? What did this mean? Just a mere ring, yet its ownership was actually set as a mission reward. Could he not simply go and buy the ring himself? If the mission difficulty was measured by the lifespan reward, then this task was far more difficult than even the vampire. He would risk life and death for this mission, only to gain ownership of a ring. Wait. If that was the case. Recalling carefully everything that had happened before, Levi noticed a problem. Back in that jewelry shop, after carefully examining the ring, what had he done? He had put the ring back into its box. Why had he done that? Thinking about it now, since Betty had been interested in the ring, and since he himself had seen an illusion through it, why had he not bought it for further study, but instead returned it to the box? And Betty as well. If she truly liked the ring, even if she had no money, with her abilities as a vampire, could she not have stolen it? But the fact was that, as far as it seemed now, neither Levi nor Betty had ever had the thought of actually taking the ring away. Why was that? Could it be, just as the mission stated, that only with ownership permission could the ring be taken? Then what about these portraits? Levi turned his head again toward the dining table, but this time, behind him, it was completely empty. As if while he was admiring the painting, the guests had finished their meal and directly left. If it's just a puzzle game, then I can accept that. Levi didn't like horror escape games, but puzzle games he could play. He once again searched the entire dining hall, making sure there was nothing else strange. Then he walked to the door. At the same time, he heard the sound of children laughing and playing outside, accompanied by the footsteps of little ones running about. Hearing this, Levi paused again, then reached out to push the door open. This time, the corridor before Levi was somewhat different from before. It now looked a little worn down. In the corridor, a boy and a girl were playing. The boy ran, the girl chased, while a maid by the side tried to steady the girl, to prevent her from falling. The boy then stood at the stairway leading up to the second floor, making a funny face at the girl. Naturally, they were all puppets. Levi stood silent for a moment, then walked toward the stairway. He had a feeling that these puppets appearing before him were more like a kind of guidance, and very likely all of this was still connected to that ring. Walking up the stairs, Levi soon saw another row of oil paintings hanging there. And clearly, the figures depicted were not the same as those in the dining hall before. The reason was simple, the family crests were different. Levi stared at the portraits, moving step by step, until he stopped before a painting at the top of the second-floor staircase. Dong 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 dong. Hurried footsteps sounded behind Levi, rushing past him and into the second-floor corridor. Then he heard the banging of a door, along with screams and quarrels. They seemed to be acting out a scene. Levi now more or less understood. These puppets seemed to represent the people who once lived in this house, reenacting their daily lives here. Just like before in the dining hall, the quarreling now sounded like some sort of background noise. Levi could hear the man's roar and the woman's scream, but he could not make out what they were arguing about. But he would soon find out. Levi pushed open the door and entered. The quarrel stopped abruptly. The bedroom was in chaos. A man held a dagger, pressing a woman down on the bed, the blade raised high. The woman's hands gripped his wrist, struggling against his restraint. On the floor, 2 children lay in pools of blood. Levi glanced around the room, then looked to the wall by the bedside. There hung an oil painting of a loving couple. Yet what caught Levi's attention was not the couple themselves, but the man's right hand wrapped around his wife. On his index finger was also a crimson ring. Exactly the same as before. Levi looked again toward the pair on the bed. The man's movements had already changed, the blade was swinging down. Yet on the hand that gripped the blade, there was no ring. The woman, meanwhile, seemed to sense the impending danger. Her eyes bulged, filled with terror and despair, as though she were truly alive. Levi froze for a moment at the sight of the woman, then his eyes suddenly narrowed, a flash of gray flickering within them. At the same time, Levi swiftly raised his gun. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the male puppet, which had been frozen in its stabbing motion, suddenly vanished. Levi's gaze instantly shifted, it was now clinging to the ceiling like a spider, its limbs inverted. It stared at Levi, mouth open, the dark void inside like the barrel of a gun aimed at him. Duh! The puppet thrust out its hand, hurling the dagger at Levi. In that instant, Levi's figure blurred, vanishing from where he stood, reappearing in the shadowed corner of the opposite wall. At the same time, the barrel of his gun was once again aimed at the target. Shadow movement. Bang! This time, Levi did not miss. The puppet's head instantly exploded into fragments, and the headless puppet fell from the ceiling, crashing onto the floor. As the puppet hit the ground, the female puppet lying on the bed suddenly emitted a burst of light. From within that glow, Clatty rolled out violently, crashing headfirst into the nearby wall. Fortunately, the young lady's skull was hard enough that she did not end up with a huge lump. But even so, she still clutched her head, whimpering in pain. Only when the girl raised her head and saw Levi did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. That was too terrifying, detective. I thought I was going to die. That really was dangerous. Levi cast a wary glance at the puppet whose head he had just shattered. It still lay on the ground, and from the broken wooden gap where its head had been, blood was seeping out. Then, Levi looked back at Clatty. What exactly happened? Outside the window, heavy rain poured down. Anthony sat blankly on the chair, staring dully at the mess before his eyes. Everything was ruined. He thought so. His life had completely turned into a mess. His investment had failed, and his wife had left him, because she suspected he was having an affair. How laughable. Anthony's lips twitched. He had seen the man who appeared beside his wife that night, yet she still denied it, turning around to shift the blame onto him instead. Women, even when in the wrong, they always acted self-righteously. She had not been such a woman before. Anthony still remembered the wonderful time when they had first married. Back then, their life was so sweet. She had loved him so much. But now, everything had changed. She had begun to nitpick, to order him around. She had not been like this before, or was it that all women were like this? Before marriage, they acted obedient and devoted, but after marriage, they revealed another face entirely. He admitted that his investment had failed, but in business, were not failure and success both natural outcomes? Had he not also succeeded before? Or perhaps, in his wife's eyes, his successes were not worth mentioning, while his failures were utterly intolerable. Thud. From outside came the sound of the front door slamming. Anthony stood up and looked out the window. In the storm, he saw his wife striding away with a suitcase, leaving the house. She walked with such determination, directly boarding a carriage. She had not even turned her head to look at him once. Never had Anthony felt more heartbroken than at this moment. Those once sweet memories now seemed to have turned into poison. The more beautiful his wife was in memory, the colder the present reality appeared. At this moment, he was utterly in despair. His investment had failed, and even his wife had abandoned him. Then what meaning was there left in his life? Anthony stood up, staring at the rope before him. The ladder was swaying constantly in the air. At this moment, Anthony's mood was incomparably calm. He stepped onto the chair and even had the leisure to adjust the rope. Then, without hesitation, he slipped his head through it. And then he kicked the chair away. Clang. The rope around his neck suddenly tightened, and Anthony's eyes widened abruptly. What was he doing? He opened his mouth, desperately trying to breathe, yet no air flowed into his lungs. On the contrary, he felt suffocation, despair, darkness descending. Everything around seemed to sway, becoming increasingly dim. The shadows in the already gloomy room now seemed to transform into some kind of living entity, intent on devouring him completely. Just as Anthony's rationality was reaching its limit, a voice sounded by his ear. Leave it to you, Clatty. Yes, detective. With that voice, the next instant, Anthony felt himself suddenly struck by a violent force, so strong it nearly made him vomit out his internal organs. It felt as if he had been rammed by a galloping warhorse. Immediately after, a sense of weightlessness came, and the world before his eyes spun wildly, overturning endlessly. Then Anthony's body slammed heavily against a wall. Thud. The hard, cold sensation and sharp pain from his back brought Anthony back to his senses. The despair and agony that had surrounded him just now vanished instantly with that blow. He collapsed to the ground, shook his head, and then opened his eyes again. He saw Levi and Clatty standing not far away, watching him. Are you all right, Mr. Anthony? To be honest, not very well. Anthony staggered to his feet, reaching to press his forehead. At this moment, he could still feel that same pain, despair, and sorrow. This made Anthony feel a kind of indescribable sadness. Fortunately, at the moment, I have little interest in marriage. Hearing his completely irrelevant answer, Levi and Clatty exchanged a confused glance. This seems very much like a substitute soul. After listening to Anthony's account, Levi spoke. Substitute soul. A legend I've heard before. Levi made something up casually. I've heard that those who drown do not have their souls leave this world, but are bound at the bottom of the water. Unless they find a new victim to drag down and drown, they cannot rest. In that case, the victim's soul would take their place, bound underwater, while the original soul could finally rest in peace. This. Upon hearing Levi's words, Clatty and Anthony both revealed expressions of surprise. Clearly, they had never heard such a ghost story before. Is that true? That, I do not know. Levi shook his head. Just like this house being haunted, it's all just stories. Whether it's truly just a story, only if you experience it yourself will you understand. I'd rather not experience it. Recalling what had just happened, even Anthony's expression stiffened. He reached up to touch his neck, he could still feel the lingering marks. It was truly painful and despairing. I would not want to fall to that state. At Anthony's words, Clatty also nodded. Her experience had been the same. After being swallowed by the darkness, Clatty had felt herself become another person entirely, a wife, with a husband and 2 children, living harmoniously. However, the husband's temper grew increasingly irritable, increasingly strange, until at last, Clatty watched helplessly as he killed the 2 children, and then raised the butcher's knife at her. Fortunately, Levi had arrived and stopped it all, allowing Clatty to separate from that puppet. So it had not been her own experience, but the puppet's memory. And that puppet. Clatty glanced at the puppet slumped by the wall. Its lifeless glass bead eyes stared at her, making Katie's hair stand on end. Truly unexpected, so this is what you meant, Mr. Levi, when you spoke of those strange things. Anthony, who usually carried a frivolous smile, was no longer sure if that had been an act or simply his personality. But at this moment, he clearly had no mood left to perform in such a manner. If my guess is right, this may just be the appetizer. Appetizer? That's right. Levi nodded. You can imagine this house as a heavily guarded castle. Right now, we've only reached the outermost area. What you 2 experienced was more like accidentally falling into the moat, it hasn't even reached the level of alerting the guards. Then that moat must be truly turbulent. Anthony's smile was stiff. No wonder, after all, just the appetizer had almost cost them their lives, and without them even noticing it. He had no idea what it was, nor had he ever seen anything like it before. In fact, if not for Levi and Katie's help just now, he would already be dead. Without a sound. I really don't want to know what the guards inside are like. Clatty muttered in a low voice, hiding behind Levi. Unfortunately, unless we find the ruler of this castle and defeat it, most likely we won't be able to get out. Levi also sounded helpless. For now, all I can hope is that those soldiers will follow my order and burn down this house before nightfall. Maybe that will bring a chance for change. But for now, let's continue searching for the others. Katie's death had happened in a bedroom on the 2nd floor, Anthony's suicide in the attic on the 3rd floor, and Levi had already checked the 1st floor earlier. The only place left was the cellar. Levi led Clatty and Anthony back to the 1st floor once more, and along the way, for Anthony, the shock was no less than entering a haunted house for the very first time. Mr. Levi. Levi turned his head and saw Anthony standing beside him, still wearing that frivolous smile. Only this time, the smile looked a little stiff. Maybe I saw wrong, but just now, that maid seemed to move a little. As he spoke, Anthony shifted his eyes, gesturing toward the kitchen stove nearby. There, a maid puppet stood with a knife in one hand and a potato in the other, as if peeling it. Yet at this moment, that puppet had raised its head, staring expressionlessly at Anthony. Don't mind her. Just pretend you didn't see anything. Levi withdrew his gaze. By the way, which way do we go to the cellar? As soon as Levi finished speaking, he once again looked around, and the others followed his gaze, only to freeze at once. Because at that moment, another maid puppet was standing on the other side of the corridor, one hand extended, pointing toward the corner of the hallway. Thank you. Levi pressed down the brim of his hat, nodded to the maid puppet, and then walked toward the corner. Clatty and Anthony hesitated for a moment, then followed. As they passed by the puppet maid, both of them also hesitated, then nodded in turn. Thank you. Perhaps it was an illusion, but when they lifted their heads again after thanking it, they saw the puppet maid staring at them. On her previously expressionless face, a faint smile had appeared. Both of them felt a chill rush up their spines, hurrying to quicken their pace, returning once more to Levi's side. Clatty instinctively turned her head back for another glance. That maid is gone. Ahaha, probably went back to work. Anthony tried very hard to put on his old frivolous demeanor, but his stiff, monotone-like voice betrayed his true feelings at that moment. Levi was not surprised. From Anthony's behavior, he could tell the man's profession was likely something like a spy. But even spies were still human, and humans were naturally afraid and uneasy before the unknown. After all, Anthony could hardly imagine why a puppet would move on its own. Levi himself was unsettled as well. But thanks to all those films, novels, and games he had consumed, compared to the people of this world, he had far more experience, and could at least maintain some measure of calm. All right, here we are. Levi stopped in front of a wooden trapdoor in the floor. Be careful. From my experience, things underground are never easy to deal with. Traitors. All of them traitors. Henry gripped his gun in fury, striding down the cold, narrow corridor. He had never imagined that he would suffer such betrayal. The enemies on the battlefield had not defeated him, yet the arrow that pierced his back came from within his own family. His wife and children, his servants, his family. He had devoted himself to them wholeheartedly, but they had completely betrayed him. That damned bunch of bastards. They had utterly forgotten who had given them everything they had. And now, of course, he would take it all back. Including their lives. Traitors. A shadow suddenly flashed in the distance, and Henry roared, raising his gun and firing at it. Bang! The shotgun blast struck a sack, exploding it into pieces. Meanwhile, Levi, who was hiding behind cover, stretched out his hand and wiped his face. Goodness, looks like this one's going to be troublesome. Never thought Mr. Henry would be so fierce. Clatty, trembling, huddled close to Levi. Just moments ago, when they had entered the cellar, they had run headlong into Henry, who was clutching a shotgun and searching for something. The result was that before Levi even had time to greet him, Henry had fired without a word. No matter how skilled Levi was, he had no means of directly facing a shotgun head-on, and so he had no choice but to drag Clatty and Anthony into frantic retreat. Is that man truly Mr. Henry? Anthony, hiding on the other side, reached into his coat and pulled out a mirror, angling it around the corner. All I see is a doll clutching a weapon, raging like mad. If it weren't him, I would have blown his head apart already. Levi sighed helplessly. The only reason he was certain that this doll-like figure, straight out of a horror film, was Henry was simple: Levi had used soul sight. Earlier, with this very ability, he had seen through the doll's control over Clatty and Anthony, rescuing them. But now. Come out. Traitors. With Henry's roar, another gunshot rang out, spraying the walls with fragments of stone. Clatty buried her head in her arms and curled up into a ball. For all her abilities, she was not bulletproof. Seems Mr. Henry remembers some betrayal with deep hatred. Anthony sneered, but Levi only raised an eyebrow. More likely it's the doll controlling him. Otherwise, what do you say, Mr. Anthony, abandoned by his wife, driven to suicide? I've no plans to marry yet, far too early for that. Anthony gave an awkward laugh, then quickly changed the subject. So what do we do now? Mr. Henry is clearly skilled, and this place has no good hiding spots. Once we step out, we'll be shot to pieces. Indeed, troublesome. Levi nodded. If Henry had been using a rifle or pistol, Levi would have had full confidence in using the Eye of the Reaper to counterattack and evade the bullets. The problem was that Henry held a shotgun. That weapon blasted in a spread, no matter what Levi did, there was no way to dodge it. Still, I'm not completely without a plan. But I'll need the two of you to help. After a moment's thought, Levi made his decision. Either of you have fire? I have a lighter. Levi, sir, for a gentleman, you're rather unqualified. Anthony pulled out a lighter from his coat, looking curiously at Levi. I don't smoke. Levi shrugged. His lifespan was already short enough, he wasn't about to waste more of it on such meaningless indulgence. Truly rare. May I ask why? Because smoking is harmful to health. One cigarette for 2 hours of life, Levi's special ability didn't even consume that much. Yes, exactly. Clatty nodded repeatedly in agreement. Father loved smoking. The smell was choking and foul. I could never understand why so many men enjoyed it. That's not what we need to concern ourselves with right now. Levi clearly had no interest in debating the dangers of tobacco and alcohol here. The church often preached abstinence from both, but his own avoidance of them had nothing to do with piety. In a moment, I'll distract him. Anthony, I need you to light the lighter and cast a shadow, make it fall at Henry's side. Understood. Then, Katie, I'll handle his weapon. What you must do is seize the chance to rush him and strike him hard. It was shameful to admit, but among the three of them, 2 men and 1 woman, the strongest physically was this delicate-looking young lady. All right, but be careful, detective. Levi nodded, then gestured to Anthony. Let's begin. Got it. Anthony shifted carefully, retreating silently a few steps. Then he pulled out the lighter and flicked it open. A small flame sprang up, casting light upon a wooden barrel by the wall. A long shadow stretched and fell across the wall beside Henry. At that exact moment, Levi sprang forward, leaping out of the corridor. Henry, however, was not taken by surprise. From the instant Anthony lit the lighter, Henry had already raised his gun, aiming. The very moment Levi's figure appeared from the corner, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! At that instant, Levi's eyes flashed. Eye of the Reaper. Time slowed around him. He could clearly see the scattering pellets of lead surging toward him. But Levi did not panic. He activated another skill. Shadow Step. The shadow covering Levi, which originally had no substance, at this moment gave him a chilling sensation, as if that pitch-black darkness had turned into an icy cloak draped over his body. His figure seemed to merge with the shadow, instantly darting forward. He passed through the bullets and arrived at Henry's side. Then Levi raised the gun in his hand, aiming at Henry's tightly gripped weapon. Bang! With the gunshot, Henry felt a massive impact strike him, blasting the shotgun right out of his hands. Just as he came to his senses, he realized the enemy had appeared beside him, but it wasn't over yet. As a soldier, even without a gun, he could still fight. Henry clenched his fist and charged toward his enemy. Yet in that very instant, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a small figure suddenly crashing into his chest. The next second, the scenery before Henry's eyes rapidly receded. Thud. Levi raised his head just in time to see Katie, who had thrown herself into Henry's arms, extend her fist and slam it into his chest. Henry was immediately hurled backward, smashing into the wall. At that same moment, a flash of light gleamed, and Henry's burly body was ejected from within the puppet, collapsing onto the ground. Phew. Levi exhaled and finally relaxed. At last, it was settled. Like the others before him, once freed from the restraints, Henry swiftly regained his senses. I felt rage and pain. Sitting on the floor, Henry could not get up for a while. Anthony understood this well, after all, he had just taken a similar blow from Katie himself. At that moment, I truly believed everyone had betrayed me. All I wanted was to kill them, and then kill myself. Fortunately, because of your arrival, I delayed my suicide. Otherwise, you would likely only have found my corpse. At this, Henry's resolute face now carried solemnity and heaviness. I still can't believe that such strange things truly exist in this world. I feel the same. Anthony nodded, then turned his curious gaze toward Levi. But I'm more curious, Mr. Levi, how did you dodge that last shot? From my perspective, there was no way you could have avoided it. Yet not only did you dodge, you even appeared right at Mr. Henry's side. A little trick. A sleight of hand. Levi waved his hand dismissively. When facing things like this, one must have a few skills. I wouldn't just walk in and throw my life away. Now the only one left is Miss Eliza. Where could she be? Katie clearly cared more about her companion's whereabouts, while Levi sighed. Do you even need to ask? Think back, remember the case file on this house you once read? The victims? You mean the tragic fates of the previous owners? Yes, that's it. At Levi's reminder, Katie suddenly realized. The second owner had killed himself after his wife left him. The third had murdered his wife and children before committing suicide. The fourth owner, along with his family and servants, had all vanished, with only bloodstains discovered throughout the house. Thinking it over now, compared with their own present plight, it was clear, their experiences matched those of the 3 former owners. In other words, after those owners died, were they also turned into puppets? If so, what we've encountered are those past owners, then Miss Eliza. Obviously, she's also trapped among them. Levi stood and stretched lazily. Our next task is to find her. Where should we search? There's only one place, of course. Levi looked at Katie and smiled faintly. Do you still remember what the old lady told us, about the young master obsessed with puppets? I remember. That young master always stayed in his room, never once leaving. You mean Miss Eliza is in that room? Most likely. At the very least, I doubt she's waiting for us in the laundry room or the toilet. Levi spoke as he turned around. But before that, we may have some trouble. As Levi finished speaking, the group heard footsteps approaching. Soon after, from the dark shadows, pale faces began to emerge. They were also puppets, but not the kind dressed up for display. These were unclothed, looking as if they had just been freshly made, not yet polished. Their bodies were crudely assembled from wood, heads and limbs slapped together, bound with string. The carved mouths of these puppets opened and closed ceaselessly, producing clack-clack sounds. From their movements, it was clear these creatures came with hostility. What should we do next? Drop to our knees and beg? Or fight our way through? At Levi's question, the others gave no reply. But their actions already revealed their answer. After this dungeon battle entered the second stage, Levi immediately felt much more at ease. The unknown was always the most terrifying, like drifting alone in a pitch-black sea. When you stared into the depths, you felt fear, not because of what was there, but because you didn't know what was there. And when the monster hidden beneath the sea revealed its true form, it became less frightening. Because at that point, you only had two choices, fight or run. Just like now. Previously, everyone had feared the puppets because they didn't know what the puppets intended, whether for good or ill. But now, when these crude, shoddily assembled puppets lunged at them in attack, the choice became obvious. Kill them. Unfortunately, though Levi sounded brave, his actions at the moment had nothing to do with bravery. Because the ones actually holding the line against the puppet horde were not Levi, but Clatty and Henry. The former smashed the puppets to pieces with her tiny fists, one punch per puppet. Henry, relying on his broad shoulders and stout build, swung an axe he had picked up from the basement, chopping the puppets apart as though he were splitting firewood. Levi, meanwhile, stood behind them, occasionally firing shots to finish off stragglers. He had fully entered a soy sauce support role. At least he wasn't at the bottom. That spot belonged to Anthony. This playboy was not incapable of fighting, he simply seemed better suited to using knives. But clearly, even if he could slit an enemy's throat silently, it was useless against a puppet. At most, he could scratch the surface. So he was relegated to rearguard duty, keeping watch and cheering. Bang! Levi raised his gun again, blowing apart a puppet's head. He swept his eyes across the room. These puppets were completely different from the ones they had encountered before. The earlier puppets, bizarre as they were, at least gave a sense of human-like thought and movement. But these puppets were utterly different, more like beasts inhabiting human-shaped shells. They crawled on all fours across the floor, the walls, and the ceiling, clattering their teeth, wielding kitchen knives, frying pans, and whatever else they could find as they leapt at the group. Individually, they posed little threat, but their fearless, suicidal attacks created plenty of trouble. Hey! Clatty smashed another puppet to bits with a punch, but at that moment, two doll-sized puppets suddenly lunged from below, wrapping their tiny arms tightly around her legs. Wah, let go of me. Clatty clearly had never experienced this kind of boss begging to cling to her thighs. For a moment, she was startled and at a loss. The two puppets clattered their teeth as they clung to her legs, restricting her movement. Clatty wanted to grab them and fling them aside, but with enemies swarming all around, she had no time. Fortunately, two gunshots rang out. The puppets' heads exploded, their grip vanished, and Clatty immediately shook them off, tossing their remnants aside. She turned to Levi with a smile. Thank you, detective. Levi waved dismissively, scanning the surroundings again, completely unaware that both Henry and Anthony were now looking at him differently. Neither of them was stupid. The fact that they had been chosen as representatives in this squad was proof enough of their capability. That was the root of their pride. But at the core, they understood technique. And Levi's shooting just now had caught their eyes. After all, the puppets had been clinging tightly to Katie's legs. In such a situation, most people wouldn't dare fire, for fear of accidentally hitting her. Even without considering her noble status, Clatty was a key fighter in this battle. If she were injured, it would be disastrous for the group. So for someone to shoot in that situation, they had to be either reckless to the point of madness, or absolutely confident in their skill. And for Levi to blow off both puppet heads in an instant without so much as grazing Clatty, his skill was beyond question. If they had faced him as an enemy on the battlefield, they would have stayed as far away as possible. But as an ally, it was reassuring. This squad lacked cohesion. Other than Levi and Clatty, who had worked together before, everyone else had just met. Trust could only be built through skill. If earlier they had thought of Levi as just a pretty face living off his looks, then now, at least, he had proven himself with that display of marksmanship. After once more repelling the puppets, the group arrived at the door at the far end of the second-floor west corridor. According to the laundress old lady, the strange young master's room was here. I'll go first. You follow. Henry was dependable. He gripped his axe and gave the others a glance. Levi, Clatty, and Anthony nodded. Henry fixed his gaze on the door, bellowed, and kicked it open. For a moment, Levi swore he hallucinated the roar of FBI. Open the door. Bang! The door burst open. Henry stepped inside with his axe, Levi rushing in right behind him, using Henry's large frame as cover as he scanned the room cautiously. His first impression was, far too stereotypical. The room was filled with puppets of every kind, big and small. Some were life-sized, others like the dolls little girls carried to bed. They were made of different materials, cloth, wood, even metal. Levi even spotted one that looked like it belonged in a category of robots. What the hell is this? Henry gawked, muttering under his breath. Levi agreed. With so many puppets packed into one room, the sheer quantity turned the scene uncanny rather than absurd. If a boy who liked dolls seemed effeminate, then living in a room wrapped in hundreds of puppets could only make one think, is this still human? At that moment, a low voice spoke. I said, no one is allowed in my room. Everyone turned. At the desk sat a boy, perhaps in his early teens. He was a little chubby, wearing round glasses, giving the impression of a timid schoolboy often bullied. Sitting in his chair, his hands were thrust into the backs of two life-sized maid puppets, one common method puppet masters used for manipulation. The two puppets bent dutifully over the desk, working intently on something. "What are you doing?" Henry glared at the boy, tightening his grip on his axe. The boy muttered, staring at the desk. "Why? Why do you all hate me so much?" "That's why I hate you, I hate humans. Everyone's the same. None of you care about me, only yourselves. I said I wanted to be left alone, but you keep coming in, saying it's for my own good. If it really were, you'd listen to me, not do whatever you please." His hysterical fury unsettled the group. He finally raised his head, eyes fixed on them. "Puppets are better. They obey me. I tell them what to do, and they do it." As he spoke, the maids kept working. Only then, as their eyes adjusted to the dim light, did the group see what lay on the desk. A man. Levi didn't know him, but his uniform showed he belonged to the same unit as the squad they had seen outside. Which meant Carter. Henry roared, recognizing the soldier. His eyes blazed with fury as he glared at the boy. "You bastard. What have you done to him? He was too noisy." The boy lowered his head again, not even glancing at Henry. "So I made sure he'll never be noisy again. You animal." Henry's eyes turned blood red. The soldier's body on the desk was split wide open, his guts and blood torn savagely out. His twisted, pain-stricken face showed all too well the torment he had endured before death. Ugh. Katie clutched her mouth, face pale. Even Anthony's usual playboy smile vanished. Only Levi remained calm, hidden behind Henry's tall frame, scanning carefully. From experience, Levi knew such cursed beings were always mechanism monsters. Unless you found their weakness, you could never kill them, no matter how many times you tried. Henry's fury was enough to make ordinary men tremble. But the boy didn't waver. He focused only on the corpse, directing the maids to carefully stuff wood into it. "I said stop. You bastard." Unable to endure the desecration of his soldier, Henry strode forward. The others hesitated, unsure if they should follow. But Levi didn't pay attention. He had activated soul sight. To him, the room was utterly different. Every puppet radiated bright red soul energy, filling his vision like a thick fog in the world of black and white. Through the haze, he glimpsed a vague shape lurking beyond. Henry stepped into the fog. At once, the red mist began to stir. "Watch out." Levi lunged forward, slamming his shoulder into Henry's waist and knocking him down. At that same instant, a gunshot rang out. A bullet screamed past, slamming into the floor behind them. A figure emerged before the group. Another soldier. He wore the same uniform as the corpse on the desk. But his belly was ripped open, exposing gears and wooden mechanisms that held his body together. Like a puppet with its skin peeled back to reveal its workings, his throat even opened and shut around a mechanical compressor. Ugh. Katie covered her mouth. She had faced monsters before, the courtesan killer, vampires, even killed them with her own hands. But those, to her, were just strangely shaped enemies. This thing, however, a human flayed and hollowed out, turned into a puppet, this was an affront to the limits of human sanity. And it wasn't the end. One by one, more soldiers appeared. They gripped weapons tightly, raising rifles as though guarding their master. Run. At that moment, Levi made his decision without hesitation. Previously, Levi had felt a little regret that Henry did not bring more soldiers inside. Now he had no choice but to feel fortunate. Thankfully, the latter had not brought them in. Bang 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 bang. The four rushed out of the room at the fastest speed, followed by a barrage of bullets whizzing past them, smashing into the wall opposite. Well, things just got troublesome. Levi gripped his gun and stole a glance inside. There were 5 or 6 soldiers, all aiming their guns at the doorway. They weren't holding pistols but carbines. Considering how small the doorway was, Levi felt that rushing out would only make him the perfect target for a firing squad. "Who are those soldiers?" Katie held her head, still shaken, and asked. Anthony, meanwhile, stroked his chin. Judging from their uniforms, they should belong to the same unit as those soldiers outside. Enough. Henry coldly cut him off. Clearly, he was in a very foul mood. Then he looked at Levi. "Do we have any way of saving them? If you think I have a way to resurrect humans who've been gutted open, then you're giving me far too much credit, Mr. Henry." Levi felt helpless. "Speaking personally, all I can do right now is offer my deepest condolences. Run." Levi hadn't finished his words when a smoking stick flew out from inside, landing right in front of them. At a glance, Levi immediately recognized it. It was no ordinary object, but a grenade. "Yua!" Katie screamed, hugging her head and rolling to the side. The others also scrambled back. A moment later, boom. An explosion shook the hull. Had they not dodged quickly, the 4 would have been doomed. Then, accompanied by the sound of synchronized footsteps, they saw those soldiers march out of the doorway, weapons once again aimed at them. Bang! Levi raised his hand and fired. The bullet struck the forehead of the leading soldier, drilling steadily into his skull. But the soldier only tilted his head slightly before returning to normal, then raised his carbine again, aiming forward. Bang 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 bang. I knew I shouldn't have brought people along. Levi grumbled as he ran. The others were faring no better. At this moment it was as though they were under attack from a fully armed and well-trained squad of soldiers, and the worst part was, their enemies could not die. But luckily, I came prepared. With a flick of his right hand, Persuader's magazine popped out. The shell casings, still smoking, clattered onto the ground. Levi reached into his pocket, pulled out a simple reloader, and slotted in crimson bullets. Then he raised Persuader, turned his head, and looked behind. By now, the soldiers had reached the corner, aiming toward them. As the old saying goes, let fire cleanse all things. With those words, Levi pulled the trigger again. Bang! The crimson bullet spun through the narrow corridor, hitting the head of the lead soldier. The bullet immediately burst apart. White flames bloomed like fireworks, engulfing the soldier in an instant. Fire spread rapidly, and in mere moments he was a man of fire. If it were anyone else, they would have been rolling on the ground, screaming in agony. But this soldier seemed utterly oblivious to pain, allowing the flames to consume his clothes and flesh without a care. He merely raised his gun, aimed, and tried to pull the trigger again. But this time, the shot never came. Perhaps due to the flames, when the puppet soldier squeezed the trigger, his carbine exploded in his hands. The blast threw him backward into his comrades before slamming him hard against the ground. Now his body was ablaze, melting like a wax statue. Clearly, he could no longer move. But this sight did nothing to affect the other soldiers. Without so much as a glance at their burning comrade, they continued their assault on Levi and the others. Thus the four had no choice but to run again, diving into another nearby room to avoid the storm of bullets. This really is troublesome. Levi frowned. He had always liked the thrill of mowing down enemies in FPS games with nothing but a single gun. But now it seemed he would never get that experience here, which was only natural. After all, real life didn't come with breathing to heal back health. Mr. Henry, do we have any way to deal with these soldiers? Anthony kept alert at the door, listening to the sounds outside as he asked. Henry hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. I didn't bring enough weapons, and, they are my soldiers, after all. Which is exactly why you need to give them an end. Levi spun the revolver's cylinder, the click-click-click sounds helping to ease his nerves. If we let them trap us in this room, then we'll have no way out but death. I don't think so. At that moment, an unexpected voice rose from within the room. The group jumped, whipping their heads around. There, seated calmly on a sofa in a noblewoman's gown, was a lady. It was none other than Miss Elizabeth. What are you doing here? Katie was clearly startled to see her. I thought you had been made into a puppet by that child. Elizabeth was calm, far more composed than the others. He would have, but since I am his most beloved mother, I was placed last in line. You actually still have self-awareness. Levi was more concerned about that. Previously, Katie, Anthony, and even Henry had seemed fully possessed by those specters. Yet Elizabeth was different. Though her body appeared restrained, her consciousness remained intact. The Holy Lord shields me. My faith is my shield. If she could have moved, she might have made a gesture of praise. But her expressionless face paired with her unwavering tone only made her seem eerie. I can feel it. I am imprisoned in this shell, along with her grief, her pain, and everything she has endured. Elizabeth turned her eyes to Levi. Detective, please be careful. That child is not our true enemy. Now that's an interesting claim. What do you mean? Levi glanced at Anthony. The latter shook his head as he listened to the situation outside, signaling that the soldiers were still holding their ground. All the better, Levi could use this lull to gather critical information. Please, get to the point. Very well. Perhaps it was her training as a nun, but Elizabeth told the story clearly and concisely. It all began before Stephen's family moved here. Back then, Stephen was addicted to gambling, squandering nearly all the family's wealth. His wife had tried many times to persuade him to stop, but persuading a gambling addict was a task harder than slaying a god. One day, Stephen could no longer restrain himself. He quarreled with his wife. In their struggle, he collided with their young child. The boy's head hit the corner of a table, and he fell unconscious. After that, the child remained in a coma. His wife consulted many doctors, but none could help. Stephen ignored it all, leaving his wife to sink deeper into despair. When she was at her wit's end, someone came to her door. He claimed he could save her child, but in exchange, he demanded one thing: she was to steal a ring from the Lancaster family's secret chamber. Though she did not know who he was, nor how he knew of the Lancaster family's hidden room, desperation drove her to comply. Following his instructions, she retrieved the ring and handed it over. In return, he gave her a puppet. He told her that if she placed it by her child's side, the boy would awaken. Uncertain but desperate, she did as he said. The next morning, miraculously, her child opened his eyes. However, every gift bears its price. Elizabeth sighed. Afterward, she noticed something was wrong. Her son grew silent, withdrawn, and rarely left the house. At first, she thought it was a side effect of his accident. But gradually, he became stranger and stranger. Until finally, she realized, that was no longer her son. But by then, it was too late. An interesting tale. Levi commented. He did not doubt its truth. After all, back in that room, his soul sight had revealed something hidden behind the blood glow, though he could not tell what it was. He had already suspected something was amiss. No matter how twisted, that child alone could hardly be the big boss. And now, his suspicion was confirmed. But wait, could that ring have been Crimson Temptation? Yet if Elizabeth's story was true, shouldn't the ring have already been taken? Why, then, did it later appear on the guests who followed? Could it be some sort of spiritual treasure, destined to choose its bearer? For now, let's focus on the problem in front of us. Catching Anthony's rapid hand signals by the door, Levi drew his attention back. From not far away came the sound of marching footsteps, perfectly aligned. But this time, Levi already had a plan. The soldiers in the corridor raised their carbines, aimed ahead, and marched forward in perfect unison. They showed not the slightest hesitation, not a trace of doubt, and their target was only one. Just as this group of soldiers was about to reach the doorway of their target room, Levi's voice rang out. Now. Do it. Before the words had even fallen, the wall beside the soldiers suddenly burst open. Immediately after. Ha! Clatty charged out from the breach, holding a massive bookshelf above her head. With a loud shout, she hurled the bookshelf straight toward the soldiers before her. Boom! At that moment, the solid bookshelf demonstrated its fine quality. It crashed down upon the soldiers, knocking them to the ground. At the same time, Henry and Anthony rushed out from the doorway, each tossing a grenade into the gap beneath the fallen bookshelf. And Levi raised his gun in that instant, pulling the trigger. Bang bang! The hellfire bullets, under Levi's control, pierced through the cracks in the bookshelf and struck the grenades directly. In the next moment, brilliant flames erupted and spread in the blink of an eye, engulfing all the soldiers trapped beneath the bookshelf. Huff! Only then did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Clatty patted her chest and turned to Levi. As expected of you, detective. You actually pinpointed their exact location just by their footsteps. Not bad, it worked. Levi chuckled. Of course, he wasn't using any sound localization, but he could cheat. With soul sight, Levi simply activated wallhack vision and clearly saw the figures on the other side, glowing in red. Henry, however, stared in silence at the soldiers being consumed by fire, who still swung their arms like robots, trying to stand and fight. Only after a moment did he turn his gaze to Levi. Will these flames burn them all into ash? That. I'm not too sure either. Faced with Henry's question, Levi could only shake his head. He knew the incendiary bullets would definitely burn them to death, but whether it could reduce them entirely to ash was another matter. During experiments, Mr. Benjamin had only told Levi these things could char an enemy into charcoal, but burning everything down to pure ash, perhaps only those fireball spells in games could do that. Henry stared at Levi in silence for a while. Find the one responsible for all this, and I will make him pay. I'll do my best. But first, we need to get out of here alive. Then Miss Elizabeth will be in my care. At that moment, Anthony walked over to the puppetized Elizabeth and hoisted her onto his shoulder. They couldn't just leave her there. If they pushed forward, the enemy might turn her completely into a puppet and set her against them. Anthony's abilities were useless in this place anyway, he might as well handle carrying and keeping watch. Then let's go. Fortunately, after those soldiers were eliminated, no one else blocked their path. The three quickly returned to the previous room. The chubby boy still sat there, with two maids standing beside him. When he saw Levi and the others return, this time the fat boy chuckled darkly. Well? Did you enjoy the puppets? You damned little bastard. The boy's words were like fuel poured onto Henry's already raging fury. He gripped his axe tightly and strode toward the boy. Though the boy looked like no more than a 10-year-old child, in Henry's eyes he was nothing but a cruel and terrifying demon. Henry wished to immediately swing his axe down and hack the demon into pieces, to avenge his fallen men. That was what he thought, so that was what he did. Henry raised his axe high, then swung it down with force. What are you doing? The blade whistled past Levi's head, nearly splitting it in half. Levi's heart skipped a beat, thankfully he reacted quickly and slipped into the shadows in time. I don't know. Henry's voice was filled with shock and bewilderment. I didn't intend. Yet his body acted in contradiction to his words, for Henry once again raised the axe and swung it toward Levi. Levi could only dodge swiftly, narrowly escaping another strike. Wait, Henry. What are you doing? Clatty realized what was happening and rushed forward to stop Henry. But as she moved, her body suddenly spun like a ballerina, and her fist smashed toward Levi. Levi had prepared himself, but even so, Clatty's punch was far beyond what he expected. The moment her small fist struck him, he felt as though a speeding car at 70 miles an hour had hit him head-on. The next instant, a violent shock traveled through his back, nearly making him vomit up his insides. Levi coughed, feeling sharp pain in his arm. Diagnosis indicated that his left arm, which he had used to block the blow, was likely fractured. Damn it, these monsters really weren't human. Was this strength something a human could block? Could it be that this young lady was actually half-troll? Though Levi had seen Clatty send people flying before, this was the first time he personally experienced her strength. He now suspected she might be the one cheating, not him. Bare-handed, her combat ability felt even more outrageous than his own. Of course, Levi's own low strength played a part. With a strength stat of 50 being average for a normal human, Levi's was even 10 lower. Katie's, if converted to numbers, was probably over 90. Given Levi's physique and strength, the fact that her punch didn't crit and kill him outright was already lucky. I am sorry. Detective. Are you alright? Katie looked panicked, yet her charge toward Levi didn't slow. Sensing danger, Levi immediately activated Shadow Step. In the next moment, his figure sank into the darkness like into a bottomless bog. Almost simultaneously, Katie barreled forward like an out-of-control truck, smashing a cabinet and several puppets into splinters. What the hell was going on? Levi stepped out from another patch of shadow, activating Soul Sight again. Instantly, the dazzling red glow filled his vision. At first glance, nothing seemed different. But Levi soon noticed that Katie and Henry's souls weren't quite the same. In Soul Sight, the souls of the living were white, the dead black. Inorganic matter also appeared black, while organic matter like plants appeared white. Now, under Levi's gaze, Katie and Henry's souls were still white, but their heads, wrists, and joints glowed with bright crimson points. What in the world was that? Levi focused harder. The misty view before him cleared, like a foggy car window being wiped clean. Then he saw it. Wrapped around their souls were countless crimson threads, like strings. So that's why they were being controlled. But why not me? As Levi wondered, he suddenly saw a crimson thread descend from above and coil around his arm. But at that moment, the thread quivered violently, then slipped away and dangled loosely to the side. Could this be mystery resistance? Levi realized the only difference between him and Katie or Henry was this. Clearly, this soul manipulation was some kind of mystical power, and his mystery resistance shielded him from it. Wait, that thread came from above, meaning. Levi raised his head toward the ceiling, and froze. Under Soul Sight, he discovered the room had no ceiling at all. It was like a tiny toy box, and outside the box, a gigantic puppet was grinning at them. Its hands were raised high, countless crimson threads dangling from its fingertips, attached to everything in the room. Levi was dumbfounded. How was he supposed to fight this? He had thought of many ways to deal with a boss beforehand, but this scene was far beyond his expectations. A gigantic puppet controlling everything here. What the hell was this? He wasn't some dual-sword bald hero, how was he supposed to fight it? Before Levi could come up with a plan, Henry and Katie lunged at him again. Levi was forced to close Soul Sight and evade with Shadow Step once more. He couldn't keep stalling. If the puppet discovered he couldn't be controlled, it might make Henry and Katie kill each other. And in Levi's estimation, Katie killing Henry was more likely. Wait. As Levi dodged once again, his eyes caught his fluttering sleeve. His mind lit up. That crimson thread had tried to bind his arm but had bounced off before even touching him. If he remembered correctly, it hadn't even brushed his skin. Did that mean not just his body, but everything he carried, also had mystery resistance? If so. Levi gritted his teeth. Let's test it. Katie, Henry. Tell me what you're about to do. Though their bodies were controlled, their minds were still their own. At that moment, Katie and Henry were cursing each other for not blocking the puppet's moves. Hearing Levi's shout, they paused for a moment, yet their bodies still attacked. Careful, detective. This will be a right straight punch. Levi, I'll be swinging left toward your head. Both were skilled fighters, and even with their bodies controlled, they could predict their own moves through muscle memory. Good. Let's try it. Levi fixed his gaze on the two charging at him, narrowing his eyes. Eye of the Reaper. Time instantly slowed around him. Their movements turned sluggish. Levi leapt forward, stepping on Katie's fist, vaulted upward, and evaded Henry's axe as he landed lightly on the man's broad shoulder. At the same moment, Levi activated his second skill, Soul Sight. The ceiling vanished again, replaced by a faint crimson mist. Beyond the mist loomed a shadow. Levi clenched his teeth, focusing hard, and then he saw it. The gigantic puppet behind the red haze. Whether this would work, it all depended on now. Levi had already broken through the ceiling's boundary, and the puppet turned its head to look at him. Its laughing face twisted in astonishment, as if a child saw a video game character suddenly step out of the screen into reality. At the same time, Levi raised his gun and pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang. He fired every remaining bullet. The rounds howled through the air, striking the puppet's face directly. The next moment, the puppet opened its mouth and let out a horrifying shriek. For that puppet whose head was larger than a house, Levi's few shots were nothing more than raindrops, seemingly insignificant. Yet such insignificant attacks, when landing on the puppet, produced an effect akin to sulfuric acid. Levi saw the bullets explode on the puppet's face, sparks clinging to its surface. Soon, the parts touched by flame began to collapse and shatter. The puppet raised its hand to clutch its cheek and let out a shriek, similar to the wailing of an infant. Useful. Seeing this, Levi felt a surge of joy. At the same time, he clenched his teeth once more, time around him slowed again. Eye of the Reaper. Levi once more drew out a magazine and swiftly reloaded. Then he raised the gun and pulled the trigger again. This time, he did not even need to aim, unloading all of his bullets in one breath. The bullets all struck that enormous puppet's face again. This time, the puppet could no longer withstand it. Its head began to collapse and shatter everywhere, while it screamed piercingly, desperately clawing at its face. Its thick fingers touched its face and tore it apart into fragments. In the blink of an eye, a large part of the puppet's head was destroyed, and from within the broken gap, Levi keenly caught sight of a scarlet, crystal-like object shining brilliantly. From Levi's experience playing games and watching movies and animations, that thing was most likely the core. Then, one more time. Levi activated the Eye of the Reaper again. At this moment, he already felt a faint pain in his brain. The blood in his veins seemed to flow like molten lava. His entire being was falling downward. If not for having already slowed time twice before with the Eye of the Reaper, Levi would have already fallen to the ground by now. Although he could still launch another attack afterward, Levi felt uneasy. After all, this was the best chance right now. If the puppet regained itself, he might never get such an opportunity again. Levi reached into his pocket again, pulling out his second simple reloader. Enduring the headache, he stuffed bullets inside, closed the magazine, and raised his weapon once more. This time, he narrowed his eyes, staring at that distant scarlet glow, a light about the size of a star. Then, Levi pulled the trigger. One bullet after another shot forth. They followed the same trajectory, flying forward, piercing through scattered fragments, through the gaps between the puppet's flailing fingers, and then penetrated that scarlet light. The scarlet light suddenly erupted with dazzling brilliance. The next moment, Levi fell heavily to the ground. Ah! Levi clutched his head and screamed in pain. Falling from above did not injure him much, but his brain, after 3 consecutive uses of the Eye of the Reaper, now felt as fragile as a water balloon. The impact of hitting the floor almost made him feel like his brain was about to burst out. Fortunately, Levi's decision had been correct. "Detective, are you all right?" Curling up on the ground, clutching his head, Levi heard Katie's cry beside him. He waved a hand weakly, gesturing for her not to speak. After a moment, he slowly sat up. Ugh! It hurts so bad. Levi took in a sharp breath. His head felt as if stabbed by countless needles. It seemed that consecutive uses of the Eye of the Reaper really did put too much burden on his body. But Levi did not regret it. After all, that move was truly powerful. Just now, under its effect, he had unleashed 3 consecutive attacks on the puppet, a super burst of damage. Dealing 3 turns of damage in one turn, what more could he ask for? Ha! Levi shook his head, then grasped Katie's hand. At once, he felt his body lighten, as Katie directly hauled him up from the ground, by sheer strength. Thank you. Levi looked at Katie's soft, delicate hand and quietly expressed gratitude. She grinned, withdrawing her hand, as if it had cost her no effort at all. What did you do just now, detective? Is the threat here eliminated? What did you see? Me? Katie blinked at Levi's question, recalling carefully. I only remember you leaping up to the ceiling, then you seemed to vanish, and then you fell down again. That's about it. You two didn't see anything else? Katie and Henry exchanged glances, then shook their heads. So it was indeed something only visible within soul sight, invisible to ordinary people. I think the threat is eliminated. Levi glanced at the task notification before him. After destroying that scarlet light, the task completion message had appeared, which reassured him. Moreover, upon standing again, he realized that the once sealed room had completely changed. Previously, the room was eerie and bizarre. But now, only a decayed air remained. The puppets around them were all covered in dust. As for that boy who had been sitting in the chair. Eek! With the help of firelight, Katie got a clear look at the figure and let out a small scream. The boy now slumped lifelessly on the chair, his corpse half-rotted. From the decaying wounds, one could glimpse a strange shadow. Silently, Levi walked forward to the boy's corpse, reached out, and tore open his abdomen. Katie and Henry watched in horror as inside the boy's body, a puppet was embedded within flesh and bone. Its head was completely shattered, its hands raised, as if struggling to break free. This, could it be? Looking at the puppet hidden inside the boy, Katie felt her skin crawl, while Henry's expression turned grim. All right, problem solved. Levi stared at the puppet for a moment before speaking at last. Our work is done. Let others handle the aftermath. And so, the haunted house investigation came to an end. Yet, to everyone's surprise, when they dragged their exhausted bodies out of the house, the soldiers guarding outside told them they had been inside for less than 2 hours. But for them, it felt like half a day had passed. As for what followed, everything had to be explained clearly. Although Levi and the others had survived, those unlucky soldiers were not so fortunate. Furthermore, Henry had his men locate the missing people from before. He had already known, when possessed by that evil spirit, that the man had secretly killed his own family and servants one by one, fearing betrayal. He then hid the corpses in the cellar's storage room. This explained why Levi's group had encountered Henry in the cellar earlier. As a side note, afterward, MI7 burned down the house. Of course, they did not do so secretly, but rather approached the current owner. Upon learning that more than a dozen corpses were buried in his cellar, the man nearly fainted in terror, nodding repeatedly in agreement. Thus, MI7 found an excuse, demolished the house, and burned it to ash. All in all, this joint operation among departments was a success. After reporting back to MI7, everyone returned to their own duties. But for Levi, though he longed to rest at home, he still dragged his tired body to the jewelry shop from before. Levi knew well that many frustrating story clichés involved the protagonist finding something important but not retrieving it immediately. Instead, they delayed, only to discover later that it was gone. Such tropes were common in games, and Levi hated them. So, even in his current poor state, Levi decided to secure the ring first. Only then could everything else be settled. Fortunately, when Levi once more arrived at the Moonlight Jewelry store, it was still there, neither closed nor vanished. This allowed him to breathe easier. He stepped down from the carriage, straightened his clothes, pushed open the door, and entered. Ding-a-ling. Welcome. The same clerk greeted him, eyes lighting up upon seeing Levi. Ah, Mr. Levi. Good day. May I ask, are you here today for? I want to buy the Crimson Temptation. Standing at the counter, Levi fixed his gaze on the clerk and spoke, a bit nervous inside, worried that she might say, the ring has already been sold, or, what ring? Fortunately, none of those troublesome things happened. Please wait a moment. The clerk nodded, turned, and went to the back of the counter. After a while, she returned, carrying a jewelry box in her hands. When Levi reached out and opened the box, the blood-like ring lay quietly inside, showing no sign of anomaly. Levi picked it up and slid it onto his index finger. No problem. For now, the ring seemed to be nothing more than an ordinary piece of jewelry. Levi felt no strange power. Only a system prompt appeared briefly before fading away. Extra condition detected as fulfilled. At last, Levi exhaled in relief. He then pulled out a punched card. I'll take it. It was already late. Levi slumped on the sofa, enjoying the soft and comfortable feeling beneath him. The sound of music drifted into his ears, mingling with the fragrance of milk tea, creating a sense of incomparable leisure. Sigh. He took a sip of milk tea, narrowed his eyes, and felt all the fatigue in his body fade away. Only then did Levi raise his head, open the system panel before him, and begin the settlement. Mission Haunted House Phantom complete. Time spent, S. Investigation efficiency, S. Impact, S. Overall evaluation, SSS. Lifespan plus 80, additional lifespan plus 40. Good, steadily increasing. Looking at the increase in his remaining days, Levi nodded with satisfaction. Calculating it this way, he now had more than half a year of life left. However, Levi was also a little curious, did this lifespan actually have an upper limit? He had crossed into this world for less than a month, yet after completing 3 consecutive missions, he had already gained nearly 200 days of lifespan. If he continued at this pace, then let alone living as long as an ordinary person, let alone reaching 100 years old, could it be possible that he might actually become immortal? Not only that. Levi stared at the lifespan counter before him, frowning slightly. Out of curiosity, he had calculated his lifespan upon returning. After all, Levi and the others had felt as if they stayed in the haunted house for most of the day, yet the soldiers outside told them they had only been inside for a short while. So Levi wanted to check whether the lifespan was calculated according to his subjective sense of time, or according to objective reality. The result gave Levi an unexpected discovery. First of all, lifespan was indeed calculated by objective reality. That is to say, no matter how much subjective time Levi felt he had experienced, the countdown to his lifespan still followed the real-world clock. Secondly, Levi discovered that during the whole process, there had been a sudden rapid decrease in his lifespan, about 5 days lost in one go. After some calculation, he realized this happened precisely when Clatty had punched him flying. This gave Levi another idea. Could it be that lifespan was equal to his health bar? Instead of losing HP when injured, he lost lifespan. And conversely, as long as his lifespan didn't run out, he wouldn't die. If that were the case, then when he lost 2 hours of lifespan from smoking a cigarette earlier, that too counted as taking damage. Meaning that his body regarded smoking as a form of harmful behavior. Levi recalled how, after returning to MI7, he wanted to treat his left arm. But after seeing a doctor, the latter told him his arm had no problems. Levi's own diagnosis also indicated that his former bone fracture had already disappeared. Did this mean that even if he were shot in the head or had his heart pierced, as long as he still had remaining lifespan, he would live? For example, if he had 200 days of lifespan, and then an enemy shot him in the head costing him 100 days, would his wound then heal and he would crawl back up, resurrected? How come this feels like being a vampire? Levi frowned and gave a bitter smile. But clearly, his condition was far better than a vampire's. After all, vampires feared sunlight, while Levi had virtually no such weaknesses. At the very least, he could sunbathe without issue. That said, Clatty's single punch cost him 5 days of lifespan. What kind of damage was that? If this system had damaged data, Levi really wanted to see just what Clatty's DPS was. Then came the most important part. Levi stretched out his hand, swiping through the information before him until he reached the final entry, random reward. Special equipment Crimson Temptation detected, unlocking special reward. Special reward, profession skill, puppeteer. Specialization, flesh manipulation / soul manipulation / creation manipulation. Puppeteer, huh. Seeing this reward, Levi wasn't surprised. After all, this case had been entirely connected to puppets, with the final boss based on this very concept. So it wasn't strange that he would receive this reward. The foundation of all three specializations lay in the use of threads called soul threads to control a target and thereby manipulate them. Levi carefully read the descriptions of the three specializations. Flesh manipulation referred to what he and the others had already encountered before, transforming human bodies into puppets and commanding them to act. Those soldiers had been such flesh-modified puppets. As for their power, it couldn't be denied. After all, a group of fearless soldiers was indeed terrifying. But of course, Levi would never choose this. For the same reason he had refused the sonic attack option earlier, he and the others had been chased endlessly by these very creations. If he now used them himself, who knew how the others would look at him? As for soul manipulation, that was the technique the boss had used to control Katie and Henry. But this move seemed to only control their bodies without affecting their will. And based on Levi's own first-hand experience, this move wasn't invincible either, he himself had resisted it, hadn't he? Therefore, Levi quickly made his decision, choosing creation manipulation. This skill was actually more orthodox. Simply put, Levi could create constructs and then manipulate them to act. Just like a puppeteer creating a puppet and then controlling it. The reason Levi chose this specialization was simple. After this case, he realized that at his core, he was essentially a glass cannon. His offense was strong, but his defense was virtually non-existent. On top of that, he knew no close combat techniques, so if anyone got close, he could only raise his hands and surrender. Katie couldn't always be his meat shield. Levi couldn't always let Katie take hits for him. Thus, finding a proper shield was absolutely crucial. But relying solely on people was impossible, and Levi wasn't cold-blooded enough to use others as sacrificial shields. Artificial creations, however, were different. Whether they broke or were destroyed, he wouldn't feel heartache. And they could also act according to his will. Thinking about it this way, they really were the perfect shields. With that thought, Levi made his choice. Creation specialization. The moment Levi chose creation specialization, his brain suddenly roared like thunder. Immediately after, countless information and knowledge flooded into him, techniques on how to create, repair, and manipulate constructs. Moments later, when Levi opened his eyes again, he could feel that this knowledge had already been completely engraved in his mind. What remained was for him to consolidate it through constant practice. This was really convenient. If only the college entrance exams had been this easy too, just pour the knowledge into his brain, nothing to worry about. Levi muttered this to himself, raising his hand to gaze at the ring on his right index finger. The ruby embedded on it wasn't very large, but under the lamplight, it shimmered endlessly, like flowing blood. This reminded Levi of the streak of red that had appeared in the puppet's shattered head. There was definitely a connection between it and this ring. Unfortunately, Levi didn't yet know the origin of this ring. Perhaps afterwards, he should continue investigating the Lancaster family's affairs. After all, according to Sister Elizabeth, this ring had been found by Stephen's wife in the Lancaster Old Mansion's secret chamber, following the instructions of that mysterious person. Which meant that this ring had always belonged to the Lancaster family. So then, what exactly was its origin? The purchase of equipment itself did not waste much of Levi's time, or rather, he had not spent any time at all. I hope I can buy some equipment, instruments, and materials needed to manufacture small devices like puppets. Levi directly presented his request to Uncle Hank. Facing Levi's straightforward demand, Uncle Hank was a little surprised. Just this? No other requests? No. But it's best to have everything in one go. That's not a problem. Uncle Hank scratched his bald head, looked at Levi, then glanced at Irene. But about the price? Price is not an issue. All right then. Seeing Levi agree so readily, Uncle Hank no longer hesitated. I'll immediately send someone to handle it. At most 1 hour, and it'll be done. After saying this, Uncle Hank turned and left. Levi, feeling a little bored, began wandering around this massive shop-cum-factory. Irene followed at his side, introducing the equipment to him. It was clear she was quite familiar with all of this. As Irene explained, Levi also formed a rough concept of this era's steam technology. The steam engine of this world was the same as in Levi's era, using steam as power, of course, that was obvious. However, the source of steam power here was somewhat different. In Levi's world, steam engines used coal and water to generate steam, which drove machines. But in this world, steam power came from a material called coal essence. According to Irene's description, Levi felt that it was similar to coal, but its burning time and energy efficiency were hundreds of times, or even higher, than coal. For example, those 2-man-tall steam machines on the streets outside, resembling mechs, just one fingernail-sized piece of coal essence, together with a 1,000-liter water tank, could generate enough power to last several days. Of course, as times progressed and technology advanced, people also devised many methods to extend the running time of steam machinery and reduce consumption. The most common method was the steam storage method, which stored large amounts of steam in high-pressure tanks, then used these tanks to drive machines. If the steam ran out, one only needed to refill at a gas station. Most civilian vehicles and steam machines were powered this way. If one didn't want to waste time refilling, they could simply replace the tank, just like swapping out a battery. Convenient and fast. Of course, this wasn't entirely without danger. Once it exploded, the person sitting inside might experience a one-way, no-return high-altitude jump. Still, compared with other dangerous flammable and explosive gases, it was relatively less prone to explosion. However, just as Levi circled around a dismantling machine being assembled and came to the other side of the factory, he saw something that looked a little familiar. It was a four-wheeled steam car. But unlike the steam cars Levi had ridden before, this one was much closer to the style of Levi's original era. Levi had already ridden several steam cars of this age. They were certainly faster than horse-drawn carriages, and their stability was not bad either. If Levi had to complain, it would be about their appearance. Perhaps out of inertia, the steam cars of this world looked to Levi like someone had simply taken the head and first carriage of a steam train, shrunk it down, and slapped it together. Naturally, this meant a chimney stood upright in the front. And there lay the problem: sitting inside the car, with a chimney right in front of you, what could you possibly see? Some steam cars solved this by placing the chimney to the side of the front, so as not to block the driver's vision. But once you opened the window, steam would gush straight into your face. Not pleasant either. But since steam cars in this world were all designed like that, Levi could do nothing about it. This particular car, however, looked to Levi very much like a Jeep from his own world. Square, tall, with a broad body, and best of all, no chimney sticking out of the front. It looked much more pleasing. Though it was not entirely exempt from convention, as its exhaust ports opened on both sides like the gills of a shark. Are you interested in it? While Levi was examining the car up and down, Uncle Hank's voice came from the side. Levi glanced at him and nodded. That's right. I quite like this design. Is this the new model you intend to build? Something like that. Although I'm confident I can solve these problems, I'm not sure whether such a car would be popular. At this, Uncle Hank looked a little embarrassed. Irene giggled beside him. Uncle Hank is the best steam mechanic on this street, there's nothing he can't make. Oh. Levi stared at the steam car before him and thought for a moment. Can I go in and try it? Of course, please. For such a wealthy-looking customer, Uncle Hank naturally would not refuse. Levi quickly opened the door and sat inside. Under Hank's guidance, he tried a few operations. Steam cars of this age were fairly simple, driving them was not much different from driving a tractor. After some testing, Levi had a good grasp of it. He stepped out of the car and looked toward Uncle Hank. Mr. Hank, I'd like to discuss a deal with you. Please, Mr. Levi. I hope you can build a car according to my requirements. Levi's request left Uncle Hank somewhat surprised. According to your requirements. Mr. Levi, you mean? I don't understand steam dynamics, so I can't give you technical specifications. Irene, fetch me pen and paper. Irene quickly brought over writing tools. Levi walked to the table and, with a few swift strokes, sketched something before handing the paper over. I want you to build a car with this shape. This is. Uncle Hank curiously took the paper from Levi, and immediately widened his eyes in shock. No wonder, because the car drawn on the blueprint was something he had never seen before. The cars of this world were all large and blocky, very much like miniaturized steam trains, probably because they evolved from them. But the design Levi had drawn was flat. Though Levi raised the chassis to account for road conditions here, to Uncle Hank, this strange form was utterly unconventional, beyond imagination. If not for the four wheels on the drawing, he would have doubted whether it was even a steam car. What Levi presented, of course, was a supercar from his own world. Driving one had always been his dream. Before falling ill and being hospitalized, one of his biggest wishes was to earn enough to buy a supercar. Now, of course, real supercars could not be bought here, but with this world's technology. Could one be assembled? This truly amazes me. Mr. Levi. Uncle Hank carefully examined the blueprint, while Irene anxiously tried to peek, but at only average height she could not see over Uncle Hank's 1.8-meter frame. She could only hop impatiently on the side. You mean? To build a steam car like this? That's right. But where would the steam engine and gas tanks go? The front doesn't seem to have any room. Put them in the back, no. And what about the exhaust chimney? Can't you run a few pipes and vent it from underneath? Underneath? Naturally, Levi knew nothing of steam dynamics. His knowledge of cars came only from playing racing games. So all his requests were amateurish at best. But he didn't care, he only wanted a supercar built to his design. The rest, that was for experts. He was a detective, not a car maker. Food, clothing, housing, and transportation were basic human needs. Levi had solved the first three, now only transportation was left. He certainly didn't mind spending money to make life more comfortable. Yet these broad, almost naive suggestions only made Uncle Hank more and more excited. If not for his smoke-blackened face, one might have even seen it glowing red. What Levi said, though still far-fetched in this era, was to Uncle Hank like a door opening into an entirely new world. Not doors that swung sideways, but doors that opened upward. A flat, streamlined body. A rear-mounted drive system and exhaust pipes. The power problem could be solved with the latest steam engines and high-pressure tanks. Technology was advancing, steam engines were becoming smaller, tanks were becoming larger. Once the power issue was handled, the other challenges were not insurmountable. And right now. The more Uncle Hank thought, the more he felt, this could work. Most importantly, this wasn't his daydream, it was a commissioned order. Which meant it would definitely sell. Can it be done? Seeing Uncle Hank fall silent, Levi curiously asked. He was mentally prepared, if not, then stepping back to have an off-road vehicle made was acceptable. Those supercars were truly a man's dream, if the technology wasn't there. So be it. It can. Fortunately, Uncle Hank did not disappoint. He nodded firmly. But this will cost a lot of money, since we'll need to purchase the latest steam engine and pressure tanks, as well as conduct experiments. How much? Levi didn't want to hear the process, he skipped straight to the conclusion. He wouldn't understand anyway. Including the equipment you ordered earlier, it comes to £500. Because your requirements involve the newest technology, the price is rather steep. No problem. Levi directly took out a punch card, placed it into Uncle Hank's hand, and interrupted his rambling. Uncle Hank stared at the citizen-numbered bank punch card, swallowing hard. You really decided just like that? You should know, this isn't a small sum. What if I ran off with your money? You were recommended by Irene. I trust Irene. Levi glanced at the uneasy Irene. During her time working for him, she had performed well, and he was satisfied with her. Besides, I am a detective. Levi put his top hat back on, looked Uncle Hank in the eye, and smiled faintly. I have some confidence in my professional abilities.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.